Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is An Eagle Among Lions in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 51, Dead Hand. Edelgard von Hresvelg, or as her older brothers and sisters called her, Ellie, woke up just before dawn in her bedroom in the Imperial Palace, seeing the pre-dawn light softly penetrate the curtains with a dull, faint glow. The room was beginning to brighten, though shadows still wreathed the dark. With a groan, she tried to roll herself over, but her leaden legs kept her pinned in place as firmly as though she had a bag of flour placed atop her chest. At the very least, she'd regained feeling in her legs since the crest removal procedure, but now instead of just being heavy, immovable lumps of nothing, they were heavy, immovable lumps of slightly aching flesh. How much longer, she wondered, was she going to be immobile like this? It had been nice being carried around everywhere at first, but it had gotten old quickly. Lysithea had gotten the removal performed a week or two before the other Edelgard's wedding, and she had been in a wheelchair then, but she'd been on her feet, albeit on crutches, around 2 months later. Was she really going to be stuck like this for 3 whole months? And then 2 months on crutches, if Lysithea's experience was anything to go by, and goddess knows how long with a cane after that. And who knew when she'd need to get less than 12 hours of sleep a day? She had never thought she would get bored of sleeping. Then again, she hadn't really enjoyed sleeping so much as she'd preferred it to being awake. And she hadn't slept so well last night, which explained why she was up at this hour. It was true that Thales didn't scare her the way he scared the other Edelgard. She'd felt the other Edelgard's fear within herself, but she hadn't shared it. But even though she and Thales had lacked any sort of personal history, he was still frightening to her, just in the way that stories of phantoms and revenants were frightening, or clowns. She felt a chill run up her spine when she recalled with perfect clarity last night's events, the way Thales had spoken, the fury in his voice when he had flown into a rage, and how it contrasted with the chilling confidence and certainty he'd projected otherwise. That had been the first time Ellie had met him, the first time she had met the man who had murdered Uncle Vokhard and all of her siblings, even poor little Pascal and Hedwig. She took a deep breath, deep enough to make her chest ache, and let it out in a long sigh. Last night was going to be the last time she'd ever met Thales, too. Hubert was going to have him killed in the morning. This morning. At the break of dawn. That was soon. Very soon. He'd probably been up all night devising some foolproof way to do the deed, accounting for any tricks up the monster's sleeve. Ellie had spent quite a lot of time last night, awake in the dark, letting her own imagination run wild, though not nearly as wild as Hubert's probably could. This world's Hubert was such a far cry from her own. She still remembered the way he had all but reduced her to tears within the span of a few minutes when he'd first begun questioning her about how she had arrived in this world and taken its Edelgard's place. He was devilish, utterly demonic, relentless, and ruthless. But beneath all the consummate villainy, he had nearly as big a heart as her own Hubert did, and as the truth of this unique situation had come to light, he had softened toward her considerably. After all, she may not have been his Lady Edelgard, but she was still a Lady Edelgard. What secret weapons could Thales be hiding? There were wards all over the dungeon so that he couldn't use magic, his arms and legs were bound, he was blindfolded, but he was so infuriatingly confident about so much that he seemed as though he were in complete control of his fate, and he knew it. Maybe there was a crest stone in his body that would turn him into a monster if someone tried to kill him? She'd heard from the Black Eagles that those who whatever had dabbled a lot in that. Or perhaps there was some arcane device hidden within him that would explode like a barrel of Almiran black powder, or release a viciously poisonous miasma that melted one's flesh off one's bones like candle wax. Since she'd come to this world, her imagination had grown quite a lot more morbid. Undoubtedly it was Hubert's influence, though finding out all the horrible things that had happened in this world to her, even, had weighed heavily on her mind. The more she'd learned about this world's Edelgard, the more sympathetic she'd felt about her, and the stronger her resolve had grown to help make the world a place where things like that couldn't happen to anyone else. She wasn't as useful for building the new world as her counterpart, of course, and she'd made plenty of mistakes. Goddess Almighty, the Faerghus territories were a headache and a half more for everyone than they'd been 8 months ago, but it was better than leaving an Edelgard-shaped hole in the Empire, and as long as she wasn't being pushed to the brink of her capabilities and beyond, it was somewhat fulfilling to be so important, to make decisions that mattered. When she made it back to her own world, she'd do whatever she could for Dimitri, too, and for all the people who needed the world to change. Byleth stirred from the little cot she'd placed next to the bed and awoke, silently rising to her feet and doing her morning stretches. Ellie felt a little guilty that she slept next to the most sumptuous bed in Inbar in a simple little cot, but Byleth insisted she was fine with it. And besides, the whole situation was weird as weird could be. Byleth was Edelgard's wife, the other Edelgard, and she had at first made a point to travel and busy herself as much as possible so that she could keep some distance between herself and the girl who was not by any stretch of the imagination the one she'd fallen in love with. Ellie knew that Byleth had even considered sleeping beside her to be some sort of betrayal of her love. But whenever the other Edelgard came home, Byleth dispensed with all that and became the sweetest and most doting wife Ellie had ever seen, even though Ellie was still right there and aware of everything that was going on. And it was Byleth who was the doting, sweet, sensitive, nose-nuzzling, hair-stroking, deep-kissing one. The very same cold, distant, dead-eyed, bizarre Byleth who'd terrified Ellie during those 6 months at Garreg Mach before she'd been swept up in this whole mess. Byleth didn't look a day older now than she had then, but it was as though she'd become an entirely different person. Or rather, she'd become a person, period. It probably had something to do with the goddess, who was apparently real, and also dead, and being kept in Garreg Mach's basement, while at the same time also existing within Byleth's soul. Weird as weird could be. Ellie wondered if, when she returned, she ought to write a book about her experiences. But who in the world would be mad enough to read a word of it? Perhaps that one Almiran alchemist or scholar she'd once heard Claude and Nader talking about. What had his name been? Abd al-Hazred? Besides, the other Edelgard's story was probably far more interesting than hers. Byleth stifled a yawn. "You're awake," she noted to her. Ellie didn't bother stifling a yawn. "Yes," she moaned, sitting up slowly and carefully so her head wouldn't spin, "and this horrible sunrise won't let me sleep any time soon. But I'm sure I'll pass out a few hours from now, and at the worst possible time, too. Do I have any important meetings today?" "No." "Good. I'd hate to fall asleep during one." Byleth raised her eyebrows. "I mean, I'd love nothing more than to sleep through one of those awful things. But it would be trouble." Ellie sighed. "You know, when I was little, I wanted to be the next Lord Arundel. Or Lady Arundel. The point is, I wanted to run the place. I'd never realized how much work it was to be in charge, I'd just liked the thought of ordering people around. But even with me being the emperor, everyone else in this palace is too smart to take any orders from me. I get to do all of the work for none of the benefits." Byleth's brow creased. "You'd like to go on a power trip?" "I mean, who wouldn't?" Ellie asked before recalling Thal's insinuation that it was natural for certain people named Edelgard von Hresvelg to go mad with power. Poor choice of words. She mustered a nervous laugh. Byleth smiled a little. Seeing her smile was unnerving. It was proof that she was alive, and Ellie had labored for about 3 months after coming to Garreg Mach under the belief that the Byleth in her world was not, in fact, alive at all but rather had died and just never noticed and simply went about her business as usual. Ellie returned her smile. I'm learning a lot from my counterpart," she said. "I think I'll try out some of last night's banter on Hilda." Byleth shrugged. "Okay. Tell me how it works out. Do you want to see her now?" "No, I'm sure she's still asleep." Ellie wondered if Byleth felt jealous or weird at all seeing her and Hilda together. If the whole Edelgard Ellie Byleth thing was weird to Ellie, then certainly the whole Ellie Edelgard Hilda thing must have been just as disconcerting to Byleth. It was really a shame that this world's Edelgard and Hilda were on such contentious terms with each other. The other Edelgard just couldn't understand what Ellie saw in those bright rose-pink eyes, that soft round face, that cute button nose, all that lovely pink hair done up in those adorable twin tails, that perky angelic voice, and that wonderfully ample bosom. Actually, Ellie thought, looking to Byleth's chest, the other Edelgard could at least appreciate that last item. It seemed both Edelgards were united in that they preferred lovers whose chests made excellent pillows. Ellie looked to the curtain-covered window. Since we're both up, maybe the two of us can watch the sunrise." Byleth looked at her with a befuddled wrinkle to her brow. I don't mean like that, just, who doesn't appreciate a good sunrise? Anyway, can you please bring me to my wheelchair? She picked Ellie up out of the bed with staggering ease and sat her down on the wheelchair. There you go. Let's watch the sunrise. Byleth and Ellie left the bedroom for one of the eastern balconies. Ellie shivered when the cold outside air met her. The lone moon couldn't come swiftly enough, she thought, as a decidedly more than brisk gust of wind buffeted her. Byleth pulled a thick woolen blanket up to her chin in response and tucked the edges neatly away to make a snug and secure little cocoon for her. As the first sliver of the sun crested over the eastern horizon, dawn spilled over the expanse of Inver in all its majesty. Rooftops sparkled in the sunlight. Pink and orange and violet lit up the sky and drove away the dull violet tint it had taken over the past hour. In the distance, a rooster crowed. It's funny to think that Thales is going to die any minute now, Ellie said. Well, not funny, but, odd funny. I know it isn't the same Thales who did all those horrible things to this world, but, well, if he's traded places with the one in my world, then it must be the same Thales who did horrible things in mine. And he's just going to die. If all goes well, he'll exist, and then just stop. And he'll never exist again. Yes, Byleth said, nodding sagely. That's how death works. I hope it doesn't bother you to hear your wife saying stupid things like that, Ellie mumbled self-consciously. Don't worry, I'm never bothered by any of the stupid things my wife says, Byleth replied, patting her on the shoulder. Ellie watched faint rays of light trace themselves across the sky from the eastern horizon. So, Byleth? Do you still believe that people's souls go to the goddess when they die? After 8 months in this world, living in the aftermath of her counterpart's rebellion against the Church of Ceros, her own faith had taken quite a beating, but at the very least she still believed that the goddess was out there, doing something. Byleth thought for a moment. She seemed distracted by something. She said. Well, Sothis was the goddess, and my friend, and she never mentioned receiving anyone's souls, or answering prayers. But I don't know. Maybe. Ellie had to admit that it was very unusual to hear anyone use the goddess' holy name so familiarly. But apparently, Sothis and Byleth had been roommates of a sort. I wonder, Ellie said, when my Thales dies in this world, would his soul go to this world's goddess? Or the other world's goddess? Would that be you? Are you just receiving people's souls without knowing it? Byleth patted her stomach. Well, people die in Fodlan all the time, and I don't feel any fuller. Or, the other Edelgard said the real Sothis, or something like that, was under Gareg Mach. Maybe the souls go there? But which world's goddess get whose souls? Does each world have its own goddess, or is it just one? I don't know. The two of them watched the sunrise together for a little longer, until Ellie felt the tips of her ears and nose turn numb. She sniffled. Byleth, do you believe in the Valley of Torment? Yeah, it's just between Daphnel and Galatea. No, I mean, do you think that wicked souls are sent there to be purified before the goddess takes them in? You'd think there'd be more ghosts there if they were. Yeah. I suppose you wouldn't be able to walk 2 paces in any direction without bumping into one. I don't believe it, either. The goddess is supposed to show mercy to every soul. But someone like Thales really ought to be there. For a long, long time. Forever might suffice. She thought about Dimitri. Poor D, silver-haired, scarred, double-crested, so traumatized that he hadn't even remembered her at all when the two of them had finally crossed paths again at Gareg Mach. She remembered how excited and shocked she'd been seeing that name on the student roster. That year spent with Dimitri during the 3 that she'd wasted in Fhirdiad had been the last year she'd really gotten to be Edelgard before that arranged marriage nonsense had wrung out all her hopes and dreams. When he hadn't remembered her, let alone recognized her, it had been as though that year of happiness had been erased, as though it only lived on in her mind, and in the gift of that dagger he had given her. The other Edelgard still had that dagger, and Ellie liked having it by her side. Apparently, the other Edelgard was making a lot of progress with Dimitri, and though revealing the whole time travel angle seemed to have upset him quite a lot, if the other Edelgard could smooth that over, Ellie could return to her world and pick up where the two of them left off. The two of them might have a chance to be friends again. Byleth's head jerked upward. What's that? She hissed, her gaze fixated on the sky. Ellie lifted her head and observed the sky with her. The clouds overhead had been torn asunder, riddled with holes, and falling from them like arrows were javelins of pure, searing white light, hot as sunlight. The next thing she knew, Byleth had grabbed her, hoisted her out of the wheelchair, and made for the doors, scrambling on her feet. "Shit," Byleth muttered, throwing Ellie roughly over her shoulder like a sack of potatoes as she ran through the corridor. "Shit, shit, shit. Byleth, what's going on?" Ellie asked, bewildered. "What were those things? What in blazes are we running from?" The ground shook beneath Byleth's feet, the floor shattered, the ceiling overhead crumpled. All around there was an awful, deafening roar as stone and brick and wood and iron and masonry were all equally torn asunder. The palace around them shook itself apart under the onslaught of a searing light, a searing heat, a searing pain. Fire filled the air. The ceiling burst open to reveal the heavens set aflame as the world slowed to a halt. Ellie found her gaze fixated on the massive metal tube floating in the air above her, covered in a shimmering heat haze so radiant that she'd been able to feel the very flesh on her face roasting away before time had stopped. Through the gaps in the palace's crumbling walls, there were glimpses of the city of Inver that showed dozens of those same metal tubes, so hot they were glowing, careening into the ground, some just barely impacting or hovering over the city's rooftops, others with their metal frames crumpling like accordions as they buried themselves in the ground. Massive plumes of dust and smoke hid many of the city's magnificent buildings which, if the dust ever cleared, would reveal themselves to have been transformed into empty craters. These were the javelins of light Hubert and Byleth had always spoken of in such hushed, almost fearful tones. The ultimate weapon of those who slither in the dark. The last thing Ellie could see before the frozen world burned away was the sight of Byleth's face, fixed on the frozen javelin above her, with half the flesh seared away to reveal a grinning and blackened skull. She woke up screaming, her eyes snapping open as she threw herself in a spasm from her bed. Her chest heaved as she caught her breath. For what felt like a few minutes her breath came out shallowly and rapidly, so much so that she felt lightheaded, but slowly as she regained her senses it slowed to a more manageable pace. She was in Garreg Mach, in her own body, in her own world. And by the looks of it, she'd woken the other Edelgard up. She choked down a mouthful of air and coughed, feeling herself slowly rise to her feet as the other Edelgard took control. The other Edelgard, unlike Ellie, was so strong-willed and forceful that whatever body she was in, she had the lion's share of any control over it. Ellie could feel herself stand up and walk again, and though she was grateful for that wonderful sensation, oh, how she'd missed it, the apocalyptic vision she had just lived through, or, she supposed, she had just died through, remained at the forefront of her mind. "Oh, goddess," Ellie gasped. The javelins of light. Those things that had reduced Arianrhod to dust and taken with it 1/3 of the Imperial soldiers stationed there and nearly every member of House Rowe. She'd read quite a lot of reports about Arianrhod now that it was being rebuilt. There was so much rebuilding to do, after all. And to think so many people had died so horribly, so quickly before they would have even been able to know what was killing them. A few people might have seen the pillars of light in the sky, but how would they have known what would happen next? "Ellie," the other Edelgard said, taking command so easily, as she always did, "what's wrong?" She paused to give room for Ellie to answer, but no answer was forthcoming. Ellie found herself unable to gather any more words than that, "Oh goddess, oh goddess, oh goddess." "Ellie," the other Edelgard repeated, more firmly. There was a tremor in her voice. Perhaps it was only because some of Ellie's fear and distress was bleeding into her, or perhaps it was because she knew what was supposed to happen at dawn. "Ellie, what's going on? What happened?" Ellie finally mustered a word, choking it out like a bone stuck in her throat. "Inver," she spat. Inver is." "What?" "Inver is what, Ellie?" "Gone." She could feel tears in her eyes. All those people, all those people, all those people. Now it was the other Edelgard's turn to be dumbstruck. "Inver's gone," Ellie repeated, falling back onto the bed and pressing her hands to her face. "Inver's gone. The whole city. The palace. Hilda and Ferdinand and Hubert and Byleth. They killed the city." "Who?" "The javelins. The javelins of light. They killed us. Everyone. Dead." Ellie, the other Edelgard took control of her hands and clasped them on her arms, hugging herself tightly as she broke down in tears that might have been just as much her own as Ellie's. "Oh, goddess. I'm so sorry, Ellie. I'd worried that when we killed Thales, there would be an explosion, or some poisonous miasma, or something," Ellie choked out between sobs. "You think killing Thales triggered it?" Ellie nodded. "I'd anticipated that Thales would have some contingency plan for his death, but," she had to choke the words out through Ellie's tears as she tried to retain a leveler head. "I ought to have expected this. But how could I have, with all of Shamhala under Imperial control? I'd thought the javelins were ours now." There was a frantic, pounding tattoo of knocks on the door. A few seconds later it swung open anyway and Ellie found herself greeted by the sight of Hilda. "What's going on?" Hilda gasped, barging into the room. "Ellie, what happened?" "Ellie. We all just died," Ellie stammered. Hilda's face turned as white as a sheet. "Oh," she said, flopping limply onto the bed beside her. "That must be why it hurt so much. Are you okay?" "I'm fine, I think," she mumbled, dazed. Ellie wrested control of her body just enough to roll herself over onto Hilda and wrap her up in a firm embrace, pressing her as close to herself as humanly possible. "I'm so sorry," she sniffled, drying her tears against Hilda's chest without even a trace of shame. "I'm so sorry. If anything, I'm to blame," the other Edelgard spoke up. "Giving the order to kill Thales, without anticipating any plan he might have for massive retaliation. Of course it's your fault, Edelgard, Hilda, or most likely the other Hilda." Unlike Ellie and her counterpart, it was hard to tell them apart sometimes. She patted Ellie on the head and gave her a peck on the forehead. "Not you, Ellie. I love you. I love you, too, Hilda. We need to see Vul," the other Edelgard said. "Let's go, Hilda. We don't know how much time we have." Ellie could only wonder what in the world of Vul was as the other Edelgard, who, of course, could soldier on despite any degree of pain and suffering, pulled herself to her feet. "It was just a little while past sunrise," she mumbled. "Byleth was probably rushing right now to halt Thales' execution. Vul probably isn't even awake," the other Hilda told the other Edelgard. "Well, he'll have to wake up," the other Edelgard responded. So, Vul was a who, not a what, and a he. That answered several questions but raised several more. They left the dormitories and headed for the infirmary, but Ellie found herself taken aback by and aghast at the sight of the monastery's current state. She'd glimpsed it once before the other day, but she still couldn't prepare herself for the ruination that awaited her. Gareg Mach in the other world had been quite a bit of a fixer-upper, but here it had much more to fix up. There were tarps stretched over holes in the roofs, giant gaps in the inner and outer walls and chunks taken out of the ramparts, debris and rubble scattered among the grassy lawns. Even the dormitories they'd just left were in terrible shape. A handful of gargantuan automatons, great colossi of stone and metal, stood inert like silent sentinels. She had no time for sightseeing, though, because the other Edelgard moved swiftly and purposefully across the lawn and into the great hall. In the second-floor corridor, Ellie caught sight of Burkhardt and Professor Manuela standing in front of the door to the infirmary. She had to admit she'd gotten used to the sight of the other world's Manuela, who was 5 years older and had 5 years' worth of gray hair and new crow's feet, and the sight of a younger version of her felt somehow unnerving. Even Burkhardt looked quite different from the last time she'd seen him. He carried himself differently, proudly but a little wearily, too, and his normally well-groomed little beard that clung to his jawline seemed to be invading its neighboring territories, as there was more than a day's worth of stubble on his cheeks. And, of course, there was the horned crown of the Emperor of Adrestia nestled in his golden hair. He'd certainly grown up. Finally found out why he was so constipated, Manuela was telling him. Turns out he'd eaten so much raw wheat that his intestines were completely blocked. "I had to use an egg spoon to." "Ellie!" Burkhardt cried out, spying her and Hilda approaching. The slightly fascinated, slightly queasy expression on his face warmed up into a gentle smile. "What are you doing up at this hour? It's not like you to get up before dawn." "It's not like you, either, Hilda," Manuela noted. "What's wrong?" "We need to see Albus," the other Edelgard answered. "It's urgent." "Albus? Who was Albus?" Hadn't they come here for Vool? He's asleep right now, Manuela said. He'll wake up for us, the other Edelgard said. It has to do with, you know. Oh, Manuela said, a knowing look in her eyes. Well, don't keep him, she said, ushering her and Hilda inside. He's quite weak. The infirmary was crowded, and though the other Edelgard maneuvered their shared body through it toward a slumbering man who was probably Vool, or perhaps Albus, Ellie found her attention caught by the sight of Hubert sleeping on one of the cots. He looked awful. He was thin, gaunt, with a thick wad of cotton bandaged over his left ear and a gauze-wrapped stump where his left hand should have been. Hubert, she gasped. Edelgard, what happened to Hubert? Don't worry, the other Edelgard told her. He's on the mend. Where's his hand? Rhea took it. What? She wanted to rush to Hubert's side, but the other Edelgard evidently thought he was just fine and didn't need any attention from her this morning. Instead, she put her hands on Vool's shoulder and gave him a firm yet gentle shake to rouse him from his slumber. Except, Ellie noticed, he was not breathing. Yet somehow his body was still warm. Edelgard, Hilda gasped, he's not breathing. He's dead. The blond man woke up, blinking blearily his one icy blue eye and one oaken brown eye. I am most certainly not, he said. Hello, Edelgard. Morning already. Not quite, the other Edelgard said. But you weren't breathing, Hilda said. Agar then replicants like Thales and I don't need to breathe, Vool replied. We can take whatever nutrients we need from the air itself, like plants. A replicant can survive anywhere, even at the bottom of the ocean, indefinitely. We only breathe to keep up appearances and out of habit. You may have noticed that we don't have to expel waste, either, we're very efficient. Anyway, what have you woken me up for? Ellie was completely lost, but fortunately, the other Edelgard had plenty to say in her stead. She quickly explained what Ellie had told her. Vool's eyes narrowed. I see, you suspect he possesses a dead man's switch. Before the coming of the Fell Star, many nations possessed similar mechanisms. If their leadership were ever decapitated, they would automatically launch weapons not unlike the javelins upon the rest of the world. It was meant as a deterrent, a guaranteed second strike so overwhelming that it would deter enemies from attempting a first strike. So we're being deterred from killing Thales? Hilda asked. But wait, if we've conquered Shamhala, we should have control over the javelins. Or, well, you should, she said to Ellie and the other Edelgard. Vool nodded. Perhaps a signal terminating on his death bypassed Shamhala's control systems. Or, more simply, since you lot know nothing about computers and you couldn't possibly understand the launch software, the signal communicated directly with the computer system itself. Ellie was thankful that she was not alone in having no earthly idea what he was talking about. At the very least, he had a smooth and pleasant voice. She could have listened to him read just about anything, no matter how boring or impenetrable, and been enraptured. But, the other Edelgard said, putting a hand thoughtfully to her chin, I'm confused. I can't think of another way besides radio that Thales could command the javelins from Enver when the citadel is on the other side of Fodlan. But you said that radio signals die out quickly without repeaters to amplify them. Ellie was still lost. She knew that the Shamhala research teams were looking into something called radio at the other Edelgard's request but didn't know the first thing about it. Astute observation, Vool said, stroking his chin. But the signal might not be intended for Shamhala. Rather, it might be intended for the orbital weapons platform itself. But isn't that even farther away? If the javelins orbit the world like the moon? Not quite, and there could be other methods to boost the signal's strength. It might not be radio at all. Magic may play a part in it, quantum entanglement, or perhaps he's making use of ancient GPS satellites to track his location and transmit vital signs directly to the javelins in space. It would have to be a strong signal that could reach the javelins in any circumstance. After all, when the transmission ceases, the javelins are immediately launched toward his last known location, and it wouldn't do for them to fly simply because he was in a basement somewhere, or underneath a mountain. With dead hand systems, you don't want false positives. Once again, Vool, the other Edelgard said, you need to be reminded that we haven't a clue what you're saying. But let me see if I understand this. There is some Agarthan technology that informs the javelins of Thales' whereabouts and whether he is alive, and if he is no longer alive, then the javelins fall upon the exact spot of his death. That means, Ellie added, that wherever he dies, everything around him will be destroyed. Do you think he has this same system implanted in him in this world, too? Vul frowned. Perhaps we should assume so as a precaution. Maybe that is why Destinova captured him instead of killing him. You all know of Alel, don't you? Everyone nodded. At full coverage, that is the power the javelins possess. Before the javelins struck it, it was a forest, now it is a wound in the earth, bleeding molten rock. Wherever Thales dies, the surrounding area will most likely become a second Alel. Hilda looked as aghast as Ellie felt, and both of them knew their counterparts felt the same way. When Ellie returned to her world, she found herself in her wheelchair being driven into one of the palace's many, too many, in her opinion, meeting rooms. Ladislava dutifully moved her into her position at the head of the table. Ferdinand, Linhard, Marianne, Bernadetta, and Ignatz were quick to arrive afterward, followed closely by Hanneman and Manuela. The last to enter were Mercedes and Juritsah, followed closely by Hubert and Byleth. All of the available Black Eagle strike force had been gathered. Lysithea, of course, was still in Ordelia with her parents while she regained her strength. Petra, Dorothea, and Ash were all in Brigid, and Annette and Caspar were still in Arianrod overseeing its reconstruction and the resettlement of its remaining inhabitants. Claude, Hilda, and Nader had been brought in as well. I suppose you are all wondering why we have been brought here, Hubert said, taking his place at Ellie's right side while Byleth sat down at her left. Put simply, our plan to execute Thales has been indefinitely postponed. A few disconcerted rumblings passed through the crowd. Ignatz raised his hand. So, that means he's finally cooperating, right? He asked hopefully yet tentatively, as though already expecting his hopes to be dashed. Hubert shook his head. Would that it were so easy. No, Ignatz. Byleth has learned using her, he sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. Time powers that Thales has implemented some kind of failsafe. If he dies, the javelins of light will strike in bear. He didn't like acknowledging the power Byleth had over the flow of time, something about it must have disconcerted him. Perhaps the implied knowledge that his plots may have gone to hell many times over only for the results to have been stricken from history and his memory was a blow to his pride. Everyone looked appropriately worried, except for Juritsah, who looked just as sullen and bored as he usually did when he wasn't killing or threatening to kill people. He crossed his arms and glowered, and even from across the room Ellie felt herself grow faint. Hubert had been a nightmarish person on first impression, but Juritsah had been even worse, due in no small part because Ellie had no other world equivalent to relate him to, but in a much larger part because of how often he mumbled about how he would run his sword through her belly and pull out her intestines if she turned out to be an impostor with sinister intentions, that was. He still did it, even 8 months later. She hoped he was joking. He seemed to have an unusual sense of humor. That's more of a fail, deadly, Linhard said, stifling a yawn, than a failsafe. Noted, Hubert said tersely. Ellie spoke up. I spoke to the other Edelgard in the other world, she said. That tended to get everyone's attention, because, of course, Emperor Edelgard was their shining light. She theorizes that some Agarthan technology informs the javelins of Thales' whereabouts and whether he is alive. When he dies, the javelins fall upon his last known location. Wherever we kill him, he aims to make it a new Alel. The sight of the city reduced to ruin before her eyes wouldn't leave her, her voice trembled. A part of her wanted to run away, except she couldn't. He'll kill every last one of us, and thousands upon thousands more, in exchange for his rotten life. Bernadetta spoke up. So, we take him somewhere else and kill him? Maybe up in the mountains somewhere? Or we put him on a boat. And have him killed in the middle of the ocean. Ah, Juritsah said. Just as I did to the late Count Varley. You what? Do you disapprove? And no, not at all. I just, wish you'd have told Bernie first, that's all. If we leave him out of our sight, Hubert mused, then he has a chance to escape. That is your first concern, Hubert? Ferdinand asked, perturbed. If we were to put him on a boat, then whoever crews the boat and whoever is tasked with carrying out the execution would be sacrificing their lives. Never mind that we don't know what the javelins of light would do to the ocean, Linhard added. I will do it, Juritzau said. Emil, no, Mercedes chided him. I will gladly shed the blood that no one else can, he said in his usual dour drawl. I will kill this unkillable man. Who says the boat has to be crewed? Claude asked, putting his feet up on the table. Right, Nader. Load up a little sailboat with black powder, push it in the direction of the wind, set it out to sea. Nader nodded along enthusiastically. And who detonates the powder, pray tell? Hubert asked. This is a collaborative effort, Claude said. I'm open to suggestions. Flaming arrows. Bernadetta suggested. Wait, no, if it was close enough for flaming arrows to reach it, the javelins might still hit us. Jay, just forget about Bernie. Bernie's ideas are all terrible. Is it really proper, Hanneman asked, perturbedly stroking his bushy mustache, to assume the javelins will land wherever Thales dies? Perhaps he has them aimed squarely at Inver regardless of where he is. We do not have enough evidence to comfortably make that assumption. Well, perhaps Byleth's time powers, Hubert said, rolling his eyes, enable us to perform some more experiments. Byleth buried her forehead in her hands. Ellie wondered if she regretted telling anyone else about her abilities, now that she'd opened up the possibility of having them exploited. I think it is quite clear that these time powers wear her out, Ferdinand said. We can't just use them at our every whim. Except when Her Majesty desires to take a walk, Hubert muttered under his breath, prompting Ellie to feel a pang of guilt. No, we can do it, Byleth said. We'll have Thales move to another location and see where the javelins fall, then turn back time. There was a loud, desperate, and frantic knocking on the doors. Marianne and Ignatz rushed to the doors to open them, and no sooner had they done so that Shamir and two palace guards, all a bloody mess, stumbled into the room. Both guards were conscious, but only barely. Ellie noticed too late that one of the guards was missing an arm. A trail of viscera dripped from the shattered remains of bone and threadbare sinew. The other guard had a dent in his helmet so deep that it looked as though it had stabbed him in the brain like a dagger, which explained the glazed look in his eyes. How he could still stand up and walk was anybody's guess, but Ellie guessed he was moving solely on instinct. Thales escaped, Shamir said. The room erupted into a furor as Marianne, Mercedes, Manuela, and Linhard all rushed to the guards' sides to treat their wounds. What in the goddess' name do you mean, Thales escaped? Ferdinand cried out. He looked to Byleth. You were using your power until roughly a few minutes ago, should he not have been as unconscious as Ellie? Yep. He should have, Shamir said. And this'll sound crazy. But I think he was. What do you mean? He asked. You mean he escaped while in a coma? Yes. He bent the bars of the cell with his bare hands, did this, she said, gesturing to the injured guards, and ran off. With his bare hands. Bernadetta gasped. Shamir nodded. Killed 5 other men without any weapon save for the shackles around his wrists. His eyes were dead. Like he was sleepwalking. And his movements were stiff, like a puppet on strings. Like something other than himself were controlling him. But we couldn't put him down, it was like he couldn't feel or react to any pain. Hubert's eyes widened, his pale face even paler. And now he is out of the dungeons. Beyond the range of the wards. And, fully conscious. She nodded again. Yeah. Sounds about right. Ellie's blood ran cold. This Thales might have known just as well as the other one that she was wheelchair-bound. He could have been conscious during the other Thales conversation just as she was whenever the other Edelgard was present. All this time, he'd been in his strange self-induced coma, knowing he could break himself free at any time but choosing not to, because he had been waiting for Edelgard to be utterly helpless. That was why he'd let himself be captured in Shamhala and taken to Inver. Because Edelgard hadn't been at Shamhala. But he'd known that she would eventually be in Inver, and the time would one day be right. He was here to kill her. To kill the other Edelgard's body, so that she would be trapped in Ellie's world with no way home forever. Ellie felt for Dimitri's dagger under her blanket and ran her thumb gently across the sheathed blade. Cut your own path, Elle, he'd once told her, no matter what it takes. She tried to feel brave. For him, she'd cut a path to her survival however she could, even without the use of her legs. Then we need to get Her Majesty to safety immediately, Ladislava said. Yes, Ellie said. Manuela, Hanneman, get those 2 soldiers to the infirmary. Everyone else, with me. Byleth nodded and stood up. We'll form a tight formation around Ellie. Healers at her side, that's you, Linhard and Marianne, offensive magic users Hubert, Mercedes at the front and rear. Our first destination will be the armory. Once we're equipped, we'll rearrange our formation and head for the stables. Claude, Hilda, Nader, you 3 will go ahead of us. When we meet up, you'll fly her, Hubert, and myself to the deck of the HMS Rainflower at the port. It's a galleon preparing to set out for Brigid. If we have it set sail as soon as we land on it, we'll be able to get her well out of Thales' range while the rest of the Black Eagle strike force subdues him. Ellie blanched at the idea. While she didn't share the other Edelgard's fear of rats, neither of them liked the prospect of being on the ocean very much. When she'd been little, the tide had nearly swept her away while she'd been playing on the shore, and she'd always remembered that feeling of terror and helplessness. The same thing had probably happened to the other Edelgard, though a very different experience of terror and helplessness had superseded it. But then again, she didn't want to stick around here with Thales on the loose. Claude smirked. So used to having us as allies that you're already ordering us around, eh? I don't suppose please is out of the question. Do you want to die, Hubert growled, or not? If you're promising a daring escape, Nader said, pounding his grizzled fist enthusiastically on the table, then you should know that Almiran Wyvern riders are the masters of daring escapes. We know, Linhard drawled. You all made a very daring one when we trounced you at Deirdre. Then we are in agreement. Ferdinand asked. Very well. Everybody outside, into the hallway. Take your positions. They did, forming a tight phalanx of sorts around Ellie's wheelchair. Byleth remained directly behind her, pushing the chair forward. Linhard and Marianne, the most skilled healers, flanked them. Hubert stayed at the front of the formation with Shamir. Mercedes brought up the rear with Ladislava. The formation would be stretched thin to protect the rest of the unarmed Black Eagle strike force. The composition of the formation would change once they reached the armory. If they ran into Thales on the way there, though, they would just have to hope they could ward him off effectively with the manpower they had. Now, Byleth said, taking quick and uncontested command, we set out for the armory. From there, we will have a better shot of defending ourselves against Thales. Until then, we must all exercise the utmost care. He may be already hunting us. Yes, Juritsaw said. I need a sword. Once I have one in my hands I will run this vile dastard through and feel his innards slip between my... Mercedes nudged him in the side. Emil, he needs to be kept alive. Blast. What a terrible turn of events, he muttered. I will chop off his legs, so that he will not die but cannot flee. We should have done that to begin with, Shamir grumbled. Well, hindsight is always perfect, Claude said. All right. First stop, the armory. Say, you wouldn't happen to have Fail not locked up there with the rest of the relics? Whoever said we keep the relics in the armory? Hubert retorted. Keep any thoughts of pilfering our vaults to yourself, Prince Khalid, or you will see what we do to thieves. The same thing Almirans do, except you pretend it's more civilized when you do it. Can Thales just come out and kill us all already? Linhard mumbled. Without further ado, the Black Eagle strike force set out with Claude, Hilda, and Nader down the corridor, tracing a path from the conference hall to the armory. Ellie's entourage must have seemed a bizarre sight, inching tensely through the palace's halls as though they were securing a recently conquered stronghold. The formation was light on their feet, yet cautious. Ellie's heart pounded with every step. The Imperial Palace, her home, had never seemed to feel so uninviting. Malice seemed to ooze from the walls and ceiling like rainwater dripping from a leaky roof, and dread thickened and chilled the still air. As long as she had been here, the palace had been in possession of a lonely air, a tomb-like feeling that had seeped into every square inch of it. The Black Eagles brightened it as much as they could have, but for all their effort, they could not fully hide the fact that 10 other Hresvelgs who had once played in these halls as children had instead died in its basement. Ellie could feel it writhing under the wallpaper, under the carpets, within the polished marble. She was certain the feeling was infinitely stronger, bordering on indescribably so, for her counterpart, who had experienced firsthand all that suffering and death that to her had merely been another world's grim history. The loneliness now became foreboding. On Hubert's command, the convoy came to a halt in front of a large painting of Wilhelm I. "There is a hidden staircase behind this painting. If we take it," he said, "it will cut our route in half." Ellie remembered that staircase. She and Anselm had used it quite often to give their older siblings, retainers, chambermaids, parents at all the slip, easily passing from this floor to the one below without having to go around to the grand staircase into the foyer. Perhaps it could drastically shorten their journey. But from what she'd heard, the other Thales, as the Lord Regent in the guise of Volkhard von Arundel, had all but had the run of the place for quite some time. That meant that he and his sinister allies must have known the palace inside and out, and it wasn't a stretch to imagine he would have passed that information on to his counterpart somehow. Thales must have known every nook and cranny, every secret passage, every single little thing about the palace's sprawling architecture that he could use to his advantage. "No," she said. "If you know about it, Thales knows about it. He could be hiding in there. We need to stay away from secret passages." Hubert looked to Byleth. "Professor." Byleth looked tired. She'd looked tired ever since Ellie had returned to this world after Thales' execution and the falling of the javelins had been undone. Seeing all that weariness etched onto her face, Ellie felt shame curdle her stomach anew. As Hubert had insinuated, she'd made use of her powers for frivolous reasons, and now that he knew all about them, it was clear he wanted to use every option they provided to his advantage as well. "She shouldn't overuse that power," Ellie said. "Ellie is right, Hubert," Ferdinand said. "Caution is the watchword. We cannot use the power of the goddess as an excuse to be reckless. I imagine this is why the professor never told us about it to begin with." Ellie was glad to have Ferdinand on her side. At first, it had been as difficult to adjust to him as it had been to the rest of these older, wiser Black Eagles, just as it had been difficult for them to adjust to her. But as she'd gotten to know him, she'd found herself feeling relaxed and at ease in a way she hadn't felt around her world's Ferdinand since she had been 12. He was everything her Ferdinand was not. The way he cared about her and everyone else around him felt earnest above all, and in no way superficial or self-aggrandizing. And he even got along well with Dorothea now, which seemed like something of a miracle in itself. And, she had to admit, he was much handsomer with those long, wavy locks of his. It was another miracle that he hadn't inherited his father's shiny, bare cranium. "No secret passages, then," Hubert said, relenting. "Very well, Professor, Lady Edelgard. Let us be prudent." They left the painting behind and continued onward down the corridor, but as the convoy turned the corner, they found a grisly sight waiting for them. There, on the floor, lay sprawled out across the stone tiles a man clad in servant's attire. His limbs had all been twisted at odd angles like gnarled tree branches, his face was frozen in a grotesque scream. Deep lacerations, their edges charred and still smoking, cut into his body and hideous splotches of black and violet mottled his flesh. Ellie was thankful that the people in front of her mostly blocked her vision, though she could see glimpses of the sickening sight through gaps between them. "Thales must have killed this poor soul," Ferdinand said, "to frighten us." "Indeed," Hubert agreed. "The other world's Thales has had little business with Adrestia, he doesn't have any specific grievance against any of us. This is for sheer pleasure. We ought to have suspected as much. Should we turn back?" Bernadetta suggested, eyeing the body with boggling eyes. Her complexion turned the color of milk. "Looks like he's already been this way." "He might still be nearby," Byleth said. "Let's pick up the pace, but remain vigilant. Watch your backs." Mercedes paused to say a quick prayer for the departed man, then rejoined the others as they crept onward. The grand staircase in the foyer wasn't much farther, and it would take them downstairs. From there, it would be a straightforward path to the armory. As they distanced themselves from the body Thales had left for them, a handful of servants passed them. "Look natural," Ferdinand mumbled to the others, keeping his voice low. "No need to upset the servants." For all they know, we are simply escorting Her Majesty and a few esteemed guests. He cleared his throat and raised his voice. Excuse me. You three. Might I ask where you are headed? He asked the servants. One spoke up. Duke Agir, ER. Apologies, sir. Third floor south wing is our assigned area for the morning. I am terribly sorry you were not made aware of this, Ferdinand told him, but the schedule was recently adjusted. You three, Mark, Jacob, Lucy, will be in the north wing, fourth floor. If anybody disputes it, say that the Prime Minister says otherwise. The three of them hastily bowed. Thank you, sir, one of them said, and they all hastily reversed course. Linhard sighed. Thank goodness. This way, they won't see the bee. Ferdinand shushed him. As they drew nearer to the foyer, they found a small cluster of palace guards meeting them from the other direction. At the sight of them, the leader of the party came to a halt and sharply saluted. Lady Edelgard, Lady Byleth, Duke Agir, Marquise Vestra. At ease, Ellie said. Her heart was pounding and she didn't know why something about running into these men had spooked her, even though they were just soldiers. Soldiers under her command. Still, she had to get a grip and project an attitude becoming of the Emperor. What brings you here? We've received word that a prisoner has escaped the dungeons, milady. We were headed to the south wing to secure you. Without orders. Ladislava spoke up tersely, her voice as stern and cold as her eyes. Forgive me, Captain, the soldier said, lowering himself on one knee and bowing his head. I feared for the safety of Her Majesty and the Empress Consort, so I had my men go ahead without orders. Quite prudent of you, Ellie said. I think we can forgive your indiscretion this one time, can't we, Ladislava? With some apparent misgivings, Ladislava nodded. Yes, so long as there are soldiers patrolling every exit. Well, Her Majesty and company are quite secure, so please concern yourself with sweeping the south wing. The escaped prisoner was last sighted there. The leader rose to his feet and saluted again. Yes, Captain. At once, Captain. The two groups passed each other, though Ladislava kept a stern eye on the guard's leader, her head swiveling so that her gaze remained fixed on him as long as it could. Ellie continued to feel her heart throb in her chest as though it were trying to push itself out of her ribcage. She glanced over her shoulder to Byleth to see that she had taken one hand off the wheelchair and drawn a dagger from her hip. Run! Ladislava barked, drawing her sword with a flash of steel. Chaos erupted. There was a flash of darkness. Ellie felt something hot, wet, and stinking of copper splatter against her face, stinging her eyes. Shouts rang out in the hall, ricocheting off of the walls and the high vaulted ceiling overhead. She wiped the blood from her eyes and caught sight of one of the palace guards surrounded by a field of wicked spikes carved from roiling black and violet flames. Several of the nearest guards had been impaled on the spikes, gore and viscera dripping from their bodies. The convoy had already pressed forward at speed. Ellie could feel herself being pushed forward. Mercedes had picked Ladislava up off the floor and was trying while running along with everybody else, to keep a gaping wound in her side shut long enough for her magic to glue the torn flesh back together. Clad in a guard's uniform, Thales pursued them, so swift that he nearly glided across the floor as he weaved between the trajectories of the spells Marianne, Linhard, and Hubert flung at him. A shield of ice sprang up behind them just in time to block a volley of swirling miasma. As the shield burst into fragments, a slick patch of luminous black sludge spread across the floor at Thales' feet, momentarily miring him. Quick, quick, go! Byleth shouted out at the Black Eagles, rolling the wheelchair ahead of her as quickly as she could. Fellstar! Thales cackled as his voice receded into the distance. Not so bold without the sword of the Creator, are you? Or any sword at all, for that matter. Even though Ellie wasn't doing any of the running, the sound of everyone else's panting fixed the rhythm of her breathing as well. She felt her lungs burn and swell as they begged for air that her breaths were too rapid and shallow to deliver. Her hands curled around the armrests of her chair. Professor, Mercedes gasped, we need to find somewhere to rest for a moment. Ladislava is. Leave me, Ladislava gurgled. A spiny spike of dark magic had lodged itself in her side and lanced itself through her throat and brow. Blood poured down the left side of her face. Her hand still gripped her sword so tightly her knuckles were white as snow, but all she could do with it was drag the blade along the floor as the Black Eagles pressed onward. "I'll only slow you down, Your Majesty." They did not leave her. The Black Eagles pressed on until they found a corner to duck behind, and the formation swiftly broke apart. Juritzau grabbed Ladislava's sword and joined Shamir and Hubert in keeping watch for Thales while Mercedes laid Ladislava on the ground and began triage. Marianne, Linhard, and Byleth all joined her, combining their skills with healing magic to work on closing the wounds. "I am sorry, Your Majesty," Ladislava gasped, coughing up blood as she spoke. Ellie could hardly bear to look her in the eyes. "I could not tell from under that man's helmet until it was too late. He had Lord Arundel's face. Had I noticed sooner?" Ferdinand was quick to console her. "Have no shame, Captain. It escaped all of our notices." "What a time to not have so much as a hatchet," Nader grumbled. Hilda pried one of Ellie's hands off of the wheelchair so that she could hold it. Ellie winced as the bones in her hand creaked. The last time Hilda had ever held her hand this tightly was after everyone had come back from Shamhala. "Well, the armory isn't far away, is it? We just have to go down the stairs." Her eyes drifted to the wheels affixed to Ellie's chair. "We're going to die," she moaned. "We're going to die," Bernadetta agreed, shivering. For as much as she'd grown since the academy when Ellie had last seen her, she'd hardly seen her at all. She couldn't fully escape her own nervous disposition. "No, we're not," Ellie told her. "We're all together, and we've got Byleth with us, don't we?" Byleth nodded. "This isn't the most dangerous battle we've fought. Ferdiad and Shamhala weren't that long ago. But none of us have weapons. You always led us into battle with weapons. We're doomed. Bernie's doomed. If any of you survive, I'm going to haunt you." Ferdinand assessed the section of corridor they'd hunkered down in and ripped an ornamental axe and a lance off the wall. He tossed the lance to Bernadetta and the axe to Nader. "You need not fear for our lives, Bernadetta," he said. "We shall all prevail." Nader studied the axe. "A little gaudy for my taste, the metal is weak. I wouldn't fight a duel with it, but I guess it'll do in a pinch. Beggars can't be choosers, he laughed, giving Hilda a hearty slap on the back. Juritzau pulled back from around the corner. "Thales isn't coming this way. How vexing." Hubert followed him back to the others. "He must be trying to head us off. If he turned back, he could loop around and catch us off." He stopped mid-sentence. "No. Damn it all, the passage behind the painting. If he knows we need to get downstairs, he can intercept us at the foyer," Byleth finished. She pulled her hands away from Ladislava and addressed the other healers. "Linhard, she needs more medical attention than we can provide here. Take her to the infirmary. The rest of us will press on ahead." "After all this time," Linhard said, shaking his head as he gently hoisted Ladislava over one shoulder, "you still find new ways to give me what I want in the worst possible way." A flash of light enveloped him and he disappeared. "We need an alternate route to the armory," Byleth said. "There's another staircase just past the north wing parlor. It might be easier to carry Ellie down it, too. We're headed there. Everyone, stay vigilant." "Hey, Teach, if we see any more weapons hanging on the walls," Claude asked, "can we take them?" "You'll have to ask Her Majesty." "Take whatever you want as long as it'll help us survive," Ellie said. "And," she added hastily, "don't make me regret saying that." They set out again. Ellie didn't know if this was how the other Edelgard had felt all those years after the insurrection of the Seven, but the palace now felt like a prison to her in every way. The very air was cloying and oppressive. She tried to keep her breath steady and her pulse slow, but it got away from her. The farther the Black Eagles traveled without anything happening, the harder it became to believe that something wouldn't happen before they reached their destination. Hilda kept clutching her hand, so racked by nerves that she couldn't help but chew on her lip. Even though she and Ellie were both trapped in bodies 7 years older than their minds, with the anxious expression she wore she looked as vulnerable as a child. Neither of them were meant for fighting and killing and risking death, while the other Edelgard and the other Hilda had long since gotten used to all that. Ellie and Hilda had only been 6 months into the academy when they'd been brought here, and the most they'd ever dealt with had been helping more professional knights mop up ragtag groups of bandits here and there, and even then the two of them had worked harder to avoid doing any of the messy work than it would have been to just do it. Every one of these older, wiser, hardened Black Eagles had chosen to put themselves in life or death situations. Ellie and Hilda had no interest in any of that. But here they were, anyway. Because the rest of the world didn't care how easy and carefree either of them wanted their lives to be. "It'll be okay," Ellie whispered to Hilda, even though she didn't believe a word of it. "Thanks, Elle," Hilda said. As the Black Eagles moved on, Bernadetta hewed closely to Ellie like a self-appointed bodyguard. When Ellie had arrived in this world, the transformation Bernadetta had undergone from the nervous recluse she had barely known from the academy had stunned her most of all. Bernadetta was still quite shy, but she could also be kind, a little outgoing if only on her own terms, and even funny. She had made close friends with all of the most terrifying members of the Black Eagles, including Hubert, Jurat Saw, and Emperor Edelgard herself, but nevertheless, she'd confided once in Ellie that she was a very easy person to be around compared to her counterpart once she'd gotten to know her. It had been a strange thing for Ellie to hear from her. They'd hardly spoken at all during the half-year Ellie had been at Garreg Mach, and when they had, Ellie had usually managed to stick her foot very firmly in her mouth, but Bernadetta, like Dorothea, had proven herself to be a most unexpected friend to her in this frightening new world. "Don't worry," Bernadetta said, trying her best to smile, although the most she could manage was some sort of demented death's head grin due to how terrified she was. The ornamental spear Ferdinand had given her trembled in her shaking hands. I won't let you down, Ellie. Just call me Bernie the bodyguard." Ellie had to admit that she was of two minds about everybody in this world calling her that. On the one hand, it was better than constantly being called the other Edelgard, and it was also what her older siblings had always called her. On the other hand, she couldn't avoid the fact that everyone called her Ellie because they had to draw a distinction between her and the Edelgard they knew. It was a constant reminder that she had replaced a skilled, talented, fierce, capable woman with ice in her eyes and fire in her veins, a woman who had earned the name Edelgard von Hresvelg far more than she had. In this world, she didn't have a right to her own name. But no one else in this world could call her the same sweet little pet name her older brothers and sisters had always called her, or the even sweeter and littler nickname Hedwig had come up for her while attempting to get around her terrible stutter. So, while it may have been a sign of her own inadequacy, it was also a reminder that even after every horrible tragedy that had befallen her in this world, Edelgard von Hresvelg had a family of her own. She hoped they would keep calling the other Edelgard Ellie long after the two of them had traded places and returned to their proper homes. The staircase Byleth had spoken of was, of course, a spiral staircase, thin enough that the only way to move up and down it was in single file. Ellie and Hilda hardly would have called it more convenient than the grand staircase in the foyer, but had to begrudgingly admit that it was safer to descend a spiral staircase and remain wary of any attackers who might be waiting for them at the bottom or ascending to meet them than it was to descend a long, wide staircase that was completely exposed. Either way, somebody had to carry Ellie, and two others had to carry her chair. Being wheelchair-bound in a palace filled with stairs was intolerable. Ellie had half a mind to send for a Mason's Guild and have every staircase in the palace replaced with a ramp post-haste. In fact, why not send out an edict across the Adrestian Empire, across all of Fodlan, demanding that all government buildings be accessible to wheelchair-bound people? 50 years from now, when the other Edelgard was infirm enough that she was confined to a wheelchair once more, she would thank her counterpart for her foresight. With the stairs conquered, the Black Eagles pressed onward. Their destination drew closer, and yet there was no sign of Thales until, just outside the double doors leading into the armory, they found a ghoulish tableau spread before them. A dozen palace guards had been murdered and their bodies were strewn about the corridor, all mangled and mutilated, all frozen in contorted shapes that silently screamed with every inch of their bodies in unison. Like a cat leaving dead birds for his master, Hubert growled. "Yes, I have always thought Thales was just like a cat," Ferdinand mumbled dryly. "Well, we're here," Ignatz said, his face blanched and his voice muffled by his hand clamped over his mouth. "Let's give ourselves a fighting chance, for all the good it did these people." "Well, we're not these people," Nader replied. "Let us go forth and get some real weapons." What if Thales is in the armory? Bernadetta wondered aloud. "Maybe we should all just head straight for the stables." If he is, then all the better, there is no other entrance, Hubert said. If he were so foolish as to go in there, he would be a sitting duck. We'll flush him out. Shamir frowned, took her sword, and plunged it into the still body of one of the fallen guards. Shamir! Ferdinand gasped. What are you doing? Making sure we don't fall for the same trick twice, she said, moving on to the next body and running it through. Clever, Juritzau said, brandishing his sword. I will help. Do not desecrate their bodies. Ferdinand chastised them. Just kick them. Can you not kick them? Gently? Out of respect for the dead. Ellie studied the dead bodies as much as she could stand to, trying to spot Folkhard's stolen face among them. For a moment, they seemed to all have his face. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a glimmer of light, but it was only light from one of the wall sconces glinting off of an ornamental suit of armor. Hubert had noticed as well, and with a wave of his hand he tore the armor apart. There was nothing inside. Still, she held her own dagger in an iron grip, for all the good it would do her. A shield mounted on the wall fell to the floor with a loud clang. Startled, Marianne let out a yelp and stumbled backward into Ignatz, and the two of them both fell to the ground. You're all being paranoid, Nader said, making for the doors to the armory and pushing them open. I was at your sides in Shamhala. How much trouble can one Agar then be for Nader the undefeated and the Black Eagles? Now you're definitely going to die, Bernadetta moaned. She brandished her spear and clenched her jaw, taking a deep breath to calm her nerves. Come on, Bernie. You can do this. Ladislav is not here. You've got to help Byleth, gotta be Ellie's bodyguard. Edelgard's bodyguard. Bernie guard, heh. Ellie could see Byleth's gaze fix itself on Nader as her grip tightened on her dagger. Get back. Byleth shouted out. Nader. Claude joined in. Close the door. There was a storm of black miasma, thick and unctuous as oily sludge in the air and spewing violet sparks. Hilda wrenched Ellie off to the side as a flurry of black spines flew like arrows through the air. Bernadetta threw herself in front of the wheelchair. The last thing Ellie saw before time froze and the world burned away was of a body frozen mid-leap in front of her, so mangled it looked as though a pack of wolves had feasted on it. When Ellie returned to her world, she found herself and Hilda lying on the floor in a corner of the armory with everyone else clustered around her. As she regained her bearings, she took stock of her surroundings and did a quick head count. Hilda was right next to her. Linhard and Byleth were busy healing a grievous wound in Shamir's side while Ladislava, Juritzau, Ignatz, Claude, and Nader stood guard around them in a makeshift perimeter. Her eyes fixed themselves, though, on the cluster of people kneeling just a few feet from her. Ferdinand lay on the floor, a hazy and unfocused look in his eyes as hair stained with blood plastered itself to a pallid, sweat-beaded brow. His breathing was shallow, his chest faintly rising and falling rapidly. Hubert knelt by him, propping his head up on his lap in an uncharacteristic display of tenderness, worry-wrenching his own pale face. Bernadetta had taken his hand. And Marianne and Mercedes were hard at work on his left leg. Ugh, goddess, Hilda gasped, clutching Ellie tightly by the arm. Ellie was just as rattled. The time she'd just spent with the other Edelgard in the other world had given her some time to calm down after what had happened, and even to get a little bit of comfort and advice from her counterpart, but even that fragile, fraught relative calm couldn't stand up to the sight that awaited her. Ferdinand's leg terminated just below the knee. Yellowish, blood-streaked bone jutted out from shredded muscle and torn skin, its fractured edge shattered into sharp points, viscera dripping from the wound. A pool of blood had gathered under the ragged stump. It looked as though something had not just torn but twisted the limb off. What happened? Ellie gasped. Thales was in that trance again, Shamir grunted, wincing as the ugly gash that had burrowed through her side knitted itself together. There were no tricks this time, Byleth said. She looked even more haggard now already. She'd overused the power to turn back time, and it had sapped the strength from her body. No mind games. He just tried to kill us as quickly as possible. No magic, either, Linhard added. He didn't cast a single spell. I think, when he's in this trance state, he's not clever enough to tap into his knowledge of dark magic. Instead, he replaces it with hellish strength. Hilda stared at Ferdinand with morbid fascination, unable to pull herself away. He did that. As the two of them worked on Ferdinand's leg, Mercedes laid her hands over Marianne's, over the new flesh that had grown over Ferdinand's shattered kneecap. "You've done more than enough, Mari," she assured her in an even softer, more matronly tone than usual. "All the faith in the world can't heal someone beyond what their body is capable of healing from. We've stopped the bleeding at least, and that's all right, isn't it? Ferdinand, you're going to be just fine." If there was one advantage to Thales trance, it was that it's easier to run from him, for the most part, Shamir said. He's slower, too, and doesn't show any signs of strategic thinking. He just pursues his target relentlessly. It's as though he'd become one of Ria's golems in a human shape. "Although now that you two are back in your own bodies," Claude said to Ellie and Hilda, "he's back to his oh-so-lovable, diabolical self, with all the magic that entails." He nervously twanged his bowstring. "It's a good thing we're not too far from the stables now. Teach, I'm guessing we should set out before Thales tracks Ferdinand's blood trail here." Byleth nodded. "Marianne, Mercedes, wrap his leg up in something. Linhard, can you use a warp spell to get the three of them to the infirmary?" "Anything to get out of this mess," Linhard answered. "Although, Professor," he asked, noticing the faraway look in her eyes, "I'm assuming you can turn back the same span of time as many times as needed to get it right. I'd like to ask you, how many times did you need to turn back time to get us this far?" "Just once," Byleth mumbled. Ellie couldn't read her as well as her counterpart likely could, but it felt as though she were lying. "Really? As dire as our situation is, I'm impressed we made it to the armory on your second try. I just keep wondering how many times you've had to relieve the same dangerous situations with us before you could get them right." "So," Shamir said. "Can you use this power to fix this?" she asked, looking down at what remained of Ferdinand's leg. Byleth was quiet for a moment. "The crest stone in my heart broke apart almost a year ago," she spoke. "I lost the crest of flames then, too, and with it, both my ability to wield the sword of the Creator and Suthi's powers, or so I thought. But even so, all I have now are embers. Hanuman thinks they're trace elements of the stone that dissolved into my body, but I see them as embers. Whatever they are, I can feel them. I can feel them cooling, one by one. Every time I call upon Suthi's powers, a few more of those last few embers die out. Soon there'll be nothing left. I'll be cut off from this ability. Every time I use this power, I remind myself that it might be the last time. I don't ever know if I'll be able to do it again. Even now, I worry I might have just used it for the last time." The rest of the Black Eagles were shocked. Ellie felt a horrible, revolting wave of shame wash through. It tasted like bile rising to the back of her throat. Why hadn't Byleth told her? All these times she'd asked to be sent back for reasons as frivolous as homesickness or boredom. If Byleth had said no, even without explaining herself, Ellie would have understood. She would have understood, wouldn't she? "Byleth," she said, "I'm so sorry. I didn't want to tell you," Byleth said to her. "Or any of you, once the rest of you found out about this power. It isn't always perfect. I wasn't able to use it to save my father. I wasn't able to use it to protect myself at Gareg Mach 7 years ago. Suthi's once told me that if her power couldn't stop something from happening, then it must have been fated to happen. When I lose this power for good, then everything that happens will have been fate, nothing that happens will be undone. Now that you all knew about my power, I didn't want any of you to worry that one day I wouldn't be able to protect you with it." "Oh, Professor," Mercedes spoke up. "It sounds like you've taken too much after your wife. You didn't have to put such a terrible burden on yourself alone." "She's right," Ignatz chimed in. "Professor, you may be our Emperor's wife, and you may be our teacher, but you're also our friend in our family, and you're just as much a Black Eagle as any of us." "But can you use it one more time?" Hubert asked urgently. "Professor, are you certain you cannot use it again?" "Don't," Ferdinand gasped, sweat beading his pallid brow. "Hubert, dear, please. I do not need your advocacy." "But Ferdinand," Marianne said, "your leg." "Better a leg than a life," he assured her. "Professor, the pain is excruciating, but I do not want you to worry yourself about that, or about myself. I will bear this injury with dignity. I do not want you to push yourself beyond your capabilities simply to make me more comfortable. We are all alive right now. That is all that matters. He looked to Ellie and Hilda. Besides, I know your power brings with it its own dangers, seeing as those two are rendered unconscious for the duration. Do not feel guilty. Ferdinand, Linhard retorted, you know legs don't grow back, right? Ignatz and Mercedes began to speak up in favor of Ferdinand's position against Hubert and Linhard, and as the conversation grew more heated, more joined in to have their say for either side. Ellie took a deep breath. Silence, she cried out above the furor, trying to sound as much like her counterpart as possible. Silence, all of you. We will not be asking my wife to use what little of her power she has left, if she even has any left, against her will. Besides, Byleth looked as though she might pass out if she used her power again, which would help absolutely nobody. Everybody stared at her, awestruck. Even Hubert seemed to be fooled, at least at first glance. All of the lessons Dorothea had given her about sounding like this world's Edelgard when she made her speeches was paying off. She could only hope that no one scrutinized her too much, though. She continued. None of us know what Byleth has had to witness or experience during the erased time. There is no guarantee that if she redoes things again, if she even can, she will not simply be trading one casualty for another. And what then? If, say, you, Hubert, or Claude or Bernadetta or myself ended up grievously maimed in Ferdinand's place, and Byleth could no longer turn back time? Would that be a better option? Hubert bowed his head contritely, humbled by her speech. Your Majesty. You are correct. The professor's powers are hers to use as she sees fit, not ours. Yes, Ferdinand said. And if she has any of it left, and if she must ration it out, then she is the most suitable to decide how to do so. We are not unscathed, no, but we are all alive right now, and that is what matters. I know we're at a disadvantage right now, she added. I know the situation looks bleak. But I've known you all for 7 years now. We've fought together under the direst circumstances and in the darkest times. We've survived through impossible odds, and not only that, we've thrived. Together we made ourselves an enemy of the world and won. Byleth's power may have aided us in many ways, but we never relied on it to save ourselves. And for 5 long years without her, the power we had within ourselves, as the Black Eagle strike force, was always what led us to victory in the end. I know that together, we can make it through this, with or without the powers of a so-called divine being. Everyone was quiet now. Now let's go, she said, before Thales catches up with us. What if he warps into the armory right now? Bernadetta stammered, finally letting go of Ferdinand so that she could snatch a bow and a quiver of arrows off the floor. What if he just suddenly shows up behind Bernie and, bang? It would be his funeral, Juritsaw said, now that we are all armed to the teeth. It'd be Bernie's funeral, too. You can be surprisingly optimistic sometimes, Juritsaw, Linhard said with a yawn as he gently hoisted Ferdinand up and warped the two of them out of the armory. Under Byleth and Ellie's direction, the Black Eagles moved out of the armory, moving furtively through the halls toward the stables. Ellie felt a crawling sense of unease that was not quite déjà vu but felt unnervingly similar, exacerbated by the sight of the clean halls and the lack of grotesquely murdered bodies strewn across the floor. It wasn't long before Thales struck. This time, the Black Eagles were prepared to hold him off. No one, save for Ellie herself, was defenseless, but his power was overwhelming, and everyone with a weapon in hand had to remind themselves of the consequences should their blade bite too deep or their arrow fly too true. They fled down the corridors. I don't know any of you, Thales called out after them, darting between volleys of ice, fire, and darkness and returning fire with his own wicked spells. I've never met any of you. I have no personal grievances against any of you. But my counterpart warned me about you, and I watched Shamhala fall under your might. That alone is enough to mark you for death. Now, my darling niece, that I have you, weak, helpless, it is time for you to learn what happens when a time-traveling pair is halved. He drew nearer. Juritsaw drew a sword against him but was thrown aside, only narrowly managing to avoid being beheaded by a blade of miasma that swung through the air with a sickly, scythe-like whistle. Blossoms of dark spikes burst out of the floor around his feet, forcing the perimeter constructed around Ellie and Byleth to scatter. Despair curdled in Ellie's stomach. How could she have been so foolish, so arrogant, to think she could pull off such a daring plan? Even this world's Edelgard might have faltered in such a situation, but she'd pressed on anyway. Why? Out of some mad desire to live up to the example of the amazing, strong woman she had replaced. Don't you touch her! Ignatz snarled, drawing his sword. Ellie had hardly known him before, even though the two of them shared an interest in and talent for painting, but she'd never thought until now that he would ever seem more at home with a blade in his hand than a pen or a paintbrush. Thales weaved beyond the reach of his blade and conjured around himself snake-like tendrils of miasma that wrapped around his blade and arm and dragged him forward off his feet. Marianne grabbed him by the back of his collar and yanked him back as Hubert severed the tendrils. Claude knocked an arrow to his bow and just narrowly managed to strike a glancing blow above Thales' eye, forcing him to retreat to wipe away the blood that poured down his brow. Once more, the Black Eagles were able to widen the gap between themselves and Thales as he regained his footing and they regained their momentum. Thales wiped the blood from his pale brow. Yes. I'll kill every last one of you, starting, of course, with the head of the serpent, poor little lowercase l. Can't you just leave us alone? Bernadetta wailed, pausing to aim and fire an arrow at him. It struck him in the shoulder. He ripped the arrow free, incinerating it with a flash of dark fire. Bernadetta ducked and just barely avoided the same ball of fire striking her in the face as she rushed to catch up with her fellow eagles. Ellie couldn't help but grab her and pull her close to her side as soon as she was in grabbing distance. If you'd wanted to live, you should have thought of that before you decided to join Edelgard von Hresvelg. Thales sneered. Byleth whispered, we're nearing the stables. I'll have the rest of the eagles set up a blockade and subdue him while we move ahead. No, Ellie said. She knew that if the Black Eagles stopped running and went on the offensive while she and Claude's team took flight and escaped to the air, the tide could change against Thales, but Thales still had whatever strange force could puppeteer his body and grant him that nightmarish strength, and definitely had the power and the will to kill anybody who raised a sword in service to the Emperor. Leaving the Black Eagles behind could easily amount to a death sentence. And how could she condemn her counterpart to return to a world without her new family at her side? Scratch that, how could she abandon these people, who had been at her side in this world longer than she'd even known them in her own, to meet such a grisly end? After 8 months of getting to know them, she was closer to the Black Eagle strike force than she'd been to her own classmates in her own world. No, she said, I have a better idea. Tell the eagles, except for Hubert, to scatter. We're going to lead Thales after us. Her time with the other Edelgard had been brief, but during that time she'd started to come up with the bare bones of a plan. A plan to take care of Thales permanently without risking the wrath of his dead hand. There was a flicker of worry in Byleth's eyes. Okay, she said. I trust you. For being such a thorn in our sides, I am going to exterminate you insects, Thales shouted out as he dueled with Hubert and Marianne, their spells colliding in the air in clashes of frost and fog, in this world, and when I return to it, in my own. Now that I know the threat you Black Eagles pose, I will see to it that in no world will you ever threaten my ascension. The distance between her and Thales shrank pace by pace, inch by inch, foot by foot, yet Ellie had no choice but to quell the fear within her, to remain in character and present a bold and defiant face to both her allies and her enemies. And so instead of clamming up, she laughed. Do you really think the other Thales has any interest in giving you your world back? She taunted him. He's already written this one off as a lost cause. You're nothing but a casualty of his plots and afterthought. An expendable tool. He stranded you here to clean up his mess while he moves on to bigger and better things. Our world. Project your anxieties all you want, he sneered. It won't save you, darling niece. You'll be the first to die and I'll have the pleasure of doing it in front of your loyal servants. We're not Edelgard's servants. Marianne retorted, sweeping away a wave of miasma with a flick of her wrist in a flash of white light. We're her family. All the better, he jeered. If I'll be the first to die, Ellie shouted out, then come and try it, if you dare. With pleasure, he snarled. The door to the stables and the sunlight streaming through it and the hallway's high arched windows beckoned. Eagles, disperse. Byleth barked. What? Ladislava asked, shocked. Lady Eisner. Do it, Ellie said. Hubert, with me. Everyone else, disperse. You've grown arrogant, Thales purred as Ellie's human shield broke apart. Perhaps this world's Edelgard has joined you? Then I shall have the pleasure of killing two birds with one stone. Claude, Hilda, and Nader reached their wyverns first. All three wore Almiran armor draped in splendid saffron, dandelion yellow, and brilliant emerald, and Claude's wyvern, unlike most wyverns with their mottled brown hides, was clad in dazzling silver and white scales. Hilda, Byleth said, take Ellie Edelgard. Hubert, ride with Nader. Claude, you're with me. Hubert blanched, but acquiesced to being Nader's passenger. Hilda swept Ellie out of the wheelchair and hoisted her onto her wyvern. Claude winked and offered Byleth a hand as he climbed onto his mount's saddle. Wouldn't have it any other way, Teach. Let's ride. With mighty flaps of their leathery wings, the six of them broke free of gravity's chains and rose high above the palace. Ellie kept her arms firmly wrapped around Hilda's waist as the cold wind buffeted them both. With every foot they rose into the air, the wind grew colder and bitterer, and Ellie pressed herself closer to Hilda's warmth and buried her face in her hair. Hilda asked, why are you pretending to be the other Edelgard? And why, she added as Thales took flight on a stolen wyvern in hot pursuit, are you encouraging him to go after us? Because I have a plan, Ellie said. She found herself just as much relieved by the sight of Thales rising up to meet them on stolen wings as she was terrified by it. It meant that the rest of the Black Eagles were all safe now. You've never had a plan before. Oh, goddess. Other Edelgard and Claude have rubbed off on you too much, haven't they? Okay, what's the plan? I don't think you'll like it. Okay, tell me. Ellie told her. She didn't like it. Under Ellie's command, the three wyverns set out for the harbor and passed over the ocean, and Ellie found herself torn between two fierce Thales, doggedly pursuing them on a stolen wyvern, and the vast expanse of the sea below her. And with her legs still limp and immobile, all she could do to keep herself steady on the wyvern was cling ever tighter to Hilda even as the cold wormed its way into her bones. Her teeth were chattering madly both from the cold and the terror. She looked to Claude's gleaming white wyvern and saw him quite calmly sitting with a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, connected quite securely to his wyvern by his legs alone, and felt a pang of bitter jealousy. At least she wasn't alone. Hubert was terrified of heights, and it showed by how tightly he was clinging to Nader. There's the Rainflower, Byleth said, pointing to a galleon docked at the harbor as they passed it. We're not landing on the Rainflower, Ellie told her. You're right. Thales is too close, we wouldn't be able to get any distance from him. We're heading out into, she swallowed a hard lump in her throat. The open ocean. As far from the coastline as we can go. She imagined her Hubert might have put up some significant resistance to that idea, saying something like, are you feeling all right, Lady Edelgard, or, are you absolutely out of your mind, Lady Edelgard, but this world's Hubert had evidently heard far too many crazy ideas before from his legion was content to simply go along with them as long as they weren't entirely asinine. Byleth nodded. We're going to get away from Inver. Far away. And then we're going to shoot down Thales, Ellie said, and drown him in the ocean. Voul's words from earlier in the morning remained in her mind. A replicant, whatever that was, could survive indefinitely at the bottom of the sea. And apparently, Thales was one of those. Got it, Your Majesty, Claude said. Thales' wyvern drew nearer, and as he approached, writhing tendrils of miasma spat out from his hands and lashed through the air. With a horrible screech his wyvern bucked and writhed in the air. I'd have thought Thales would know why mages don't ride on wyverns, Hubert said as Nader's wyvern evaded the magical volley. Yes, but what other weapon does he have? Claude asked. Let's keep going. Maybe he'll throw himself into the ocean and save us the trouble. More tendrils of miasma and black flame cut through the air. Thales' wyvern continued to scream in pain. At least we know he's serious about murdering us. Hilda groaned as her wyvern plunged underneath a volley of dark spikes. I love you, but I hate your plan. Ellie was starting to hate her own plan as well, she realized as she clung to Hilda for dear life. Granted, there weren't many other people she'd rather cling to as though her life depended on it, but the ocean stretched before them and beneath them as the harbor dwindled away behind them. Its expanse, stretching in a vast and featureless plain of sparkling aquamarine all the way to the horizon and beyond, made Ellie want to vomit. In the distance was a single cargo ship sailing toward the harbor from Brigid, and nothing else. It was awful. "Calm down, Ellie," Ellie whispered to herself as she closed her eyes and hid her face in Hilda's hair. "The other Edelgard would be just as afraid as you are." There was a squawk from a nearby wyvern. One of Thales's magical attacks had struck Nadir's mount, despite all his skilled maneuvering, and torn a massive hole in one of the beast's leathery wings. The hole was ragged and gaping in the thin membrane stretched between the beast's spindly bat-like phalanges and hemorrhaged blood that trailed in long, thin streams through the air. "Damn!" Nadir growled as his wyvern began to sink. He would need to land that wyvern on something dry and solid, or else he and Hubert would both drown. Dry and solid, like the deck of a ship. "We're all landing on that ship's deck," Ellie called out to him and Claude. The captain might think he was being attacked by Almiran sky pirates or some ludicrous thing like that if only Nadir landed, even if he was carrying the minister of the imperial household. If Ellie landed, she could throw her weight around as emperor and keep the ship's crew from panicking about a secret invasion from the east. "Got it." Claude swiveled on his perch and knocked an arrow to his bow as he and Hilda weaved around Thales's attacks. Now the two of them had to not only dodge the onslaught of his magic but also draw Thales's fire away from Nadir and Hubert. "That dastard. He's killing his wyvern. Doesn't he know that? What makes you think he has respect for any living creature?" Byleth asked. "Well, at least I can put it out of its misery," he said as he fired off arrow after arrow at Thales's writhing wyvern. Several struck the best in the chest, but its convulsions made its vital spots difficult even for a crack shot like him to target. Ellie had vaguely remembered hearing about wyverns' weakness to magic attacks in class but had never imagined they were so acutely allergic that just being in such close proximity to Thales's magic could cause such anguish. "Kman, die already. I don't like this any more than you do." Thales's wyvern did not die, but its erratic movements slowed it considerably. The three wyverns glided in spiraling arcs down to the ship as Thales fell behind. As soon as they landed, Claude and Nadir were greeted by almost every sailor on the small ship, all armed with rapiers and sabers, even though, or maybe because, they had the minister of the imperial household and empress consort with them. But Ellie's presence and her word that no one was in any danger, at least not from those two, was more than enough to smooth things over. There was little time to rest, though, because Thales was approaching, and his wyvern's erratic death throes made it an incredibly hard target to hit even from the stable deck of the ship. The wyvern eventually plummeted like a stone into the ocean, but Thales landed on the deck, and with a sweep of his hand a quarter of the ship's crew were impaled on dark spikes with such extreme prejudice that some of them were more perforation than person. Ellie and her entourage were quick to put more than enough distance between themselves and Thales. "So much for drowning him," Hilda pouted. "Okay, Elle. This is your plan. What do we do now?" Ellie looked to the ship's anchor, studying the long and spooled length of chain that served as its road. Thickly woven lengths of rope lashed it to the deck. In fact, on this ship, there was no shortage of rope. "There's still a chance." "Byleth, Claude," she said, "you two need to help me. I have an idea, I just need you to make it work. Hubert, Hilda, Nadir, we need to draw Thales out." She explained her plan to the five of them as quickly as possible, and they quickly took their positions. "Lady Edelgard," Hubert said as he carried her in his arms and rushed out onto the deck, "you should know that I cannot use magic while I am holding you." "I know," she said. "That'll just make us a more attractive target." He scowled at her, yet there was an odd sense of warmth in his yellow-green eyes. "Just now, you sounded quite a lot like our Edelgard." "You knew." Of course he knew, she thought. This world's Hubert was not only frightening, but frighteningly smart as well. "Her wife and I are not so easy to fool. But we felt that for the others' sake, it was important to maintain your charade." Thales had made short work of the ship's crew, their bodies littered the deck, stained with magic and smoldering with dark flames and acrid smoke as their blood seeped into the wood. He spied Ellie and Hubert right away. "What's this?" he called out with a grin splitting his wicked face. "Instead of running away, you're coming closer." "Don't run directly at him, Hubert," Ellie whispered. "Run past him." "Of course," Hubert said. He headed for the bow of the ship, where the 3 wyverns were waiting. Thales hadn't bothered with them, evidently he thought separating the mounts from their riders would be enough. He was ignorant, yet too overconfident to notice. If he'd had the other Thales' knowledge of the Black Eagles, he'd have known that Hubert did not know how to fly and that he was in fact terrified of heights, but because he didn't, he had to assume that Hubert intended to fly Ellie away himself. Because of that, the miasma wreathing his body and solidifying into sharp spikes of roiling black and violet mists was aiming itself at the 2 of them even as Nader charged at him from behind with his battle-axe held high. Nader loved his battle cries almost more than Caspar did, but that was why his silent approach caught Thales completely off guard. Almost completely. At the last second before the blade came down, Thales did an about-face. The dark spikes he'd summoned burrowed themselves in Nader's chest. It was a testament to Nader's self-control that even then he did not cry out, and the axe continued to fall. Thales leaped back, though, dodging the strike. "Were you trying to kill me?" he sneered as Nader stumbled back, perforated, with gouts of blood spewing from his wounds. "Imbecile! Did little El tell you nothing?" To the Agarthan's shock, though, Nader regained his footing with surprising ease considering his wounds and swung the battle-axe again. It missed. There was a burst of black light and his right arm went flying across the deck, spewing blood in its arc through the air. Thales had disarmed him. Ellie was aghast at the sight of his injuries. She'd seen more than enough blood today, far more than enough blood today, more blood than she wanted to see in a lifetime. How the rest of the Black Eagles had managed 5 years of such heinous sights was beyond her. But still, she had to stay calm, even though she was scared out of her mind. This world needed its Edelgard, and in her absence, she had to fill that role. "Now, while he's distracted," she hissed to Hubert. Thales turned around. "Don't think I've forgotten about you," he sneered just before Nader pulled out a hand axe and buried it with one mighty swing into the crook of his elbow. He screamed. "Nor have I," Nader growled, spitting blood as he wrenched the blade free. "Your fight with Nader the Undefeated is nowhere near finished, No-Eyed King." One arm was now useless, nearly half severed, dangling by bone and tendon alone, though Ellie could swear that in the sunlight the bone gleamed like polished steel. The other, though, burned with black fire, and with a swipe of Thales' hand Nader was thrown backward into the deck with enough force to splinter the wooden boards underneath him. "Yes, it is," Thales said. "Die." Out of the corner of her eye, Ellie could see Byleth and Claude, both with long lengths of rope tied into snare knots, moving into position. They'd taken her germ of an idea and ran with it. Ellie wasn't sure what exactly they were going to do to bring that idea to life, but as long as everybody did their part and thought on their feet, it would all come together one way or another. Easier said than done, though, in her case. "Ha! I've taken your arm, too, No-Eyed King." Nader snarled, spewing blood and spit from his mouth as he picked himself up. A normal man ought to have been in shock, just as Ferdinand had been when he'd lost his leg. But General Nader the Undefeated was no normal man. The gods once had a law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. "I'll take your life for free, then," Thales said. "I spit on your gods. You know they are nothing but mere fairy tales, do you not? None of them exist. None of them will intercede on your behalf." As though to spite him, a wave rocked the boat. The deck swayed. It was not enough to dissuade Thales. But it was enough to keep his attention focused on Nader as he gloated. Nader charged at Thales. This time he roared the mightiest battle cry he could muster. Blood-flecked froth covered his long, wild beard. Thales conjured an orb of roiling miasma and hurled it at him. It was a feint. The miasma flew off into the sky and arced into the distant ocean. Nader had thrown aside his weapon, weaved to the side, and delivered a gut blow. At the same moment, an arrow zipped through the air and lanced itself through Thales' shin, and Byleth rushed onto the scene with motes of white magic leaping from her fingertips and drawing the life force out of his body and into hers and Nader's. He was stunned, if only for a moment, and when he stumbled backward, he stepped into a large snare knot that Claude, in the chaos of battle, had thrown on the deck for him. The knot immediately cinched itself securely around his ankle, not that he noticed, finding himself suddenly beset by both Nader's doggedly persistent close-quarters attacks and the longer-ranged volleys of Byleth's magic. He was distracted enough by the Fellstar and the Almiran general that Ellie and Hubert had all the time they needed to get behind him, and although Hubert's hands were quite occupied, Ellie had 2 hands free. And though her fingers were cold and numb, she had Dimitri's dagger. Her hands trembled as she grasped the dagger tightly in one fist and held her other palm over the pommel. The closer she came to Thales, the more fearful she became. She was too afraid even to breathe. But she only had one chance. Her body moved on its own thankfully, because at this critical moment her mind couldn't conceive of telling it what to do. Ellie jabbed the dagger into the base of Thales' spine. She felt the blade meet bone and something else. Something harder. Metal? On closer inspection, she could see metal woven around the bone of Thales' other arm. Was that what enabled him to move his body while unconscious? She couldn't give it much thought. Metal or no metal, she kept pushing with all of her might until the blade had slid right up to the hilt between the segments of his backbone, severing the spinal cord. Thales let out an unearthly scream as his legs crumpled beneath him, and as that scream rent the air, Ellie felt her own voice return to her. "Take it from a crippled little girl, Thales," she growled, giving the dagger a forceful twist and then wrenching it free. "There's not a lot you can do, without your legs." Another smear of dark magic tore through the air. Ellie felt both herself and Hubert hit the deck, Hubert doubly so, because he had fallen on top of her. Her side ached sharply as splintered wood dug into her ribs. She heard and felt a pained wheeze escape from Hubert's lips. It seemed he'd been hit by another one of Thales' spells. He was heavy, with her legs still limp and immovable. She had barely any leverage to roll him off of her, for whatever good it might do her. Hubert pulled himself up to his knees. "I apologize for falling on you, Lady Edelgard," he gasped, dark magic flaring around his outstretched hands. "I hope this makes it up for you." A horrible, wet cough burst from his mouth. It sounded as though something inside him was very badly broken, but even so, he continued to fight, to defend his emperor as he had so often promised to the last breath. "Proposing a duel, Hubert?" Thales sneered, sitting up and struggling to force himself back on his feet. As Ellie had hoped, his legs were as immobile as her own now. Her aim had been true. "I can tell the Agarthans taught you everything you knew. What new tricks do you have to show me?" Hubert licked his cracked and bleeding lips. "Professor Byleth taught me plenty. Such as how to distract an egotistical idiot." "How so?" "With another idiot," Hubert said, a sly grin gracing his lips. "You should have paid more attention to your feet," Byleth added, "and less to your tongue." "And you," Thales said with a wicked grin on his face as he picked up Dimitri's dagger where it lay with her hands as numb as they were. Ellie hadn't even realized she'd dropped it when she and Hubert had been flung across the deck and raised it to his throat. "Should have paid more attention to my arm. If I'm nothing but an afterthought to my counterpart, if he merely used me up and threw me away, then I have no reason to live except to put an end to all your wretched lives. If I am to die, then let the heavens fall upon you all." "Hey, Thales!" Hilda called out from across the deck, on the starboard side where the anchor rested. She raised her axe over her head and with a mighty two-handed swing brought it down on the anchor chain, severing it. "Anchor's away." It only took a fraction of a second for Thales to look down, finally notice the rope tied around his ankle, and follow its length to that very same anchor that was now plummeting to the sea. The dagger forgotten, he struggled frantically with his one remaining hand to loosen the rope wrapped around his ankle, but to no avail when the anchor dropped. The rope connecting him to it quickly unspooled and in a split second he was dragged across the deck, his fingers scrabbling for purchase as his fingernails ripped themselves from their beds and left bloody streaks across the wooden planks. He let out an enraged, almost fearful snarl. "You primitive!" Whatever words he'd meant to say next were drowned out by the deafening sound of the anchor crashing into the surface of the ocean, spewing a salty spray of brine into the air over the deck. He flew off the side of the boat after it. With one final flick of his wrist, black fire arced from his hand, but before it could strike Ellie and Hubert, Byleth threw herself over both of them and parried the spell as best she could with a flurry of white light. Spitting flames rained on the deck and latched onto every surface they landed on, guttering and sparking black sparks as they wormed their way into the wood. The same black fire leaped onto Thales' body and set him alight, but before he could immolate himself he crashed into the water and his flames were forever extinguished. With his last spiteful attack spent, Thales sank to the depths of the sea as swiftly as the anchor he was tied to. Byleth let out a pained, gurgling cry as a cluster of the last spiteful flames started burrowing into her back through her cloak. With trembling fingers Ellie rushed to unclasp it so she could throw it away. As it fluttered in the sea breeze, the flames consumed it. Hilda snatched it up and threw it off the side of the boat into the ocean. "Thank you," Hubert groaned as Byleth healed him and Ellie in turn, then helped them both up off the deck. "Are you both all right?" Byleth asked, holding Ellie firmly in her arms. "A little scraped, a little sore," Ellie mumbled as she felt healing magic continue to stitch her fractured ribs. She hadn't even realized in all the madness that her fall had broken them back together. She looked to the sky, expecting to see the clouds dotting the late dawn ice scatter and break apart under a hail of light. She shook and shivered, trembling with dread and anticipation. Nothing happened. "Nader!" Claude cried out, rushing to the general's side as he lay, bruised, bloody, battered, and burned, on the deck. Thales's magic had taken a horrible toll on him and he had soldiered on regardless. "Nader, are you okay? Is Thales defeated?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Claude nodded as with wide emerald eyes he surveyed the terrible wounds. "Yes. We did it." "You've done more than enough, Nader, just stay alive." There was worry on his face, a worry Ellie had never seen before yet fit his older and leaner face perfectly. For the half-year she'd spent at Garreg Mach, she'd only known Claude as a rascally prankster whose carefree attitude had seemed enticing at first glance, although coming closer inevitably brought up the unsettling disconnect between his smile and his eyes. He'd shown much of that same flippant attitude while he'd been here at Inver, too. This was the first time Ellie had seen how he carried himself in battle. "Then it was a victory," Nader croaked, coughing more blood up from within his horribly injured body. "Another riveting chapter in my heroic saga." Byleth was at his side nearly as quickly, handing Ellie off to Hilda and kneeling down to survey the wounds and cast her healing magic. She frowned. "This is bad." Ellie wondered if she was too exhausted now, after turning back time twice in the same morning, to use any more of her magic. The healing glow that wreathed her hands seemed to gutter and flicker like a candle flame in the wind. "Bad, but he'll live?" Hilda asked with quite a lot of forced optimism in her voice. Ellie supposed she couldn't have traveled the desert with him and Claude without forming nearly as much of an emotional bond as this world's counterpart had with him. Nader let out a gurgling laugh. "So long as I die after our victory, my record stands. Tell them all, Prince Khalid, of Nader the Undefeated and the Prince astride two worlds, and their duel with the No-Eyed King. And how the Emperor of Adrestia helped." "Of course." A fragile smile graced Claude's face, one that didn't reach his eyes for a very different reason. "Of course, old pal. But just hang in there a bit longer," he added while Byleth's healing magic settled with a green and gold glow into the wounds. "We'll stabilize you, get you back to the palace, and Manuela can handle the rest." "Right, Teach." There was a twinkle in Nader's eyes. "Kiddo, still trying to have it both ways, eh? I won't see Almira again. You'll just have to take home the greatest story in history for me. With a legend like this, you'll be the most loved king Almira's ever had." The expression on Claude's face painted a look of utter devastation. He looked up to Byleth. "Teach, can we have a moment?" he asked. Byleth pulled her hands away from the fallen warrior, stood up, and nodded. "Let's leave them be," she told Hubert, Hilda, and Ellie, and the four of them left Claude and Nader alone. As Ellie and the others rested their weary bodies and tended to their own wounds, none as serious, thankfully, as Nader's, nothing continued to happen. There was no judgment from the heavens. Down there, at the bottom of the ocean, Thales was still alive, and whatever device informed the javelins of light that he remained alive continued to send its intangible signal. Ellie found herself trembling with relief. If she weren't already being carried in Hilda's arms, she would have needed to have been anyway, legs or no legs. She felt utterly drained, as though she'd just done 3 days' worth of her counterpart's heavy exercise regimen in the span of the past hour or so. "Are you all right?" Hilda asked her. "Are you?" she asked her in return. "No," she mumbled, shaking her head. Ellie put her arms around her and curled up closer to her, resting her cheek against the slope of her neck. "I'm sorry. It's okay. At least we're both alive." "I almost couldn't do it," Hilda said. "I almost I almost couldn't. I was just standing there with the axe and I froze. Then, suddenly, my body moved on its own. I was like that with the dagger, Ellie admitted. I was so frightened. Do you think the other us helped? Ellie thought about what her counterpart had told her in the other world. It doesn't matter how frightened you are. You still have the power, no matter your situation, to forge your own destiny, because you are still just as much Edelgard von Hresvelg as I am. No matter how weak you are, how helpless, as long as you trust your intuition, you will know what to do. They helped enough, she said. Right, if the other Hilda were here, she probably wouldn't let me hold you like this, Hilda said, mustering a weak little smile in spite of everything. After Nader had passed away, Claude returned to the group, and while he didn't even try to muster a cheerful facade, at the very least he looked somewhat relieved. Well, that's that, he said. What did you talk about? Byleth asked him. Those words were for me and 2 other people, and neither of them are here. Sorry, Teach. He shrugged. Another secret? She nodded. I understand. Oh, and, sorry. About Thale's head. And the rest of his body. I know you wanted it. Let me know how you want Nader interred, Ellie told him. If there's any Almiran custom, we'll do our best to be accommodating. She still found herself stunned and humbled in equal measure by Nader's selflessness and loyalty. A dozen Huberts might not have been as dutiful as one of him, with no offense meant to Hubert. I appreciate it. We'll talk back at the palace, Claude said. With that out of the way, Byleth crumpled to the deck and fainted. As she slept off her exhaustion in the quarter gallery and the 2 uninjured wyverns were prepared for their return flight, Hubert paused to look over the starboard side of the deck where Thales had fallen. Have fun down there, he purred, pleased at the fate Thales had met. It's no Alel, but it will do just fine for the likes of you. That rope won't hold him for long, Claude remarked. I hope you know what you're doing, Ellie. That's your majesty, your highness, for now at least, Ellie said, looking down at the churning waters and feeling her own stomach churn in turn as a dizzying vertigo seized her. The rope doesn't need to hold him. All we needed was for the anchor to drag him down to the bottom. It can break for all I care, after all, even Thales can't swim with just one arm. And you're sure he'll live down there? Hilda asked. You heard Vul. He has all he needs, down there under the sea, Ellie told her. She could only imagine what madness awaited him at the bottom of the ocean, his replicant body automatically drawing everything it needed to survive from the water around him indefinitely. She wondered if, eventually, he might just stop thinking, remaining alive and yet as inert and mindless as the anchor he was tied to. And if he did die, if he managed to somehow kill himself or was eaten by some sea beast he was far enough from Enbear that the javelins of light would fall harmlessly into the sea. It was well past noon by the time Byleth was rested enough to travel again. She and the others set out for shore on their wyverns, and on the way back to the palace Ellie hoped that at least her counterpart's day was going better than hers. Chapter 52, The Emperor and the King. Edelgard woke up on Byleth's bed, yawned, and rubbed her eyes, even though she'd only been away for a few minutes. Byleth was so worn out from overusing her powers the previous night that just being around her made her feel tired, but as much as Edelgard hadn't wanted to ask her to use them again, she'd had to know that her counterpart was safe. I'm sorry, my teacher, she said, sitting up. Byleth watched her from her desk. Thank you for indulging me yet again. I won't ask you again. Anytime, Byleth replied. No, not anytime, Edelgard shot back. This is your power, Byleth. If I ever ask you to use it and you aren't willing to do so, put your foot down. She shrugged. I was willing to use it. No harm, no foul, then, Hilda mumbled as she awoke at Edelgard's side. But I know how draining this power is, Edelgard added, and it's all because of the effort it takes to transport 3 consciences from one world to another. You can set your own boundaries. You don't have to say yes whenever I ask you to indulge us. It's fine, Edelgard, Hilda groaned. Byleth rubbed her eyes. Just spend the rest of the day resting, Edelgard told her. Don't mind us. We've found out what we wanted to find out. How are the other yous? Much better than I expected, thankfully, she said. Ever since Ellie had returned in a panic late that morning, Edelgard's mind had been consumed by dread and worry. But it seemed she'd been able to take care of herself, even without the use of her legs. Edelgard wasn't certain she would have been able to manage any better in her circumstances. The other Edelgard and Hilda are fine. Hardly a scratch on them, in fact. And Thales? Hilda yawned. He's not. Well, Edelgard concluded, standing up and pulling Hilda up with her, let's not monopolize your bed any further, Professor. Come along, Hilda. There's plenty left to do. The late morning sunlight greeted the two of them as they stepped out of Byleth's room. It was nearly noon now and yesterday's rain and fog had been driven away entirely, and with the day so beautiful and the sun so warm, it was almost possible to overlook the sorry state of the monastery. Hilda sighed. It was a good idea, having Byleth send us back to check up on them. I was so nervous and afraid for the other me, I couldn't focus on any of the work I'd been assigned for the morning. Sure you were, Edelgard said. No, really, I was. I tried to get Raphael to fill in for me, but he saw right through you. There was nothing for him to see through, I was as transparent as a window. But he just wouldn't listen to me. Raphael, Edelgard. Do you have any idea how easy it always was to get him to work for me? Hilda, I don't suppose Seath has ever regaled you with the story of the boy who cried wolf? Everyone has their limits, even somebody as earnest and guileless as Raphael. You can only spend so long lying to someone before they decide you are incapable of telling the truth. Of course, the moment Edelgard said that, she saw Ingrid's face, hurt and betrayed, in a flash of sunlight in the corner of her eye, and for the duration of that moment her heart plunged into her stomach as though she feared Ingrid had returned to enact some kind of vengeance on her. I suppose I have plenty of personal experience with that, she added, feeling as though Hilda might have made some snide comment to the same effect if she'd let her have a word in edgewise. Ellie. Ellie, darling. Gerlinda's voice rang out across the lawn, and as she approached Edelgard realized that the glimpse she'd seen of Ingrid's face had actually just been hers. Her wavy golden hair, braided and tied neatly back, gleamed in the sunlight just as Ingrid's always did. Good morning, my dear. Is something wrong, Gerlind? Edelgard asked her, looking up at her into her clear blue eyes. She immediately felt herself bristle, as though some part of her deep down in the darkest corners of her mind was furious to have been tricked by that momentary illusion. Wrong? Oh, no, not at all. Ellie, why do you always assume anybody who approaches you is bringing bad news with them? Over the past months I've learned they usually are. Anyway, good luck pawning off today's chores, Hilda. Thanks, I appreciate it, Hilda said. She headed out toward the dining hall for lunch. Do you want to talk? Gerlind asked, taking Edelgard by the hands as Hilda left the two of them alone. About anything in particular? Edelgard asked, knowing exactly what her eldest sister was asking about but choosing to play dumb anyway. No, not in particular, Gerlind said with a nervous little laugh, as though she suspected that Edelgard had caught on to her and was quickly trying to bury whatever subject she'd been about to bring up. Berkey and I have just been so busy that we haven't had much time to spend with you, and now that I've got a free moment. I wanted to know if you had a free moment. Well, I did, Edelgard said, gently pulling her hands away from Gerlinda's, but I'm afraid the moment has passed. I really should be getting back to work. I volunteered to help hang up the laundry this afternoon. After lunch. Yes. Why don't we have lunch together? Gerlind asked. Then, finally, she added, I know that things were difficult between you and Ingrid. She gently tousled Edelgard's hair, combing her long and slender fingers through it. I'm sure you could use a big sister right about now. And I can spare a few minutes right about now. Edelgard shook her head and pulled herself away. She wasn't certain why she felt so unusually prickly. Perhaps seeing Byleth last night and then leaving her again had left her emotional wounds too raw, or perhaps she was irritated out of frustration with her own actions last night, which had nearly turned Inbar into a molten wasteland. She'd fallen right into Thale's trap, she realized, by choosing to have him executed. He'd goaded her into fearing keeping him alive, planning to sacrifice his other self to kill her and everyone else. If not for Byleth, he would have succeeded. She tried to stay somewhat diplomatic. It's Not something I'd like to talk about, she told Gerland. Oh, why not? I'm your eldest sister, Elle. And I know I haven't been there for you as often as I should have been, but I'm here for you now. Please don't belabor the point. Anyway, I'm not very hungry, so I'll just get an early start on my work. Gerland frowned. Ellie, it's almost as though you're ashamed of something that happened between the two of you. I wouldn't hold it against you at all if you'd had a lapse of judgment. It's nothing like that. I told her something about myself that she couldn't accept. That's all. The two of us decided we'd need to put some distance between each other, and besides, she needed to go back to Galatea anyway. Ellie, she sighed. You truly do miss her, don't you? I'd always figured you two were more than friends. No, we were less than friends. Now we're nothing. I'm thankful for your concern, but that's all I have to say. Edelgard stormed off, leaving her eldest sister in her wake. Every time she glanced over and caught Gerland out of the corner of her eye, the illusion of Ingrid's presence returned, if only for an instant, as though the spirit of her lost friend had decided to haunt her guilty conscience. A shout rang out from the courtyard. Don't you touch me! The sound of Happy's voice galvanized Edelgard into action. She hurried past the ruined gates and hedges into the courtyard. Gerland wasn't far behind her. The two of them found Happy with Mercedes. Happy had a clawed hand clutched to her cheek as though it had been wounded, her hackles bristling as a low growl escaped her lips. Mercedes stood in place, one hand limply frozen in mid-reach before her. Happy, Mercedes said in a soft, sweet tone of voice, hoping to calm her adoptive sister down, please. I hadn't meant anything by it at all. I hadn't meant to upset you. What's going on? Edelgard asked, intruding on the two of them. It didn't look at first glance as though either of them were hurt, not physically, at least. Mercedes cradled the hand she'd been holding out as though it were sore. Oh, hello, Edelgard. Or, well, I suppose I should be calling you Auntie Edelgard now that I've been grafted onto your family tree. I'd been speaking with Happy, and, well, she looked upset, so I put a hand to her cheek to comfort her. You were about to slap me, Happy snapped at her. I would never, she retorted, holding a hand to the crystalline armor under her cloak. She looked aghast. Happy, dear, you know mother, I mean, Cornelia never made us fight before. I've never raised a hand against you in my life. Why would I start now? For a moment, Happy looked a little bashful. Well, just don't do that again, she huffed, easing her way into Edelgard's orbit as she tried to calm herself and force down the bestial remnants that had been worming their way to the surface of her skin. I'm sorry I hadn't known I would upset you, Mercedes said. I won't do that again, Happy. I promise. Happy muttered something under her breath. She took Edelgard by the arm as though anchoring herself to her. I think you can forgive Happy for snapping at you like that, Gerland said to Mercedes. After all, she is a cat. Of course I can. I just didn't know, Mercedes replied. Cornelia never let us spend much time together unsupervised. Only enough for me to slip her a little treat here and there when she wasn't looking. That's horrible, Gerland said. We all have had first-hand experience with that awful woman, but what she's done to you two is simply revolting. It's enough for me to wish she were still alive, so I could give her a piece of my mind. Right, Ellie. Be careful what you wish for, Mercedes intoned, a mischievous glimmer in her tired eyes. It's all for the best, of course, that she's dead. She offered Happy a contrite little smile. I wish I'd been allowed to get to know you better, Happy. So why don't you tell me all the places you don't like having touched, so I can avoid them? Edelgard had the strange feeling, which she probably shared with Happy, that Mercedes was, for some reason or another, antagonizing her on purpose. Mercedes had always liked to tease people, but there was usually a warmth behind it that made it clear that it was all in good fun. Suddenly, that warmth was harder to detect. Merci, that's enough. Just don't touch me, period, Happy said. Would it help if I wore gloves? No. Just don't. All right, then. I'm sorry for overstepping your boundaries. Say, Annie and I were going to do some baking tonight when everyone's done working. Why don't I make a batch of cookies for you? I'll put little chocolate bits in them. A whole batch? Okay, you win, Spooky, she relented. I accept your apology. Excellent. Mercedes said. I've got so much lost time to make up for. I'll make sure to bake you all the sweets you can eat, my dear little sister. It's a shame Pascal isn't here, Gerland said. He's got quite a talent for baking. Maybe too much of a talent, if you know what I mean. Ah, that's right, Mercedes said. I'd forgotten that Bernie was quite the baker. I'll have to invite her tonight. Well, I'm off to lunch. Take care, all of you, she added cheerily as she headed toward the dining hall. Happy watched her leave with a sharp glint in her scarlet eyes, and her fingers curled around Edelgard's arm. Well, I'm due for lunch as well, Gerland said, following her to the dining hall. Ellie, Happy, do consider joining us. Edelgard and Happy didn't. At last, Happy let go of Edelgard and sheepishly looked away. Thanks, Brain, she mumbled. It was stupid, but, when she put her hand on my cheek I just thought about something Cornelia would do. Whenever I disappointed her she'd always just lay her hand right there, like she wanted to tell me it was alright, then pull it back and slap me across the face. So I guess those memories just came back. But that's enough about my stupid brain. How are you doing? I've had better days. Everything's fine as long as I keep myself busy, Edelgard said. As long as you keep finding people to help, huh? Yes. That's about right. Happy leaned into her and nuzzled her cheek. Well, you wanna help me and Uncle Joachim pull one over on Curly? Edelgard could almost laugh at that. I'd hardly consider myself an incorrigible prankster, Happy. Do I look like Claude to you? No, but you look like you need to laugh. I suppose, if it doesn't take too long, I could help. What exactly do you intend to pull over on her? Happy stroked her chin. Wouldn't you like to know? All right, come on, Brain. Maybe you can bring a sense of class and sophistication to our scheme. The two of them had scarcely made it out of the courtyard before running into a net or, rather, nearly running into a net as she juggled 3 very large wicker baskets filled to the brim with eggs. Ah. Whoa. Edelgard, Happy, hi. Annette chirped as the third basket, precariously nestled in the crook of her elbow, slid down to her wrist and knocked the basket in her hand. Whoops. Hold on. As she tried to keep those 2 baskets steady, the third basket in her other hand started to slip. Oh. Edelgard and Happy hardly needed to hesitate in taking 2 of the baskets from her. Thanks, you two, Annette sighed, wiping her brow with her now free hand. Gosh, you never realize how many eggs a bunch of hens can make. It's almost like they keep laying more of them or something. Are you sure you have enough eggs? Happy asked sarcastically, hefting one of the surprisingly heavy baskets. Edelgard figured each one was almost 2 pounds. Yeah, Annette said. It should be enough. Dida said he needed a lot, so I figured half a gross would cover it. Half a gross? Edelgard asked her, making certain she'd heard her correctly. Annette, that's 72 eggs. I know that. She looked down at her basket. You think that's too much? What the fuck does he need 72 eggs for? Happy asked. He just said to bring as many as I could. So I brought all of them. Anyway, let's get these to the kitchen. You should have gotten a wheelbarrow to carry these in, Edelgard said. Oh, well, it can't be helped now. She led the others onward, plucking 1 brown egg from the basket as they walked. She didn't work with animals much, let alone chickens, and she'd never been much good at cooking. Not that the emperor of Adrestia or a princess was often tasked with cooking or baking for herself, so the few times she had handled eggs on kitchen duty here at Garreg Mach were the only times she handled eggs herself. Had the feeling of the shell's smooth, pebble-like surface against her skin or its subtle weight in her palm always felt so comforting, or had she always been just too busy to notice? Either way, she could feel the dragon under her skin shift and settle ever so slightly, like a cat finding a new niche to curl up in, and it felt as though some intangible tendon in her mind had just gone slack. Oh, by the way, was that you screaming back there a few minutes ago? Annette asked Happy as the 3 of them headed for the kitchen. If I hadn't been carrying every egg in the monastery, I'd have dropped them all to help you. Oh, Goddess, I should have done that anyway. What was I thinking, putting a bunch of stupid, delicious eggs over the safety of a friend? Calm down, Chirpy, Happy said. It was nothing. I'm fine. Oh, good. You know, you don't have to act like you're the only person in the world who has to be responsible for everything and everyone, she added, looking directly at Edelgard. I know, Annette said. I just want to make sure everyone knows that I work hard and pull my own weight and am, generally speaking, useful. You know, you and Pinky should be friends. Maybe you two'll rub off on each other. The three of them with their 72 eggs in tow arrived at the kitchen to find Didu and Bernadetta, both wearing soiled aprons, fastidiously filleting bucketfuls of fish from the nearby river while a pot of rich, savory stew bubbled over a fire. Didu was the first to notice them. Annette. You brought the eggs. Thank you. No problem. Annette chirped in reply, handing him her basket. Thank you, he said, taking the basket from her and setting it down on the kitchen counter. I think this will be more than enough. It was then that he noticed the other two baskets Happy and Edelgard were holding. Oh, Annette said. Are you frying fish for lunch? I bet Flane's gonna be over the moon. Yes, he said. I also have a special dinner for His Majesty and a few high-profile guests tonight, which I will be, he trailed off, still looking at the two other baskets. How many eggs did you gather? I wanted to be safe, so, half a gross. Annette. That is 72 eggs. Annette looked to Edelgard and Happy, then looked glumly down at the floor. Oops. Didu sighed. You did exceptionally well. Thank you. I am sure Mercedes will appreciate some of the other eggs for baking. The rest will be omelets. He took the second basket from Happy and carefully set it aside on the floor, then took the third basket from Edelgard. Lady Edelgard, he said. You can let go of the basket now. Edelgard realized she'd still been gripping the wicker handle as tightly as though it was the haft of a polearm and let go. Didu made no comment as he set the basket next to its peer. Brain. Happy pointed to her hand. Got something special planned for that one. Edelgard also realized that she was also still holding onto the egg she'd plucked from the basket just a few minutes ago. Oh, I must have picked this up without realizing it. No, of course not. It's just like any other egg. An awkward silence descended upon the kitchen. Bernadetta spoke up. Are you gonna put it back in one of the baskets? Yes, of course, Edelgard said, crouching down and setting the egg amid its other unborn brethren. She realized the moment her fingertips pulled away from the shell that, for some reason or another, she had no interest in relinquishing it. Actually, since you have so many already, I think I'll just boil this one myself and have it for lunch. Happy squinted at her. Are you feeling all right? Well, hard-boiled eggs are a healthy snack, Annette said, picking up one of her own. I think I'll do the same. It'll save us some time, so we can get back to our work sooner. Thanks, Didu. Didu was as nonplussed as Edelgard had ever seen him. You're welcome, he said. When they left the kitchen and left Bernadetta and Didu to their work, Happy pulled Edelgard aside and led her to the monastery's inner wall where a platoon of soldiers in Adrestian red were milling around, stretching and checking their equipment or armor. It seemed they'd be participating in a training exercise soon. All the way there, Edelgard had just stared across the ragged and battle-trampled lawn and wondered if the view from the ramparts of the outer walls would be as pretty as it always was, and if she ought to set aside this afternoon's work to sketch the scenery. But Happy, having already gotten a yes from her, was deaf to any no she might have produced, and surreptitiously led her to a bench where Joachim was waiting. There was a helmet, leather armor, and a halberd piled on the bench, and Joachim stood before it with a cocky little smile on his face that vanished as soon as he saw Edelgard. Dorothea was with him. Oh, hi, he said. I'm just keeping watch over. She knows, Happy told him. Oh. And you're in. He let out a nervous little chuckle. This, stern and disciplined new Edie, Dorothea said. We weren't sure if you'd be interested. Edelgard shrugged. I could use a good laugh, she said. Yeah. After you and Ingrid's. She felt a sharp, a cute spike of heartache, and found herself grasping the egg more tightly, though not tightly enough to risk cracking it. Falling out. Yes, well, there's no need to dwell on it. We have a war to fight. Why yeah, Joachim said, unnerved by the steely resolve she'd tried to project. Yeah, we do have a war to fight. No one ever told me how much of war was just standing around waiting for something to happen, though. More than any of us expected, Edelgard said. I'd rather it just stay like that, Dorothea said. So, what do you have planned, Joachim? I was hoping you could help with that, he said, scratching his scalp and letting his fingers run through his bristly brown hair. She's getting lunch right now, so we've got some time before she gets back and starts putting these soldiers through their paces. He looked to Justine's discarded helmet. There's gotta be something we can do to make her look really silly in front of them. I think, Dorothea said, we should loosen the back strap of her breastplate so that it'll fall off as soon as she starts moving. Joachim nodded. All right. All right. I appreciate the idea. His gaze turned to Edelgard again, and as he studied her, he snapped his fingers. I've got it. We'll put that egg into her helmet. When she comes back, you and I will get her all riled up. She definitely won't bother checking before putting it on. Edelgard held the egg to her breast, tensing her jaw as she folded protective hands over it. What? Absolutely not. Come on, brain, Happy said. It's an egg. There's 71 more where it came from. I think it's unnecessarily cruel, Edelgard said. For some reason, it felt as though her heart was racing. She'll have egg yolk and bits of shell dripping down her face. Yeah, and in her hair, Happy added with a mischievous little grin. It'll be hilarious. So she'll have to rinse her hair out. It's harmless, Joachim said. Besides, treating your hair with egg yolks makes it fuller and stronger, Dorothea added, so if you think about it, we'll be doing her a favor. Look, Joachim said, glancing over his shoulder, she'll be back any minute now and... You are not taking this egg, Edelgard insisted, taking a step back. Oh, come on, Elle. It's just an egg. He threw up his hands. It is not just an egg, she said. It's what? She wondered. It was just an egg. Why was she being so defensive? Just because she didn't want her older sister, unpleasant as she may have been, to have egg on her face? It's my lunch, she said. I was going to cook it and eat it. For lunch. Which it is, my lunch. Joachim frowned. Just go to the dining hall and have a proper lunch. It's not like Dorothea's on kitchen duty today. Dorothea put her hands on her hips. Oh, you nobles are such pampered babies. Nobody at the Middle Frank Opera Company ever complained about my cooking when we were on the road. Edelgard knew for a fact thanks to Manuela that nobody had ever complained about her cooking to her face, and that had only been because she was both the company's main attraction and Manuela's own protégé. Instead, they had just arranged to put her on kitchen duties as rarely as possible, and Edelgard had kept that up well into the war. You know what, it's fine, Happy said, giving up on the plan with a weary little shrug. Let her keep the egg. She's just broody today. She is part bird, after all. Edelgard was nonplussed. Excuse me, Happy. Dorothea clasped her hands over her mouth and disguised the bark of laughter that burst out of it as a very loud and very fake cough. Edie, you don't expect that thing to hatch, do you? Edelgard was no longer nonplussed but rather absolutely mortified. Broody, she sputtered. She looked down at the egg in her hands. Somehow, it had wormed its way into her heart. Was it some Nabatean nesting instinct altering her mental state? I have to go, she stammered, rushing off. Wait. Joachim cried out, rushing after her. I'm sorry, it was just a bit of teasing, Elle, forget the plan, we'll come up with something better. And I'll help you find a nice warm spot for that egg. She stormed off to the dormitories, clambered her way up the stairs, and hurried to the room where Seath and Flane were staying, then knocked on the door as politely as she could muster. Fear had gripped her heart with icicle fingers. Was it not enough that Ria's experimentation had altered her body? Did it have to alter her mind as well? Was she being compelled the same way that Happy, in her bestial state, had been compelled by instinct to take in those orphaned kittens? Was the dragon resting underneath her flesh exerting some parasitic control over her mind? Who is it? Seath asked her from behind the door. It's Edelgard, she answered. I need to ask you about something. The door swung open. Come in, he said, ushering her inside. Is something the matter? You look quite worried. Flame looked up from the book she'd been reading on the bed. Oh, Edelgard. Are you here to visit us? She set the book down. Father is right. You do look worried. What is the matter? Can we help? Yes, Edelgard said. I have a question about Nabateans. I fear it might sound strange or silly. Seath closed the door behind her and went to his desk chair. I have actually been waiting for you to say that, Lady Edelgard. Given that it has not even been 2 months since Ria's experiments, I am sure you must be brimming with questions and I am more than happy to do my best to answer them. Edelgard took a deep breath and ran her thumb over the shell of her egg. Thank you, Seath. I suppose I should be blunt. Do Nabateans lay eggs? Seath's brow furrowed. Do we lay eggs? Why? Flame asked. Have you laid one? She asked, holding her hands to her mouth in shock. Last night, Hilda had painted a green lacquer on her fingernails that matched the color of her hair and eyes, vibrant enough to stand out from even across the room. Seath likely wasn't exceptionally happy about that, but it looked as though he hadn't insisted on her removing it yet. Edelgard looked down at the egg she was holding. No, this is from a hen, she said. Anyway, my point is, do Nabateans brood? Do. I. Seath stroked his beard. Please take a seat. At his bequest, she sat down on the side of the bed next to Flame, who gently patted her on the back. Rest assured that we do not lay eggs, Lady Edelgard. Nabateans are born just as humans are. But just as our dragon forms are reminiscent of lizards, birds, and other such creatures, well. So, Edelgard said, it wasn't enough for Ria to transfigure my body. She couldn't even leave my mind alone. The initial panic and fear was bleeding out of her. Now she merely felt numb, which she supposed was an improvement. I am sorry, Seath told her. But that is not quite what I meant. You have your own preconceptions of how lizards and birds and other such egg-laying creatures behave, and perhaps unconsciously, you have applied them to yourself. I must remind you that we are not mere beasts, Edelgard. We are no more slaves to instinct as dragons than we are as humans, and no more than any other human. I know. You do realize, he added, that humans also brood. Not with eggs, of course, but a stuffed animal, a doll, a sentimental trinket, something you find yourself holding close to yourself when in need of some succor. Your older siblings have told me that you keep pet mice, for example, he concluded with a little smile that warmed his weary face. For example, Flame once had. Father, please, no, Flame blurted out, her cheeks reddening. Edelgard rotated the egg between her fingers. She supposed she was troubled indeed, but these alien feelings certainly didn't soothe those troubles. If it really was all in her head, then she supposed a part of her was somewhat relieved. But then again, she wasn't quite Nabatean, was she? Ria's experiments had not been an unqualified success after all. Her dragon form was underdeveloped and she lacked a creststone, so what did it mean for her to be a chimera? How much could Seath truly speak from authority? She was a sort of thing that had never existed before. I do not mean to pry, Seath added, but I have noticed the distance you kept from your friend Ingrid and the suddenness with which she left Garreg Mach. It seems likely that you are trying to soothe your heart by whichever means avail themselves to you. For someone who doesn't mean to pry, Edelgard replied, bristling once again, you certainly are well practiced in it. Like recognizes like. I have seen and heard that you devote a great deal of energy to availing yourself to other people's affairs. I will not presume about you, but I suppose it has been my duty to be a busybody long enough that it has become second nature. Thank you, she said, but I don't want to dwell on that. It isn't that I have anything against you, just that I don't need everybody prying into my personal affairs, disastrous as they may be. Truthfully, there were vanishingly few people she could honestly speak to about Ingrid right now. Byleth was resting, Gerald was busy with Leonie and the Blade Breakers, Happy was off making mischief with Joachim and Dorothea, Hilda was Hilda. There was no point in confiding with somebody if she could only tell them inaccurate half-truths. With a sigh she brought herself to her feet. "You've been very helpful, Seath. I can strive to be nothing less," he said. "Edelgard, I know that you did not ask to be reshaped in our image. But as long as you are of Nabatean blood and Nabatean flesh, the least Flayn and I can do is to help you understand what you have become." Flayn nodded. "That is right, Edelgard. We are here for you." "I really do appreciate that," Edelgard said. "Thank you, both of you." "Edelgard," Seath asked her as she made for the door, "have you ever heard the fable of the cobbler's children? There was a man who made shoes for everybody in his town, but because he was so busy making shoes for everybody else, he himself and his own children had to go barefoot. I try to keep in mind that if I allow myself to be swallowed up by my duties, I may find myself neglecting myself and Flayn, and I can never allow that. You keep trying to carry not only your own weight, but that of your friends. You must find somebody to take some of that weight from your shoulders before it crushes you." "I know," she said. "Wait," Flayn said, hurrying to the desk and removing something from the drawer before Edelgard could leave. Seath looked nonplussed. "Edelgard, I have something for you. May I please speak to you in the hallway?" Edelgard took her aside and brought her out into the hall, closing the door behind them. Flayn was holding onto an envelope, grasping it so protectively that she might have ended up crumpling it if Edelgard hadn't gently eased it from her hands. "What's this?" she asked. "It is, well," Flayn's eyes darted to and fro. "It is a letter for your little sister, Hedwig," she whispered. "Oh. She'll be delighted to hear from you." "Yes, I need her to know that I am here at Garreg Mach and safe and in good health," she said, relatively speaking. "I was going to send the letter to House Boromaz, but I thought that to be safe, I should ask you and make certain I am sending the letter to the correct place." "That was prudent of you. My uncle took her and Pascal to Gloucester instead, out of concern for the Empire's fractious political climate. I'll have the letter sent there." Edelgard could feel a warmth in her heart, knowing how happy Hedwig would be to hear from Flayn. "Oh, thank you so very much," Flayn exclaimed, throwing her arms around her. "I am so grateful. It would have been terrible if that letter had gone to the wrong place." "It's the least I can do for you, Flayn," Edelgard told her. "I'll take care of the letter today when I'm done with my work." Flayn returned to her room and Edelgard headed down the hall, her spirits lifted. That afternoon, Edelgard busied herself hanging up the laundry to dry and doing other small tasks here and there, trying all the while not to think about javelins of light and girls with unbreakable moral standards and eggs and other such distractions. Nevertheless, she stewed in her thoughts all through the day. Later in the afternoon, she ran into Burkhardt in the library, hunched over books detailing the histories of Houses Oaks, Novelli, and Essa with a pen in hand and pages upon pages of notes strewn in front of him. Knowing he would have to choose which of his consorts would now have to become his wife in Cornelia's absence, he had thrown himself into Garreg Mach's considerable library, which fortunately had survived the battle with very little damage, to research each house extensively. He loathed the idea of making an uninformed decision, after all. When she arrived, he had been putting the finishing touches on 3 letters to the respective heads of the 3 houses, slipping them into envelopes and sealing each one with wax and his signet ring, and since they both had letters to send, she accompanied him to the rookery. At the rookery, Edelgard found Dede taking a break from preparing tonight's dinner to tie innocuous little slips of paper his coded messages to the legs of various pigeons and send them off to all 4 corners of Fodlan. "Ah, General Molinaro," Burkhardt said as he pulled his fingers away from the biting beak of a particularly ornery messenger owl. "Hard at work sending off your secret messages, I see. The life of the kingdom's spymaster must be quite an exciting one." "It is, Your Majesty," Dede answered noncommittally, continuing his work. "There is something quite admirable about your use of pigeons, the humblest of birds. There are very few within my spy network who could receive an owl without arousing suspicion from their neighbors." Oh, of course. I had not considered that. Those of us of royal and noble bearing, of course, are required to indulge in excess to at least some degree. If I sent a letter to Baron Oaks by pigeon, he would feel quite insulted. I must admit, I am curious, how do you write such fine messages on such little slips of paper, with such big hands? Practice. Of course. Practice makes perfect. I once read about a sage who could write an entire page from the revelation of Saint Cyrus on a single grain of wild rice. Burckhardt chuckled. I wonder how many grains of rice it took before he could do that. Enough to fill a bowl for lunch, at least. Edelgard had the feeling Burckhardt was buttering Dido up for some ulterior motive, though probably not a very cutthroat one. Dido would undoubtedly not take the bait. Burckhardt watched the pigeons fly. Those are going off to all four corners of Fodlan, aren't they? He mused. What an extensive spy network you have. I hope they are not up to any trouble in Adrestia. Trouble? Of course not, Dido lied. Edelgard recalled that, in fact, he had men embedded in the military from Agyr to Arundel awaiting orders to begin their sabotage, if needed. If he wanted, he could make Anselm's military forces grind to a halt, or Burckhardt's. Well, with your oh-so-extensive spy network, Burckhardt said, and my friendship with your liege, King Dmitri, I wonder and I do hope I am not so presumptuous in asking could you keep me abreast on news of my brother and the Central Church. He stroked his whiskers, which it seemed he'd foregone shaving after Manuela and Nader had successfully goaded him into growing out his beard. I assume they fled to a loyalist territory, most likely Hevering, but who knows where they will go from there or what they are planning. I would like to know what they are up to, and how we may put an end to this war, as soon as possible. Dido was unmoved. Any information I gather will be shared with you at His Majesty's pleasure. Of course I'd hardly ask you to go behind his back. With great effort and Edelgard's help in restraining the ornery bird, Burckhardt finally got the third of his letters tied to the messenger owl's ankle and sent off into the sky. A courier hurried downstairs from the uppermost level of the rookery. Ah! Emperor Burckhardt, Your Majesty, he said, hurriedly bowing his head and bending his knees. He held out two letters. I have here a message from Duke Girth and Count Hevering. Burckhardt looked relieved. Here's hoping they are acquiescing to my authority at last, he said, taking the letters from the courier. Thank you very much, young man. There is also a letter from an anonymous sender for, the courier produced another envelope, this one bearing a wax seal with no recognizable coat of arms on it save for a simple hook and cross symbol. E.R. General Nader. Edelgard stepped up. I'd be happy to bring it to him. I will bring it to him, Dido said, taking the letter from the courier, eyeing her with a subtly suspicious glare. Thank you. His mood lightened, Burckhardt left the rookery, and the courier returned upstairs to await any further arrivals. Dido and Edelgard stood alone while the remaining owls and pigeons on this level of the rookery preened themselves, slept, or nibbled at birdseed. Something has just occurred to me, Dido, Edelgard said, craning her neck to meet his eyes. As I understand it, you've been plotting to use the chaos of war to tear down the existing social order and use your own secret society to build a new order from the ruins. You understand well, Dido said. Yes, but it seems the Men in Black's plan for a chaotic war stretching all across Fodlan has fallen apart. Faerghus is allied with the Empire and has promising partners in the alliance, while the Church of Cyrus has been backed into a corner, she pointed out. And with Thales in the hands of your friend Destinova, the Men in Black have been effectively decapitated. This war has hardly even started, and yet it seems like it could easily come to a neat and orderly conclusion quite soon. What of your plan then, Dido? Do not worry about my plan, he said. That is my job. You should hardly concern yourself with the affairs of a world you do not belong to. Edelgard was taken aback. Dmitri told you. She shouldn't have been surprised. Of course. As he tells it, you were akin to him in your world. I should not have been surprised. Your behavior often reminded me of his. That's true. I'm no stranger to taking drastic measures to improve the world. And that is what you are doing, isn't it, Dido? While I am here, we may as well be allies. Dido looked down at her. It makes much more sense now that you were always intruding on our affairs, he said. But I must deliver this letter and return to the kitchen. I will see you and Emperor Burckhardt at dinner tonight. With that, before she could get a word in edgewise, he turned his back on her and headed downstairs. Edelgard followed as silently as she could manage. With his long legs, he could far more easily put more distance between himself and her, and she was further hampered by needing to ensure she wasn't detected. She lost sight of him many times, but managed to catch up with him in time to find him speaking in hushed tones with a kingdom soldier in the corner of the courtyard, shrouded by one of the ragged hedges. As the two of them spoke, Edelgard slipped behind the hedge, hoping she would be able to hear through the leafy barrier, thick as it was. "You know what I am. I only decided to betray dear old Dad because he wouldn't let me slake my thirst. As we promised, you can kill whoever you like, however you like, as long as you work off of my list. But you're sending me after her and telling me not to kill her? I was built to kill, you stupid human. Every cell in my body is a tool for murder. Besides, she's already tried to kill me once, and if I go after her, she'll try to kill me again. Do you expect me not to defend myself?" Whoops, a slip of the knife. I feared for my life. There she goes, off to her stupid fairy tale goddess. You will have more than enough lives to take over the course of this mission. You can spare one. I'm an assassin, not a bodyguard. You should be sending me off to kill him instead. You promised I could kill him. You and Destinova promised. It is because you are an assassin that you would make the perfect bodyguard. Nobody is simply what they were built to be. Not even you. If I were as closed-minded about my future, I would still be a blacksmith. Ugh. You can't make me do this, Didu. I only work for you because you give me what I want. You stop giving me what I want. The wrong people start dying. Kronia. If you do this, I will lead you to Thal's location and you can kill him however you choose. Finally, you're speaking my language. Fine. I'll keep playing your stupid game. But you can't keep stringing me along like this. That's just what Daddy did. You don't want to end up like him, do you? Noted. Leave the monastery as soon as possible. Take whatever weapons you prefer. The conversation came to an end there. Edelgard made herself scarce as Didu and Kronia went their separate ways. The sun had long since begun its descent toward the western horizon when Edelgard was summoned for dinner with Dimitri in the reception hall. The reception hall now had a long table placed in its center, and on the table sat a large covered platter, pot, and bowl. Seated at the table were Dimitri, Byleth, Burkhard, Victor, Hubert, Count Berglis, and the kingdom and empire's prisoners of war Seath, Flane, Petra, Aloise, and Shamir with an empty seat at Dimitri's side for Didu and an empty seat between Flane and Hubert for Edelgard. Manuela, Linhard, Balthus, Lawrence, and Arcturus, all of whom had been liberated from the church's conscription into the allied army's custody, were present as well. Edelgard took her seat. "Good evening, Flane," she said. The faraway look in Flane's eyes vanished. Gee, good evening, Edelgard," she mumbled, kneading her hands uncomfortably. "It's good to see you out of the infirmary again," Edelgard said to Hubert. She was glad to see him, mostly. He'd switched the part in his hair so that the forelock that usually fell to his right fell to his left, the better to obscure his missing left ear, and so he had become a mirror image of himself. The alteration to his appearance was just a little uncanny at first glance, and the knowledge of what it hid of what he had sacrificed for Edelgard's sake summoned to her heart a pang of guilt. "I hope to stay out this time, Lady Edelgard," he said. "Be careful not to eat too quickly, Hubert," Manuela cautioned him. "You need to slowly reacquaint your stomach with food, or you'll end up back on a broth diet." Across the table, Victor sat beside Burkhard with a glowering look in his eyes he tried to hide, incensed by how the Church of Syros had treated his younger brother. "Yes, of course, Professor Manuela," he said. As anxious as she'd looked, like a rabbit surrounded by a pack of foxes, Flane's expression changed when Didu removed the lids from the platter, pot, and bowl on the table. On the platter was a heaping pile of battered and fried fish, in the pot was a thick brownish sauce dotted with mushrooms and lumps of potato, the bowl was filled with steaming wild rice. One by one, Didu placed the rice, then a few fillets of fish, then the sauce on each diner's plate, then poured a glass of white wine for each guest. When he was finished, he took his place at Dimitri's side. Edelgard's stomach growled and tied itself into a knot at the mere sight of the food on her plate, let alone the incredible savory smell. Byleth, of course, immediately picked up her fork, but Dmitri lifted his hand and silently bade her to stop. His Majesty will have the first bite, he said. I am afraid I cannot comment much on the taste, Dmitri said, cutting apart one of the fried fillets and scooping it with rice onto his fork. But I can assure you all that it is good. He took a bite and followed it with a sip of wine. And that it isn't poisoned. Shamir piped up. Dida nodded, then took a bite himself and gestured for his allies to do the same. Each one tried a forkful of the meal in turn as a show of good faith. Much to his visible relief, Hubert found that the fish was tender enough that he only needed the side of his fork to cut it, as his severed left wrist remained discreetly pocketed in his cloak. Then, the prisoners, if one could really call some of them who'd been liberated from the church's conscription prisoners, began to eat. Your Majesty, Lorenz said, while we prepared for war, Lady Rhea and Prince Anselm would often speak of you as a mad barbarian king, dubbing you the Silver Nemesis. But it has been 6 days since you liberated us, and after those 6 days I can say with complete confidence that you are quite civilized indeed. Tomorrow Arcturus and I will set out with Count Burghley's forces so they can deliver us to our homes. And I can assure you that when I return to Gloucester, I will speak very highly of you and Emperor Burkhard to my father. Certainly he will advocate to the Alliance Round Table that Leicester support you over the church. At his side, Arcturus let out a spiteful little noise as he picked at his food. Being a prisoner of the Adrestian Empire, even though it had been to save him from conscription and return him to House Ordelia, had likely done nothing to change his feelings toward the Empire. In Edelgard's world, House Ordelia had been punished severely for lending aid to House Hrym when it had tried to defect from the Empire, and Thales had relished the opportunity to exacerbate that punishment. In this world, Thales' attention had been elsewhere, and it was only for that reason that Arcturus and Lysithea's other older siblings were still alive, but still, Ordelia had suffered enough negative consequences from the revolt that its scions still bore quite a chip on their shoulders. Being rescued and liberated by the very people who had ruined his life was no doubt a blow to Arcturus von Ordelia's pride, of which he had plenty. Seath wore as diplomatically as he could a skeptical frown that, in a much more polite way, mirrored Arcturus' sentiments, even if he never would have admitted it. The Empire had been kind to its prisoners, yes, but he and Flane had only been prisoners of the Empire for a short period of time before Burkhard had traded them away, and Edelgard knew from first-hand experience that the kingdom's soldiers had not been so kind to them. Flane eagerly dug into her food, though, her mood entirely lightened. This is an interesting sort of stew, General, Count Burghley's told Didu. Is this from Dusker? Of a sort, Didu replied. I do not have the correct vegetables or fish for it, only the spices for the sauce. There is something invigorating about your people's cuisine. Though of course, nothing can improve on aged Gronder fox meat roasted on skewers. The Count slapped his knee. Perhaps the people of Dusker ought to have shared a border with us and not the kingdom. Burkhard shushed him. Petra, who no doubt was holding back some choice words about Count Burghley's attempts to position himself and the Empire as free of prejudice, looked uncomfortable. Edelgard would have liked nothing more than to cork his mouth as one would the bottle of wine sitting on the table, but alas, that was Burkhard's responsibility. Didu has developed quite a skill for improvisation in the kitchen, thanks to one of our former classmates, Dmitri said. If you would welcome us to Fort Mercers, I am certain he could make quite an interesting dish from the local ingredients. If he has the time, of course, Burkhard said. General Molinaro, I've only seen you buried up to your neck in paperwork these past few days. How did you of all people have the time to put this incredible feast together? My workload has lightened considerably, Didu answered. Yes, it has, Dmitri muttered, and Edelgard wondered how much paperwork he'd found himself subsequently buried under after Edelgard had helped him recover from his malaise. Anyway, I would like to talk about why we are all here, he said. As King of Faerghus, I aim to demonstrate to those captured in battle that even if you have raised a blade against me, I mean you no ill will. The feeling, of course, is mutual, said Lorenz, being the only prisoner with a swollen enough ego to immediately speak for everybody. Edelgard could tell that Dimitri's words were meant for Seath and Flane in particular, and that by stressing that he had no ill will toward his prisoners who had fought against him, he was in turn asking them, whom he had quite deeply wronged, to have no ill will toward him. She doubted his rhetoric would be as effective as he hoped. Didu tells me that meals such as this are a Dusker tradition between warring villages. When the conflict is over, the victor is gracious and merciful, and shows it in the form of a feast for the defeated. Once I cared only for crushing my enemies, but now my perspective has changed. My dearest wish is that when next I have this meal, I will be feeding it to a defeated Archbishop Rhea. Well said, King Dmitri, Burkhard said. I can only hope that she shares that meal with my brother Anselm. When dinner was over, the prisoners were to be escorted out, but instead, Seath approached Dmitri, Byleth, and Edelgard, keeping his hand firmly and protectively curled around Flane's wrist as she remained at his side. As happy as Flane had been while there'd been good food in front of her, the warmth in her face faded as she came closer to Dmitri. Your Majesty, Seath said. On Flane's behalf and my own, I thank you for tonight's dinner. After everything I have done, it is the least I can do, Dmitri said, and Edelgard could plainly see that he struggled to meet his gaze. The patch over one of Seath's eyes, the missing fingers on his left hand, and the perpetual limp that demanded he use a cane were all permanent reminders of what Dmitri, though indirectly, had done to him. Flane took a deep and frustrated breath, as though wishing she could say something. King Dmitri, Seath replied, I hate to be blunt, but to put matters simply, it will be difficult for Flane and I to trust you with our welfare. I had always taken you for an earnest person, until it was revealed that the same young prince who came across as so genuine and chivalrous was also the masked villain who had kidnapped Flane and nearly killed me. We can no longer take you at your word. It is only because of Professor Eisner and Lady Edelgard that I am willing to meet you halfway. I understand, Dmitri said, looking to Byleth and then to Edelgard. Keeping you safe is the least we can do, Byleth said to Seath. Seath nodded. And for that, Professor, I am thankful. As for you, Your Majesty, you say that you wish to make amends for all the pain you and the Agarthans have caused us, but I would like to know how you plan to make those amends. Dmitri glanced to Edelgard, then focused his gaze back on Seath. I promise you, he said, upon my father's grave, when I find Thales, my vengeance will be swift and. Vengeance is no remedy, Seath retorted, cutting him off before his voice could rise and rage could overtake his projected diplomatic calm. Killing one man will not solve anything, it never does. Your Majesty, you have accused Rhea of committing the same atrocity she once suffered, and to the people of Faerghus you have implicated myself and Flane as her accomplices. Words like those are not so easily taken back. Do you have an idea for how you can stop your own men from baying for our blood, beyond appointing your inner circle as our bodyguards? How will you make amends for chasing us first from Garag Mach and then from our own home, then making all of Faerghus itself toxic to us? Dmitri bowed his head. My intention is not to shame you, Seath said. However, I want you to realize that if your intentions are truly earnest, then you have a very difficult path to tread. What you have done will be an incredible challenge to undo. Dmitri was silent for a moment. The people of Faerghus can overcome their bigotry, he then said. If I can do it, then I can lead them, and they will listen. Look at Didu. He has faced indignity after indignity, bore the slings and arrows of venomous words and deeds from my countrymen, seen everything and everyone he knew cut down and burned to ash. But after 5 years as my retainer and with his new position as a general in the kingdom army, he has become a man of prominence who commands at least begrudging respect from my men, if not outright respect. Seath looked at Didu. I hope your solution is not to make us a part of your chain of command with General Molinaro, he said, though there was a note of levity in his voice. I apologize for putting you on the spot. It does hearten me to hear that you have given this some thought. Good evening, then, Your Highness. If it would put you at ease, I will have Professor Byleth escort you back to your quarters, Dmitri said, nodding to his teacher. Byleth yawned. I'd be happy to. I can see you are quite weary, Professor, Seath told her, so I will not keep you waiting. He and Flane departed the reception hall with her, and as the rest of the guests cleared out, Dmitri and Edelgard remained alone in the quiet hall with Hubert and Didu. You look as exhausted as I feel, Lady Edelgard, Hubert said. Shall we return to the dormitories as well? Edelgard studied Dmitri's face. A concerned pinch tugged at his lips. I'd like a moment with Dmitri, actually, she said. Go on without me. You as well, Didu, Dmitri said. You've had quite a long day. You deserve to take the evening to rest. Didu bowed. Much appreciated, Your Majesty, he said, and he and Hubert left the room. Once he and Edelgard were alone, Dmitri let out a long, loud sigh and clasped his hand to his brow, his fingers burrowing into his silvery white hair. Silver Nemesis, he muttered to himself. What a name. Had I not just learned the truth, I might have taken that as a compliment. Something Seath said is on your mind, isn't it, Dmitri? Edelgard asked him. Too much is on my mind. Would that I had two minds just to keep track of it all. Well, a leader can't always afford to be of two minds about something. She looked out the windows and saw the sky painted pink and orange. Would you like to watch the sunset? It looks like we have plenty of time to do so. She led him outside the reception hall and up onto the ramparts of the inner wall, where the two of them leaned on the parapet and watched the setting sun's light turn a dull and ruddy orange as it slid underneath an anvil-shaped cloud just above the horizon. Splashes of orange and pink spread out across the sky. I've no artist's soul, Dmitri mused, studying the sky with her, so I cannot exactly say why the sight of a sunset is so beautiful. But it never fails to stir my heart. The dying golden light of the setting sun lent an amber hue to his skin not unlike the alpine glow upon the mountains. Edelgard preferred sunrise, but it was easier to sleep after dusk than to wake before dawn, and besides, what was a sunset but a sunrise's mirror image? The open air, the sky, the land stretching out before us. I think it's only natural for us to have our hearts stirred by them, after being deprived of them for so long. Dmitri nodded. The breeze ruffled the icy locks that fell over his brow. Yes. Yes, I suppose so. There was a time when all we knew were walls and cages. Every sunrise, every sunset, is one neither of us thought we would ever see again. Looking out at the clouds, Edelgard realized that she truly felt at peace. She'd rediscovered something that brought succor to her troubled mind. Dmitri said. From one ruler to another, may I ask you for your advice? Any time. I inflamed the people of Faerghus' hearts with a lie, just as Rodrius Thales planned for me to do. And Seath is correct. That cannot be so easily undone. What is to stop them from thinking the truth is yet another lie? Or what if they see my sudden change in position as a sign of weakness or cowardice? If I damage my standing among the people, then what does it even matter if I am king? The people of Faerghus look to their leaders for strength, do they not? Your people believe that the strong are tasked with looking after the weak. And you, Dmitri, are strength incarnate. Word of you descending upon the monastery like a man-shaped apocalypse will spread far and wide. But I feel like such a fool. The people don't need to know how you feel, only what you do. Speak with conviction, and that alone will get you halfway. I suppose. In your world, what did you do about Seath and Flayn? Did you inflame your people against them as well? Were you tasked with stemming that tide of hatred? Tell me how you did it. Edelgard felt her heart sink into her stomach. I didn't learn the truth about the Church of Ceros until I came to this world. I struck Rhea down knowing only that for 1,000 years it had propped up a heinous system. Then Seath and Flayn. Byleth spared them in battle. In return, they promised to retreat to some corner of the world where they may live in peace. They decided that life in seclusion was better than death at Rhea's side. Then there were still places they could retreat to, Dmitri sighed. Then you did not do as I had done and turn their world against them. Then this is a new problem for both of us. Yes. And while I can offer you some comfort, Seath is correct, there are no easy answers. But one thing I do know is that the longer you wait to reveal the truth, the longer you stand by and wait for the opportune moment, the cooler the iron becomes while it waits for you to strike it, and the more painful it will eventually be to come forward and dispel the lie. Revealing that truth and freeing Seath and Flayn from the onerous bigotry you have burdened them with will be like threading the eye of a needle, no matter when or how you do it, but we can figure that out together. For a moment, Dmitri looked horrified, but he mustered a soft smile. Yes, we will find out how to solve this problem together, I would like that. I think Seath and Flayn will, as well. Edelgard couldn't help but feel heartened. Few understand that it takes bravery to admit that one was wrong, she said, tying back her hair as a gust of wind caught it. Professor Hanneman once told me that to study the natural world takes a kind of bravery many warriors never know the bravery it takes to admit that one is wrong about the very earth on which they stand. I think you are that brave, Dimitri. I can only hope the rest of Faerghus sees it as bravery as well. Dimitri thought for a while. Do you think they hate you in your world? The people of Faerghus? Or Seath and Flayn? Yes. I would not be surprised. In my world, I strive to be an emperor for the people, but even so, I hardly expect to be popular. I subjugated the continent through bloodshed. It was the swiftest way to bring about the change Fodlan needed and straighten this crooked society. And as you can imagine, conquest hardly endears you to the conquered. There are many who curse my name, and I cannot blame them for doing so. In response to them, I can only continue to move onward to a brighter tomorrow and hope that the world I create will vindicate me. One day, I hope Seath and Flayn end their seclusion to see that some good has come out of all that pain. If only I'd been able to spare Rhea, I would have liked to one day show her that as well. You have sympathy for her? After everything she has done, in your world and in this one. Of course. We are all victims of the Agarthans. All three of us, myself, you, and her. Dimitri smiled. I'm glad that you can finally speak to me as your true self. I always tried to be as honest with you as I could, Edelgard hastily replied, feeling her heart skip a beat. Even if I couldn't be entirely forthcoming. He shook his head. I did not mean to imply. I am sorry. It is just that. I'm grateful that I can see every side of you. He fell silent, and for a while the two of them only watched the rest of the sun vanish behind the mountains and the sky darken overhead. That was the trouble with sunsets, Edelgard thought. They were beautiful, but fleeting, and they turned to darkness. Sunrises were just as fleeting, but at least they turned to light, and that was a beauty of its own. Still, being with Dimitri and watching the sunset with him tonight, as she had watched another world's sunset with Byleth last night, imbued it with a warmth even the cool evening air could not abate. He asked, out of curiosity, can you tell me about myself? Myself in your world, I mean. My counterpart. What am I like? Well, you were very chivalrous, outwardly personable, unpretentious, Edelgard said. At the academy, that is. I'll admit we didn't socialize much. I'd heard you had a bit of a violent side to you, but it wasn't until the war began that I saw much of it. Were we childhood friends in your world, as well? Yes, though I hardly remember it at all. Edelgard traced a line on her wrist where a scar should have been. The same way you don't. I see. It must have come as quite a blow to me, he said, to meet you here only to discover you had forgotten me entirely. Not entirely. Oh. I kept your dagger. My, what? Before I left Fhirdiad, you gave me a dagger in my world, at least, Edelgard explained, remembering just in time to avoid embarrassing herself that this world's dagger had been erased from time, and that only time travelers could remember its existence. Oh, goodness. Dimitri buried his face in his hands. I am so thankful I did not do something so silly in this world. Silly or not, I truly appreciated it. That dagger kept me yearning for the light even in my darkest days, when even the goddess herself was deaf to my pleas for salvation. He was silent for a moment. What am I like, now? In your world? Edelgard struggled to decide how she would answer that, worried she might push him away just as she had Ingrid. You declared war against the church, he said. I suppose it's too much to hope that I fought on your side in that war. You could have, she admitted. But when I revealed myself as the Flame Emperor, you got it in your head that I had played a part in the tragedy of Duscur. You would have been 12 or 13. Oh, goddess, was I an idiot, he asked. No, she said. You were just frightened and hurt. Rhea was eager to use that to her own ends, turning your fear and feelings of betrayal into hateful delusion. By taking advantage of you, Faerghus became her haven and its army her shield and you. Dimitri bowed his head. I'm sorry, D. It seems, he mumbled, that in any world, I am nothing more than a pawn in somebody else's game. I am, a dupe. He spat the word out, filled with bitter shame. Did I die fighting you? Edelgard found herself afraid to answer. This conversation seemed to be going just like the one she'd had with Ingrid at the inn, the night before she had stormed out of her life. Did I? Please, El. She slowly nodded. On the Tailtean plains, in the rain, spitting out hatred with every last breath, she said, her tongue cleaving to the roof of her mouth. And the blue lions. Those who did not join me perished on your behalf. Didu, Sylvain, Felix, and Ingrid. Was Ash among you, then? Yes. Is he a knight? One of the best. That is no small relief, to say the least. He let out a relieved sigh. I am certain he will do great things in your future just as he did in our past. But I digress. El. From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. You do? She asked, somehow bewildered to have heard that despite the last words she'd shared with Ingrid still echoing in her mind. All this time, you have been working so hard, against so many people who would use me for their own twisted ends, he said. You have been working so hard to keep me from becoming some easily fooled puppet fated to die cursing my own delusions. His voice cracked. Edelgard could see tears welling up in his eyes. One of his hands slipped across the rough stone parapet and found Edelgard's curling firmly around them. Edelgard was struck with the memory of a younger Dimitri, more than half a year ago, who had been so afraid to touch people for fear that his strength would break them, and yet now he had the confidence to hold a hand more fragile than his own. Nothing can express the depth of my gratitude. You came to this world to save me from the darkness and guide me to the light, to deliver me from the fate I met in yours. With all that I am, I thank you. I came here by accident, she said, or perhaps some hidden machinations I have yet to fully grasp. But when I saw you, I seized the opportunity. She felt her own voice crack unbidden, struggling past the lump in her throat. I think that, even with everything you've done, you can become a better person than me. That is quite a lofty goal to set for me, he admitted. You are one of the best people I know. A veil of tears turned the dying dusk light to mist before her eyes. She blinked the tears away. Dimitri put an arm across her back, resting his hand upon her shoulder. I am sorry about Ingrid. Word has gotten around, I suppose, Edelgard said. Do you not want to talk about it? I understand I have no intent of forcing you. No. You might be the only person in this world I can talk to about her. I suppose I am to blame for tearing you apart, he said to her. His hand lingered on the parapet, fingertips probing a small crack and breaking it open with the ease of a gentle touch. You wished to be at my side, she could not stand me. One part of her had to relent to the other. I am sorry that her revulsion toward me overcame her loyalty to you. There was something almost self-pityingly narcissistic about his apology, Edelgard thought, but his soft voice and the softness in his eyes spoke to the truth of his feelings and his earnest contrition. The noble class were full of people who took responsibility for everything they could claim, reaping the rewards of heroism or diplomacy they played barely a part in, or good food cooked by chefs and good music played by servants who had never once spoken to them, or a grand manor cleaned by maids whose eyes never met theirs. Dimitri, like her, had been born into that mentality, but unlike his fellow nobles who stole the valor of others, he draped himself in pain that was caused to others by others. It's almost touching that you feel the need to claim responsibility for that, she said. The real reason was because I told her the truth. I told her everything I told you. She saw me for who I truly was, just as she had seen you, and realized that she couldn't sanction remaining by my side. She didn't break my heart, I broke hers. But if I had won her over, if I had treated her better, if I had better appealed to her, then surely, he said, she would have accepted you. If only she had not hated me. If only I had not been so worthy of contempt. It's a moot point, she said. She's gone. And that cannot be undone. She felt a bitter laugh almost crawl up her throat. Death itself could be undone, by the power of the goddess herself, but not this. Well, he said, I am here. And that cannot possibly be enough, but, it is something, I hope. His arm drew her in just a little closer. We should get down from here before it gets too dark, shouldn't we? He asked. Yes, she said. We should. The last thing Fodlan needs is for either of us to trip and break our necks trying to go down the stairs in the dark. The two of them left the ramparts as the sky above them turned blacker and blacker. The golden hour of the sunset had given way to the blue hour, and even that was coming to an end, as it did every night. Dmitri asked, "Forgive me if this is a question you cannot answer, when do you plan on returning to your own world?" Edelgard sighed, dreading the answer she had to give. "As soon as I find out how," she replied. She could tell that he was trying to pretend not to feel slighted by her answer. "I suppose, you have a great many friends," he said, "who are all waiting eagerly for you to return. It would be cruel of me to ask that you stay any longer than you need to. However longer you remain here, I suppose we should make the most of the time we have left." Edelgard felt her heart ache, but she also felt herself smile. "I suppose we should. Perhaps tomorrow we can both take some time from our busy schedules. I'd love to try my hand at painting your portrait." "Really?" There was a bright gleam in Dmitri's icy eyes. I don't know what to say," he told her. "Am I that interesting of a subject?" "It would do me well to study your face," she said. "One day, I'd like to erect a monument to you, to the last king of Faerghus. I would want to make certain the sculptor captures your best qualities. But by the time that day comes, it might have been years since I last saw you. So you will need to get a lot of practice in. It would be a change of pace for me, but far from a disagreeable one. While you are here, you can use me as a subject as often as you like." She wrapped her arms around him and rested her head upon his chest. For the first time that day, it seemed, she didn't feel quite so alone anymore. At last, the weight on her shoulders did not feel so heavy. "What was it you called yourself again?" he asked her as the two of them made their way to the dormitories. "The Flame Emperor." She buried her face in his chest, her cheeks burning red. I know, it's such an elegant and evocative name. There's a certain grace to it that Hurricane King quite obviously lacks. Perhaps I should have gone with Tempest King or Stormbringer or..." Edelgard might have considered it a mercy that something came up to distract the both of them from such a mutually embarrassing conversation topic. But unfortunately, the something that came up was in fact time itself crumpling and buckling around her as another temporal tidal wave crashed through her mind like a hammer against her skull. There had been severe Dirac tidal surges before, but it had been long enough since the last one that this one caught her as though it had never happened before. Excruciating pain, the feeling of being in two places at once, the fleeting sensation of another world bleeding into this one. Her body seized and spasmed. For a moment, in her mind's eye, she thought she caught a glimpse of the many-eyed beast, the unfathomable skeleton, that she had once seen in the depths of the holy tomb, its infinite gaze piercing her soul. She, Byleth, and Hilda spent the night in the infirmary. Though there were no further attacks, Manuela insisted that all three of them stay overnight so that she could check in on them in the morning. Morning came as it always did, but Edelgard awoke on her own before Manuela could return to wake her. The dawn light was not the golden light of last night's dusk but rather was dim and faint. Outside, it was another foggy, dreary dawn. Thunder rumbled in the distance, though rain had yet to fall. Byleth was awake as well and had gotten up from one of the hard, uncomfortable cots the three of them had slept in to do her morning stretches. She was barely more than a silhouette, the pale light from the windows only illuminating the fringes of her mint-green hair. Hilda awoke as well, barely stifling a yawn. "What a horrible place to sleep," she mumbled. "I've never understood infirmaries. People come here sick and in pain, and the physicians decide to make them even more uncomfortable." "Well, you see," a soft voice replied from across the room, "when you're unlucky enough to be stuck here, an uncomfortable cot is one of the least of your concerns." Voul pulled himself up from his cot with great difficulty, bracing himself with his elbow as he eased himself into a sitting position without antagonizing the bandage-wrapped wound in his side. "The three of you, huddle around the severely injured man, please. And by the severely injured man, I mean myself, not that man over there missing half his skull." Edelgard, Hilda, and Byleth circled around Voul, who cleared his throat. "I hear there was quite a big Dirac tidal surge last night," he said to them. "You're telling me," Hilda said, rubbing her head as though it still ached. "It feels like a horse ran into my brain." "I wish I could have warned you," Voul added, but I don't receive testing schedules from Operation Antediluvian anymore. I don't receive anything from anybody anymore. It seems I've officially been cut off from Agartha. I've wondered, Edelgard asked, how could that project still be ongoing? This isn't the first time I've felt one of those tidal surges since we destroyed Castle Gaspard. They must have already built a new site, Byleth reasoned. Or had another site ready to go when the one beneath the castle was blown up. Yes, Vuul said. His expression darkened. And I have no idea where it is. Well, let's try to puzzle something out, Hilda said. Maybe they're doing it in Shamhala itself. If they could have worked on the project in Shamhala, they would have, Edelgard retorted. No. Gaspard, Riemeyer, there must be some connection between those two places that might explain where a third is. Astute thinking, Vuul told her. Operation Antediluvian risks incurring severe damage to time itself. Ash and I only narrowly averted such a disaster at Riemeyer. If we'd failed, the town and everybody in it could have been erased from existence past, present, and future. Like the dagger, Byleth muttered, glancing at Edelgard. And your old desk. For that reason, I can't imagine even Thales would be foolish or short-sighted enough to have the experiments continue in Shamhala, the last haven of Agartha, Vuul said. A connection between Riemeyer and Gaspard, Edelgard mused. She turned the two locations over and over in her mind. Riemeyer, a tiny and humble village on the western path to Gareg Mach, practically in the Church of Ciro's backyard, and Castle Gaspard, the fortress of a modest lord and the flashpoint for the Western Church's ill-conceived revolt against the Central Church. They're tiny, unimportant places. Hilda offered. But important to us, Byleth noted. It would make sense to put a new facility in a tiny, unimportant place, Vuul said. But, of course, the world is filled with tiny, unimportant places. I would say 99% of all places are tiny and unimportant. Both places were close to a branch of the Church of Ciro's, Edelgard said. Riemeyer, the Central Church, Gaspard, the Western Church. Could this new facility be somewhere near the Eastern Church? But the Eastern Church is all the way in Regan territory, Hilda said. That's so far away. The headquarters of the Eastern Church was situated right on the border of the Dukedom of Regan and the Margravate of Edmund, nestled in the foothills of Fodlan's Throat, quite a trek compared to Riemeyer and Castle Gaspard. But, Edelgard realized, if the two of them were to travel through Fodlan's Locket to Almira in pursuit of a way back home, it would be on the way. Who knows? We might run into Claude on the way there, Byleth pointed out. Or future Claude. Now, hold on, Vuul said. Edelgard, your logic is quite sound, but it's a bit too early to be pulling up stakes and packing our bags on the basis of one shared data point. Edelgard nodded, though it took a moment to work through Vuul's strange turns of phrase. It would be quite foolish of her to commit to a course of action based on a simple comparison. That same haste had nearly allowed Thales to use his counterpart as a suicidal tool of mass murder just this morning, a world away. And do you have any further insights at this time? Vuul stroked his chin. Each facility uses a compact tokamak reactor as a main power source. All power sources need fuel. All fuel comes from somewhere. If we can discern the supply routes, perhaps we can figure out where the new facility is. What's a tokamak? Byleth asked. Think of it as a hollow metal ring with a tiny sun in it, he told her. Are you thinking about it? Well, that's nothing like what it is, but it's close enough. The compact tokamaks use deuterium and tritium as fuel. What are those? Byleth asked. They're isotopes of please, it's too early in the morning to teach you atomic physics, Vuul sighed. Edelgard had always gotten the feeling he enjoyed sounding smart and was frustrated that his jargon came across to his allies as more like the babbling of an old man with dementia than a demonstration of his extensive knowledge. Deuterium can be produced from seawater and it isn't hard to come by. But tritium, on the other hand, only occurs in trace quantities. Are there veins of this tritium in these mountains? Edelgard asked. Tritium isn't a metal or a rock. It's a gas. But you can produce it in a tokamak from a metal called lithium. Lithium? I've never heard of it, Hilda said. Thank you, Ciros, Vuul muttered. Lithium can be extracted from certain minerals, seawater, or salt lakes. They could be getting it the same way they get their deuterium. Or they could be buying up pegmatite, spodumene, or pedalite crystals and extracting it from there. Wait, Hilda said. Vool, didn't you work at the Remire facility? How do you not know where they were getting their resources from? I wasn't in charge of procurement, Vool said snippily. I was in charge of punching a hole through the fabric of space-time. And not even that, I was in charge of helping punch a hole through the fabric of space-time. So, Hilda asked, it might be worth using DDI's spy network to investigate the trade of various crystals. Or seawater, Edelgard said. Gaspard and Remire were both inland. If these facilities needed seawater, somebody must have been shipping it to them from the coast. Seawater isn't exactly a commodity in high demand. Yes, if we could see if certain places have been receiving more of a certain mineral than usual, we could gain a better sense of where this facility is, Vool told them, his eyes narrowing, and DDI's spy ring would be more efficient than pouring through merchant records for the whole continent, but the point is moot if he doesn't want us using his network to figure out where the facility is. But surely he can see the danger in allowing these experiments to continue, Byleth said. Thinking back to her conversation with DDI from yesterday, Edelgard wondered to herself what kind of chaos could be unleashed across Fodlan if Operation Antediluvium was successful in opening a portal to the distant past. Certainly enough to upend society entirely and give his mycelium a chance to thrive. Vool, she said, do you think? Edelgard, you're right to ask why the project is still ongoing at all, Vool answered, with its leadership missing and Shamhala thrown into disarray. Without the Agasthya at its head, the Council for Agartha and Restoration is merely 12 puppet leaders who haven't wielded any real power in hundreds of years, running around like chickens with their heads cut off. Operation Antediluvium ought to remain completely stalled, and yet. He watched Byleth's and Hilda's faces turn pale. In the distance, thunder rumbled, rattling the windows, and rain began to patter against the windows of the infirmary. Lightning flashed. Two possibilities occur to me, Vool intoned, each more disturbing than the other. Either Thales has escaped Destinova's custody and has given the order for Operation Antediluvium to continue, or he and Destinova are working together. The door to the infirmary swung open and Manuela strolled through with Hubert and Mercedes in tow. Oh, you three are already up, she said to Edelgard, Byleth, and Hilda. Don't crowd around Albus now, he needs his breathing room. Vool laid himself back down on the cot. I do appreciate your concern, Manuela, he said. Are you three feeling better? No more fainting spells, spasms, seizures, the like. I think we'll be just fine, Edelgard said. That is a relief to hear, Hubert said. Well, don't take up any more space here than you need to, Manuela said. But if you get so much as a headache again, come back at once. Edelgard, Byleth, and Hilda headed for the door with Hubert, but Mercedes spoke up. Oh, Edelgard. I was wondering, she looked over to Manuela, a hopeful warmth on her pale face. If you could stay here with me while Professor Manuela. She's finally agreed to let me have a look at those sutures on her chest, Manuela explained. We can all stay, Byleth said. Oh, I'm sure you all have things to do this morning, Mercedes told her. Especially you, Professor. Edelgard felt a twinge of unease. I'm quite flattered, Mercedes. But wouldn't you rather have Annette at your side for this? With her skills, she could even help Professor Manuela if something goes wrong. I don't want to wake her up. But since you're already here and awake. It was painfully obvious. Something was wrong with Mercedes. Edelgard shared an uneasy glance with Byleth. Professor. Hubert, perhaps you wouldn't mind going to check up on Annette and Happy? I'm sure they'd be happy to offer their support, even if you do have to rouse them both awake. Hubert and Byleth both nodded and headed out of the infirmary. Well, like you said, Professor, Hilda said, stretching her arms over her head, there's no reason for me to stick around here. I'm going to get the tiniest bit of shut-eye in a real bed with real blankets before breakfast. She made for the door as well, dipping out into the hall, but gave Edelgard a sly wink over her shoulder before the door swung shut behind her. Manuela prepared an operating table for Mercedes, collected her instruments, and laid her patient down, carefully removing the front of the cuirass that hid the ugly scar running just over her heart. "This should be very simple," she said. "That wound is mostly closed, I just need to cut that thread and pull it out so my magic can do the rest." She rubbed a tincture on the wound. "This will make sure it doesn't hurt." Mercedes giggled. "It tickles a little." "Well, the whole area should be going numb in just a few seconds." She nodded. "Good." Manuela took up a scalpel. "Now, how did you get this wound, again? And who sewed it shut for you? I hope you didn't have to do that by yourself." Mercedes' eyes flitted back and forth. "Actually, now that I think about it, I can't quite remember. It was on me when I came here for the battle." "But you said you got that wound in battle," Edelgard pointed out. She felt the dragon writhe uncomfortably underneath her. If she really did have bestial instincts, right now they were not engendering an egg obsession but rather screaming in harmony with her human instincts that something was wrong. Mercedes blinked. Did I? I don't remember that, either. It's funny, but sometimes days just go by in a haze. You should have told me about that, Manuela said as her scalpel slid through one length of thread. It sounds like you might have a concussion, and going around as normal has probably just made it worse. You know, I had a student a few years back who got a very bad concussion just from banging her head on a horseshoe. She was a real intellectual, she couldn't conceive of a way to have any sort of fun without strenuous mental exercise. The rest of the kids in the Golden Deer called her a genius, and she'd definitely earned it. But because all she knew how to do was work that brain of hers, she kept interrupting the healing process. Eventually she had to drop out of the academy. I heard it took her 6 months before she could read a book without getting a headache again. As she spoke, the snip 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 of thread punctuated her sentences. How dreadful, Mercedes said. Concussions are awful things. I'm surprised more of them don't happen here. So am I, but I won't look a gift horse in the mouth, Manuela sighed. All the same, I'll be keeping you here until you feel better. She finished cutting the sutures and started pulling the severed threads from the skin, leaving little pockmark-shaped holes that lined the edges of the wound. This wound is older than I thought at first glance, she mused. A wound like this, even with healing magic, it'll still scar. Oh, that's fine, Mercedes said airily. It'll be great fodder for a terrifying campfire tale. Ah, Edelgard, you remember when Bernadetta, Geralt, and I all had that scary storytelling contest? Bernie certainly does have a knack for it, doesn't she? Edelgard couldn't allow herself to be disarmed by her words and demeanor. Something was wrong. Very wrong. She surreptitiously slipped a spare scalpel off the table and palmed it, hiding it up her sleeve while preparing her reserves of fire magic to flow into her other hand. Manuela squinted, her lip curling and brow furrowing. Mercedes, I think there's something inside the wound. I'll have to pull it out before I close it, or it'll be stuck there for good, and there's no telling what further damage it could do. Mercedes' brow furrowed with worry. Edelgard wasn't sure her face could turn any paler, but it somehow managed. Do you have any idea what it could be? Manuela asked her, setting her fingertips in the wound and preparing to pull it open. Edelgard could see a glimpse of something black and slick with blood, but she could have sworn it looked like a polished stone of some sort. Please, stop. Mercedes suddenly cried out. Manuela pulled her hands back. Does it hurt? I have more to dull the pain. Get back. Get back, both of you, Mercedes hissed, raising her hands and clasping them over her wound. The rest of her armor flickered and glowed an ethereal violet in short spurts, light coursing just under the crystalline, opalescent texture of the strange metal. Get out of the room. Now. Now, both of you. Edelgard felt the resonance of a crest activation in the air, prickling the hair on her skin and sending a chill down her spine. And then she felt another. 2 crests, both of Mercedes. The resonance built up on itself in a way Edelgard had never felt before, even though she'd felt both Lysithea and herself use both their crests on at least one occasion. It made her teeth rattle in her mouth. Manuela stumbled backward, Edelgard caught her by the arm and pulled her back further. She looked to Voulz-Caught. He was trying to pull himself to his feet, but his movements were still slow and weak due to his wound. Was he in danger as well? What's going on? Manuela asked. Mercedes, is something. A mass of oily black tendrils, too liquid to be solid yet too solid to be liquid, burst out from Mercedes' chest and began to wrap themselves around her, dripping viscous black slime as they wormed their way into the gaps in her armor and flowed over it. Some of the tendrils coalesced into chitinous, shiny surfaces like beetle shells, while others turned to dry, striated muscle fibers. 8 long, spindly spider leg limbs burst from Mercedes' sides and raised her up like stilts, leaving her arms and legs and her head to all both dangle from her suspended torso. What the hell is? Vul began to shout before a stream of black sludge splattered against his face, throwing him off the cot and pinning him to the far wall. Edelgard pulled Manuela toward the door. 2 more streams of the black sludge lanced out from the black mass that protruded from Mercedes' chest and left the rest of her body dangling like a puppet beneath its undercarriage. She felt one anchor itself on her wrist and another adhere itself to Manuela's shoulder. Both streams ran in long arcs back to the spider-like black creature that had burst out from within Mercedes' body, anchoring them to it. Edelgard took her scalpel and tried to cut through the ropey sludge, but the sharp blade simply bounced off of it. Skittering slowly on its stilt-like spider legs, the thing that had once been Mercedes turned itself around so that Mercedes' pale, ghost-like face, now marred by flecks of chitin and scales clinging to her cheeks and black veins throbbing on her brow, faced Edelgard and Manuela. Her head hung back, upside down, exposing the hollow of her throat, and her short white hair pointed straight down just like her limp and useless arms and legs. All the while, her armor glowed a furious violet, shimmering with pent-up magical energy, and Edelgard saw that same violet glow glisten on the surface of the door and every window and spread across the walls, floor, and ceiling, leaving in its wake a faintly visible hazy sheen on every surface. Mercedes, Manuela said, struggling to free herself like a fly caught in a web, what's happened to you? I don't know, Mercedes said. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled up her forehead. I don't know, but, she gritted her teeth and sucked air between them, as though in immense pain. I think. I know what's going to happen to you. Her voice took on a deeper, throatier, sultry timbre that bled through her breathy whisper as though 2 voices were coming from the same mouth. Only one of you is going to leave this room alive. Chapter 53, Who Goes There? Lightning flashed through the windows, heralding the rolling rumble and snap of a nearby thunderclap. The flickers of blinding light rolled over the monster's chitinous shell, painting its form in ghoulish chiaroscuro for a few fleeting moments. Mercedes hung aloft in the air above the infirmary, chest thrust upward and spine sharply arched. Her arms and legs, still clad in the strange crystalline inner layer of her Death Knight armor that glowed a cold violet, dangled limply from her shoulders and hips and swayed gently with each movement like the corpse of a hanged man swinging from the gallows. The curve of her neck continued the arc of her spine and her head tilted as far back as it would go, exposing the hollow of her pale throat. Her face, upside down, was ashen and gaunt, her jaw slack and mouth agape in a silent wail. Her eyes were vacant and lifeless, as empty as a doll's and as cold as a fish's, and glistening tears ran from them down her brow to her hairline. Throbbing and pulsating black veins stood out on her skin, creeping across her cheeks and brow. In the dim gloom of the infirmary, with the early morning light hidden behind the rain and fog outside and the only light coming from the lamps set in the walls, her white skin and hair nearly seemed to glow, a phantom seemingly held aloft in the gloom by invisible threads. But what held her aloft was not invisible, merely half-hidden. It was the black mass protruding from her bare chest, black sinew and striated muscle fiber, coated with chitinous shells and spiny scales, that branched out into 8 lanky and gangling legs splaying out, 4 on each side. It seemed to spew darkness. The light from the lamps and candles struggled to reach it, as though it were being beaten back by a torrent of writhing, living shadow. The beast was shaped into the wicked exaggeration of a spider, an arachnophobe's worst nightmare if ever there was one, torn from a fearful imagination and given flesh. Each leg was capped with a set of long, thin talons clustered together to form black blades like stiletto heels that kept the monstrous parasite aloft. Another set of limbs, shorter and spinier, curled forward, capped with spindly fingers. Thick, ropey tendrils of black tar continued to flow from the tumorous mass, forming a bulbous shape like a spider's abdomen which dwarfed Mercedes' frail body and hardened into a chitinous shell. Seams in the shiny, shell-lacked armor glowed with a throbbing violet light, as though the organ was drawing out and storing pure magical energies from Mercedes' body just as the Death Knight's armor did. 8 apertures opened up at the center of the black mass, revealing 8 glowing orbs of several sizes, 4 on each side in a symmetrical pattern, like eyes. It looked for all the world as though a giant spider, like the tarantulas of Brigid, had seized Mercedes in its mandibles the way a cat might hold a kitten by the scruff of its neck. Edelgard could feel crest-bearing blood flowing underneath every inch of the monster's skin, flowing from Mercedes' body into the grotesque thing that had overtaken her. Was this some of Cornelia's sorcery, implanted in her greatest experiment's body and waiting for the right moment? Or, she wondered, recalling the sight of Miquelon Gautier's body consumed by the same roiling mass of black tendrils, Solon's Creststone experiments, the soldiers at Tailtean who had transformed themselves in service of their Medking, and the not-so-mythical story of the forgotten hero Maurice and the crest of the beast. Was this the ultimate form of a person whose body had been cursed to hold 2 crests? Was this what became of anybody who overused their 2 crests? Had she herself or Lysithea possessed that potential for monstrosity? Did Dimitri? Long tendrils of black tar-like sludge flowed from the monster's body, ensnaring its prey. When it moved, even slightly, its legs crushed and flattened the surgical tables and cots in its path, strewing across the floor broken bits of furniture, and Edelgard felt the viscous sludge wrapped around her wrist, warm and gently pulsating like a hand grasping hers, tug her firmly toward the creature with every little movement it made. She had to dig in her heels to keep from being pulled along. "My patience!" Manuela cried out, hastily taking one of the cots laden with a convalescing kingdom soldier and hurriedly yanking it out of the beast's path. "Edelgard, go get help," she shouted out, rushing to secure as many of her remaining patients as she could. The few patients left in the infirmary were beginning to stir. The one that had just been moved opened his eyes, looked up, and screamed, only for his scream to be cut short when the monster's spindly fingers curled around him and snatched him up. Manuela conjured a hail of luminescent sparks and threw them at the monster, only for them to glance harmlessly off its hide. As the soldier hung in the beast's grip, his flesh swiftly dried and withered, turning pale as snow and as cracked and chapped as an expanse of salt flats. He was dropped to the floor, where his body all but crumbled to dust. Edelgard tried to put more distance between herself and the monster, slashing with her purloined scalpel at the tendril tethering herself to it, but the blade simply glanced off it. It felt soft and yielding wrapped around her wrist, and yet when she struck it, it was as hard as steel. Going to get help would be easier said than done. A few of the more able-bodied soldiers galvanized themselves, arming themselves with the only weapons available, bits of destroyed furniture, but their brave shouts as they stampeded upon the grotesque spider quickly turned to screams of terror. Manuela was torn between holding as many of them back as she could and hurling spells at the monster, but it did little good. In a matter of seconds, the only soldiers left alive in the room were those with the good sense to cower in the corners and find places to hide. There were only a few lamps left lit in the room, their flames guttering in their sconces upon the wall. Cold light intermittently lit the infirmary from the flashes of lightning outside, harsh and brilliant compared as it overpowered the dull and weak amber lamplight. "So," the monster spoke, speaking in 2 voices, "as I said, one of you is going to leave this room, one of you. Which of you would you like to volunteer?" she asked, letting out a cruel laugh. The second voice was cruelly familiar, yet it took Edelgard a moment to place it. "Cornelia." Somehow, Cornelia was speaking through Mercedes, a parasite occupying her body. Just as the monstrous shape of the giant spider dwarfed Mercedes' body, so too, it seemed, did Cornelia's will dwarf her captive daughters. "No volunteers? Good. I think it will be much more fun that way." "So," Cornelia asked, layering her voice over Mercedes, "which of you shall I let live, and which of you shall I kill? You see, I'm in the need for a new body, one that will last a bit longer than this one, and you 3 are just the right set of candidates." "You must feel quite confident," Edelgard told her, "to be monologuing at us like this, Cornelia." Manuela stared up at the Cornelia Mercedes hybrid beast looming over her, jaw slack. "What?" she gasped. "Cornelia? What in the goddess' name did you do? What did you do to your daughter?" "I can assure you, I didn't do it in the Fellstar's name," Cornelia snapped at her. "Now, Edelgard, are you going to say something about pride going before a fall? And how inordinately proud were you, you little brat, for sending your professor and your friends away? Even with one hand missing, Hubert might have been capable of slowing me down enough for one of you to run away and send for help. Do you really think that isn't exactly what they're doing? Edelgard asked. Byleth and Hubert are on their way back with Happy and Annette at this very moment. As for Hilda, do you really think she went all the way back to her dormitories to sleep the rest of the morning away? Someone who doesn't know her very well might think that, but I know that no matter how lazy she is, she wouldn't leave a friend's side if there was even the slightest chance that she'd be needed. And on top of that, there's the ruckus you're causing. My friends are already on their way. So you'd better make your decision right away, Cornelia, before the wrath of the Fellstar and the Silver Nemesis falls upon your head. Good idea, Cornelia said, though Edelgard's words brought no haste to her movements. With her talon-tipped arms, she lifted Vul into the air as he struggled against the pitch-black webbing wrapped around him like ropes of tar. Ah, if it isn't the thin white douche! You would at least be a proper replicant body for me, and only marginally less hideous than my old one. MMPH, Vul said, worming his fingers weakly into the blotch of tar that had covered his face. Edelgard was thankful that he didn't need to breathe. But she was too worried to be thankful. What was Cornelia doing? The knowledge that help was on the way should have lit a fire under Cornelia's proverbial ass, but it seemed to have done the opposite. I'd just have to put up a more adequate human disguise around it. Something with curves. I'll keep the cheekbones, though they're to die for. You, my old friend, are going in the maybe pile. She tossed him aside, then advanced upon Edelgard, skittering closer to her on her 8 spindly legs. Or what about you, Edelgard von Hresvelg? A princess, darling of the Emperor and the King, commanding the respect of your peers. Edelgard tried as best she could to position her wrist so that Cornelia couldn't fully make out what she was doing. Seeing Vul work his fingers into the sludge had given her an idea. Striking against the tar made it harden, but otherwise, it remained soft and pliable, so if she could gently work the scalpel in there and pry the tendril off of her wrist. Go ahead, she said to Cornelia. Work it all out in front of me. I'm quite aware of my many positive qualities, but what drawbacks would I offer you? Surely you're dying to cut me down to size after what I did to you back in Inver. I suppose. Or, Edelgard added, for this it was at that moment that she finally pried just enough of the black webbing away for her wrist to slip out. She hurled a fireball at Cornelia's face, or rather, Mercedes' face, and bolted for the door. Manuela wasn't resigned to captivity, either. Though her shoulder was still ensnared in the tar-like webbing, she was racing from patient to patient, gathering up the most injured and in need of protection, no doubt planning to use a warp spell to send them to safety. Edelgard reached the door and put her hand on the doorknob, only for her hand to slam into an invisible barrier just an inch from it. No, not invisible. There was a faintly unctuous sheen in the air, like the shimmer of heat haze in the distance on a summer day, tinted just a little pink. Her knuckles smarted where they'd crunched against the barrier. She looked down and realized that the soles of her feet, too, were planted not on the floor but rather just a fraction of an inch above it, seemingly hovering in thin air. Cornelia's mocking, disdainful laughter wafted through the air like an unpleasant odor toward Edelgard while she cradled her hand and rubbed her sore knuckles. Do you like it? It's a lovely spell I theorized while I was stuck in this flimsy little excuse for a body. I applied it to the entire inside of this room, doors and windows included. No one can get in or out. Don't want anyone getting in the way like in the parlor, do we? Oh, and Manuela, don't think I overlooked warp spells. She let out another laugh. Oh, I am just tickled pink that it actually worked. But, then again, I am a magical prodigy, isn't that right, Professor? Another tendril of black webbing shot out, spilling from the monstrous spider's abdomen and weaved in its spindly hands. Edelgard dodged it as it flew through the room, but when the rope connected with the wall, it suddenly contracted and pulled Cornelia as swiftly as a bolt of lightning toward her. Before she knew it, Edelgard felt Cornelia's talons curl around her and ribbons of oily black slime pin her arms to her sides. You may be a princess, but first and foremost, you're a disgusting beast as well, Cornelia told her, holding her aloft and bringing the tip of one of her spindly talons to rest just a hair's breadth from the tip of her nose. Nearly as vile as the Fellstar itself. You're only fit to have an axe made from your scapula or a halberd from your ribs, like the rest of your kin. If I took your body, one of my fellow skin jobs might murder me by mistake. Still, though, you are a woman of influence with the ears of many important people, and oh my, the ears I would have if I had your tongue. Do you think my friends would be fooled? Edelgard spat, not sure whose eyes she should be meeting between the luminescent violet orbs embedded in the beast's black carapace or the dull, dead eyes that gazed out from Mercedes' face. You knew Mercedes well enough after 5 years of parenting her, but you don't know me at all. Oh, that doesn't matter. See, I've worked out an ingenious way of body snatching, Cornelia said to her. I'm not the one in control, usually. I just make suggestions. Persuasive suggestions. Indistinguishable from the thoughts in your head. So you see, you do most of the thinking, Edelgard, and I just nudge you in the right direction here and there. Do you really think I, or any of us here, wouldn't be able to tell your thoughts from our own? Edelgard asked, squirming and struggling against the webbing that had ensnared her. Now she knew exactly how a fly trapped in a web felt. And if Cornelia's enchantment upon this room had no blind spots, then how could anyone get in to come to her rescue? Her eye twinged and ached, remembering a death long undone, and the dragon underneath her flesh squirmed and writhed, as desperate as she was to be released. You know how smart Mercedes is, Cornelia told her. And she couldn't. Everything I made her do and say, up until this very moment when I had to reveal myself, she thought she was doing entirely of her own free will. Isn't that right, Mercedes? Mercedes' head nodded, and as Cornelia paused and gave her space to answer, her mouth hung open. For a moment, the light came back into her eyes, and with a subtle movement they met Edelgard's. Tears still spilled from them up her face, rolling down her brow and seeping into her hairline. I'm sorry, she whispered, and it was her voice alone that spoke. Oh, you have nothing to apologize for, my dear. Cornelia assured her, speaking through her mouth once again and twisting it into a satisfied, wicked smile. It struck Edelgard as a vile and disgusting parody of the way she and her counterpart would converse while sharing a body. When Cornelia spoke, Mercedes' eyes turned dead once more. You couldn't have known, dearest daughter. I'd made you forget what you did for me in Inver, after all. She brought Edelgard closer, then tossed her aside. Manuela was next to be assessed. Edelgard hit the floor, still wrapped in thin but quite firm cables of tar. Over in the corner of the room, she could see Vul slowly easing himself out of the webbing that had ensnared him. A gentle, slow touch was the key. It seemed the more one struggled, the harder and stronger the bonds became. While Cornelia's attention drifted away from her, she slowly began to ease one arm out. Manuela took a hesitant step backward for every skittering step forward Cornelia took, but soon found her back to the wall. Cornelia tugged on the thread that bound her and jerked her forward, forcing her to take a few stumbling steps closer. I would hope this wouldn't be my swan song, Manuela mumbled, her glib tone belied by how she was shaking. But you don't leave me much choice, do you? No, I don't. I've well more than half a mind to let you live, or rather, to force you to, Cornelia purred, leaning forward on her spindly legs to observe her. You're something of a nobody, but my goodness. A bust after my own heart, and a face to match. You just might be more gorgeous than any person I've ever worn, though I can hardly expect any less from the venerable star of the Middle Frank Opera House. And that siren's voice of yours could certainly avail itself to me. Thank you, I suppose, Manuela said, looking up in terror into Mercedes' vacant eyes. Edelgard had nearly freed her forearm up to the elbow. Though she didn't want to take her eyes off of Cornelia and Manuela, lest something terrible happen, she had to see if there was anything she could do here. Her eyes roved across the floor. The rest of the cowering patients hovered just a fraction of an inch above the floor, but none of the broken furniture did, nor did the desiccated bodies of the patients Cornelia had drained. There wasn't a gap between the floor and those things. Did this mean that the spell didn't affect lifeless objects? Perhaps there was a loophole to Cornelia's spell after all, one she hadn't taken into account. It was an impressive spell for something the witch had only cast once, but it wasn't quite as perfect as her ego led her to believe. I remember when we first met. You idolized me. I could tell you wanted to be me. Cornelia's talons caressed Manuela's jaw. Edelgard could see her shudder with revulsion as the tip of the talon left a tiny splotch of black on her skin like a cancerous mockery of the beauty mark under her left eye. Well, I suppose the next best thing to that would be if I were you. Be honest. It beats dying, doesn't it? Cornelia retreated to the corner of the room, surveying her captive potential hosts. Decisions, she mused, letting out a wistful little sigh. You know, it is a pity Ingrid had to leave so soon. Those hot springs gave me the perfect opportunity to research which of your bodies I would be most at home in, and I certainly wouldn't have said no to that young girl's hips, or those lovely long legs. Though incensed, Edelgard forced herself to remain calm. The dragon wanted to burst free of her flesh, but she quelled it. An explosive transformation would only make the bonds wrapped around her harder to break, and if her wings tried to force her way out from her shoulders or her tail from her spine before she was free, the bones might break. She continued to carefully work to free herself whenever Cornelia wasn't looking. One leg was nearly out. You know exactly what I mean, right, Edelgard? Cornelia giggled in a very Mercedes-like way. And it would have been so fitting a repayment for what that little bitch did to my old body. She put a leg through one of the cots, smashing it to bits, and ground her talons against the bits. Think about that proud, stuck-up little girl and imagine her being compelled to do one revolting thing after another, never understanding why her own thoughts have become so wicked and why that golden heart of hers continues to tarnish like cheap brass. It's the most wonderful hell I can think to inflict on somebody so prudish and pretentious. Edelgard bit her tongue. Outside, rain pattered against the windows. Lightning flashed and thunder cracked. But it can't be helped. I was certain she'd stick around for the sake of Lady Edelgard of all people, but it seems nobody's devotion is truly unlimited, is it, Ellie? Manuela glanced over to Edelgard. Cornelia's gaze followed hers, and Edelgard hastily stopped trying to free herself lest Cornelia spot something suspicious. Go ahead, she said, much to both Cornelia's and Edelgard's bewilderment. Kill me and Vul, but let Edelgard live. She's a good kid, and I know she's strong-willed enough to fight back against anything you try to make her do. Taking her body is going to be a losing battle for you. As for the two of us, in our twilight years, death doesn't frighten us so much. Vul's voice rang out through the infirmary, clear as a bell. Firstly, Manuela, you're only 37 years old. A shining silver bolt flew through the air, a tiny steel blade zipping like an arrow, straight and true, and cut a neat gash through Mercedes' hollow and unprotected throat. The scalpel kept flying and buried itself in the far wall, its handle vibrating from the force of the impact. Blood immediately began to gush from the wound, pouring in a crimson waterfall nearly black in the dull morning light over the contours of Mercedes' jawline. The blood ran in rivulets parallel to the tears streaking her brow into her hair, where they blossomed into crimson flowers on the white field. Cornelia and Mercedes screamed in unison, pain and fear reducing them for a moment to a frightened animal. With spindly talon-tipped fingers flailing over the wound and legs skittering madly around the floor, all her smug composure had fled from her body. At that moment Edelgard freed herself, taking advantage of the distraction to leap into action. She grabbed a fragment of one of the ruined cot's wooden pallet and hurled it against one of the windows. In the space between two racing heartbeats, she watched the pallet come ever closer to the window and worried if the object could do what a living person could not. Or could she even throw it with sufficient force at all, with only one arm free? The window shattered and the pallet sailed over the sill into the open air, plummeting down to the ground. Second, Vul said to Manuela, pulling himself up and clutching at his wounded side. Edelgard suspected the way Cornelia had thrown him had reopened the wound. Professor, I do appreciate your sense of noble self-sacrifice, but I'd rather not be rendered spider food today. Mercedes, she gasped. Don't worry, she'll be dead soon anyway, he chided her. Out the window, Edelgard ordered them, freeing her other arm and brushing the thready remnants of the tar-like webbing away. She'd chosen a window that had a trellis on the wall underneath it. The three of them would be able to climb down, or at least minimize how far they had to fall. You beastly little dastards! Cornelia screeched, limbs akimbo, scuttling like a frenzied crab. A few of the remaining patients, following Edelgard's lead, were shattering the other windows themselves, but as she sailed across the room in a drunken many-legged waltz her talons chewed through them, puncturing flesh and sawing through sinew. Her spindly fingers weaved oily sutures across the wound, closing it, and smeared mortar across the skin like glue to seal it entirely shut. The armor encasing Mercedes' body continued to shimmer and glow furiously. "Run!" Edelgard told the others, and as dark miasma and moonlight swirled around Cornelia's talons and spiraled around her legs in helical ribbons of black, violet, and silver, she threw herself out the window. Leaping into the air, she felt the rain patter against her skin and scales as her crest surged in her blood and the dragon sprung forth. For a moment that seemed to stretch into a terrifying eternity, she hung in the air 12.5 feet above the ground, fit to plummet like a stone. Her wings burst from her shoulder blades and unfurled. A beam of roiling luminous miasma, hot enough to melt stone, tore through the wall, passing overhead narrowly enough to singe her feathers. All the times in her captivity she'd feared that Rhea would one day shove her off the roof to teach her how to fly, and here she was doing it of her own free will, albeit under extreme duress. As she fell, her wings slowed her descent. She felt the air running underneath them like a river's current as they stretched out from her back and flapped to push her aloft for just a few seconds more. It felt almost euphoric. Was this anywhere near how Ingrid felt on the back of a Pegasus? Then she hit the ground. Her legs crumpled underneath her, and she just barely had the presence of mind to tuck in her wings as she rolled to a stop across the muddy, rain-soaked lawn. She looked up and saw Manuela clinging to the trellis with Vul thrown over her shoulder. Above her was a gaping hole in the wall, bricks and stone glowing orange and sizzling in the rain around the aperture, and spindly spider legs creeping over the edge. She reached down and felt her ankle. It throbbed and stung when she touched it, and the flesh was swollen and tender. She must have sprained it in the fall. Flying, as it turned out, was easy enough. Landing, as it turned out, was the hard part. "Hey! Edelgard, is that you?" she heard Raphael call out from across the lawn. She found him running briskly toward her and in no time at all felt him pick her up. "You just flew. Are you okay? You hit the ground pretty hard." Balthus ran ahead to the trellis. "Hey, Professor Manuela. Jump. I'll catch you," he called out to Manuela. She jumped. He caught her. "Boy, are you lucky Balthus and I were here outside," Raphael said, wiping away the lank curls of sodden golden hair plastered to his brow. "And that we were close enough to see you in this fog. What was Manuela doing up there? An albus? And what's that spider thing?" He squinted. "Is that Mercedes? Yikes. What's that thing doing to her? Get back here." Cornelia snarled in two voices. "You dare think you can run away?" "Raphael," Edelgard said, "let's run away." Cornelia's emergence quickly caught the kingdom and imperial army's attention. In a matter of seconds, soldiers far more able-bodied and far more well-armed than the ones in the infirmary swarmed the area like ants from a disturbed anthill, pouring from the mist-wreathed buildings. In a matter of seconds, a human shield had formed a protective barrier around Edelgard and Raphael, and in another matter of seconds that same shield welcomed Balthus, Manuela, and Vul across its barrier as well. Cornelia's monstrous body, sprouting from Mercedes' slim and sickly form, landed on the lawn and tore through the soldiers with the Death Knight's raw power and the fury and frenzy of the Hurricane King writ large. The fog wreathed her, reducing her silhouette to a misty blur when the lightning lit her up. "Lady Edelgard." Hubert's voice was the next to ring out from the din, and he pushed through the barrier toward her with Ferdinand at his side and Byleth, Hanneman, Happy, Annette, and Hilda hot on his tail. His first move was to try and take Edelgard from Raphael, his right hand firmly grasping her shoulder while his left arm curled under the crook of her knees. "Lady Edelgard, are you hurt?" "I rolled my ankle. It might be sprained," she told him. "What's going on?" Annette asked. "Where's Mercy?" A fork of lightning split the cloudy sky, lighting up the pelting rain that fell from the heavens and the shrouding mist, making every droplet in the water sparkle and gleam and illustrating the grotesque form of Cornelia's monstrous body. "Mercy," she cried out, sighting Mercedes' limp and pale body seemingly in the monster's grasp. "Edelgard. What's that thing doing to her?" "That thing is her," Edelgard said. "It grew out of her body. It's Cornelia's doing. She left a parting gift in her body, her heart. It's taken control of her now. That thing. Mercedes. Cornelia, they're one and the same right now." Happy growled. Edelgard could see fur bristling under her skin, waiting to force its way to the surface along with her horns and claws. Edelgard, Ferdinand said, taking his horrified eyes off of the monster to examine Edelgard as she lay in Hubert's arms, I hope you will agree with me that you are in danger. Professor, Hubert, and I insist on bringing her somewhere safe. Byleth nodded. Go to one of the common rooms and get her patched up. We'll take it from here. Cornelia let out a roar as blossoms of black miasma burst from the ground and hardened into masses of spikes, wicked stalagmites chewing through everything in its path like the fangs in a monster's jaw. Edelgard could still feel, amid the crackling and oppressive low hum of electricity in the air, the resonance of Mercedes' two crests united with the magic energy stored in her crystalline armor. It was the kind of power akin to a hero's relic, the kind of power that could make the gods themselves tremble. That, Edelgard thought, was what Thales had intended for her to be. The full extent of the hideous strength and the monstrous purpose he had cursed her with, that he had cursed both her and Dimitri with. The chitinous armor and spines, the shellac carapace, the black striated muscle and sinew formed out of repulsive matter in a mockery of flesh. A demon crafted from living darkness, born of defiled flesh, shaped to be a grim mockery of the Immaculate One's radiant white hide. As she, Hubert, and Ferdinand fled, there was no other word for it, even to euphemistically call it retreat felt hollow. She found herself struck by fear. Fear not of the monster's grotesque form or of the ease with which it tore men's souls from their mutilated husks, but of what it meant to her. Fear of what she and Lysithea could have been reduced to if not for Hanneman and Linhard's tireless research into crest removal, of what Dimitri still had a chance of becoming if he was pushed far enough and sunk to an execrable enough low. How narrowly had she and Lysithea escaped the fate of becoming such desperate abominations. If Byleth had chosen differently, if their blades had crossed, if Edelgard had been pushed to the very brink, would she have summoned that bestial power? Would she have made herself that vile creature? Could she save Dimitri from it? And was it too late for Mercedes? Despite the monster's devastating strength and fearsome profile, Cornelia was only one monster, and against the galvanized and armed soldiers as opposed to the helpless lives she had taken in the infirmary, she was at a severe disadvantage. She was forced to retreat, her grotesque silhouette dwindling and receding deeper into the mist in every flash of lightning. Even with an overwhelming power advantage, she was still overwhelmingly outnumbered, and even in this monstrous form, Mercedes still had very little in the way of stamina for Cornelia to exploit, and as Voul had shown, though magic glanced easily off her hide, her body was at least somewhat vulnerable to iron and steel. Another fork of lightning split the sky in two as the heavens roared and rumbled. The lightning cracked against a weather vane atop the monastery's central building, momentarily lighting the grounds of the former officers' academy in harsh blue-white light. Hubert may have been missing a hand, but the other could still cast healing magic, thankfully, and Edelgard's sprained ankle was not difficult to heal, nor were any of the other scrapes and welts she'd acquired this morning. She still couldn't get used to seeing Hubert draw upon some reserve of faith and cast healing magic. In her world, he'd had nearly zero aptitude for white magic or interest in learning it, but here, even after everything he'd suffered, the soft glow of a healing spell still poured gently from his fingertips. It wasn't long before Byleth and the rest of White Fang, minus Dimitri and Didybut plus Manuela and Hanneman, filed into the common room to announce that Cornelia had fled and debrief everybody on the situation. It was decided, once everybody was caught up, that they would have to hunt for her, though how they would track her down and what they would do to subdue her was yet to be decided. How hard can it be to track down a giant spider? Hilda asked, wringing the rainwater from her sodden hair. Mercedes might not remain in that bestial form, Edelgard said, if, like myself and Happy, she has the ability to change back. In fact, I'd count on it, she'd keep a lower profile that way. We don't have time to waste. Neither does she, Felix huffed, propping up the cuirass Manuela had removed for Mercedes' surgical operation. The scintillating crystalline surface of the armor was drab and gray, like a lake reflecting a cloudy sky. It still had the Raphael gem embedded in it, though the creststone emblazoned with the crest of La Mine was currently a dull and dark red instead of a luminous fiery crimson. She can only last less than an hour without this, right? Annette gasped and snatched the cuirass away from him. We're not going to wait for her to die, Felix. I wasn't saying we do, Felix snapped back. Maybe we use this as bait and lure her to us. She still has the rest of the armor on, though, right? Ignatz asked. That might keep her alive on its own for. Manuela nodded, but let out a forlorn sigh. Who knows how long? Hours, days. The truth is, we don't know anything about this armor except that it keeps her body from breaking down. Whether it's magic, or technology, or both, it's far beyond us. Presumably, Hanneman said, stroking his mustache, the Raphael gem plays some role in keeping her alive. The crest of La Mine does strengthen one's ability to heal wounds and preserve life, after all. There was an apocryphal legend I read about when researching Happy's crest about a woman from House Martritz whose crest became abnormally strong and difficult to control. Anyway, Edelgard said while Hanneman mumbled, Cornelia's planning on passing her heart on to a new host. If she finds one, she could slip away and hide herself from us indefinitely. Or, Sylvain said, she could regain her stamina and come back to attack us and take one of our bodies. We'll have to hunt her down first and... We're not going to have to kill her, are we? Marianne asked. No. Annette insisted. No, we're not. We're not killing her. Even if Cornelia's taken control of her body, Mercy's our classmate, she's our friend, her voice cracked. She balled her hands impotently into fists, her cheeks reddening from anger with no proper outlet. We're not killing her. Bernadetta patted her on the back. And maybe we can subdue her, instead? And take out Cornelia's heart? Maybe then she'll go back to normal. Right, Professor? There's a chance, right? I'm with you too, Raphael said. Mercedes is still a blue lion, and we blue lions look after each other, right? Byleth nodded. If we can overpower her, weaken her, keep her down. Manuela, can you remove Cornelia's heart from her chest? If, Manuela replied, you can subdue her. I guess it's worth a shot. She took a deep breath and shook her head, pressing a hand to her brow. Oh, Manuela, she mumbled, why did you become a professor? Then we destroy it, Happy intoned. And Cornelia will be gone forever. The doors to the common room swung open and a waterlogged soldier, his fair Gus colors turned black from blood and mud, stepped through. Lady Eisner. The demonic beast has been sighted in the cathedral. Block off all the exits, Byleth said, brandishing the sword of the Creator. We'll deal with her. Everyone, move out. Hubert looked to Ferdinand. With my disability, I fear I will only slow you down. Ferdinand, my friend, guard Lady Edelgard with your life. Ferdinand seized him by the jaw, pulled him forward, and kissed him on the lips. Of course, my friend. I shall not let a single evil imperil her. White Fang was quick to arm itself. Dimitri and Didier remained behind to guard Seath, Flane, and Voul, knowing that Cornelia might be eager to strike at two hated Nabateans and a traitor, and Burkhard, after seeing the carnage Cornelia had wrought, was uneasy with the thought of pursuing her himself and possibly leaving the position of the Emperor unfulfilled or worse, which Joachim and Gerland agreed with. And so they set out Byleth, Edelgard, Ferdinand, Raphael, Happy, Hilda, Sylvain, Felix, Annette, Ignatz, Bernadetta, Marianne, Manuela, and Hanneman to do whatever they would have to do to stop Cornelia. The Frildarius battalion accompanied them. The glow of heroes' relics, Annette with Crusher and Sylvain with the Lance of Ruin, cut through the fog and rain as they rushed into position down the long bridge that spanned the ravine. Ahead, the cathedral loomed, its spires lost in the thick mist, with the weather shrouding its true silhouette and mystifying its size and shape. It seemed to ascend forever. As the fog thickened, the flashes of lightning in the sky turned from sharp and distinct cracks to vague suggestions of bright light, but the mist did nothing to dampen the booming and rolling thunderclaps. As they drew closer, the portcullis that normally remained in front of the cathedral's massive arched entryway came into view, or at least what remained of it. Dark magic had torn a hole through it, and severed lengths of thick wrought iron still sizzled and smoked. The double doors ahead had been splintered and thrown off their hinges. A trail of oily black ichor streaked across the ornately tiled floor inside. At least it'll be dry inside, right? Sylvain quipped to the others as the 14 of them crept inside. The cathedral was dark and gloomy, its high vaulted ceiling and the depths of its cavernous inner structure wreathed in shadow. The long stained glass windows that normally brought rainbow-tinted sunlight into the room were dim. Rainwater pattered on the floor through a hole in the ceiling, letting in a little light only barely. Felix looked up at the irregular aperture that had been punched in the ceiling. "You had to say it," he grumbled, and with a hand signal he motioned to the battalion's bannermen to have the soldiers surround the cathedral and block its exits. In the distance, a ghostly apparition could be made out amid the shadows under the darkened central window. Surrounding that apparition, lit only by the dim light from the hole in the roof above it, was a monstrous black shape that squatted particularly sacrilegiously upon the rubble-strewn altar, its chitinous carapace glistening wet. Flickers of violet eyes denoted the monster's eyes. It was waiting for them. "Stay behind me, dear," Ferdinand said, hewing close to Edelgard's side. "Ignatz, Bernadetta," Byleth said, "you go left, you go right. Attack from the last row of pews as soon as you have a clear line of sight." "No need to tell us twice," Bernadetta mumbled, and she and Ignatz knocked arrows to their bows and hurried into their position. Byleth's sword of the Creator blazed a fiery red-orange, and its segmented length seemed to tense up and retract ever so slightly, as though preparing to spring forth. "Sylvain, Annette, you'll lead the frontal assault with me. On my mark, scatter. Raphael, Happy, Hanneman, Felix, flank us on either side through the side doors. Marianne, Manuela, we need you to light up the cathedral. On my mark, cast illumination spells at the ceiling. Be prepared to use healing magic liberally. Ferdinand, Edelgard, Hilda, hang back and prepare to defend the archers at close range if it comes to that." "Understood." There were nods of assent all around, and White Fang began to take their positions. Hilda went to Ignatz's side on the right, and Edelgard and Ferdinand went to Bernadetta's side on the left. Felix and Raphael, accompanied by Hanneman and Happy, traversed the outer perimeter of the cathedral to the side entrances. Marianne and Manuela took their mid-range positions behind the columns closest to the altar, while Byleth, Sylvain, and Annette moved forward down the aisle in a grim parody of a priest's ascent to the altar at the beginning of Sunday Mass. The fiery light of the hero's relics briefly danced upon Cornelia's gleaming black carapace. Flashes of lightning lit up the windows for a split second, splitting the world for an instant into stark shadow and light. In that moment, the massive stained glass tableaus no longer glowed a rainbow but rather pure and blinding white, broken apart by irregular puzzle pieces of lead that stood out like the strands of a nightmarish spiderweb with Cornelia at the center. Cornelia lifted herself up on spindly legs. "What's this?" she called out, her voice still layered over Mercedes booming throughout the cathedral. Even from a distance, Edelgard could see the cruel, satisfied grin Cornelia forced Mercedes' upside-down face to wear, or, at the very least, she could hear it in her voice. "I'm seeing the White Lion's pride, but no lion to lead them." "That's because Dimitri has better things to do than deal with you," Byleth answered, her voice as clear as a bell. "Mercedes is my student. Give her back." Cornelia laughed. "She's my daughter, Professor. I wasn't asking." Byleth, Sylvain, and Annette lunged forward. Motes of white light swirled overhead, flickering as they floated through and around the arches and flying buttresses that held up the ceiling and illuminated the run-down, abandoned cathedral. Arrows flew. The battle had begun. Edelgard could tell that Cornelia's monstrous body was growing weaker still. There was only so much magic within Mercedes' sickly body, and even less life. She was being burned like kindling to fuel Cornelia's fire, and that kindling was running out. This was her last stand. And Byleth and White Fang had to defeat her and subdue her before she drained every last droplet of life from her body. As it was Cornelia's last stand, Edelgard would have expected her to offer no quarter, and while she fought fiercely, she couldn't help but notice that the monster seemed oddly defensive. Cornelia was a crafty woman, but that wasn't to say that in a face-to-face confrontation with an enemy, she would be outmatched in terms of raw strength. Yet at first it seemed that all Cornelia's spindly legs did was carry her swiftly away from the fiery strikes of the hero's relics into the darker corners of the cathedral, lashing out with blade talons or daggers of black fire only on occasion. As Cornelia weaved across the cathedral, black webs quickly spanned the air, stretching from column to column. Edelgard watched the sword of the Creator become trapped like a fly in the webbing. To her surprise, even a hero's relic couldn't overcome the strange tensile properties and resilience of that tar-like substance. Byleth struggled to retract the blade and rip it free, nearly pulling herself up into the air in the process, and it was only due to Sylvain dislodging Cornelia from her shadowy hiding place that she could not aim a deadly spell at her. Of course, Cornelia wasn't intent on defeating her enemies by brute force. She was, after all, a Black Widow, crafty and cunning. She wanted to draw her enemies toward her, ensnare them, and devour them. Across the room, Ignatz took up a firing position, knocked an arrow to his bow, and shot it. The arrow buried itself in one of the orbs embedded in the monstrous spider's carapace. A horrible scream arose in both Cornelia's and Mercedes' voice. "Bernadetta," Edelgard said, "aim for the eyes." "Which ones?" "The big, glowing ones." "Got it." Bernadetta squeaked, aiming and firing an arrow in one smooth motion. Very few people could draw an arrow from their quiver, knock it to the bowstring, and let it fly so quickly and so fluidly as her overworked nerves allowed her to. She let loose another arrow, and another. Edelgard sometimes entertained the thought that humble Bernie Bear might be the fastest hand in all of Fodlan. There was a whipping, sickly sound overhead. Edelgard's head whipped back and her gaze traveled over her shoulder behind her to see a new strand of black webbing affixed to the farthest wall. Within a few seconds Cornelia's chitinous body had affixed itself to the nearest column, legs curled around the ornately carved stone. Lightning flashed, illuminating the sickly shine of her armor. "Hello, dear sister-in-law." Cornelia cackled. "Are these your friends? I suppose I'll kill them first, then." Ferdinand grabbed Bernadetta and yanked her off her feet as Cornelia pounced, her long talons raking through the air. Though Ferdinand raised a lance to parry the chitinous blades, it fell to pieces in his grasp. If Edelgard hadn't taken hold of him and Bernadetta both, they'd have been cut to ribbons. Edelgard's wings unfurled and with a single mighty flap she leaped into the air, letting the gust produced in her wake carry her further aloft and handily out of Cornelia's range. She felt one of the sticky webs caress her wings and felt a sharp pain as feathers brushing against them were ripped from her skin. She was fortunate the webs hadn't wrapped themselves around anything less removable, though, as she carefully controlled her descent into a steady glide. This time her landing was much gentler, she hit the floor feet first and remained upright. "Look where you leap, Edelgard," Ferdinand cautioned her. "You ought to know quite well what spiders do to flies." Cornelia pounced again, letting out a dual-toned roar as she crashed into the floor. Edelgard, Ferdinand, and Bernadetta took shelter behind a pew as Bernadetta lined up another shot. Edelgard clapped Ferdinand on the shoulder. "On my mark, stand up and run. We're going to draw Cornelia's attention away from Bernadetta." "But Edelgard, fighting is one thing, but being bait is something else entirely," he sputtered as Edelgard took him by the collar and pulled him up to his feet anyway. "Yes," she replied to him. "It's usually much easier, for starters. No wonder Hubert complains." "Cornelia, are you looking forward to being made a fool of yet again?" Edelgard shouted out as she lobbed a fireball at Cornelia. It splashed off her bulbous abdomen, its hungry flames starving against the sleek armor. "I don't think the spells work, dear," Ferdinand said. "They don't have to, as long as they annoy her," Edelgard said. She had to wonder, would that armor be as vulnerable to the same trick she and Hubert had used on the Death Knight's armor, alternating fire and ice? And there was one person here who knew ice magic. Cornelia took the bait and gave chase at the exact moment another one of Bernadetta's arrows buried herself in one of her glowing arachnid eyes at nearly point-blank range. Cornelia let out a screech and skittered back, raising her forelegs and preparing to strike at Bernadetta. Edelgard pulled the short sword from its scabbard at Ferdinand's side, in spite of his protests, and threw it. The blade buried itself, serendipitously, in one of the joints a gap in the chitinous armor and stuck there, deadening the limb. At the same time, the floor underneath Cornelia's body grew red-hot, the stone tiles nearly molten, and erupted beneath her. The magical fire slid off her body like water off a duck's back, but the scalding stone fragments kicked up into the air struck the beast's underbelly and further wounded Cornelia. The armor around Mercedes' body glowed more intensely. Edelgard felt the humming of the crests in the air grow stronger, nearly palpable. More black tar flowed forth from her body, wrapping itself around the injured parts of Cornelia's body. She lunged toward Edelgard and Ferdinand, only for a swing from the lance of Ruin's spiny blade to tear one of her spindly forelimbs apart. Ichor spilled from the wound in a pressurized spray, splattering on the floor. Edelgard could taste some of it as it flecked her lips. It was as salty as brine, like squid ink, a delicacy she had tried only once and at Byleth and Petra's insistence. "Oh, Sylvain," Cornelia cooed. "You once found me beautiful." "Lady," Sylvain answered, forcing her back as he parried another strike from her talons, "you got real ugly." "So did you." The sword of the Creator lashed out, its blade extended to its full length. Cornelia nimbly sidestepped it, pushing herself away from both heroes' relics as their fiery blades cut through the gloom. The floor exploded again, but this time Cornelia leaped into the air and sailed across the cathedral on a strand of webbing as molten rock spat into the air. When she touched down on the ground, Annette was waiting for her with crusher in hand, and the hammer's head reduced another one of her limbs to a smear on the floor. "Give her back," she shouted out. "Give Merci back to us." "Or what?" Cornelia sneered. "My dear little daughter is dying. I think she would much rather spend her last minutes with her doting mother than a stupid girl like you. See? Listen to her." The voice of Cornelia fell silent, leaving only Mercedes to fill the air. The voice that came, alone, from Mercedes' voice was quiet, cracked, and broken. Mama," she moaned, the moan of dying men on the battlefield who, in their last moments as their souls slipped from their bodies, became once more as infants seeking only their mother's breast. "You dastard!" Annette howled. Edelgard had not seen her so enraged since Fhirdiad. "Merci, hang on. I'm going to get you out of there, I promise." Cornelia continued to dance with wicked glee, in spite of her injuries, across the cathedral, melting into the shadows. Lightning, fire, ice, and wind all flew through the air, and the occasional green glow of healing magic. Darkness congealed into webs of ever-increasing complexity, and Edelgard realized that Whitefang was being penned in. "Hey, Edelgard," Felix, Sylvain said as the three of them and Ferdinand weaved through the growing field of webs on the outskirts of the battle. "I think I've figured something out." "Do tell," Felix grunted, slowly prying apart one strand of webbing into loose little tendrils as Edelgard had shown him. The web fell away from its anchor on the floor, and an entire section of tautly strung webbing stretching through the air turned limp and sagged to the floor. "So, black magic and white magic just glance off of her shell, right?" "But no, I've been looking carefully. The spells are deflected about an inch away from her skin shell, whatever. Some kind of barrier." "Yeah. But here's the thing. Her own dark magic can pass through the barrier. So is it a one-way barrier, or can certain kinds of magic pass through it as they please?" "It's worth a shot," Edelgard decided. "Very well, then cover me." "Oh, for Indeka's sake," Ferdinand started as Edelgard bolted. "Edelgard. Wait." She darted out, arcing around Cornelia as she grappled with Raphael, who seemed intent on wrestling her into submission and seemed, unfortunately, to be losing. Sylvain struck the ground with the Lance of Ruin, and a fissure issued from the point of impact and ran across the floor, spitting fire in its wake, as though the lance had invisibly extended its reach dramatically. The fissure struck Cornelia, allowing Raphael to break free of her grasp. "You again." Cornelia snarled. "I'll rip those ugly bones out of your filthy paws." While the beast was distracted, Edelgard called upon her dark magic. Moonlight shimmered in her hand, forming an ethereal lance that shot like an arrow through the air and flew true. It struck Cornelia's swollen abdomen, shattering the shell and rupturing the flesh. The beam of moonlight burrowed its way in and burst out the other side, and from both puncture wounds clotted ichor spilled forth and splattered against the floor. "Happy," Edelgard called out. "She's vulnerable to dark magic." Happy wasted no time, leaping out from behind a pillar as Cornelia wailed and bellowed in pain. Motes of black and violet light swarmed around her hands and flew through the air, setting upon Cornelia's flesh like a swarm of biting gnats. "You!" Cornelia howled. "You ungrateful little beast." "Happy. I'll pick your brain apart, memory by memory, synapse by synapse, until you're nothing but a drooling, catatonic fucking invalid." The sword of the Creator latched around one of her remaining legs, and with a savage yank Byleth tore the limb from its socket. Cornelia wavered, unsteady. Mercedes' face was twisted in pain and rage, and bursts of black flame spewed like vomit from her gaping mouth. Her body sizzled in the rain as she staggered and stumbled underneath the hole in the ceiling. Edelgard watched her legs tense and realized she was planning on leaping into her web and scuttling away, or perhaps hoisting herself up to the ceiling and escaping across the rooftop into the foggy wilderness. "Don't let up on her!" Byleth shouted out, no doubt seeing the same thing Edelgard was seeing. Marianne rushed onto the scene, and with a wave of her arms the wet floor underneath Cornelia's feet turned to a slick patch of ice. Cornelia's legs instantly jittered and jerked to and fro, unable to find purchase. As she stumbled, thousands of glittering raindrops, frozen in midair, shattered around her. Just before Cornelia could regain her footing, Marianne hurled a fireball at the floor. A patch of ice directly under Mercedes' dangling body flash evaporated, issuing a pillar of steam that engulfed her head and momentarily blinded her. Cornelia laughed. "Your childish magic can't hurt." Marianne slid underneath her body and cast another spell. The moist air around her crackled and sparked with electricity, and a fork of lightning split the air, a jagged scar descending like the goddess Judgment in the blink of an eye, and collided with Cornelia's back on its way down to the ground. The lightning was no magical construct, it was natural lightning, drawn from the clouds by the electric charge Marianne's spell had seeded the air with. With a horrible scream, Cornelia threw herself upon the broken altar, writhing in her death throes. Each anguished bellow she released was quieter than the last. And as her writhing grew weaker, her body began to shrivel, her armored shell lost its luster, her striated black muscles their tone. The black mass began to crumble to ash, turning to a black and gray paste in the rain and running into the floor. Mercedes' armor began to lose its luster, the violet light within its scintillating crystalline plating fading. Annette threw Crusher aside. "Merci," she cried out, rushing toward her as the monster engulfing her diminished. But Edelgard could still feel the resonance of two crests in the air. "Annette, stop," she shouted out, scrambling to intercept her. Felix ran after her, sensing something was amiss. Mercedes' body spasmed, her back arching painfully, as four spindly arms capped with long black blades burst out from her back and curled around her. Annette was lifted into the air, impaled on two of the long, sharp talons, her eyes wide and her mouth hanging open in a silent scream. Mercedes threw her aside as black tar seeped into the gaps in her armor. The whites of her eyes were now jet black, and the deep blue violet had turned to glowing red-orange coals. With an unusual fear in his amber eyes, Felix rushed to catch Annette's body as it fell. A new chaos took hold of the cathedral. This new Mercedes, stripped of anything extraneous but still very much at Cornelia's beck and call, was like a cannon made of glass, obviously fragile, unlike her Death Knight persona, but not lacking in power in the slightest. As Marianne, Manuela, and Byleth rushed to tend to Annette, White Fang was left to fend for itself as Mercedes darted from hiding place to hiding place, zipping and swinging through the air on strands of webbing. It was like swatting an insect, except this insect swatted back. However, Mercedes' body began to slow down. The war of attrition was coming to an end. Her magic was becoming weaker. As her blade-tipped spider arms parried strikes from sword, spear, and axe, blood spilled from her mouth and leaked from her eyes like bloody tears. Her body demanded surrender, but Cornelia refused to give in as she puppeteered Mercedes' body. But eventually, as White Fang surrounded her and backed her into a corner, far away from her webs, the strings of the puppet cut themselves. Mercedes' spider arms curled in on themselves like the legs of a dead spider as her legs crumpled beneath her. Blood spilled from her mouth with every shuddering breath. Cornelia, happy intoned, looking down at her with a melange of expression in her eyes: contempt for Cornelia, sympathy for Mercedes, pity for them both. "Let her go." Cornelia smiled. "Oh. Happy. You can't make me. You can't make me do anything. My precious little pet failure." Even though the only voice she spoke in was Mercedes', it was clearly Cornelia's mind behind her words. She made no attempt to disguise herself anymore. Edelgard could tell that there was no reasoning with her. Cornelia would die no matter what, either when her stone heart was forcibly removed from Mercedes' body, or when Mercedes ran out of life to give her, so there was no point in trying to appeal to any sense of self-preservation or respect for others' life. "You don't want to kill this body?" Cornelia laughed. "You can't. You can't even bear to do it. Because she's your friend." Her grin was a pained rictus, her black and red eyes vacant. "But all you can do, is watch her die, as these crests tainting her blood whittle her away to nothing." Cornelia, Hanneman spoke, his tone cold and stern, the way it became when he had to discipline an unruly student. I remember the Cornelia who conducted research with me here at Garreg Mach. What happened to you? Tell me, what has become of the woman who saw the worst in the world and sought to make it better? Why do you stand here now, doing all of the deeds that had once repulsed you just as they had repulsed me, and far worse beyond that? How could you have done what you did to these children, knowing what became of your mother, my sister, and so many others? Why did you abandon every last moral fiber in your body? Why did you stop seeking knowledge to improve the world? Do you want an honest answer, Hanneman? Cornelia sneered. It's because I hated you so much that I threw aside every last ideal I held dear simply out of spite. You see, you tend to have that effect on people, you bloviating, blathering, pompous, self-absorbed, irritating, obnoxious little fattened tick of a man. Don't expect an honest answer from her, Hanneman, Edelgard told him as his gaze slipped down to the floor, crestfallen. The truth is, the real Cornelia died quite some time ago, didn't she? You merely took her form. Nemtera. Cornelia rolled her eyes. Oh, ruin my fun, why don't you? I prefer the name I took. The name you stole, Felix said. You're just like that creature who pretended to be my father, aren't you? Oh, no, not at all. I've far fewer delusions of grandeur. And I have better taste in disguises. Merci. Annette's voice, scarcely a croak, drifted to her. She staggered forward on unsteady feet, kept upright by Byleth, Manuela, and Marianne. One hand was clutched to her stomach, where one of the spider arms had ran her through, the bleeding had been staunched and the wound closed. Her face was pale, her hair had fallen out of its cute curled pigtails and brushed against her slumped shoulders. Merci, she said. I know you're still in there. I know you're stronger than her goddess, Merci, you're the smartest person I know. You're too clever to let her control you. Please, fight back. Come back to us. Push her out of your head. Blood stained her lips as she coughed. Manuela steadied her and applied a healing hand to the other wound on her hip. I can't lose you again. Oh, she is too clever. Too clever by a half, just like all her little friends. You want this little monster back so badly. Cornelia sneered. That's what she is, you know. Mommy's little monster. There was an iron bite to Annette's voice, weak as it was. You're not her mother. Mothers give to their children, and all you do is take. Her mother was Rosalind von Martritz, and you killed her and stole her children for your crest experiments. Still, the scared little girl who fled House Bartels with her frightened mother and disturbed brother is long dead. Ever since I took her in, Mercedes von Rosalka has been nothing but a monster. It was Marianne's turn to speak up. Nobody, she spoke, her soft and quiet voice just as hardened in anger, is nothing but a monster. Cornelia laughed, her evil grin twisting Mercedes' soft face into something almost perverse in its wickedness. Lightning lit her face in sharp, harsh light and shadow that brought every corrupted feature into stark relief for an instant. You sound like a chapter from a self-help book. Fine, if you all want my stupid little failure of a daughter back, you can have her. There was a flash of black light. Even now, near to death, Cornelia had still been weaving her web. Edelgard awoke to a splitting pain in her head. For a moment, she expected to find herself back in her world, but first she realized that she wasn't wheelchair-bound, and then that she was still in the cathedral, and then that everybody else was groggily awaking around her. She put a hand to her brow and tried to pull herself together, mentally as much as physically. She pushed herself upright, feeling the myriad aches throughout her body, and as the ringing in her ears subsiding she heard a frightened shout pierce the air. Mercedes! She saw Manuela spring to her feet and rush over to the pale body splayed out on the floor a few feet away, splattered with crimson blood and black ichor. The last traces of the monstrous appendages that had forced their way out of her body were gone, as though they'd never been there, and it was clear that her crests were no longer activated. What was not clear, though, was whether she still drew breath. What's going on? She heard Sylvain ask. It was Mercedes. The wound in her chest, over her heart, was a mess of blood. Merci! Annette cried out, forcing herself upright as fresh blood blossomed on her clothes from her reopened wounds. Byleth and Felix were immediately at her side to close the wounds again, though there was nothing the latter could do besides steady her a bit. Edelgard. Are you hurt? Ferdinand hissed, rushing to Edelgard's side on unsteady feet to help her up. His clothes were blood-stained, his face dirty, his brilliant coppery hair seemingly irreparably mussed and matted with blood and ichor as it clung to his brow in sodden strands, and his appearance was hardly unique. Everybody else looked just as much like drowned, blood-stained rats. Byleth, Marianne, I need you here, Manuela said, her voice breathy and urgent. Goddess, anyone else with healing magic? Saint fucking Macule. Raphael was up in a flash. What can I do to help, Professor? Somebody, get the gauze from my satchel. Ignatz scampered to his feet and scrabbled for the bag. I've got it. Give it here. Goddess, Ferdinand breathed, eyes wide and fixed on the sight of Mercedes' broken body. His hands clung comfortingly, or perhaps seeking comfort themselves, to Edelgard's shoulders. There was little anyone without healing magic could do. Nervous energy from the medics bled into the guilt everybody else felt over being so powerless, while Manuela's mumbled curses and oaths filled the otherwise still air. The wounds closed, Manuela sighed, leaning back and pulling her bloody hands away from Mercedes' chest. Her chest heaved from exhaustion, slow and tired breaths pushing themselves wearily out from her lungs. At her side, Byleth and Marianne gently affixed the missing cuirass and Raphael gem to Mercedes' chest, hiding her bare blood-streaked skin. The gem began to dully glow. Oh, Goddess, finally. We need to get her out of here, Ignatz said. I can help you carry her. Byleth spoke 3 words, and all of the worried murmurs and gasps rippling through her former students were immediately silenced. Where's Cornelia's heart? It's not in her body. Edelgard asked sharply. So you mean, someone took it? Sylvain asked. Hanneman stood up. I'll go get help. No, Byleth snapped at him. Everyone, stay right here. One of us might have Cornelia's heart. Murmurs of disbelief and shock circled her like the susurrus of dry leaves skittering in an autumn wind across the ground. Oh, one of us. Ferdinand gasped. Professor. That is absurd. One of us, his hand fell to his chest. Well, I assure you, or my name is not Ferdinand von Aegir, that nothing has been placed within my body. And who among us would have taken it? It's likely that Cornelia placed it there herself, Edelgard said. She knocked us all out and ripped it from her own chest. How do we know? Bernadetta stammered. We were all UNCC conscious, she pulled her cloak around her shoulders. What if it's Bernie? Even whoever Cornelia has possessed won't know, Manuela said. Isn't that right, Edelgard? She told us Mercedes did as she wanted without even knowing she was being controlled. Edelgard nodded. Cornelia could be making any one of you think what she wants you to think, without any of you noticing, or so she claims. If Mercedes were conscious now, perhaps she could better explain it, but it doesn't look like she'll awaken for a long time. Or even at all. Marianne nodded grimly while Annette, obviously wishing she could be anywhere else right now, fixed her gaze on the distant shadows. Those last few words hadn't been something she'd wanted to hear at all, and Edelgard knew it took everything she had to keep herself composed right now, injuries aside. This is ridiculous, Felix said, standing up. We've got severe injuries here. There are healers among the Frildarius battalion, I'm going out to get help. Sylvain's lance of ruin blocked his path. Sit back down, Felix. Professor's right. No one's going anywhere. Let's at least reconvene with my men outside, Felix said. And expose Cornelia's host to more potential hosts. Edelgard asked. No, we can't interact with anybody else until we've found and neutralized her, wherever she's hiding, whoever she's hiding within. Drop the lance, Sylvain, Byleth said. Everyone, she added, glancing toward the sacristy where the statues of the 4 saints stood, pile all your weapons in the sacristy. What? If we can't trust anyone, she reasoned, then none of us can have weapons. We've all got to stand right here, in the center of the cathedral unarmed until we sort this out. Sylvain nodded, letting the lance's spiny blade sink to the floor. You're right. Yeah. Felix glared at the others. Okay. What about magic? He asked, lifting his hand and letting a blue-white spark leap from his thumb to the tip of his forefinger. Felix is right, Edelgard said. About half of us have a decent enough grasp of magic, both to heal and to harm. And we don't exactly have wards to put up. We can't throw away our magic like we'd throw away a sword or a dagger. And Brain and I can turn into big monsters with fangs and claws whenever we want, Happy said. Hanneman stroked his chin. I suppose if we find some rope, we could agree to be tied up. It would be better than nothing. Or, actually I have plenty of wards in my office, we could convene there on an equal playing field. We aren't leaving, Byleth said. Not until we've figured this out. That sounds like something Cornelia would say, Felix said. No, it doesn't, Happy said. It sounds like something Chatterbox would say. You're pretty quick to accuse, though, aren't you, Kitty? Felix blinked and wrinkled his nose, realizing she was talking to him. Kitty. Okay, they can't all be winners. I do have to point out that you are being quite obstinate, Ferdinand said to him. You think I'm the host? Seriously? Felix huffed, crossing his arms. Why? Because of that dastard who pretended to be my father? You think I'm pretending to be me, too. And, Ferdinand added, you are quite keen to poke holes in everybody else's ideas. If everyone's plans are full of holes, that's not my fault. Think of better plans. Anyway, like Felix said, we can't render every single person here harmless, Sylvain said. Between us magic users and Happy and Edelgard's transformations, you would be sitting ducks if the rest of you cast aside your weapons. Well. I think we should set aside our weapons as a sign of good faith, Ignatz said. Especially the relics. I know it's hard to trust each other, but we've got to now, right? We've got to trust everyone now more than ever, right, Professor Byleth? Byleth nodded. Wait a minute, Annette said. If Cornelia took out her heart and put it inside one of us while we were all unconscious, then one of us should have a scar on their chest, shouldn't they? Yeah, Raphael said. Right over our hearts. He put a hand to his chest. I don't feel anything. He sighed. Guess I'm safe, huh? Edelgard squinted. Was he? She wasn't the only one glaring at him with narrowed eyes. How can we take anyone's word for it? Bernadetta stammered. Anyone can say they don't have a scar over their chest, but... Okay. Guess we're all doing this. Sylvain started unbuttoning his shirt. For once, I'm not enjoying this. Annette looked uneasily at him, then at Byleth. Professor. We've all seen each other with less clothes on, Byleth answered with a shrug as she pulled open her shirt to show where a scar over her heart would be. One by one, everyone else bared just enough of their chests to show that there was no scar over their heart. There were injuries here and there, shallow cuts and scrapes and purplish bruises, but no sign of any sort of neat, surgical incision over anybody's heart. Edelgard found herself last, and with mounting dread removed her breastplate, unbuttoned the top few buttons of her blouse, and bared the bare skin of her chest. As everybody watched with bated breath and rapt anticipation, their gazes almost hungry as much as they were frightened, her fingers brushed across her skin. It was smooth. There was nothing over her heart. Nobody was marked. Felix groaned. This is a waste of time, he grumbled. Who's to say Cornelia didn't run her heart over to some random soldier in my battalion outside? She could be long gone already. I don't think Mercedes could have gotten that far, Ignatz said, his gaze drifting toward her unconscious form. She was on her last legs as it was, and it's plain to see she lost a lot of blood after she cut her chest open, Sylvain said. She wouldn't have been able to leave the cathedral and come back. What if she didn't put it in one of our chests, Happy wondered, but one of our stomachs or something? Or one of our heads? She wouldn't have had the tools to open up our skulls, Manuela said. What if Cornelia could just heal the wound perfectly? Marianne asked, sheepishly buttoning her blouse back up while everybody else did the same. She's the best healer in the world, right, Professor Manuela? Manuela's brow furrowed, her expression dark. suppose it wouldn't be beyond her capabilities. Hanneman shook his head. No, it wouldn't, he added. Cornelia was a genius, especially when it came to healing spells. You could have told us that before we did that. Bernadetta chastised them both. We all know that Cornelia can cover her tracks, Edelgard said. I suppose the only person we can eliminate as a suspect is Professor Byleth. Happy squinted at her, then at Byleth. You sure, Brain? She already has a crest stone embedded in her heart. Rhea surgically placed it there when she was just a baby. I don't think her chest has room for another one. Everyone stared bemusedly at both Edelgard and at Byleth. As well, she is the so-called fell star. Her body is loathsome to them. Hilda sighed. So, we're back at square one, huh? I guess we should all settle down and make ourselves comfortable, Sylvain said. Sounds like we're going to be stuck figuring this out for a long time. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled outside as everybody discarded their weapons in the agreed-upon space, piling swords, axes, spears, lances, bows, and quiverfuls of arrows in between the images of the saints. Even the lance of Ruin, Crusher, and the sword of the Creator were left among them. Then all of Whitefang present gathered in a circle in the center of the cathedral. Most of them stood, but a few of them who'd suffered heavier injuries in battle, like Annette, sat on the floor near the healers. Well, for starters, Manuela said, I think we can rule out the boys. You agree with me, right, Edelgard? Cornelia was very clear that she'd prefer a female host. I'd like to, Edelgard replied, but it would be in Cornelia's best interest to want us to think that, so we would discount the possibility of a male host. Happy rubbed her brow. What a pain. You said it, Hap, Hilda groaned. I have an idea, Hanneman said. Why don't I take a sample of everyone's blood and see if there are any traces of dark magic in it? Edelgard crossed her arms. She shouldn't have expected anything less from the scruffy little bloodsucker. But would it work? Dark magic was both Mercedes and Cornelia's forte, so I am certain that whoever Cornelia is inhabiting, trace amounts of it must be leaking into their bloodstream, he explained. I am sure it has had plenty of time to circulate now. For the last time, Sylvain said to him, we're not going back to your office. No, Hanneman said. I can do it right here. I only need everyone to spill a droplet of blood on the ground in front of them. Just a pricked finger will do, and then I can see how it reacts to light magic. Wait, Edelgard added. Hanneman, this test won't work. Happy and I both know dark magic, so no matter what, we'd show up as false positives. Well, then, we'd have to exclude you, Hanneman said. And if Cornelia is controlling one of us? Happy snapped. Edelgard felt her heart skip a beat. Happy didn't suspect her, did she? If she of all people couldn't trust her. Well, we can test everybody except you two, he said, scratching his chin, and hope that narrows it down. All right, Byleth said, pulling out a dagger. The group exploded. You kept a dagger? Bernadetta cried out. Professor! Annette gasped. You said we all had to give up our weapons. I knew that I couldn't be the host, Byleth explained. Edelgard explained it. There's no room in my chest for another stone. But we didn't know that, Ignatz said. Your students are right, Hanneman said. Set aside the dagger, Byleth. Dad always told me to keep a dagger on me, no matter what, Byleth insisted. You shouldn't have it here, Edelgard insisted back. By my teacher, trust is in short enough supply already. You can't strain it further. I know we're all used to having each other's backs, but we can't be certain someone won't try to stab any of us there. Byleth looked at the dagger, then to her students, and tossed it aside. I'm sorry. I have a pushpin we can use instead, Hanneman explained, rummaging in his pocket. A pushpin? Manuela snapped. You stupid old fool, there's going to be cross-contamination. We need one pushpin for every person. I don't have a dozen pushpins on me. Do I look like a pincushion, woman? Bernadetta raised her hand. I do, she mumbled. I think I have enough for everyone. She rummaged in her bag and produced a little hedgehog-shaped pincushion. Let's just, Get it over with. I guess. One by one, everybody pricked their fingers and let a few drops fall on the floor in front of them except for Edelgard and Happy, though Happy suddenly took another needle from Bernadetta's pincushion and stuck her finger. To establish a baseline, she muttered. This enough, Handles? Or do you want more, you scruffy little bloodsucker? That'll do, Happy, Hanneman said. Edelgard realized that she would have to do the same to avoid suspicion. Furthermore, she decided that if she had realized that, then there was a good chance that Cornelia wasn't influencing her. Test my blood as well, she said, reaching out toward Bernadetta with an upturned palm. This entire experiment is predicated on detecting dark magic in blood, so you should test both of our blood samples to make certain it will work. Good thinking, dear, Ferdinand said, patting her on the back and offering her an encouraging smile. And please, test my blood after them, Professor. Bernadetta placed another pushpin into Edelgard's hand, and with no hesitation Edelgard jabbed it into the tip of her index finger and let a few droplets of blood fall to the floor. Well, then, Hanneman said, stooping down in front of Happy, now for the demonstration. There was a faint yellow-green aura around his fingertips as he brought them close to Happy's blood on the floor. In response, black and violet sparks flew from the splotches. That's it? Felix asked. That's it, Hanneman said. Next is your sample, Edelgard. He did the same thing to the flecks of Edelgard's blood that had fallen to the floor. Again, black sparks flew from the little stains. Edelgard felt her heart pound in her chest and wondered whether, if she did have Cornelia's heart in her chest, there was some way she could feel it beating against her own. So, Hanneman said. The test works. And now, on to you, Ferdinand. What about you? Felix asked him. He looked up at him. We've done 2 contaminated people. Why don't you show us what happens to normal blood? Why don't you start with yourself? Edelgard studied Felix's body language. Tense, nervous, cold. True, Felix was almost always tense and cold, and everybody was nervous right now, but he seemed almost unusually so. Did he suspect Hanneman? Or was Cornelia hiding within him, puppeteering his subconscious, whispering in his ear in his own voice, making him bristle and lash out more so than usual? You don't think I did it, do you, young man? Hanneman laughed nervously. I came up with this plan. If Cornelia is manipulating my thoughts, why would she allow me to do that? To deflect our suspicion. Besides, how do we know you're not going to tamper with anyone's blood? Felix snapped. You go first. Very well, then, he said, slowly crab-walking back to his own blood sample. If I am not harboring Cornelia, then nothing should happen to my blood if I do this to it. Sparks flew from his blood. Clamor erupted. Lightning flashed and thunder crashed like an exclamation mark upon the furor that engulfed the proceedings. Raphael, Byleth, and Manuela set upon Hanneman immediately, grabbing him and dragging him away from everyone else. Hanneman's face was nearly as pale as Mercedes. I cannot believe it. How could my own blood be? How could that despicable monster have possessed me? He gasped as he was pinned to the floor. Somebody go get Byleth's dagger, Manuela called out. Don't worry, Hanneman. We'll cut that bitch out of you. At my age, that could kill me, woman, he snarled at her, struggling to pull his arms and legs free. Let me go. It's all right, Professor, Raphael said, cheerful as ever. No hard feelings. I know Cornelia's making you fight back like this. Fight back? Young man, if I were fighting back, I would be flinging fireballs at you. Hanneman's eyes darted back and forth, panicked, sweat beaded his brow. Professor Byleth. If you and Manuela cut me open in this cathedral, I may die. If you take me back to my office, where it is clean, at least I will not perish from some blasted infection. Edelgard broke the circle and rushed to pick up Byleth's dagger where she had thrown it. It's all right, Professor Hanneman, she said. If these 2 were able to heal Mercedes with Marianne's and Annette's help, they'll certainly be able to heal you. Wait. Ferdinand cried out. Professor Byleth, Professor Manuela, I trust your judgments. But as a proud Black Eagle, Professor Hanneman is my professor first and foremost. I wish to make absolutely certain that we have seized the correct person before we cut them open instead of rushing headlong into this like a pack of barbarians. Somebody, please continue his test on our blood. There might be a perfectly reasonable, reason for this. Perhaps, for example, we have the test, backwards. I'll do it, Mary Ann spoke up. We'll both do it, Annette said. Only one of us can be Cornelia's host, so if we both show the same results, you can trust us. You can't, Byleth told her. You're still too badly hurt. She turned her attention to Manuela. You help Mary Ann with the blood. Hanneman sighed and relaxed, letting his arms fall limp in Raphael's and Byleth's grip. You are truly an excellent student, Ferdinand. Thank you. If I may impose, do me first, Ferdinand said. Manuela and Mary Ann both did the same thing Hanneman had done. Edelgard could see sparks fly from Ferdinand's blood sample as well. Dirty looks were shot in his direction, but those looks quickly became confused as they turned their attention back on Hanneman. One by one, the blood samples were tested. Felix's blood sparked. Bernadetta's blood sparked. Sylvain's blood sparked. Ignatz's, Raphael's, Mary Ann's, Annette's, Byleth's, Manuela's, Hilda's. Of course, Edelgard said, while the others bemusedly took in the results of the experiment. Cornelia's been throwing dark magic at us all morning. She's filled the whole cathedral with it. It's settled into all of our blood, at least temporarily, so we all test positive. Byleth and Raphael sheepishly let go of Hanneman, who took several relieved breaths as the color returned to his whiskery cheeks. Another worthless test, Felix muttered, rolling his eyes. Why don't we all go back, lock ourselves in one of the common rooms, and wait for Mercedes to wake up and just tell us who she shoved Cornelia's heart into? That's it. Annette said. She's got to know, right? Edelgard shook her head. I'm afraid not. Cornelia could make her forget things, as well. She didn't remember taking her heart at Inver or surgically implanting it within herself. I don't know how much power Cornelia has over altering her host's memories, but it seems she can erase them. Left unsaid was the possibility that Mercedes might not wake up. Who knew how much life remained within her? So, Mary Ann asked, if any of us have fuzzy memories, then we're. Cornelia might be, altering our minds. This is bullshit, Happy said, stomping her foot petulantly on the floor as though she were a child throwing a tantrum. How the fuck are we gonna figure out which of us she's controlling, if we can't even trust our own fucking selves? Edelgard, Byleth said. Put the dagger down. Edelgard looked down at her hand and realized that Byleth's dagger was still in her grasp. Bernadetta was staring at the blade the way a cornered hare might stare into a fox's eyes. She hadn't realized that she hadn't put it down. I know you're uncomfortable with not being able to defend yourself, Byleth told her. But put the dagger down. Yes, of course, she said, dropping it and kicking it away. It skittered across the floor. How could she have forgotten to let go of the dagger, when she had been the one to tell Byleth to throw it away in the first place? Was she really so nervous? Lightning flashed, illuminating once again the spiderwebs of lead that ran between the irregular panes of stained glass in the cathedral's magnificent windows. It's cold, Hilda said, it's wet, it's miserable, I'm Miss Hay, the common rooms have fireplaces, don't they? I'm with Felix, let's all hunker down in one of them, light a fire, warm up, calm down, and see what Mercedes has to say when she's awake. Hilda, Edelgard said, we just explained to you. After Cornelia had Mercedes put her heart into a new host, Hilda explained, she shouldn't have had any control over her mind anymore, right? So the last thing Mercedes should remember is the last thing she saw after she healed the wound on the new host before she passed out. Cornelia couldn't have erased that memory. Hilda, you are right, Ferdinand gasped, as though shocked that she could come up with such an insightful point. And how long will it be until Mercedes wakes up? Edelgard asked. Happy, do you remember how long you were in a coma after you were captured in Remire? Will we sequester ourselves for days hoping for her to wake up and give us the answer? No, we have to suss out who among us is harboring Cornelia's consciousness right now. It's suspicious, Hilda said, glaring at her, that you want us to stay and figure this out as quickly as possible, while also shooting down every method we come up with for figuring it out. That's suspicious. It's suspicious that you want us all to leave. Please, please, girls, Sylvain said, raising his hands. You're both suspicious. We're all suspicious, Byleth said. Cornelia's gotten inside one of our heads. None of these methods for detecting her are working. We need to get inside her head and think the way she would think. Manuela frowned. We know from what she said to us that she was deciding whether to take my body, or Edelgard's, she said, her voice small and timid, and sounding incongruous coming from the former stage diva's pretty lips. I suppose that makes the two of us the prime suspects. Edelgard took a deep breath as suspicious glances passed over her, glancing at the dagger she'd just thrown away and realizing just how effectively that must have implicated her in the minds of the others. I suppose that does. I've thought of a way we can narrow down the suspects, Ignatz said. Cornelia is a social climber, isn't she? She's from House Rusalka, she became the court mage of Faerghus, and she married Emperor Burkhard. I don't think she'd take the body of a commoner, or somebody without the resources of a noble house. I remember when Cornelia abandoned her house and renounced her title, Hanneman mused. But the Cornelia who did that, I suppose, is long dead. You are absolutely correct, Ignatz. Yeah, exactly. Raphael said. You can rule out us commoners, right? He looked around. That's me, Iggy, Happy, Professor Manuela. And how convenient it is, Ferdinand said, bristling, that the commoners produce a theory which rules out themselves as a suspect. I will have you know that I will not have my fiancée bear the burden of undue suspicion, or my name is not Ferdinand von Aegir. I promised Hubert that I would protect her with my life. If Edelgard's the host, Felix snapped, then ripping Cornelia's heart from her chest would be protecting her, you ass. Who are you calling an ass? What, need those long ears of yours cleaned, ass? Shut up. Annette snapped at Felix. Both of you. She looked from one suspect to another. Her face crumpled. We haven't made any progress at all. Well, maybe we should just start cutting people open, one by one, Sylvain said. Starting with yourself? Hilda asked. I was being sarcastic. Obviously, that's a terrible idea. Marianne stepped forward. It's me, she mumbled. I've given it some thought, and thought very hard about my thoughts, and, I know it's me. I'm the host. Go ahead and cut me open. Oh, Mari, Hilda said, taking her by the hand and gently reeling her back in. Don't you get it? By revealing yourself, you're just proving that you aren't the host. Cornelia would never make you do that or let you do that. I still say it's Edelgard or Manuela. It is not Edelgard, Ferdinand insisted. My apologies, Manuela. I mean no offense. I think we can all agree that you two and Happy are the most likely hosts, Hanneman said. You have my deepest apologies, Ferdinand, but that is simply where the logic leads. Happy crossed her arms. Thanks, Handles. We should tie up the top three, Felix said, and bring them to the holding cells. We can get everyone else together and sort things out with their help. Isn't that exactly what Cornelia would make you say if she were in UA and wanted to deflect suspicion? Or find a new host that no one will ever track down? Bernadetta squeaked. She leaped behind Raphael's bulk as Felix glared at her. I mean, Bernie doesn't mean any offense. Please don't murder me, Cornelia. I'm not Cornelia, he huffed. But you would say that if you were, she wailed. You wouldn't know, even if you were, Sylvain reminded him. At that moment, there was a tremor through time. Edelgard could feel it in the back of her head, not severe, at least not as severe as the last tidal surge, but enough to sting, like a scraped knee in her head. She blinked back tears and saw Hilda knead her eye with her knuckle, perhaps pretending to have gotten a mote of dust stuck in it. Though the surge was minor, it seemed to affect Byleth more strongly enough for her to clutch her head in pain. I'm fine, Byleth assured everyone. Just a bit of a headache. Edelgard saw suspicious eyes shift toward her. Were they growing suspicious of her regardless of her alibi? She couldn't allow the cloud of suspicion to fall upon her. Byleth, more than anybody else, was the glue that held this group, especially fractious as it was now, together. I don't think we can rule out everybody except for myself and Manuela just yet, she said, making a play to retake control of the investigation's narrative. Yes, we're all quite suspicious of each other, and our words and deeds are doing very little to lift our own individual clouds of suspicion. But one of the rest of you has a much better chance of being Cornelia's host than anyone else. One out of all of us, actually. I've figured out who the host is. She paused, struggling to meet the eyes of the person she was about to accuse. There was a flash of lightning and a roar of thunder splitting the sky in two. The wind howled through the holes in the roof, blowing the rain that fell into the cathedral sideways. Edelgard felt a wave of rain prickle against her skin like a hail of cold needles. It's Happy, she said. Happy stared at her, jaw slack, mouth agape, eyes wide. Brain. There's not an iota of moral judgment in my deduction, Happy, Edelgard told her, though the betrayal and hurt in her eyes cut through her like a knife. It's just that you, like Mercedes, have been under Cornelia's thumb for 10 years. I'm certain Cornelia resents you for escaping from her control. We all know how vengeful and petty she can be, and the lengths to which she'll go to get back at somebody who has hurt her or made a fool of her. Well, you are the one who killed her, Felix pointed out. Ingrid killed her, Edelgard retorted, and thankfully, she's long gone. Well, still, who's made a bigger fool out of her than you, Edelgard? Hilda asked. Remember the Vipar trick? That may be true, Edelgard admitted, recalling how mortified and embarrassed Cornelia had been when her ace in the hole had gone up in smoke. But I'm not her daughter, merely another in-law. Yeah, and everyone hates their in-laws, Sylvain muttered. Happy, listen to me. Planting her heart inside your chest is Cornelia's way of getting back her prodigal daughter, of getting back at her prodigal daughter. No one in this room right now has offended her more utterly than you, who rejected her and gained a life outside her influence. No one in this room is as despised by her as you. No one in this room is more at risk of being her host than you. She hates you, deeply and utterly, and above everything else, she wants you to suffer. And with Mercedes in her current state, all she has is you. Happy began trembling like a leaf. She swallowed hard. Cornelia threw me away. I'm useless to her. She'd sooner kill me than try to make me her obedient servant again. I don't think we can accurately claim that, Edelgard said. I'm sorry, Happy. If Cornelia's inside you, it's not a mark against you as a person in the slightest, it's not something you have any control over. Please don't take it personally. But I'm certain that Cornelia is in you, waiting to take control and strike. Take it personally. Happy glared at Hanneman. Don't you dare cut me open, she hissed. Fur bristled over her shoulders and up the back of her neck as claws sprouted from her fingers. Don't even think about getting that dagger anywhere near me. Happy, Edelgard said. It's for your own good. Think about how much Cornelia wants to hurt you. Think of what she can do to you with this kind of control over your mind, the friendships you could destroy, the family you could betray, the people you could hurt. I'm going to sigh if anyone takes a fucking step closer, Happy snarled, stepping back. Please, Edelgard said. You don't want to do that. That's right, Happy, Annette chimed in. You don't want to hurt any of us. We're your friends, aren't we? You want to cut my heart out. Happy snapped. None of you have any idea how many fucking knives I've had in my skin, all the fucked up rituals Cornelia and her cronies put me through. Edelgard felt a pang of guilt, but pressed onward. It was so clear now that Happy was the host, and she had to be saved from Cornelia again. And since Cornelia was posing as her own conscience, that meant she had to be saved from herself. Professor, you agree with me, don't you? Byleth looked over to Hanneman. Get the dagger, she said. You're going to fucking kill me. I'll sigh, Happy warned before Felix's hand clamped over her mouth. Help me hold her down, he hissed to the others. Happy struggled and squirmed in his grasp. Bestial features began to emerge from under her skin with redoubled speed, horns began to curl out from her brow. Raphael and Sylvain rushed to further restrain her. I'm sorry, Happy, Edelgard said. We have to save you. Don't worry, it'll all be over soon. Somebody Manuela sedate her. Happy stared at her with tears rolling down her cheeks. A muffled, incoherent scream leaked out from the hands clamped over her mouth. She was trying to shout something, a protest, a declaration of her innocence, but the firm grip clamping her jaw shut reduced her voice to wordless moans. Edelgard steeled herself against her pathos. Cornelia would do anything to protect herself, after all. The dagger cut through her shirt, scoring her bare skin just between her breast and clavicle. Its blade drew blood. And then Edelgard felt a hand take her firmly by her wrist. Edelgard, Ferdinand asked, staring at her wide-eyed, scandalized and horrified in equal amounts, his noble bearing and genteel sensibilities in full revolt against the scene he was witnessing. Why in the goddess' name are you smiling? His voice was cold, even though it trembled. He was afraid not just of what was happening to Happy, but how she was behaving. He was not the only one staring at her now. A loud clatter of footsteps echoed through the cathedral, heavy leather soles slapping against the cold, wet-polished stone. Time. Edelgard's head snapped in the sound's direction just in time for Hilda's fist to crash into her face. She felt bone and cartilage snap and tasted the coppery tang of hot blood trickling from her nose over her lips and pouring down the back of her throat. Every muscle in her body went slack as she reeled backward and fell to the floor. With that initial shockwave still rippling through muscle and brain and bone, she hardly felt herself hit the stone tiles until the back of her skull cracked against the floor. Stars and flashes of light burst before her eyes, dazzling the cathedral. The world swam around her in dizzying spirals, blurring and splitting in two. Her ears rang. She instantly felt a wave of nausea rush through her as shouts of shock and disbelief rang out in her ears like the tolling of terrible bells. After in bear, Hilda said, wiping the blood from her knuckles, Mari and I would know that sick grin anywhere. Cornelia. Edelgard tried to protest she couldn't be Cornelia. That was ridiculous. The host was so clearly and obviously happy, but in that moment she was so severely dazed from the impact that she could hardly even think. Hold her down, Byleth ordered, brandishing the dagger. Don't let her escape. That jolted her back to reality. Byleth was going to cut her open. She was going to cut her open. Edelgard felt feathers and scales sprout from her skin, wings, and a tail tear through her sodden clothes, wicked talons tear her boots asunder as she forced herself to her feet. She could feel her heart burning in her chest. No, a second heart. Black fire and wisps of moonlight and miasma swirled around her claws in helical ribbons, her wings unfurled and flapped, her tongue hung over rows of sharp fangs. Edelgard, Byleth gasped. Edelgard, no. Stop. Byleth. She had to go after Byleth first. If she turned back time, even for a few seconds, it would incapacitate her long enough for her to be easily subdued. The rest of her friends let go of Happy and rushed to hold her back instead, though with a haze of black and red mist creeping over her eyes she couldn't discern one foe from another. These were all her former classmates. She'd sparred with them all countless times. None of them could have put up a fight against her even if she were in human form, especially not without any weapons. This may have been a hideous and monstrous body, an ugly degenerate thing, but its heteromorphic flesh was strong. She was not the only monster in the room, though. Happy, seeking revenge for her accusation, or rather, Cornelia working through her, lunged at her, a blur of fur and claws, ripping her away from the others and knocking her to the floor. Edelgard shouted out and struggled to force Happy off of her. Any second now, Byleth could turn back time and knock her out. Her only option was to take her down first and escape. These monsters were going to kill her, to plunge their blades into her heart, to burn her veins. Edelgard, you dumbass. Happy snarled, struggling to pin her down. How can someone with such a big, smart brain get brainwashed like a little bitch, huh? Snap the fuck out of it. Her claws found purchase in Happy's flesh. Using her wings to push herself off the floor, she tore Happy off of herself, liberating from the beast gouts of blood. Brainwashed? Her? Cornelia's efforts to deflect suspicion on her were laughable. So why, she wondered, were they proving so effective? Why had everybody turned on her? Cornelia must have done something to their minds. They could hurt themselves or perhaps even get themselves killed if they continued to fight her, so they must have fallen under some spell of hers. A spear of ice froze around one of her wings, deadening the limb. She lashed out with her tail and felt it collide with someone, likely Marianne, and send them flying. Her tunnel vision kept itself fixed on Byleth. She had to stop her. Her paw pinned Byleth's chest to the floor, talons curling around her to hold her in place. The Fellstar's hideous emerald eyes looked into hers as she prepared to squash them like overripe fruit. Byleth breathed. Please. Cornelia's inside you. You know she is. Don't let her make you fight us. You're better than that. Edelgard felt her paw freeze mid-swipe, talons inches away from tearing her teacher's face off, as those beautiful eyes pleaded silently with her. Byleth was right. She had been under Cornelia's spell all along. How else could she have possibly justified turning on her friends otherwise? But nothing, not even the poison in her mind, could force her to harm that face. She could never cross blades with the woman she loved. She could never mar the most beautiful sight in the world, no matter how much Cornelia, her howling and desperate thoughts mingling with bestial instincts as they screamed in her head, insisted. The pain was intense within and without, but compared to the pain she had once suffered in her own world, in her own body, it was nothing. Edelgard let go, dug her claws into her scaly chest, feeling her own muscle and sinew part underneath those thick, sharp talons, and felt something hard and stony. She would be nobody's weapon. Not then. Not now. Not ever. Time came to a stop. The first thing Edelgard became aware of was a dull, soft, yet throbbing pain in her chest. Every part of her body down to the tips of her fingers and toes felt as heavy and immovable as lead. She parted her lips and felt chapped skin split open. Her tongue gingerly brushed its tip across her lips to wet them. Her mouth felt as though it had been stuffed with cotton. The sharp scent of some kind of poultice stung her nostrils. She next became aware of heat on her face and an orange light bleeding through her eyelids. Irritated, she cracked them open just a sliver and found herself greeted by a tableau of blurs behind a veil of eyelashes. She opened her eyes, blinking blearily and helplessly against the shaft of sunlight spilling out from the nearby window as she took stock of her surroundings. It was somebody's office somewhere in the monastery, and judging by the length of the shadows and the timbre of the light, it was either the morning or the evening. She was lying on a cot salvaged from the infirmary, from what little of the furniture had been left intact, no doubt with a thin sheet pulled up to her chin. She lifted her head to get a better view of her surroundings. Edelgard? Is that you? A soft voice, breathy, whispered sweetly yet wearily into the still air, found its way into her ears. Edelgard turned her head. It was then that she noticed a second cot near hers, and on that cot lay an older girl with pale skin, gaunt cheekbones and hooded eyes, and snow-white hair, cut short, framing her sickly face. Mercedes smiled. "We keep meeting like this," she said. "Do you remember? You and Professor Byleth, and Hilda, too, would always come to the infirmary for those headaches and fainting spells while I was here." "Merci." Edelgard forced herself to sit up, but the pain in her chest grew stronger, stabbing and burning, squeezing talons around her heart and dripping acid through her ribs. It was sharp enough that she hissed the rest of her breath out of her lungs through a clenched jaw and gritted teeth, her eyes squeezed shut. But before she'd closed her eyes, the sheet had fallen from her chest and pooled in her lap to reveal bandages wrapped tightly across her chest over a layer of salve. She gingerly laid herself back down. "Where are we?" "I wish I knew," Mercedes said to her. "I only just woke up." "Actually, I was hoping you knew." Her voice was slow and weak, her eyes half-lidded. Edelgard recalled in those eyes the look her father had had when he had been near to death. How much time did Mercedes have left? Months, perhaps, at most. Weeks, maybe. Or less. "I only just woke up myself." "Isn't that funny? Well, this is not the goddess bosom, nor is it Alel, so we must be alive, at least. For now. As far as I can tell," Edelgard said. "I'm glad you're alive." "Is that so?" Mercedes turned her head and looked away. I'm not so sure myself. Edelgard, I don't know if you knew this, but I put Cornelia's heart inside your chest." "Yes, I know." Edelgard collected her thoughts. As she recalled, "I think I tore it out myself. I'm so sorry." It wasn't until this morning, when Professor Manuela opened me up, that all the memories came flooding back, what Cornelia made me do. I remembered what she was doing and I knew I was going to hurt you so very badly. And I knew that I'd been forced to. The things she made me say to Ingrid, the things she made me do to Happy and Annette. But actually, I'm not sure. Maybe I did those things myself. I don't know if I'll ever know. Mercedes sighed. Every story I'd ever heard about spirits and demons possessing the living. I suppose they aren't so amusing now, Edelgard mused. I think I know now, how to make them even more terrifying, actually. Since as far as her mind was concerned it had only been a few minutes ago, she thought about what she had said to Happy. How much of that had been her own brand of bluntness, and how much of it had been Cornelia delighting in twisting the knife in her estranged adopted daughter's chest. How could she untangle what she had done from what she had been forced to do? And on top of that, she had fought her friends, injured them, deluded by the poison Cornelia had placed in her mind. At least when she and Ellie had shared a body, either this one or the other one, the two of them had usually been fully aware of who had said and done what, for better and for worse. As much as she missed Ingrid, she had to admit to herself that it was a good thing she hadn't been there to witness her monstrous behavior. I feel sick, Mercedes admitted. Though, maybe it's just because I'm dying. Then again, everybody's dying. I'm just dying faster. Are you looking forward to it? Edelgard asked her. She didn't answer for a long while. For the longest time, it didn't matter either way, she finally said. I've always allowed myself to follow the whims of those above me. I convinced myself that everything in life was at the will of a higher power. I was blind to reality. As the Death Knight, I killed more people than I could keep track of. I made Annie cry. I hurt all of you. I betrayed your trust. I tried not to feel bad about it because I had no choice in the matter. My future was laid out, as clear as the past. It didn't matter what I thought or what I wanted, so I just tried to have fun with it whenever I could. But even so, I'm sorry, Edelgard told her. That's no way for a person to live. A person with dreams, with a heart. No one deserves to be a tool. It was funny. Happy was always the unruly one. Cornelia had to hypnotize her to make her obedient for things like Riemeyer. Me. I just agreed to do whatever she asked because I was supposed to. I suppose that makes me quite a coward compared to her. She giggled. Me, the most devilish teller of spooky stories in all of Faerghus, the most cowardly one of them all. But it didn't matter that I was so obedient, I guess. No matter how compliant I was, Cornelia always wanted more than I could give, so she took my body for herself and let me pretend it was still mine. Then, she finished pretending. I truly am just a monster. Nobody is just a monster, Merci. Edelgard turned her head to see crystalline little tears rolling down Mercedes' ashen cheeks. It's always a treacherous path, walking with people like Cornelia and Thales. You have to know that eventually, they won't let you have a single thing of your own, unless you get rid of them before they can take everything from you. Does Dimitri know? Yes. He knows everything now. Good. Mercedes smiled. You've been taking care of him. I have. Edelgard felt herself smirk. Everyone else has, too. That's good. I can't always be around for him. He's so sweet, isn't he? Deep down. Beneath all that anger. I'm glad Cornelia didn't force me to fight him. It was so mature of him to stay back and find somewhere else he was needed. It was. He's matured quite a lot, especially in these past few weeks. I'm glad to have him as a little brother. The two of them were silent for a long while as the shadows lengthened and the sunlight dulled. It must have been sunset. Edelgard wondered, had she and Mercedes been unconscious for the entire rest of the day? I think, Mercedes said, her lips curling in a sweet yet weak little smile, I would like to live just a little longer. At last, the door to the room opened and Manuela poked her head through. Oh, she said, noticing the two of them were awake. It's about time. You two must be thirsty and half-starved. She entered the room and closed the door behind her, then went to her desk where a pitcher of water and a basket of bread rolls waited. Edelgard couldn't help but notice that she didn't look half as weary as she had in the morning, and she was wearing completely different clothes and had a different set of earrings in her ears. "So, how are the two of you feeling?" Edelgard was just about to answer before Manuela pressed a cup of water to her lips and made her drink, not that she needed much provocation. "On the one hand, I've been far worse," Mercedes said. "But on the other, my soul is so tortured, when I pass on, my restless phantom may never leave this room." "Good. I'll arrange to have a Luis office moved here," Manuela added, prompting a laugh from Mercedes. When she was done helping Edelgard slake her thirst, she moved on to Mercedes. "You seem in high spirits, considering what happened this morning," Edelgard said. "Everybody is okay, then." She hadn't kept track of how many of her fellow former classmates she must have maimed and mauled under Cornelia's influence. "Did I hurt anybody? Did I kill? This morning?" Manuela wrinkled her brow. "How did you know about Oh, that's right. Edelgard, you and Mercedes have been asleep for over 3 straight days." "What?" "Well, what did either of you expect? You both had a foreign object ripped from your chests. You both should be on bended knee thanking the goddess with all your hearts that your wounds didn't turn gangrenous. And yes, everyone else is okay. A few lacerations, a few burns and what have you, but at least no one else practiced surgery on themselves." Manuela shook her head and collected the basket of bread rolls. "These might be a little hard," she said, handing one roll to both of her patients. "They've been sitting out since morning. Take one and be careful. Eat slowly. Don't gorge yourself or you'll just throw it all up." Edelgard nibbled on the roll Manuela had given her. The more she ate, the more fiercely her stomach growled and begged for more. "Everyone's going to be so glad to know you're awake," Manuela said. "Especially His Majesty." "Which one?" Mercedes asked. "Yes. Are you sure?" "What happened to Cornelia's heart?" Edelgard asked, though the mere act of posing the question ruined her appetite. "The core? We spoke to Vul about how to dispose of it," Manuela said. "So, under his supervision, we broke it into pieces, ground it up, and had the blacksmith mix it into some smelting slag. I think that's as dead as one of those replicators or whatever they're called can get." Edelgard let out a relieved sigh. "I think so, too. But just to be safe, perhaps throw that slag into the ravine or something." "I just hope Cornelia was the only one of them," Mercedes murmured, "who knew how to do that." "Me, too," Manuela said. "Well, I've got some good news to tell your friends and family," she said, and she left the room and closed the door behind her. It wasn't long before 2 more guests arrived, practically shoving each other through the door. It was Happy and Annette. "Yes. We made it before everyone else," Annette exclaimed, fumbling with a covered wicker basket. There was a wide smile on her face as bright as the midday sun, in stark contrast to the setting sun outside the window, and the curled pigtails her ruddy hair was tied back into bounced with every step. She looked wonderfully healthy and brimming with vitality in stark contrast to her wounded, weary mien in the cathedral. "Merci. Edelgard. You're alive. Bernie and I baked a bunch of cookies yesterday, chocolate chip, but Happy ate almost half of them herself, so I made some oatmeal raisin, 2 for the 2 of you, and I made your favorite fruit pastries, 2, merci, and some sweet buns for you, Edelgard." "I've got something for you, too," Happy said. She, Edelgard noticed, was also carrying a little covered wicker basket, but was also rummaging under Bylitha's old grey jacket for something. "Spooky, Hilda helped me make up this little necklace thing," she mumbled, producing a necklace lined with owl feathers, gemstone beads, and sprigs of dried lavender pressed in resin. "It's pretty and it smells good. If you died, I was gonna put it on your gravestone." Mercedes smiled as Annette laid out a pile of misshapen, lumpy, only slightly burnt pastries on her lap. "Oh, Happy. I really do appreciate that, but, really? After everything I've done to you?" Happy shrugged and tossed the necklace onto her lap. "Whatever. Water under the bridge, I guess. NL, here's your care package. Joachim, Dorothea, and I worked real hard putting it together," she said, putting the wicker basket onto Edelgard's lap. "L." Edelgard repeated, bemused. What? Can't I call my Auntie Elle something cute like that? I suppose, she said, but, after what I said to you, what I tried to do to you, what I did to all of you. Happy swatted her concerns out of the air like an invisible fly. Hey. I know what it's like to have Cornelia in your head. No one else here is dumb enough to hold you accountable for trying to have me gutted like a fish. Or for fighting us. When I realized what you were really doing, I was scared out of my mind, but it was her I was afraid of, not you. And I guess I was a little afraid for you. But definitely not of you. Well, Edelgard said, I do feel as though I should be somewhat accountable. Yeah, I said no one else here is dumb enough, brain. Happy chuckled. It's alright. Mind control fucking sucks, I get it. Now, you gonna open your present or what? I think it'll really lift your spirits. With her lips suspiciously pursed, Edelgard lifted the cloth cover on the basket Happy had dropped in her lap. Utterly unamused, she lifted her head, stared Happy directly in the eyes, and gave her the sternest glare she could muster while Happy smiled innocuously at her. Inside the basket was a small linen cloth folded in on itself and shaped into a makeshift nest around half a dozen little brown and white chicken eggs. Chapter 54, A Name by Any Other Rose. Edelgard was almost ashamed to admit that the eggs helped. It took about 2 more days before she was well enough to leave the infirmary, and even then, Manuela was quick to caution her to, for once, avoid anything, and she meant anything even remotely strenuous. Mercedes, though, remained bedridden. Edelgard wondered if she would ever be well enough to leave it again. All the while, Edelgard could look out the window upon Garreg Mach Monastery and see all the damage that still needed to be cleaned up and all the little issues with its upkeep that needed to be addressed, and the sight of so many people dutifully carrying out tasks beyond the confines of her medical prison almost seemed to taunt her for her forced inaction. Taking care of the basket of eggs Happy had given her at least kept her busy. Or rather, it tricked her into feeling that curling up with a half-dozen eggs in her lap to keep them all warm counted as some sort of effort on her part. It was a dirty trick to make her feel useful to herself, if not to others, but as much as Edelgard might not have wanted to admit it, dirty tricks sometimes worked on her. The eggs probably weren't even fertilized, anyway. Once she had woken up, Edelgard found Hubert and Ferdinand to be near constant companions to her upon her release, all but doting on her. She found herself taking care not to snap too much at Ferdinand when he insisted on such things, though she quite firmly drew the line when he'd offered to help her eat. Following the battle with Cornelia, she had found herself more acutely aware of her own intrusive thoughts. Usually, such things didn't bother her anymore, to the extent that she could simply ignore them, but now she found herself taking care to think through any little thing she planned to say just to make certain she actually wanted to say it. The eggs didn't help much with that, although brooding, as silly as it was, gave her an excuse to keep to herself, sparing her the worry she sometimes felt that when she spoke to somebody some malevolent foreign intelligence might make her say some unwarranted unkind thing without her realizing it. Mercedes had been right. No ghost story really captured the horror of being possessed by another consciousness, because no one who had ever told that story before really knew what it was like, because ghosts and spirits which could possess a living person and control them did not exist. The very first thing Edelgard did as soon as Manuela permitted her to leave the infirmary was to take a walk, letting the currents of the brisk spring breeze flow around her as the sun dipped below the monastery's walls. The sunset was as beautiful as always. It painted the clouds with pastel splashes of color as the sky deepened from periwinkle to gray-purple to deep indigo. Soon the stars would begin to twinkle, popping out of the velvety heavens slowly and subtly as the indigo darkened to black. As the sun was setting, the moon was rising, its countenance pale and ghost-like. Its shape had filled out considerably while Edelgard had been convalescing, and it was likely only a few days away from being full. She soon found that she was not the only person to have decided that some fresh air would do them good, because not too long after she'd started, she found Hanneman approaching her by chance, his path around the monastery's central building intersecting with her path through the courtyard. Edelgard had often grown accustomed to the sight of Hanneman pacing about as he mulled over the more problematic aspects of his scientific study, and when one had been tasked with figuring out how to remove a person's crest, there were many problematic aspects. "Hello, Professor," she said as he drew near, greeting him as neutrally as possible. He greeted her with a little jolt as her words snapped him out of whatever fugue he'd been in. His face made it as clear to her as the way he'd ambled across the lawn that he was exhausted. There were deep grey crescents under his eyes, exacerbated by the long and deep shadows the sun left in its wake. "Ah. Lady Edelgard, good evening." He adjusted his monocle. "I am glad to see you up and about. I take it you are feeling better." She nodded. "Yes, but I just had to clear my head." "As did I." His eyes drifted to the basket she was holding close to her chest. "I presume those are the eggs Happy gave you." "You presume correctly. I've been using my magic to keep the blanket warm for them," she said, resting a hand atop the blanket swaddling the eggs. "Exceptional control, young lady. Most people who learn that spell either make fire or make nothing at all." "You make your old professor proud," he said with a smile. "You do not think they will, hatch?" There was a part of Edelgard that felt as though she were being mocked, just a little bit gently mocked, but mocked all the same. She thought of some witty retort she might have been able to say, then smothered it. "No, I doubt it. It doesn't matter one way or another, besides. One would think a stuffed animal or doll or something of that sort would work better," Hanneman said. Edelgard patted the basket. "Yes, but Happy didn't get me a stuffed animal or a doll." She paused, careful to consider her tone. "She gave me this. And it may have been a joke, but she meant well." The two of them continued on their shared path. "And I would like to apologize for that bloodsucker comment the other day," she offered. "Oh, you mean last week?" "Never you mind about that," he assured her. "That was what Cornelia used to call me. I know full well that you were not responsible for saying that." "I can't exactly tell what I was or was not responsible for," she admitted. "As far as I knew, everything I did and said was of my own, unadulterated free will. It was only for a short while, and yet during that short while I couldn't untangle my thoughts from hers." He looked down at his shoes, slowing his pace. "Ah. That is, quite frightening. Back at the cathedral last week, we all had to consider that scenario for ourselves, but to have the burden of actually enduring it is something else entirely. Please, rest assured that there is nothing of Cornelia's left within you. Not a single speck of dust from her stone heart remains within you." Professor Manuela, as sloppy as she is sometimes, was quite thorough in that respect. "I know, Professor. There is merely a corner of my mind that has yet to fully understand that." "Yes, I understand. Such is the way with trauma. There are parts of our minds too simple for us to control easily, and our deepest fears and worst experiences all dwell there." He shook his head. "I am deeply sorry for what Cornelia has done to you, Edelgard. You have no need to apologize on her behalf." "Well, I feel I must. You say she was replaced, the way that Solon fellow replaced Tamash, correct? Then I do, in fact, feel the need to apologize on Cornelia's behalf for what that fiend did in her name, wearing her face. That woman was a good friend of mine, once, and she never would have tolerated such evil from anybody, least of all herself. I feel I do owe it to her memory." "I understand." As he and Edelgard continued on their shared path through the courtyard, Hanneman's expression turned dark and bitter. "I do not know what to do about Mercedes. I have studied her blood extensively for nearly 2 weeks now, ever since I returned here, but it seems to do me no good at all. It is clear that those 2 crests are killing her and quite swiftly. But for all I have done for Happy, Mercedes' condition seems to be another beast entirely. Though I recently had that breakthrough fixing Happy's corrupted crest, there is no corruption to speak of within Mercedes, simply an excess. If I cannot help her, she and King Dimitri will both die long before their time." "Do you think there's a way to remove a person's crest?" Edelgard asked him. A seed of an idea had blossomed in her mind. As soon as she had a chance, she would see Byleth about returning to her own world. "I have hoped there was," he said, shaking his head sadly. "But for all the years I have studied crests, removing one still seems to be an impossible task. If the church is correct and they are truly symbols of the goddess' favor, then I suppose it would be blasphemy for human hands to rescind such a blessing." He chuckled. "That never stopped me before, but when one has found enough insurmountable obstacles in one's path, one sometimes cannot help but wonder if divine providence itself is stymieing progress." "Don't give up hope, Professor," Edelgard said. I find your quest as noble as any knight's deeds. Oh, you flatter me. If I do, then I know my thoughts must be my own. You and I both know how much crests have hurt people, either through want or surfeit of one. We cannot truly call them blessings from the goddess if they cause such pain and strife, and I think even the goddess, if she is truly good at all, must understand that. Your work could change the world for the better, Professor. Don't give up hope. I am certain you will achieve a breakthrough soon. A weary, unsure smile crossed Hanuman's face. Thank you very much for your encouragement, Edelgard. I only hope that breakthrough comes to me before it is too late for that poor girl. But do not let me keep you from your walk. I ought to be returning to my work. Their paths diverged. Edelgard took a deep breath and felt the surgical scar on her chest, half-healed, ache freshly from the exertion. She placed her hand over her breast, swearing that beneath her cloak and nightgown she could feel against her fingertips the texture of the scarred flesh, a hard and senseless lump like a callus shaped into a long, straight line, through the fabric. Cornelia had sealed the wound she'd made without a trace when she'd embedded her black heart in her flesh, but Manuela, unfortunately, was not the same kind of medical prodigy. The scar might fade soon, or perhaps at some point 100 or 2 or 3 years from now the Nabatean flesh might restore itself and become utterly pristine. But for now it was a tender, aching, and permanent testament to the possession Edelgard had been subjected to. Edelgard. Lady Edelgard. Ferdinand's voice rang out across the courtyard, growing in volume as he drew nearer. He emerged from beyond the hedges, doubled over and panting with his hands on his knees. Hubert was right behind him. Over the past week Edelgard had been either comatose or confined, his constitution had strengthened by leaps and bounds. He no longer looked so gaunt or so pale, though his left arm still hid itself away underneath a coat or a jacket or whatever availed itself as though ashamed to have been separated from its hand, and he'd finally gotten the close shave he preferred and rid himself entirely of the ragged stubble his incarceration by the Knights of Syros had forced upon him. You should not be walking so swiftly, Ferdinand chided Edelgard, gasping for breath, so soon after your release. And you ought to have told us that you were going out for a walk. What if something had happened? It may be in your best interest to appear less able-bodied, Hubert told her. General Nader caught wind that you used your wings to fly during Cornelia's attack, and he is very excited about your release from Professor Manuela's care. General Nader? He's still here. Edelgard was taken aback. Ever since the battle for Garagmach had been won, she'd found his continued presence a bit peculiar. Was he once again acting as Claude's spy? He says he will not leave, Hubert told her, until you race him on his wyvern. Well, tell him I did not fly, she said. I merely practiced some, assisted jumping. That is precisely what I told him, Ferdinand said. That only strengthened his resolve. Now he wishes to give you flying lessons. Well, I can assure you, I'm not interested in flying, she told him. And I doubt he'll be able to force me. Oh, I do not know, he said. I have heard stories about Almiran men. And who tells those stories? Edelgard asked. I appreciate both of your concern, but there's no need to worry about me. However, I suppose I could let you know the next time I decide to go on a stroll. Please do. Ferdinand reached out and took her by the hand. Edelgard, dear, I know that you are no longer the kind of girl who is intent on sitting in place while the world moves around you. I know that you have become a strong and capable woman. There was a guilty look in his eyes. Knowing him, he was likely recalling how Edelgard had snapped at him for his overprotective attitude back at Fort Mercers. Yet you are still severely hurt and have yet to fully recover from your surgery. Please understand that Hubert and I are very concerned with your safety, and even more so now. Hubert nodded along. Ferdinand, as her retainer, I would like to speak with Lady Edelgard alone. Could you please do me a favor and prepare her bed in my stead? Certainly, Ferdinand said. Do not keep her long, though, he added, and after taking a moment to peck him on the cheek, he was off. Hubert waited for Ferdinand to vanish behind the hedges before letting out a weary sigh as the blush faded from his cheeks. Another all too close brush with death, Lady Edelgard, he remarked. Why is it that peril circles around you like a vulture waiting for a dying man to breathe his last? There was a note of anger in his voice. Edelgard still wasn't accustomed to being the target of Hubert's ire. It seems I am just that important. The higher one rises, the more of a target one becomes. You have no idea how much we all worried while you convalesced. In truth, Ferdinand, Flayn, and I were seized by the fear that you may not awaken. Flayn. There was a moment during which Edelgard found her inclusion peculiar, only for her to remember what the poor girl had gone through 1,000 years ago, the same thing that had happened to Byleth. And it finally occurred to her that it might very well have been possible for her, a half-Nabatean, to have fallen into a coma as a result of the surgery. Flayn, seeing a close friend suffering unconsciously from a grievous injury, must have recalled far too strongly her most deep-seated fear and worried that the same fate would befall her. After Edelgard had awakened, everyone had visited her while she had convalesced, except for Flayn, whose fear and worry must have kept her away. Oh. I understand. Lady Edelgard, I do not discount your strength. You protect yourself most effectively in battle. Yet it is outside of battle that you seem to be the most endangered, and Hubert pulled out from under the lapel of his coat the severed stump of his wrist. There were no longer any bandages swaddling his forearm, leaving only a nub of eerily smooth skin just before where his left hand ought to be. I am no longer fit to protect you in any respect. You do understand that, do you not? When danger comes to you, and it always does, all I can do is pray to the goddess, the very same goddess in whose name Archbishop Rhea had me mutilated. The sound of his voice cracking was terrible to behold. Edelgard put an arm around him. I can depend on my friends to protect me in your stead. You can rest, Hubert, she assured him. But how can I rest? Lady Edelgard, all I want is for you to leave a body worthy of our Edelgard to inhabit when you both return to your proper places. His eyes were drawn to her chest, to the scar just hidden by the collar of her nightgown. Edelgard felt a lump in her throat. I know, she said, blinking away sharp tears that had suddenly sprang to her eyes. Her hand came to the scar as though to protect the aching flesh from the dagger of Hubert's words. To feel the scar marring her flesh was to feel a strong wave of melancholy, as though part of her felt ashamed to have allowed such a thing to happen. She had injured this body plenty of times, she had broken and fractured bones, she had been cut and scraped and bruised and stabbed, she'd nearly lost an eye, and that wasn't even counting what Rhea had done to her. And yet one thing this body had never undergone was surgery, anything even remotely resembling what Thales and his Agarthan cronies had done to her and her siblings when they had all been helpless and defenseless children. Edelgard's own body, in the other world, was still riddled with the scars from those experiments and rituals, and the jagged white line that now rested just under her collarbone and above her breast was the same kind of scar. She'd marred this body, a body which wasn't even her own, irreparably, marking it with a symbol of the trauma no version of herself deserved to suffer. And do you know that every scar is a burden she will have to bear in your stead? Hubert asked her. Yes, she said. I'm sorry. But. Pardon my frankness, but you can only apologize for this so many times, Lady Edelgard. Bit by bit, wound by wound, scar by scar, you are whittling our Edelgard away. He glanced away, tears making his pale yellow-green eyes shimmer in the sunset's dying light. I do not know how many more times I can beg you to be more respectful of her body. Is this the fault of my counterpart in your world, for enabling your dangerous liaisons and reckless ventures? Does castigation simply roll off of you like water off a duck's back? Were you always so careless with you and your friends' lives in my world? No, she said. I would move heaven and earth to safeguard everybody whom I cared about, she said. Yes, I put myself at risk, but always secure in the knowledge that my friends were as intent on protecting me as they. Then you do not care about this world's Edelgard. On occasion, I have the chance to speak with her. She is thankful that I am here surviving these horrible events in her stead, Hubert. If she were in my shoes, she may have died many times over, or you many times over on her behalf. Evidently unconvinced, Hubert pulled himself away from her. Promise me, he rasped, that from now on, you will make returning home to your world and setting everything right your highest priority. Please place this world's problems out of your mind. Leave our Edelgard, my Edelgard, to make her own decisions about her life. I can only promise that I'll try my best, Edelgard said, taken aback. I cannot control where a whirlwind may carry me, if it seeks to sweep me up. There are dangerous plots afoot, and I can avoid them as best I can, but not if they seek me out. What do you mean by that? Are you absolving yourself of responsibility? Hubert snapped at her. By no means, she said. Trust me, I would like to go home as badly as you would like Ellie to return. I find that when people say, trust me, they are being most untrustworthy. Listen, Hubert. Thales, the man who caused me so much suffering, is a time traveler just like myself. The one in this world who has done such horrible things is, in fact, the same one who sought to conquer my own. Our pasts run deep, and his animosity toward me is beyond what you can imagine. As long as his whereabouts and condition are unknown, he remains a threat in potentia. And if he is out there, he will surely find me and endanger me. I can promise to do my best, but I cannot control his machinations, nor can I take responsibility for them. Hubert did not respond, but his frown hardened into a scowl. Then, he finally muttered as he turned his back on her, I hope Professor Byleth and King Dimitri can protect you, Your Highness, for I cannot. Hubert, Edelgard called out, reaching out to him as he walked away. You have every right to be angry. You've given up more for my sake than I ever dared to ask you or even your counterpart for. I'm sorry for burdening you with more than you could bear. Hubert stood silent for a while. Lady Edelgard, please, he said at last, think about your counterpart as though she were your own self. I am in no position to demand anything from you. I can only ask that you do that much. That is all I ask. As she watched him leave, Edelgard felt her heart sink from her chest into the pit of her stomach. Taking everything into consideration, it was a miracle that Ellie felt so little ill will toward her. She could have easily torn down everything Edelgard had worked so hard to build simply out of spite and petty vindictiveness, and yet she was doing her best to keep building, to keep following someone else's dream. But that was who Edelgard, any Edelgard, every Edelgard was deep down, wasn't it? As long as a greater cause availed itself to her, she would devote herself to it. That was not a part of her that had been instilled in her by Thales' wicked and nightmarish abuse, but something that had always existed within her, something the world had tried to smother and failed, waiting for the right opportunity. Perhaps there were countless timelines, countless other worlds, some slightly different, some radically so, which all contained their own Edelgards, and in those worlds every Edelgard either had found a banner to raise, a cause to champion, a greater good to work toward, or was waiting to find one. Perhaps every Edelgard, sooner or later, found a dream of their own to follow. Or perhaps she was just trying to make herself feel less utterly unjustified in her actions. She recalled what Thales had said, how he had taunted her, when she had spoken to him in the dungeons. You have no idea how much trouble she gets into, all of her own making. A retort to her assertion that everything she had done was a reaction to the pain and suffering Thales had himself unleashed upon this world. All of this had started with a moment of empathy for Flayn, a split-second decision to intrude on Thales' affairs for the sake of a frightened little girl. If she had simply settled into the boring, simple life Ellie's malaise had made for her and stayed there, she might have stayed comfortably out of this mess, at least, until the war began and turned everybody's life upside down. No. She had done the right thing, and she continued to do so. Even if it hurt her. Even if it hurt other people. She had to believe that. She took a deep breath, once more agitating the scar tissue, and put her hand atop the basket of eggs, holding it against the warm blanket for some fleeting comfort, before turning around and heading back to her quarters. Once more, she felt an almost painful absence of loving arms to hold her. Freed from her forced convalescence, Edelgard had breakfast in the dining hall the next morning with her family and friends, all of whom were overjoyed to have her up and about again. About time, Justine said. Joachim insisted that we all stay here until you were well again. She rolled her eyes. The Burgleys battalion and all our liberated prisoners were supposed to set out for home almost a week ago. Well, that was certainly very nice of Joachim, Edelgard said. Thank you, El, Joachim said. We're all just glad you're finally up and about. Edelgard surveyed the table. Where's Annette? She inquired, though she already knew the answer. She's having breakfast with Mercedes, Ignatz answered. What about Flayn and Bernadetta? Those two, Seath said, are helping General Molinaro in the kitchen. And you don't mind that? For some reason, Dmitri interjected, Seath and Flame seem to fear Didu far less than they fear me. Didu must feel pretty good about that. Usually, people are a lot more scared of him than Silver Nemesis here, Sylvain said. Dmitri pursed his lips at the sound of that moniker as though he'd just bitten into a lemon. Burkhart gave Edelgard a firm hug. It's so good to see you up and about, Ellie. Edelgard had scarcely extricated herself from his embrace before Gerland decided it was her turn, and Joachim after her, and Dmitri, and Byleth, and only then had she been given tacit permission to have a bowl of the stew everybody else was enjoying. After she'd eaten, she made a visit to the kitchen where Seath had told her Flame had gotten to. Just as he had said, she found the girl there standing quite firmly and did his shadow over a cutting board with a knife in her hand in a pile of chopped vegetables. Bernadetta was in the kitchen as well, tending to a large pot of the same simmering stew everybody had been eating, evidently preparing to make the same thing for lunch. Chop the vegetables into bite-sized pieces, Didu told Flame as he loomed over her. After that, skim the top layer off the pan. Be mindful of the heat. Certainly, Chef Didu, Flame answered, setting to work on another pile of vegetables after sliding the ones she'd chopped into a pan. The scent of onions and garlic cooking in oil, which Ash had always told Edelgard was the most wonderful smell in the world, filled the air. There is no need to call me that, he said. Bernadetta, the sauté pan is ready. Got it, Bernadetta said, moving away from the pot to tend to the pan with a spatula and sprinkle in her secret seasoning recipe as the vegetables cooked. Didu, Flame said as she kept chopping. I am actually wondering, perhaps Bernadetta and I could trade places? I have done quite a lot of chopping and I think I have thoroughly mastered the skill. Perhaps you can teach me to cook, beyond all this water boiling and vegetable chopping business. Didu shook his head. You are not ready, he said. All must be done in the proper sequence. And the first step here, whether you like it or not, is to learn how to use the tools perfectly. Perfectly? How much more perfectly can one chop vegetables? Place your thumb on the side of the blade and you will find out, Flame. See how much more control it gives you. Edelgard stepped into the kitchen. Good morning, she said. Flame stepped away from the cutting board, a widening smile on her face. Edelgard, she cried out happily, letting the knife fall from her hand and clatter on the floor. Flame, Didu said sternly, admonishing her more with a single curt syllable than most men could with an entire diatribe as he crouched down to pick up the knife. Edelgard was unable to stop Flame from wrapping her arms around her and pulling her into yet another hug. She was just barely able to get the wicker basket with her eggs out of the way in time for them to avoid being flattened against her chest. To be quite frank, she was becoming a bit worn out from hugging. I am so glad you are all right, Flame exclaimed, muffling her voice against Edelgard's shoulder. I am so sorry I did not visit while you were awake. You were so occupied with everybody else, and I feared that if I went to see you I would find you asleep and... It's all right, Flame, Edelgard told her, resting a hand upon her head. I understand. It's good to see you again. So, Didu and Bernadetta are teaching you to cook, are they? Flame lifted her head. Well, I would like them to, she said, her lips curled in a pouty little frown and her hands planted on her hips. I have been here for 3 days and they will not even let me so much as sauté a clove of garlic. Sautéing garlic is a difficult skill to master, Edelgard told her. It's not as easy as it looks. So much as a minute too long and you just have a bunch of burnt, crispy pieces of garlic. Didu is right, you have to start slow and from the very beginning. Didu nodded sagely in response. You see, when I started taking my training seriously here, she added, I couldn't help but trip all over myself, because I was so eager to improve myself and attempt techniques far beyond what my body was ready to master. Even for somebody like me, there are no real shortcuts when it comes to developing a skill. If you neglect the basics, you will pay for it later. Back in her world, during that brief period when Flame had been a part of the Black Eagles, Edelgard had recalled hearing Byleth tell her the same thing, several times over. Flame sighed. I suppose. Well, don't let me keep you from your training, Edelgard said to her, giving her a firm pat on the shoulder. Every moment we spend gabbing away is a moment you could be spending getting closer to some real cooking. We'll talk later. Oh, most certainly. Flame hugged her again, but stopped short when the basket came between them. Oh, are those the eggs Happy gave you? You are looking after them. There's little else I can do around here with this pain in my chest, Edelgard admitted. I'm still a bit short of breath on occasion. The eggs give me something to do. You could help His Majesty with the paperwork, Dida suggested. Well, Flame said, if I were you, Edelgard, I know I would much rather look after a clutch of eggs than busy myself with paperwork. She rested her hand on the blanket keeping the eggs warm, her eyes widening as she felt the unnatural warmth of the soft fabric. Oh. You are using magic to warm the eggs? That is so clever. I suppose, she added with a coy giggle, you would risk crushing them if you sat on them. No, and it wouldn't do, Bernadetta interjected, for the princess to have egg on her I mean, egg on her. As she trailed off, a heavy silence descended on the room. Oh, she hastily added, so flustered she nearly overturned the pan she was working, her face turning the color of a tomato. I mean Bernie wasn't comparing your face to I was just, you know, the play on words, that old phrase, egg on your face. I wasn't please don't have me arrested or exiled, Your Highness, she wailed. Dida reached out and steadied her grip on the pan. Do not fear, Bernadetta. If Lady Edelgard wishes you harm, she will have to go through me. Edelgard noticed the way a very slight gentle smile curved at his mouth and the way Bernadetta's face reddened even further in response all the way up to the tips of her ears. Don't you worry, she assured her. I'm perfectly fine with a little bit of ridicule from my friends, from time to time. I wouldn't want to face the wrath of General Molinaro, after all. Besides, if Lady Edelgard wishes to take a step farther, Dida added, gesturing to a basin of water and a bar of soap resting on a counter near the door, she will need to wash her hands. Or I will have her swiftly ejected. In the kitchen, the chef is king. Bloodlines and inheritance mean nothing. I'll let you and your subjects get back to work, then, King Didu, Edelgard said with a little mock bow. Perhaps we can have tea later today, Flame. That would be lovely, Flame said, putting on a cheery smile. Do take care, and do not strain yourself. I will continue my apprenticeship here. Chef Didu shall make a proper cook of me yet. Edelgard left the kitchen with a lighter heart. After breakfast, she decided she would paint Dimitri's portrait, which he was all too happy to agree to. Edelgard gathered the painting supplies Ignatz had found last week and she and Dimitri promptly retreated to the Blue Lion's common room, where the blue banners of the Kingdom of Faerghus had recently been rehung, before Dimitri could be swept into another tempest of urgent paperwork which, as urgent as it was, could most definitely stand to wait for a few hours. Dimitri ambled to the front of the room where Byleth used to give her morning lectures to the house, a nostalgic little smile on his face. There was still a hole in the ceiling, and though it was patched with canvas the sunlight still seeped through just a little to make a bit of a soft natural spotlight. So, he said, casting an awkward glance around the room, do I stand here? Is it okay if I pull up a chair and sit down? I'm not sure when the last time I had a portrait painted of myself was. After Dusker, I'd never been keen on it. If it makes you uncomfortable, we don't have to do this, Edelgard said to him as she set up her easel and supplies and took her place, sitting before the canvas and resting her little makeshift nest on her lap. No, it is quite all right. Nothing we could do together would make me uncomfortable, he said. He stiffened for a moment, then relaxed. I'm glad Sylvain didn't hear that. As long as you do feel that way, she said. I understand, D. For the longest time, I found the sight of myself in the mirror absolutely hideous. Really? I will admit, imagining you with my white hair fills me with dread, but you could not have been such a terrible sight to behold, objectively speaking. I've been told many times that some people find this color quite fetching, he said, tugging lightly on a lock of his hair. Edelgard recalled what her world's Byleth had told her about having a thing for beautiful young women with silver hair. It was true that she'd started feeling beautiful again for the first time when she'd met Byleth. I understand perfectly, though, Dimitri added. I hope I did not upset you. No, not at all, she assured him as she watched him squirm awkwardly in his seat. It was easy to see him again as the blond young man she'd met at the beginning of their shared term at Garreg Mach, polite, awkward, a bit uneasy with the way the world seemed to fit around him, and a part of her wished strongly she could have remained a friend to that Dmitri as well. Don't worry about your posture or your regal bearing. A professional might make a fuss, if they were painting you for your coronation or a portrait of you with your queen and child, but I'm the furthest thing from a professional. Really? Bernadetta and Ignatz say you are good at painting. I said professional, not good, Edelgard said, finding herself letting out an amused little laugh as she loosened up. I'm flattered they say that about me. When it comes to artwork, I find I lag quite far behind them. She picked up a charcoal stick. Before I lay down the paints, I'm going to do a very rough sketch in charcoal to capture your pose, so let me know when you've chosen one. Dmitri straightened up. Well, professional or not, a king should not slump his shoulders, he murmured to himself. I suppose I should hold my head higher, and perhaps if I put my hands like this, or, no, maybe like this. Should I turn my head? Or look at you straight on? You'll make a good study from any angle, Edelgard assured him. I hope so. He at last decided to cross one leg over his knee and fold his hands in his lap. It feels strange to be sitting, he admitted, and yet doing nothing with my hands. Nowadays, when I sit down, I've either a knife and fork in my hands, or a spoon, or a quill pen. There is nothing restful about it anymore. Not even about eating. Not even about eating. I have so little sense of taste anymore that feeding myself is mostly a chore, unless, of course, I am sharing a meal with a friend. I understand, Edelgard said, starting to sketch out with basic shapes the position and proportions of Dmitri's body, boxing in his broad shoulders and limbs and using circles, lines, and curves to record the shape of his head. Dmitri was wearing ornate black dress armor trimmed in gold and a lion's pelt mantle, much like what he'd worn into battle, though now his chest was no longer bare. She would have to block out the fur, too, and the way the lion's paws fell down his chest. Are you sure about that leg? You might be sitting here for a while. Dmitri put his leg down. Thank you. Should I smile? I'll paint you with one whether you're doing it or not. I doubt I can hold a smile for that long. But I will try to give you one when you need one of me. Just tell me when you're working on my mouth. Edelgard kept sketching, working in more rough details to paint over later. It is nice to sit down and do nothing, Dmitri mused. There is so much to do, reshuffle our troops, help the lords continue their purge of the Central Church loyalists from Faergus, ask merchants to lend us funds, oh, and all this damage to Garreg Mach needs more manpower to repair than we have here, especially if we aim to use it as a forward operating base. And we need to solidify our supply lines, we are going to run low on supplies soon, especially since everybody has fled the town. And there is still the question of making right what I have done wrong to Seath and Flane. Edelgard nodded along. I see paperwork when I close my eyes now, he said. You get used to it quickly, she said. Give it a few more months, and it won't bother you anymore. I do hope so, he said, smiling long enough that Edelgard could quickly sketch out the shape of it. After she'd gotten the rough sketch down, Edelgard began laying down paint on the canvas. She and Dmitri continued to make small talk here and there. I would like to ask you something, he said. What do you think about transferring Seath and Flane back into the custody of Emperor Burkhard? I think that would at least keep them safe from any malcontents in Faergus until we work out some way to tell the truth without destabilizing my rule. You'd have to justify it somehow, she answered. The kingdom captured many persons of interest to the empire, and Burkhard had to trade something to get Lorenz and Arcturus back, let alone Petra and Linhard. Perhaps I can strike an agreement to give them those two in exchange for something from the empire. What about keeping some of their army here on permanent retainer? It could work. I do think Seath and Flane might be safer in Adrestia, and certainly happier, as much as a gilded cage is still a cage. Bringing them down south, though, would run the risk of them falling into the church's hands should they run afoul of forces loyal to Anselm and Rhea. Then neither you nor Burkhard would be able to use them as leverage. I do not want to use them as leverage, he said. Not anymore. Edelgard almost wanted to point out that until about a week ago, he'd wanted them dead. I understand, she said, how swiftly things can change. But they are our hostages, and for now that makes them useful as bargaining chips against our enemies. Time passed by as Dimitri's bust began to take shape on the canvas in blocks of color, details slowly encroaching on the general shape of his body as Edelgard's paintbrush fluttered across the canvas. You're a bit quieter than usual, Dimitri noted. Am I? Usually, you don't let me do all the talking. Well, Edelgard said, I said some hurtful things to Happy when Cornelia was possessing me. Except it felt as though those things came from my own unadulterated mind. I've just been trying to think more carefully about what comes out. I wish I could have been there. Dimitri's expression darkened, and Edelgard watched his hands in his lap curl into fists. I wish I could have struck the final blow before she tried to take you. Dimitri, your hands. Right. Sorry. He uncurled his fists. I do try to tell myself that I did the right thing by choosing to look after Seath and Flane with Dedue. That way, they could feel safer around me. But in doing so, I could not aid you and Byleth and all the rest of my friends. That's how it is sometimes. Nobody can be in two places at once. It is just, Dimitri sighed. Seath and Flane still do not trust me at all. They have warmed up to Dedue, but Flane will not even so much as step in front of me, as though afraid to bear her back to me. I tried to earn their trust and failed. Earning somebody's trust is a long process, Edelgard told him. One kind deed won't be enough on its own. Being a good person is something you do every day, not something you do once and then rest on your laurels. There's the L that was missing from this room. He chuckled. It is nice to have you back. Edelgard kept painting. Slowly but surely, the finer details of Dimitri's face took shape, the straight angle of his nose, the sharpness in his icy eyes and the curve of his jaw, the gentleness of his smile, the way locks of his hair fell over his brow. Dimitri asked her, I do not mean to pry, but have you told them? Your siblings, I mean. About yourself. The time travel. I haven't, she admitted. Why not? You think I should? If I were in your shoes, and I could see all the people Thales and his ilk stole from me, I would certainly let them know how dearly I had missed them, he reasoned. Even if it meant telling them an unbelievable story. I would want them to know why my heart aches so much at the sight of them. Edelgard couldn't deny the heartache she felt around her siblings. When she had first met Burkhard, after all, and Anselm, and Hedwig and Pascal, too, it had been almost impossible not to break down in front of them, and when she'd had to say goodbye to them, it had been almost worse. Was it best for her to cover up those reactions as simple homesickness or loneliness, if only to spare them from the knowledge of the fates other worlds had dealt them? I'm not sure if I should tell them how they passed away, she said. But maybe you should tell them what you are. You are going to go home at some point, right? If you bring our Edelgard back to this world, you will leave her behind to explain everything, Dimitri said. I do not know if that sounds fair. Perhaps it isn't. Our friends among White Fang should know as well. You need not hide your true self from them. After all, just last week, it had been you who told me that the longer you hide the truth, the harder it becomes to reveal it. Edelgard kept painting. She had, in fact, told him that. Is this about Ingrid? He asked. The paintbrush came to a halt. I'm sorry I didn't mean to upset you, he said. Taking a deep breath, Edelgard set the brush down and composed herself. Her blood had frozen at the sound of that name, her heart had skipped a beat. No, you've done nothing wrong. It's true this is about Ingrid. Of all the people who've learned what I truly am, she was the only one who was truly horrified by the monster I once was, and by the deceitful person I had been. I can't say that any of my family won't react the same way. I suppose I'm afraid to hurt them. Afraid to hurt them. That was exactly it. The Flame Emperor alone hadn't broken Ingrid's heart, but rather that revelation paired with the knowledge that Edelgard had spent over half a year lying to her. War meant hurting people. It meant killing people. It meant shouldering the responsibility for the deaths of thousands of strangers on the other side of a continent. But even after 5 years of that, Edelgard couldn't hurt other people carelessly, especially those she loved. I'm not like you, she said. In the other world and this one, you were so painfully earnest, you wore your heart on your sleeve. I could tell, all the time that you pretended not to be the Hurricane King or know of Mercedes' fate, that you were particularly ill-suited to keep that to yourself. And while the other you hid your rage in my world, it often seeped out until it could no longer be restrained. She, on the other hand, had lived and breathed deception. She had split her mind into compartments, organized and discreet, and had been a calm, composed, and well-practiced liar. Thales must have taken particular delight in forcing Dmitri to shoulder the Flame Emperor's burden in her stead, forcing a kind and sincere person to deceive, obfuscate, and inveigle. Unlike you, I never bared my suffering for all the world to see, she said. You show everybody your scars and testify as to what you endured. I kept my pain to myself, hid the evidence under concealing clothing and long gloves, and bit my tongue whenever someone wondered what had happened to all my brothers and sisters. She took a deep breath, setting down her paintbrush to rest her hands atop the nest in her lap. You do not seek out sympathy the way I do, Dmitri concluded, saying exactly what she'd just decided not to tell him. You fear telling them because you think they will look at you and see a monster. But not only that, you're afraid to ask them to know your pain. You're afraid to burden them with it. I spent a long time with nobody to rely on but Hubert, when I was very young, she said, nodding. Dmitri's words, spoken so kindly, cut through her like a dagger precisely because they were absolutely true. I grew to trust my friends in the Black Eagles over the 7 years I came to know them and, of course, Byleth, but I belonged with them. Here, I am an impostor in the Hresvelg family. I am, an intruder, incongruous. Their real sister is in my world, and I am here in her stead, somebody who has lived for too long the life of an only child. That does complicate things. Your siblings should know before they leave for Fort Mercers, he told her, speaking firmly. They are your family, in this world or any other. They love you. I am certain that no matter what face you show them, they will know by the sight of it that you are still ill. I know, she croaked, suddenly aware of the lump in her throat. She wiped her eyes on her sleeve and picked up her brush. Why don't we finish this? There isn't much more to do. I am sorry if I've upset you. No, you haven't, she insisted. It's all right, Dee. You make your point well. As loath as I am to expose my true self to my family, I can't keep leaving greater and greater burdens behind for this world's Edelgard to bear after we've returned to our rightful places. Dmitri fell silent and allowed Edelgard to finish painting him, though he fidgeted a little more, obviously growing bored from sitting so still for so long. When she was done, he finally stood up and stretched. I must admit, I've welcomed this time away from work. If you'd like, I could help with some of the logistics, Edelgard said, setting aside her tools and leaning back to assess her work. It was okay, she decided, not great, somewhat middling, really. I wouldn't mind taking some of the paperwork off your hands. After all, Manuela still doesn't want me doing any sort of physical labor. She says I shouldn't even run. If the kingdom's nobles caught wind of that, they would suspect me of being a puppet of the empire, Dmitri said, shaking his head. Now, I would like to see what you've done, he added as he circled around to observe the canvas. I should warn you, I don't think it's my best work, Edelgard cautioned him as he drew nearer. Well, of course, he said, grinning. I was distracting you. I will try better next time. I think it's lovely, though. You don't have to flatter me, she replied. Well then, if you want my brutal honesty, Dmitri thoughtfully stroked his chin as he peered at the canvas. He squinted at it and cocked his head like an inquisitive dog. Honestly, I know absolutely nothing about art whatsoever. It is pretty much impossible for me to have anything negative to say about it. I am just happy that it exists at all. Edelgard couldn't help but laugh. All the same, I think I need more practice sketching before I try painting your portrait again. I would not say no to that, either. I imagine I wouldn't have to sit still for so long for just a sketch. He rested a hand on her shoulder. I think it is time for lunch now, if you wouldn't mind going back to the dining hall with me. Edelgard looked up at his beaming face, following his gaze to the eyes of his portrait. She'd made them just a little too cold, she thought, as she followed the portrait's gaze back to his actual face. She would have to do better next time. I wouldn't mind, she said. She stood up and left the paint on the canvas to dry, and she and Dmitri left the common room together. The sun had climbed higher into the cloudless sky, shortening the shadows. The morning had flown by, and with the clock tower downed, it was even easier to lose track of time. It could have been well into the afternoon for all either of them knew. Even in its current state, a shadow of its former self, the monastery looked beautiful in this light. On her way to the dining hall, Edelgard spied from across the lawn Dorothea, Petra, and Bernadetta standing in a tight cluster and conversing with each other. The kitchen staff must have switched over. Didu had likely gone back to his other, more important work as Dimitri's red right hand and spymaster, and Flane's culinary apprenticeship had probably ended along with his shift. As Dorothea, Petra, and Bernadetta spoke to each other, their voices too far away to be fully discerned, Edelgard reminisced about her own world, a nostalgic spark kindled in her mind. Dorothea and Petra had been two of the first friends Bernadetta had ever made among the Black Eagles there, and while events had unfolded differently in this world, it seemed that the three of them had still become quite close. Petra was to leave Garagmach with Count Bergli's battalion as a hostage taken from the Western Adrestian Church Alliance, just like Linhard, with custody over her transferred temporarily from Duke Girth to the Count, who would, presumably, now be in charge of the Empire's dealings with Brigid, at least for the time being. The delay in their departure at Joachim's insistence had seemingly given her a stay of execution, so to speak, and Count Bergli's was now scheduled to leave 2 days from today. Dorothea and Bernadetta seemed to be making the most of their extra time with her. Dmitri followed Edelgard's gaze. "Oh," he said. "It looks as though Bernadetta has a few more friends. Is that Petra McNeary?" Edelgard nodded. "Perhaps we could pressure your brother to trade her for Seath and Flane." She almost laughed. "Do you want colonies, D? As a princess of Brigid and a hostage of Adrestia, custody over her is custody over an entire people. I don't think Burkhard will give her up for anything, not even out of the goodness of his heart." Burkhard was a nice and personable man, but too cautious, even if he shared Edelgard's opinion that Brigid deserved better than to be a vassal of the Empire. He lacked the political boldness to do anything about it, especially as long as Adrestia stood to benefit from the arrangement. "I am not so sure about colonies," he said, "but I have had the coffee from Brigid, and I do like the vitality I get from it. Anyway, I think she could be quite an asset." Dida thinks so, as well. I have seen him talking to her quite often over these past few days, though I have not asked him what they talk about. Edelgard raised her eyebrows. Was Dida recruiting Petra into his spy network? If so, then the two of them might have been arranging to spy on Count Bergli's and Eastern Adrestia's affairs. I shouldn't be surprised if they get along. Wherever she goes, though, I just hope she'll be safe. It looks like Bernadetta and her friend have the same hopes, Dmitri commented. I think I will speak with Didu after lunch and discuss arranging something with Burkhard. Knowing him, though, he may already have plans and I would rather not stick my foot in them. He took Edelgard's hand. Now, for lunch. I am no healer, but in my experience, the more you eat, the sooner that scar will heal. The two of them crossed the lawn and returned to the dining hall together. The rest of the day proved uneventful, and Edelgard had little difficulty persuading Byleth to send her back to her world for about an hour to collect information from Hanuman to give over to his younger self. She spent her time in her own world taking careful notes as he spoke, though she had to pause and caution him at times that her time was short, and as fastidious as a note-taker as she was, she couldn't bring every little detail back with her, especially since she had to commit everything to memory and rewrite it. A complete overview was far more important than getting the minutiae down and only getting halfway. Her world's Hanuman, though not without his misgivings, had agreed that she could be fairly confident in assuming that a younger version of himself could reverse engineer the finer points if given the broader picture. When she'd returned to the other world, she'd immediately gone to compile everything she remembered into a notebook. It was the same way she had taken notes on the conquest of Shamhala for Vul, by committing to memory as many details as she could in her world and writing them down as quickly as possible. And then, in the middle of the night, with her work done and double-checked for coherence, though it did bother her more than just a little that Hanuman or Linhard couldn't be there with her to provide a more experienced set of eyes on it, she'd put that little notebook somewhere she knew Hanuman would find it. She awoke the next morning to a knock on her door, cracking her eyes open to find that sunlight had flooded the room. The window was open just a crack so that the brisk spring air could slip inside, carrying with it fluttering trills of birdsong. She was lying down on a fairly comfortable mattress with a clutch of eggs that would probably never hatch wrapped in a warm blanket resting on her stomach. The scar on her chest didn't hurt at all. All was right with the world, for about 2 seconds until whoever was at the door knocked again. Edelgard set aside the eggs and pulled herself out of bed to answer the door, and she found Hanneman standing in front of it in the hall, a little notebook clutched in his hands. "Good morning, Lady Edelgard," he said, his voice hoarse. He looked as though he hadn't slept at all the previous night, haggard, his cheeks whiskery and hair a bird's nest and mustache a mass of untamed bristles, with eyes deep set in a weary face, though when Edelgard had slipped into his office he'd been crumpled in a heap in his desk chair and sleeping like an old dog after a long day of hard work. It had been a familiar sight to her. For 5 years she'd found him and Linhard every so often passed out in his study or a library after a long day or 2 or 3 of exhaustive crest research, enough to have brought a nostalgic smile to her face. He cleared his throat with a phlegmy cough into his handkerchief, which he promptly folded and set aside. "Lady Edelgard, may I please have a word in private with you?" "You look like you could use another few hours of sleep," Edelgard said, suddenly feeling a wave of anxiety wash through her. "But do come in. And feel free to sit down. You look like you've had an awful night, Professor." She ushered him inside and closed the door firmly behind him. At her insistence, he all but collapsed into the desk chair and set the notebook down on the desk, opening it up to the first page. "Edelgard," he said, tapping with his finger against the book, "can you tell me why notes regarding the removal of an extraneous crest appeared, in your handwriting, on my desk while I slept? I can tell you, but I have my doubts you'll believe me. If you tell me that you have been a secret Crestology prodigy this entire time, I will be very cross with you," Hanneman said. "And I doubt I would believe you, anyway." "I don't suppose you would believe it was the providence of the goddess, either," Edelgard said. "You do have a history of ascribing your actions to divine intervention," he said to her. "But despite what Professor Manuela might insinuate, I do not think I am quite so chauvinistic as to believe that what you said to me the other night, that the goddess herself might understand and ordain my work, could be true." "You're right," she told him. "The goddess has nothing to do with those notes you found on your desk this morning. I did write them, and I did leave them for you. The truth was that she'd had an ulterior motive, beyond helping Mercedes and Dmitri, to give Hanneman this information. Because giving it to him, and making so little of an effort to disguise the material's source, though she could have written with her left hand instead of her right, which looked different from how she usually wrote even though she was equally capable of using both hands, or even taken the time to write everything upside down to further obfuscate her handwriting, forced her hand. It forced her into an action she was loath to do otherwise. It was like sacrificing a knight or a queen in a game of chess. "The truth is," she said, fighting to speak as her tongue cleaved to the roof of her suddenly dry mouth, "I received that information from the future. From you in the future, actually, Professor Hanneman." Hanneman opened his mouth, then closed it. Then he opened his mouth again, closed it again, and allowed it to remain closed for a good while. He blinked. He coughed into his handkerchief again to clear his throat. Explain," he stammered. "There is just barely enough sense in these notes that I cannot fully discount everything else as simply nonsense." "What exactly do you mean, you received it from the future?" "From myself." Edelgard sat down on the bed across from him, watching his head turn and eyes move to keep her in his sights. He watched her with a look that at once spoke to his curiosity as much as his bewilderment and incredulity. "This is going to be a long and strange story, but if I trust anybody to view it objectively," she said, resigned, "it would be you." She told him where she came from. All the while, Hanneman listened with rapt attention, the occasional sharp gleam in his eye as some fact here and there would pique his interest. Edelgard was surprised by how readily she found herself telling him. Unlike with Ingrid and Dmitri, she found that she didn't fear how he would react. He was silent for a long while once she had finished. "So," he said, "you came here to this world, trading places with our Edelgard, when? When exactly was this exchange, if you do recall?" He swiveled on the chair, draping himself over the back with a hungry look in his eyes. It was near the end of the verdant rain moon. The 4th Thursday of the month, I think. It was about the middle of the week. Was that the day I was lecturing on, the War of the Eagle and Lion? The day you voluntarily spoke up in class for the first time? Edelgard nodded. It must have been quite a memorable day for you. Good heavens. He put his fingertips to his brow and gingerly rubbed his temples. And just a week or so later, that was when you found Flayn, wasn't it? I take it that was an application of future knowledge as well. Yes. Goodness. How utterly bizarre. He leaned back. I am fascinated, but a part of me cannot help but be disappointed. I thought I had finally inspired some grand transformation within you, Edelgard. I'm sorry to disappoint. However, your counterpart in my world did inspire one in me. He saved my life, and that of another young girl like me who'd been afflicted by a surplus of crests. She gestured to the journal. This is as much of his research as I can remember off the top of my head. Hanneman stared at the notes, then at her, then at the notes, then at her again. Afflicted by a surplus of crests, so, you are saying that it was you who, in this other world, met King Dimitri's fate. That's right, Edelgard said. Myself and Lysithea, the youngest sister of Arcturus von Ordelia. The crests were draining us both of life, though Lysithea was far more severely affected. With that research, you saved her life, and then you saved mine. Hanneman picked up the journal and schemed it again. Goodness. I am the madman who wrote this drivel. If it seems like drivel, it's probably because I couldn't capture all the details. I can't remember all of your lectures, after all, try as I might. This is the culmination of, how many years of study, he asked. On top of all of the work you've done over the past 20 years already? 5, Edelgard said. It feels like cheating, he admitted. This is work another version of myself has done, breakthroughs another version of myself has made. Think of it as a shortcut, Edelgard said. Yes. I do not think Mercedes has 5 years left for me to figure any of this out on my own. I doubt Dimitri does, either. Lysithea was just a little younger than Mercedes is now when you and Linhard removed her crests. Her seizures had begun to worsen considerably when she was around 21. The ones who had experimented on her doubted she would naturally reach the age of 23. Their methods were a bit more refined, if you can call it that, when they took me, though my chances of reaching 30 were low. Now, though, I'm told it is likely the two of us might live at least another 40 years. Hanneman simply stared at her, jaw agape. It must be humbling, she said to him, to be told the great things you will do in the future, by someone who has seen you do them with her own eyes. His eyes traveled back down to the journal. I have worked for my entire life toward this. Ever since I divested myself of House Essa and came here, his voice came out as a hoarse rasp. There was a haunted look in his eyes, behind the roomy film that slipped over them. If this is true, then this is half my life, reduced to a few pages. Edelgard could see a sad warmth in his grey eyes and realized whenever his eyes met hers that he was looking at her and seeing the younger sister who, for want of a crest, had been abused and taken before her time. In her world, her Hanneman had told her as much once that he saw her and her, both victims of the twisted social order. As much as Edelgard had bristled at being reduced to a victim, she had appreciated his empathy and understood the pain of his loss. I tried to recount a general overview as thoroughly and as accurately as I could, she told him. I figured it would be enough of a challenge to reverse engineer the finer points that it wouldn't wound your pride to have the answers handed to you. He nodded. Edelgard could see his face threaten to crumple even as he tried to smile. All scientific developments, be they in thaumaturgy, alchemy, herbology, biology, crestology, are made by standing on the shoulders of those who came before, Hanneman reasoned, and this is, well, I suppose I would be standing on my own shoulders. He chuckled, though there was a hitch to his voice, a halting and unsteady tempo. Pulling oneself up by one's bootstraps. And Linhard's. He helped as well, Edelgard reminded him. I knew I would make something of him one day, he said. His voice came out as a thin rasp, and Edelgard could see the tears brimming in his eyes threatening to spill down his wrinkled, whiskery cheeks. She took her basket and stood up. I can leave if you would like a moment alone, she told him. The way Hanuman was sitting in front of her, he seemed so small and frail. I will be fine, he assured her, briefly removing his monocle to dry his eyes. It is your room, after all, your highness. I am just, truly in awe. The future. I, and the Hanuman I knew in my time, were always looking to the future, Edelgard said. We both held the firmest convictions that a world built on the foundation of crests could no longer be left to stand. When I was young, I allied myself with a monstrous faction in pursuit of my goals. But I soon found my truest and strongest allies to be people like you, Professor. In my time, we are making a better world. I think you'll do the same here. The future of Fodlan doesn't rest in the hands of people like Dimitri or Burkhardt or myself, it rests in the hands of people like you, and the people you inspire. Thank you, Hanuman said. His eyes could no longer meet hers. You seem to have grown up to be quite different from yourself in this world. The two of us aren't so different, she said. It was only a matter of where our lives took us. She smiled. What would you think if I told you that right now, and for the past 8 months or so, this world's Edelgard has had to do my job? And what job might that be? Oh, just the emperor of all of Fodlan. Hanuman burst out laughing. Oh, goodness. That poor girl. For your sake, I hope she has learned something about responsibility in applying oneself, with a position like that. Edelgard waited for his fit of laughter to subside. She has, from what I can tell. Good. I did have a feeling she was not nearly so dim as she let on. He collected himself and took the notebook, slipping it back into his coat. I suppose you are in need of some method of returning to your own time, young Edelgard, he said to her. If I may, whatever use I might possibly be toward that end, well, it only seems fair. Thank you, Professor, she said. You should make helping Mercedes your first priority, though. I think it will keep you busy. You do have a point. Hanuman stood up. Now, I think I could do with some breakfast. I could, too, Edelgard said. Hopefully, she would find her siblings there. Her spirits felt lighter now that she had spoken to Hanuman, and she finally felt ready to tell them everything. Edelgard did not find any of her siblings at the dining hall, though. Burkhardt was taking breakfast privately while he worked in the office he'd taken as his own upstairs due to a matter that required his urgent attention, the same logistical issue that was keeping Count Berglis and his forces from leaving for another 2 days, and Gerland was assisting him. And as for Joachim and Justine, she learned that they were apparently overseeing a salvage operation near the southern inner wall of the monastery. She had wondered aloud what on earth they could be salvaging and was struck quite speechless at the sight of what on earth it, in fact, was. A mass of men had gathered around one of the inert golems. It loomed over them like a colossus and surveyed the mangled grounds with dead eyes, a mass of metal in a vaguely human shape clothed in an armored dress with no apparent legs beneath it, with long, segmented arms reaching down all the way to the ground where its knuckles could drag like an ape's. It had a tiny head clad in an iron mask and helm perched atop its torso. Between gaps in the metal and stone there was something that seemed almost fleshy, like striated muscle, but that couldn't be discerned with much detail. You're just in time, Joachim said to Edelgard, waving her over as he and Justine surveyed the salvage operation with Vul, Geralt, and Sylvain. Albus, Linhard, Sylvain, and I have been curious about what makes these golems work. I think we're about to find out. Edelgard watched Leone and a few of the blade breakers and a handful of kingdom soldiers strain themselves to pry open the colossal automaton's sculpted breastplate while Linhard, Sylvain, and Geralt stood by at a distance, though not as far of a distance as the Hresvelgs. She had to admit that she, too, was curious about it. In her world, Rhea had seldom used her golems in battle. In fact, Edelgard had only ever encountered half a dozen of them at Fhirdiad on the very last day of the war. For someone so obsessed with shedding her foe's blood, her world's Rhea had been far more restrained about using her most powerful weapons than she was in this world. In this world, though, she'd been driven far further into desperation by the nature of her enemy. The golem's armored breastplate, set upon its facsimile of a chest, was sculpted out of brass in the shape of a lion's face and gilded with gold, giving the automaton 2 sets of eyes, or so it seemed. With spears and lances, the soldiers finally managed to pry it away from the automaton's chest and it fell to the ground with a loud, heavy thud. There was another sealed aperture underneath it, a circular hatch in the metal, and the soldiers set to work opening that next. The golem let out a groan. A light flickered behind the eye holes of its impassive mask. "Everyone, get back!" Joachim shouted out, flinging out an arm over Edelgard's chest. Edelgard tensed up, preparing to run for it, though the scar on her heart ached terribly from the mere thought of such exertion. "Stay clear! Stay clear!" Geralt added, together with Leonie ushering the blade breakers away. Sylvain waved the lance of ruin like a conductor's baton as he drew back the soldiers who'd been assisting with the salvage operation. The lance's spiny blade burned red, prepared to strike down the golem with its awesome power. Nobody needed to tell Linhard twice. Within seconds, he'd already found cover behind a large chunk of masonry that had fallen onto the lawn and taken it. The strained, halting whirring and clanking of heavy machinery, like aged clockwork, sounded almost painful, like the cracking of an old man's joints. The golem turned its head and lifted its long arms by degrees in slow, jerky movements. A hollow voice, so quiet it nearly sounded hallucinatory, slipped out from deep within it. "Hriz, Felg." Edelgard recalled hearing that before. In the time that had been erased during the battle, just before Ingrid's death, the golem pursuing them had said the same cryptic thing. She'd almost thought she'd just imagined it, but it had been real. Was this the same golem from back then? "Oh, shit," Joachim said, his face turning the color of milk. "Get back, El. I think this thing's after us." Sylvain drove the lance of ruin into the hatch, tearing apart the metal. The golem went still once more and the light in its eyes died. A few interminable seconds passed and, once it became clear that the golem was not going to move again, Sylvain ripped the lance free, pulling away hunks of the golem's stone and metal carapace with it. With a dull groan and an earth-rattling thud, the golem fell on its side, bringing the aperture down to the ground. "Okay, we've got it open. Now let's see what makes this thing tick." "Stay back, El," Joachim cautioned, stepping forward on his own to inspect the golem's insides as the soldiers carefully lifted the ruined hatch away and let it fall onto the lawn. Edelgard and Dorothea both followed him at a healthy distance, her own curiosity piqued. There was an empty space within the hatch, and something heavily draped in shadow within that space. Vul, who was nearest to it, was the first to crouch down and peer inside. "Oh, my," he muttered, stroking his chin. Geralt looked inside next. "Sethlein's tits," he said, stroking his chin in the exact same way as though to gently mock him. "What is it?" Joachim asked, joining him to peer inside and stroking his chin in the exact same way as though to mock both of them. "Motherfucker." Justine cupped her hands around her mouth to chide him. "Lang." There was a flash of movement from within the atmosphere. Geralt and Vul leaped back, but Joachim was just a second too slow. A scream tore itself from his throat as he backed away and something came with him. It was a bony hand clutching his collar, wrapped in a thin layer of leathery black skin so tightly that every contour of the knuckle bones jutted out from it. The hand was attached to an arm, and the arm to a mummified man so thoroughly emaciated and desiccated that its flesh could not hide its bones. Its eye sockets were black and gaping, its nose nothing but a hole set into the center of his face, and every tooth long and fully exposed by rotted-away gums and drawn-back lips. A few wiry wisps of white hair still clung to the mummy's scalp. "Son of a bitch!" Geralt shouted out. Joachim fell onto the lawn with the mummy still grasping him. The desiccated corpse fell into the sunlight, its skin gleaming as though lacquered. It was wearing long faded red and white robes that began to crumble and all but dissolve upon contact with the air and bore on its head a tarnished diadem in the shape of a laurel wreath. When it fell, Edelgard could see that a long stream of wires trailed from its spine, the nape of its neck, and the back of its head and snaked their way into the golem's insides like dozens of umbilical cords. The wires looked almost like the same ones protruding from the Agarthan machinery at Remire village in Castle Gaspard, except instead of connecting one machine to another, they connected the golem's stone and metal body to a long-dead man who had, for 1,000 years perhaps, been entombed within it. Screams rang out across the lawn. Vul and Geralt were both quick to pull Joachim free as he writhed and shouted out and tear the mummified corpse away. The corpse weakly moved, its mouth silently opening and closing, and the golem began to move as well, aimlessly lifting its arms and rotating its head as though confused and distraught in equal measure by the mishandling of the mummy attached to it. The golem spoke again, "Hraz, Felg," as the corpse struggled and tried to force itself upon Joachim once again. Leonie swiftly severed the stream of cords with her blade, and as soon as she did that both the mummified corpse and the golem went completely limp, both becoming lifeless once again. Justine laughed. "Are you okay, Joachim?" she called out. Joachim lifted one hand and raised in her direction a single middle finger as he pulled himself to his feet and dusted himself off. Edelgard rushed to his side to help him up. "You're not hurt, are you, Joachim?" Edelgard asked, offering him a hand. Joachim rubbed his bottom. "My ass is pretty sore, but I think I'll live." "Oh, no, your poor ass," Justine muttered sardonically. "Well, that was terrifying," Gerald said. He crouched down and plucked the laurel diadem from the mummy's head. "What the hell's this thing?" Everybody crowded around the corpse. As Edelgard's racing heart slowed and stopped hammering her scarred and sensitive chest, she studied the headpiece Sylvain was clutching between her forefinger and her thumb. She placed it immediately and stepped forward. "That's the same design as Wilhelm I's crown," she said. "The one he wears on the statue in front of the Imperial Palace and in the painting of his anointing by Saint Cyros." "But your big brother's crown has horns," Sylvain said. "The one Burke wears wasn't made until near the end of Wilhelm's life." "Yeah, and Lycian I was the first to wear it as emperor." Joachim stared down at the corpse, his face as pale as a sheet. "But you're not saying this corpse is?" Linhard gingerly approached the corpse, slipping through the crowd to nudge it with the tip of his boot. "This isn't Emperor Wilhelm, is it?" Joachim shook his head. "That's impossible. Everybody knows that Wilhelm I was interred in Inver after he fell in battle. He has the first space in the Imperial Mausoleum. And his crown is still kept in the Emperor's armory," Edelgard added. He squinted at her. "Really? I didn't know that. When did you get to see the armory?" Justine asked her. I've never been inside, but father told me once," she lied. "Anyway, look at how this one is tarnished. Gold doesn't tarnish, so it's quite obviously a replica, probably made from brass using a mold." She studied the corpse more closely. It was remarkably well preserved, despite its discolored and leathery skin and its lack of a nose, eyes, or ears. Its disintegrating robes, dusty white and nearly faded red, were of the same style as those worn by imperial nobles during the time of Wilhelm I, with ornaments similarly tarnished like the diadem denoting that the corpse, when it had lived, had been of the highest status. Why, she wondered, did this golem have a person in it who had been dressed up like Adrescha's first emperor? Was this some tribute to Wilhelm Rhea had designed? Vul, who'd gone back to studying the golem's inner structure once the danger had passed, pulled his head out of the aperture in the golem's chest and stepped away, gingerly avoiding the snaking length of severed wires that had fallen onto the ground. "I'd advise that nobody go in there," he announced with a dark tone to his voice. "Not unless you want to become this thing's next occupant." "You think that thing eats people?" Leonie asked. Put simply. Vul dusted off his hands on his trousers. "Yes. That poor corpse has been providing it with sustenance for the past 1,000 years, I'd say." "Why would Rhea do something like that?" Linhard asked, aghast, his face taking on a queasy greenish hue. Vul shrugged and held up his hands. "Why does Rhea do anything?" he asked him. "Why did she put a crest stone in Professor Byleth's chest? Why did she turn Princess Edelgard into a dragon? Who knows? One can only wonder how many other projects of hers are hidden in the depths of this monastery." "Well, that's the end of my curiosity," Sylvain said, throwing up his hands. "Mine, too," Linhard said, throwing up. "Mine, third," Joachim said. "Fuck it. Let's go get some drinks." Aside from the muttered swears from some of Geralt's mercenaries, the site of the salvage operation fell silent. All silent, except Edelgard could have sworn she'd just felt her ears twitch. She thought she'd just heard a muffled click, or perhaps a whir or a clunk. She closed her eyes and listened more intently. She'd never thought about whether pointed Nabatean ears could hear better than shorter, stubbier human ears, and supposed that if she hadn't noticed any improvement to her hearing earlier, then it must not have made much of a difference. She'd been half Nabatean for over a month now, she'd realized. She was amazed she'd come to accept it so casually when it had been so nightmarish to begin with. Once she'd regained control over her body, the revulsion and shame she'd felt at first had ebbed away. "So we won't be opening up more of the golems?" Vul asked, sounding just a little disappointed. "You can open up as many of them as you want," Justine grumbled. "Just keep us Hresvelgs far, far away from them." There was another dull mechanical sound, then a sound like serpents slithering through the grass. Edelgard's eyes snapped open. The first thing she saw was a flash of movement. The severed ends of the golem's umbilical cables were lashing out and knotting themselves together. A light flickered in the golem's empty eye sockets as it pushed itself upright with its long ape-like arms. As the golem righted itself, it swiveled on its torso, its long arms whipping through the air as blades of light speared out from its palms. "Oh, fuck!" Sylvain shouted out, whirling around and narrowly blocking one of the golem's arm strikes with his hero's relic's bony blade. The force of impact nearly ripped the weapon from his hands. "Everyone, scatter! Get the hell out of here!" Gerald called to his men. "You, too, Leonie." As the golem's arms came crashing down, Edelgard realized that Justine was directly in their path and falling too quickly for her to flee. Without thinking, she threw her basket of eggs aside and she grabbed her from behind. She snaked her arms firmly around her waist and leaped backward with all her might. Her wings burst out from behind her, unfurling to their full span, and with one mighty flap, 2, 3, she sailed across the lawn, rising with each beat of the wings just a little higher and farther from the golem's reach. Her crest burned in her blood, scales and feathers sprouting from her flesh, and each strong flap of her wings tugged sharply on her chest and made her scar feel as though it was going to rip itself asunder. If Edelgard had known how to swim, she might have said that the way it felt for her wings to press against the air was the same as how her arms might press against the water, but she could only say that flying felt the same way watching somebody swim across a lake looked. Edelgard watched the corpse, now tethered once more to the golem's innards, leap off the ground and all but fly back into the aperture, dragged inside by whatever mechanism animated the stream of cords. The golem let out a hollow roar and began wildly throwing spears of light into the air at random. Justine squirmed in Edelgard's grasp. "Hey! Let me go! Edelgard, you fuck Edelgard, let me go!" "Shut up and behave," Edelgard snapped at her, hissing through gritted teeth as her body begged for mercy. The ground drifted beneath her and spearheads of pure light flew past her like arrows, flying with no rhyme or reason fortunately, but some coming too close for comfort. She curled one arm tighter around Justine's waist and released the other, conjuring sparks and flames to her outstretched hand and aiming for the golem. The wind currents were trying to seize her, throwing her off balance, and as her wings grew wearier and the pace of their flapping slowed, she could feel herself beginning to sink. She tried to aim as best she could as she glided farther from the golem, feeling the tip of her tail start skimming the grass. A lance of fire struck the golem's aperture and erupted in a shower of flames, instantly consuming the corpse within. Smoke belched from the aperture as the golem went still once more. It was the last thing Edelgard saw before she felt her legs crumple beneath her and the ground and sky began rapidly exchanging places with one another. For a moment, everything went black. Then she saw the ground in greens, grays, and browns and the sky in whites and blues and blinding light flickering past her, slower and slower until she and Justine came to a stop at least a dozen yards away from where they'd touched down. Edelgard found herself lying with her face pressed into the grass. "Get the fuck off me!" Justine snarled, pushing her away. "What the fuck was that fucking for, Edelgard?" Edelgard was so dazed that it took her a moment to realize that Justine was yelling at her and not some other person conveniently named Edelgard. She gingerly rolled onto her back, retracting her wings and tail back into her body. When she tried to fill her lungs with air, her chest just screamed. "WH," she panted, gasping for air. The world spun around her. "Justine, are you hurt?" Justine clutched her ribs. "I think I fucking fractured something, you little shit. What the hell were you thinking?" As Edelgard gathered her wits about her, she began to feel indignant. "I was thinking," she gasped, "that I didn't want to watch my older sister die, at the hands of some monstrous automaton." I'd have jumped out of the way if you hadn't grabbed me. Justine clutched at her forehead, burrowing her fingers into her thick, wiry curls of black hair. Ugh, if I have a concussion, I swear. You sound far too lucid to have a concussion. Edelgard had been trying to keep any snide comments that came to her at bay, but that one just had to slip out. Oh, look who's the fucking head injury expert, lazy guard. You just wanted to show off, didn't you? How do I show my friends how cool I am? I know. I'll break another one of my big sister's bones. Edelgard was beginning to almost wish she had, in fact, fractured Justine's ribs on purpose. She resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Did Justine ever find it exhausting to be so angry over such petty things all the time? Justy! Joachim cried out from afar, his voice growing louder as he rushed over to where they'd fallen. Fuck. Holy shit, are you two okay? Fucking language, Joachim, Justine snapped. 2 broken ribs and a concussion, no thanks to you. Fuck, I'm sorry, he said, crouching down beside her and Edelgard. I just wasn't thinking, my first thought was saving your own skin. Yes, I get it, Justine said, slapping his hand away when he tried to reach out to her. I'm fine. Go see if Ellie's precious eggs are all right. Ellie, what about you? Joachim asked. You, holy shit, Elle, you flew. I feel more as though I was just falling horizontally, Edelgard answered him. As the pain in her chest grew duller, she found it easier to breathe. Move aside, Linhard muttered as he nudged Joachim out of the way with his boot. No offense, Your Highness. Oh sorry, Lin, Joachim said, crab walking out of the way and letting him kneel down to inspect the wounded. I'm fine, Edelgard told Linhard, waving him away. Just a few scrapes and bruises, I'll walk it off. My sister, though, could use your help. Justine glared at her as though she hadn't just been screaming her head off about her broken ribs and possible concussion. Gerald helped Edelgard back onto her feet and led her away from the commotion. Nice job, kid, he said, although, we're gonna want to keep this a secret from Nader. Don't want him pushing you off a roof or however they teach baby wyverns how to fly. He glanced at Justine as she allowed Linhard to tend to her injuries. Saint fucking Sickall, your sis is a real piece of work, isn't she? She does have a fragile ego, Edelgard admitted. Real leadership material, there. That's what happens when you pamper a kid her whole life, Gerald chuckled. Keep humiliating her and maybe someday she'll catch on. Hey, you sure you're alright? You look a little green around the gills. Don't worry, I'm fine, Edelgard insisted just before she crumpled to the ground. She quickly found herself all but dragged back to the temporary infirmary with Mercedes, who was delighted to have her forced company again, and Manuela, who tsked to her about how she really shouldn't have done anything strenuous, and flying while carrying someone bigger and heavier than you was definitely strenuous. Justine had to stay in the infirmary as well, much to her displeasure, and Burkhardt and Gerland, of course, immediately tore themselves away from their work to check up on them both, and Joachim hadn't had anything better to do. While Edelgard explained to Manuela that if all she needed was rest, she could do that just fine in the privacy of her own quarters, Joachim silenced her by resting a wicker basket lined with a thick little blanket in her lap. Edelgard stared down at it and felt her heart sink. She'd almost forgotten about the eggs. They're okay, Joachim assured her, pulling back the blanket to reveal half a dozen brown and white shells, all pristine. The blanket must have cushioned their fall. He snickered. You've still got a chance to be a mom yet, El. The thought occurred to Edelgard that he could have easily replaced any eggs that had broken. Then she reminded herself that they were just plain eggs and had no significance to her whatsoever. If she'd somehow tricked herself into growing attached to them, she'd never live it down. But she supposed she did feel a bit guilty to have discarded a gift from Happy so easily and thoughtlessly. Joachim, Burkhardt groaned, don't tease her. Ellie, what you did was incredible. I'm so proud of you. He smiled, his teeth flashing bright white behind his lips, and in that moment Edelgard felt whatever pain she might have still felt recede. Manuela, Edelgard asked, do you think I might be permitted a private conversation with my family? Go ahead and leave if you want to, Manuela said, shrugging. You and Justine are all fixed up, you just have to promise me you won't end up back here in a day or two. I've seen about as much of you as I can handle sober. With that, Burkhardt, Gerland, Joachim, Justine, and Edelgard left the room for the empty office next door. Edelgard sat down at the desk, idly wondering what knight or church official or academic faculty member had been cooped up in this room a month ago, and as her older siblings stood before her, nearly half of her family gathered in the same room and looming over her like colossi, she felt whatever bravado her talk with Hanneman that morning had given her slowly drain away. "I've been meaning to tell you something important," she began. "You've decided to go back home with us," Burkhardt guessed. "You've got a new girlfriend," Joachim guessed. "SHH," Gerland gently hissed at him. Justine crossed her arms and fixed her gaze pointedly at an unknown stain on the rug. Edelgard studied their faces. Burkhardt and Gerland, the golden-haired twins, the ones she had always looked up to the most and the ones who had been the first to die. Joachim, who with his short and bristly brown hair and plain face could have easily been assumed to have been nobody of any importance whatsoever. Justine, sharp of eyes, nose, and tongue. She could see little bits of her father in each of them. Burkhardt and Gerland both had the curve of his jawline and his nose. Joachim had his hair, like half of the Hresvelg siblings, like Edelgard herself, and his cheeks. And Justine had his eyes, hawk-like at their best, though that sharp look had rarely been seen in his eyes after the insurrection. She could feel the ghosts of the children she'd watched die, though, of course, she hadn't thought of her older brothers and sisters as children at the time, and the ghost of her own father looking in patches and pieces here and there down upon her. Could she really go through with this? Did she have the strength? What would she do, and how would she cope, if this revelation turned these four against her just as it had turned Hubert and Ingrid? She let silence permeate the room as her doubts wrestled with her conviction. In the end, no matter how her courage faltered, she owed it to Ellie to do this. That was how it always was. The same doubts had consumed her when she had been the Flame Emperor that the truth would destroy everybody who had ever looked up to her, found common ground with her, cared about her and with every black deed she had done. Those doubts had frightened her more than standing up against Rhea and the Church of Ceros had. After all, with them, she had always known where she had stood and where she had wanted to stand. It had been the people she had wanted to stand with that she'd feared most of all. But she had never let that fear win. She never would. No matter how she felt, no matter how it churned her stomach, no matter how her courage faltered, there were things that had to be done. Things that were right. Things that were necessary. Things that were right and necessary. And this was right and necessary, and damn the consequences. For starters, she began, I'm not, quite, the Edelgard you all know. I'm from another world, one much like this one, but different, and, by some as yet unknown phenomenon, this world's Edelgard and I exchanged places. She was brought to another world's future, and I to another world's past. So, if you've noticed anything odd about my behavior, that is why. I'm certain there were many things I've done or said that you'd noticed were unusual. While the four of them all stood there, stupefied in shock, she bowed her head, looked down as though to hide herself, or perhaps to avoid the possibility that they might hold the same piercing, betrayed glare, at once venomous and wounded, that she'd seen in Ingrid's eyes. Her hands folded themselves atop her little makeshift nest, almost as though some part of her thought she could hide behind it. I apologize for deceiving you, she said. I know I should have told you all along, long time ago. It may have been selfish of me, but from my perspective, it has been a long, long time since we'd parted ways, and I suppose I didn't want to ruin the experience of meeting you. The last words squeaked their way through her throat, which had all but forced its way closed, and off the tip of her tongue, which cleaved to the roof of her mouth. She forced herself to look up at them, bracing herself for the uproar she expected, and found her older siblings still gawping at her. Saint fucking Macule, Joachim muttered. That's certainly a story, Burkhardt mumbled. Justine, as expected, didn't mince words. What the fuck is that? Are you really that desperate to be the center of attention? Hey, Justy, lay off her, Joachim said. She's being serious. Oh, like she was being serious about how miserable being married off to Ferdinand made her? Father betrothed me to a fucking 11-year-old gap-toothed, bow-legged boy I can't even marry until he grows up into a gap-toothed, bow-legged man, and you don't see me complaining. We've all heard you complain about it. Edelgard, what did you say about the future? I'm from the future, Edelgard said, feeling her skin crawl with unease. No, not the future, a future. My past was different. My future is, as well. So you can't tell us what's going to happen tomorrow, Justine said. Convenient. Both of you, quiet, Burkhardt said. He held his hand to his brow. I suppose it's no less challenging to believe than anything else we have seen so far. I guess, Joachim said. If you're half dragon, you might as well be a time traveler, too. Gerland took a deep breath. Ellie, what do you mean, we'd parted ways? Edelgard felt her blood freeze. What I said, she said, hearing the words leave her mouth just a little more defensively than she'd imagined. I suppose I shouldn't dance around it. Put simply, she thought about how to say it. At the age of 12, I was rendered an only child. Too sterile. Too diplomatic. Too euphemistic. She decided to go with something blunt instead. You all died when I was 12. Is this some kind of sick joke? Justine fumed. Trust me, Justine, I wish it were, she responded, bristling. I can tell you how you all died, if you like, and who was responsible, and how I came to be the only survivor, but I doubt any of you would like to know. No one spoke after that. I think we all need some time to digest this, Burkhardt finally announced on everybody else's behalf. Joachim shrugged. I'm with Emperor Burke. We're still overdue for some wine. Let's give ourselves some time to drink this over. Think this over. He ushered Burkhardt, Gerland, and Justine left the room. Burkhardt cast a glance and a pinched, non-committal smile toward Edelgard over his shoulder, and Gerlinda's blue eyes brimmed with something that, though confused and bewildered, may have resembled sympathy. Edelgard felt her heart plummet to the depths of the world. Joachim was last to leave, putting a foot out the door. He looked back at her. Well, he asked. Are you coming with us, or not? She was bewildered. You said you needed time to think this over, didn't you? You think we're just going to talk about you behind your back? You're going to decide how you feel about all this with an imposter breathing down your neck. Imposter? That incident with Cornelia must have really fucked you up. He stepped back into the room and let the door swing shut behind him, then circled around the desk to Edelgard's side. For a moment, there was a faraway look in his eyes. Look, the others, they're just shocked, he assured her, resting a hand on her shoulder. But you know Burke is gonna loosen up. Especially if we get some more wine in him, eh? Come on. You look miserable. Do I really? Edelgard inquired, forcing a wry, mirthless smirk. This has nothing to do with Cornelia. I've been pretending to be your sister for 8 months. An L's an L, however you write it. It's like that one poem, the one that fucking, how's it fucking go? A rose by any other, wait, no. That's backwards from this. Well, anyway, besides, you can't be so different from her. Joachim smiled. You sulk just like her. I've lied to you. Don't you wonder what other horrible things I might have done, if I'm capable of spending so long deceiving you? Fuck, L, it's almost like you want us to hate you. I won't say I haven't been expecting it. Edelgard held her head in her hands. Her shoulders still ached from flying. She could feel the dragon under her skin writhing, as though it couldn't distinguish emotional peril from physical peril and was, like an animal, trying to react to the danger it perceived. She felt as though her body was struggling to keep itself from unraveling. Well, we don't. We're family. And sure, we're a messed up family as far as families go, but still. Even Justine doesn't hate you. She acts like she does, but you know Justine. He shrugged. Sorry. Edelgard felt herself laugh. So if we all died when you were a kid, Joachim thought aloud, that means you were next in line for the throne, right? She nodded. Emperor Edelgard von Hresvelg, first and last of her name. How long have you been emperor? It had been about 5 years when I was brought here. Wow. So you're about our age. Shit, you're older. I'm 25. Fuck. Now you're one of the big siblings. Edelgard felt herself giggle in spite of herself. And you've got way more Emperor experience than Burke. He probably feels so embarrassed about all those times he treated you like a kid. And Gerland. And Justine. I do have more experience, she admitted. Must have been hard to do all that alone, though. I wasn't alone. In the momentary darkness of the blink of an eye, she could see everybody waiting for her back home, but also the empty spaces of all the people who were no longer there to wait for her. She felt tears well up, making her surroundings waver and shimmer before her eyes. I just didn't have you. So, RL, the one you replaced. I wonder if she misses us. She does. Damn, Joachim said. The poor girl. And she's been in your world for how long? 8 months. She nodded. 8 months of having to pretend to be Emperor Edelgard, first and last of her name. She nodded again. So even she's got more experience in the role than Burke. Damn. Anyway, he said, come on and have some wine with us, big sis. I'm not, she sniffled. You're 25. You're everyone else's big sis now. There's no need to call me that. That's okay. I'm gonna call you that anyway. He crouched down ever so slightly, lowering himself to eye level, and before Edelgard could take notice of it he had gently pressed his lips to her cheek and taken hold of her. Edelgard hid her face in his shoulder as she felt her chest heave and shoulders quake, and let the tears drain away. Now that I'm your little brother, it's my solemn duty, as the goddess Suthes herself is my witness, to annoy the shit out of you, big sis. Edelgard forced back a sob as her brother took her in his arms, but fell apart with the first breath she took. Tears turned to laughter, laughter that hurt as much as sobbing did, and that laughter bred tears of its own that rolled down her cheeks. For a moment, no matter how far away from Byleth she was, no matter how much of a vast gulf of time separated her from the world she belonged to, she found that she was home, right here in these arms. Now come in, big sis, Joachim said. Let's see how sappy Burke gets this time. Edelgard fought to contain her laughter until her chest and shoulders stopped heaving and her lungs could finally fill themselves with air and keep it in. I do appreciate that, really, she said. But I'd rather leave you four in peace for now. I think I need some time for myself. She looked to the basket of eggs. It's a brooding thing, you see, she hastily added. Joachim let go of her. Oh, all right. RL was like that, too. She liked to be alone sometimes. But don't be a stranger, all right? She took the basket. I won't, she assured him. Thank you, Joachim. He offered her a warm smile in return. She'd seen that kindness in his eyes before, in those of her father, but it had been a long, long time since she'd last seen such happiness. Later that day, with her heart raw and aching but her spirits lifted just ever so slightly, she ended up going to the rookery to accompany Flayn, who claimed that she made a sort of pilgrimage to there every day in the hopes that a reply to the letter she had sent out to Hedwig would be waiting for her. Obviously, she hadn't had any sort of epistolary friendship in 1,000 years or more. She had no idea how long of a wait one would expect for a letter. Flayn's spirits were so light that she all but skipped there, her pleats of elegantly curled emerald hair bouncing with each step. Under the eaves of the rookery, tending to the roosting messenger owls and carrier pigeons, was a courier who snapped to attention at the sight of the two of them. Your Highness, Lady Edelgard. Miss Flayn, he announced, rushing to a desk covered in letters and small parcels. Thank goodness you've arrived. Something has just come for both of you. Flayn gasped. Oh, goodness. Edelgard, do you think Hedwig has already answered my letter? It sounds as though she might have written something for you, too. Edelgard had to admit that she felt a great warmth in her thought at the prospect of Hedwig writing to her, though a part of her felt a little ashamed that, with everything going on, she'd neglected to write herself. The courier handed one envelope to Flayn, who seized it with great gusto. The envelope was sealed in wax imprinted with the seal of House Arundel, a sure sign that Volkhard had sent it. Hetty was too young to have her own signet ring, and the handwriting on the opposite side was undoubtedly Hedwig's looping cursive, which was as big and energetic as she herself was. There was another one for Edelgard, which bore the same seal and the same handwriting. But there was a third letter as well, also addressed to Edelgard. The second envelope Edelgard received was quite different from the other two. The seal on the wax was that of House Hresvelg, with the initials EVH placed just underneath. It was immediately obvious that the seal had been made with her signet ring, which, as far as she knew, was still in her possession. Voul had kept it with the rest of her belongings before the Knights of Syros had searched her room, spiriting it away along with other delicate material such as her journal. Furthermore, the handwriting on the opposite side of the envelope was unmistakably her own, and it spelled out her own name, Edelgard von Hresvelg. A chill ran up her spine and she hastily slipped the letter under her coat. "Well, then, it looks as though Hetty has been eager to write to both of us," she said, trying to focus on the letter from her younger sister. "Well, then, let us not delay," Flayn said, beaming. She held the envelope as giddily as a child holding a wrapped gift for St. Sicall's Day. "You do have a letter opener in your quarters, do you not? As we are, prisoners, the desk drawer in our room has no sharp objects." "Of course," Edelgard said. The thought of Seath and Flayn breaking free of captivity and fending off kingdom soldiers with only a letter opener would have been humorous if the knowledge of how those soldiers would react was not so bleakly depressing. "Let's go, Flayn." "Wait. There is also a letter for Petro M. McNary," the courier mumbled, stumbling through a familiar name as he picked up another envelope. "Petra McNary," Edelgard corrected. "Yes, it looks like it comes from Lord Arundel as well." Edelgard took the letter. "We would be happy to bring it to her," she said, recognizing Hedwig's handwriting. Of course, Hetty would have wanted to write to both of her friends. The courier bowed. "Thank you very much, Your Highness." With the 3 letters from Hedwig in hand and the other one stowed out of sight, she and Flayn went to her quarters, where Flayn was the first to slit open her envelope. Edelgard opened her letter from Hedwig next but set the sheaf of paper that came out aside, registering the words "Dear L" scrawled at the top before her attention wandered to the other, more mysterious envelope while Flayn absorbed the contents of the letter Hedwig had written to her. A single small slip of paper fell out, and Edelgard found on that page a short message written in, unmistakably, undeniably, her own handwriting. "Destinova knows where the new Operation Antediluvian headquarters is. He will be in Deirdre on the 5th night of the Harpstring Moon, 1181. There is another way home. Cabe VNZQ Bioplahi Lag JSFACCKCTGTKJDGKW Armsadi NVTFIGS PCNZJFZQJJWHPPSL at May 5, 1181. The 5th night of the Harpstring Moon. Less than a month away. What trickery was this? It was impossible that she could have sent herself this message, and discounting that, it was improbable, as surely she would have explained herself clearly to herself. It stank of bait. But from whose hook did it dangle from? Claude, present, or future? Thales? If either of them were capable of forging her handwriting or her signet ring, then what unimaginable havoc could they wreak in her name, or had they already wrought? "Who is the other letter from?" Flayn asked, her eyes still roving intently across Hedwig's letter. "One of your other siblings, perhaps." "Perhaps," Edelgard said, dread curdling in her stomach, and she tucked the cryptic note away in her desk drawer, next to her signet ring. She took a moment to compare the seal on the envelope to the ring's face. The ring had the same design, the coat of arms of House Hresvelg and her initials underneath, albeit mirrored from what appeared in the seal. From what she could tell at a glance, both ring and seal were otherwise perfectly identical. "Let's bring this other letter to Petra. Hetty certainly is fortunate that Count Bergli's departure was delayed. She nearly missed her." Something poked out of the envelope, catching her eye only just before she closed the desk drawer on it. It was a single black feather. Chapter 55, A Call from Beyond. "For starters, I'm not quite the Edelgard you all know." The words came from her mouth more easily the second time, when she told her classmates. Not only the Blue Lions, who had become the fangs of the White Lion of Fhirdiad, but the few remaining Black Eagles, Dorothea, Petra, Linhard, Caspar, and Ferdinand as well, and Marianne and Leonie, who had done so much to help her over the past few months. Everybody had been bewildered at first, doubtful until Byleth had confirmed it, and then, of course, Linhard had called out that he'd suspected it all along, prompting Sylvain to do the same while Felix sighed and shook his head. She had scarcely finished explaining herself before she had begun dreading the questions that might have followed, obsessively reading the faces of her friends. Why did Bernadette look so frightened? Why did Ignaz and Annette look so uneasy? Why were Ferdinand's eyes so wide, as though he'd seen a phantom, and that hyperactive sense of vigilance quickly wore her out? Between these revelations and the cryptic letter, it felt as though all the strength had left her at once. Telling the truth to them had been almost easy. They had, after all, already grappled with Dimitri's deception and accepted his past, but it was draining all the same. Even though the only thing that seemed to really bother anybody was the fact that she would eventually be returning to her own world, even so, revealing the truth yet again after doing it twice already that day had left her heart weak and sore like skin rubbed raw, bruised, chafed, reddened, and tender. For so long she had clothed herself in a shroud of secrecy, and now she felt utterly naked. The last time she had felt like this had been when she had revealed herself as the Flame Emperor to her bewildered classmates, 7 years ago. She'd had no choice but to retire to a quiet place for the evening, so worn out she could hardly summon the energy to speak. The day had been long and exhausting, but after such an emotionally taxing day, her mind was too worked up and her emotions riding too high. And so as weary as she felt, even sleep eluded her. The night brought with it its own terrors, and her slumber proved to be fraught and fitful. Edelgard tore herself away from sleep as though freeing herself from a vicious assailant. Her heart pounded against her scarred chest. Her skin was cold, clammy, and as damp from sweat as the bedsheets tangled around her legs. The basket of eggs laid beside her on the mattress, miraculously unharmed, though if her tossing and turning had nudged it just a few more inches over, its contents would have all fallen to the floor and shattered. She took long, slow, yet shallow breaths, halting and shuddering. Fleeting images raced through her mind, seeping into the shadows like leviathans sinking to the depths of the ocean. While she let the moment pass, she pulled away the sheets and curled up, tucking the basket to her chest and drawing up her knees against it. Her wings sprung to her aid, as the dragon under her skin writhed and stretched and pulled itself up from the depths of her being, and wrapped themselves around her like a cloak. She could feel the scaly, feather-adorned length of her tail brush against the tops of her feet. Suddenly, like a bolt from the blue, she felt a pang of dread like a keening wail split her mind and shivered. Somebody knocked on the door. Edelgard closed her eyes and tried to banish the last impressions from the nightmare from her mind. The sound was always the first to drift off into incoherence, while the images swam half-remembered through her head, her recollection wavering as it struggled to grasp them in spite of herself. But the creeping dread in her head remained like a premonition. There was another knock on the door. "Ellie? Are you okay?" The voice was quiet, soft, and muffled beyond that, but it was a familiar one. She unfolded herself, set the basket aside, and drifted across the room from her bed, grasping the cold doorknob and pulling the door open. She found Burkhardt standing in the hall waiting for her, a little chamber stick held in his hand to light his way. The little light of the stubby candle in his hand cast flickering ember light onto his face, shadows ebbing and flowing in time with the guttering of the flame. His cheeks were still a little flushed and he seemed a little unsteady on his feet. "I was taking a stroll through the dormitories to clear my head," he said, "and I heard you crying out as I passed by." "Is that so?" Edelgard murmured. Her brother was as transparent as a window. However, he needed to clear his head. The student dormitories were well out of his way, and he only could have heard her if he'd been standing right in front of the door while she'd been asleep. "You were calling my name." "I was worried," he said. "For me?" she asked skeptically. She hadn't spoken with Burkhardt since she'd told him the truth. She'd spoken to almost nobody, in fact, besides her former classmates since she'd gone to the rookery with Flane and found that perplexing note that now rested in her desk drawer. She didn't know how Burkhardt felt about what she'd told him, or what Joachim had relayed to him. His behavior, as though nothing had changed, piqued her suspicion. She looked him in the eyes and for a moment, with his face barely half illuminated by the candlelight, she could see in the shadows the face that had drifted into her nightmares of a boy, nearly an adult goddess. He and Gerland had been just a year or less away from enrolling in the officers' academy before they'd all been imprisoned in the dungeons with a gaunt face and complexion so pale it was nearly blue, hollow cheeks and dull, dead eyes, lips turning purplish blue as he tried to choke air into paralyzed lungs, golden hair half-silvered and matted with blood and filth and plastered to a sweat-soaked brow. Never before had she woken from a nightmare and found the same face greeting her. "I'd like to talk." "May I come in?" he asked. Or, he hastily added, "we do not have to talk, at least, not about anything you would not want to talk about." "Are you cold?" "Why are you really here?" she asked him. "Because I worry about you, Ellie. You might not be my little sister, but you were some other Burkhart's little sister once. Please, let me in." Edelgard stepped back from the doorway and allowed him to step inside, letting the door swing shut behind him. He stumbled a bit, his toe catching on the edge of the rug. Melted candle wax pooled in the dish of the chamber stick sloshed and nearly spilled over the edge onto the floor. "When we first met in Arianrod," Burkhart mused, "you said it was as though you hadn't seen me in years. I hadn't realized you had been speaking entirely literally. Please tell me, how long has it been for you?" "It was 12 years ago," she admitted. "Half my life." He looked crestfallen. "I'm sorry." "It wasn't your fault," she told him. "Just after Gronderfield," he told her, setting down the candlestick on the desk, "Anselm told me he had worried you were being mistreated by someone. The way you'd been acting around us had been so strange, I'd had half a mind to believe it as well. I wish you had told us the truth earlier, so that we could have known how to help you. Would you have believed such a story?" "I believe it now." "You believe it now that your mind has been opened to just how bizarre the world can be," she retorted. "I knew then, though, that I would only have sounded mad. The last thing I would have wanted was to be locked away as though I were mentally disturbed. You think we would have done that to you? If you'd thought I'd become a raving, delusional lunatic? Nobles can be just as prone to madness as commoners, and the treatments they receive are just as useless." Edelgard felt her heart flutter and tried to quell it, returning to the side of her bed to tend to the eggs which somehow, loath as she was to admit it, helped to soothe her mind. "At best, you would have simply humored me without believing me. At worst." Through her adolescence, Thales and Duke Aegir both had been quick to use the threat of madness to keep her silent and her father compliant as they groomed her for their ends. Pale men whose faces had never seen sunlight, whose eyes were pure blind white yet could still see, whose domain was in dark magic and science so alien it may as well have been magic, grotesque experiments in the basement of the imperial palace itself, overseen by none other than the imperial state's well-known and well-respected prime minister himself, the methodical, almost ritual scarification, bloodletting, and slaughter of children of noble blood, such things would only ever be written off as the hysterics of the mentally deranged. And asylums for such deranged individuals, which held plenty of noblemen and women whose behavior had embarrassed their houses, were no better than those filthy dungeons. More than once Duke Aegir had reminded her that she was just a little girl and her father just an old man, and if either of them had ever spoken out, then those asylums would have happily taken a mad old man and his hysterical daughter who had become beset by the shared delusion that they were the emperor and surviving crown princess of Adrestia. "Still," Burkhart said, "I feel so embarrassed for how I have treated you. Joachim told me you've been Adrestia's empress for 5 years now. I only thought you were a child, and kept brushing you aside when you tried to speak from experience. You made fools out of all of us, Ellie. You could have told us so much earlier." "Did you come here to admonish me, Burkhart?" she muttered, bristling. "That isn't my intention," he said. He sighed. "I'm sorry, Elle. I didn't mean that. I'm upset that I didn't know, but first and foremost, I feel embarrassed for how I have treated you, and guilty as well for the same. And not just you, but the Edelgard you've replaced as well." He sat down on the side of the bed, next to the basket. Edelgard set herself beside him, resting the eggs in her lap. Her black wings still furled themselves around her like a feathery cloak. "Elle," he said, "after the insurrection, when it was safe for the rest of you to return to Adrestia, most of us stayed with our mother's families for a long while. You were in Arundel, Hetty was in Boromaz, Pascal in Burgleys. And of course, Gerland and I went straight to Garreg Mach. For a few years after that, we only really met up for holidays, graduations, Gronderfield, and the like. We grew apart, and with us going our separate ways after graduating, one year after another, most of us never grew any closer. When you and the rest of the younger ones went back to living in the palace, You had changed so much for the worse, and when your malaise did not pass you by as quickly as we'd figured it would when you were 15, 16, and still loafing around as though nothing in the world mattered, Gerland and I became dismissive of you when we ought to have been helping. I feel so ashamed. You can save those words for my counterpart, Edelgard told him. You might as well be apologizing on her behalf to a stranger, for all the relevance it has to me. Your absence in my life was for a much different reason, and entirely someone else's fault. Unlike her, I can't blame any of you for leaving me alone. Yes, he said, but I need to say it to someone. And I think you deserve to know how our lives ended up in a world where the fate we met in yours was avoided. We have not been as good a family to each other as we could have, even long before this succession crisis tore us apart. And I want to apologize for that. Father's hands were tied, but as the eldest, I ought to have done more. His hand found one of hers. I'm sorry. I'm certain we've deeply disappointed you. I'm not disappointed to find out that my siblings have grown up to be imperfect people, she assured him, though she knew that at one point, she had been. When the Hresvelgs had all come to Garreg Mach and had begun bickering and feuding, disgust had churned her stomach. Because she had always thought so little of herself, she had always raised the memory of her siblings on pedestals, certain that if any of them had survived over her they would have been better people, made better choices, done better things. What had disgusted her had been the sense of superiority she had felt over them and how unearned and perverse it had felt. She curled her hand around his. I grew up to be a very imperfect person myself, she added. The two of them were silent for a while. Burkhardt said, we're heading back to Fort Mercers with Count Berglies. I don't think we'll have everything arranged by tomorrow, but certainly the day after that. I know King Dimitri would prefer if you stay with him and his White Fang, but I want you to leave Garreg Mach with us. Not because I think you need to be protected or sheltered from the world, but because I think you deserve to spend more time with us, as yourself, not as the person you pretended to be. Do you really want to know me as myself? Edelgard asked him. Why wouldn't we? You might regret it, she said cryptically. He pitied her, she realized, for the hardship and loss she had endured, and that was one thing she couldn't abide. Besides, my first priority should be finding a way back to my own time. I belong in my own world as much as my counterpart belongs here with you. Right now, she's trapped in my world, burdened with my responsibilities as emperor. Yes, Joachim mentioned that. I suppose even she has more experience than I do now. But can you not find a way home from Fort Mercers? Besides, all your experience managing the empire could be quite helpful to us. I'll have to think about it. I don't know where my search for a way home might take me, but the sooner I finish it, the sooner I can give her back her own body and her own agency over her life. You're right. That is an admirable goal, and I can't fault you in the slightest for putting it first. Burkhardt smiled. But let me know if you change your mind. I would like to be here for you, Ellie, as long as you remain here. That's kind of you, Burke. Like I said, I'll think about it, she reiterated. Pardon me if I'm not convinced. Do you really feel so unworthy of spending time with us as yourself? Perhaps. Perhaps. And, if you did, then why would you? Ellie, what can you possibly have done that would make you feel inferior to any of us? You don't want to know, she said, though she knew she owed him the truth. I do, he insisted, taking her hand in both of his and giving it a gentle, yet firm squeeze. Do you feel guilty that you were left to take on my responsibilities? Do you feel you were a bad ruler? Ellie, if your world doesn't have a Burkhardt to look after you, I'd be happy to play that role for you, especially after everything you've done for me. He wore a smile on his face, a smile that, though forced, still managed to be full of warmth, a smile that was meant for nothing but to encourage her to smile back. The Edelgard who freed me from Cornelia can't possibly be a bad person. You know this. I called myself the Flame Emperor, she said, relenting. They did to me what they did to Dimitri, and just as he became the Hurricane King, so too did I take on a dark persona. We were both raised as weapons for their wicked ends. Her voice cracked. I did terrible things, Burkhardt. I helped the people who murdered you. I planned assassinations, abetted grave robbers, and worse. That is the kind of person I was in my world. Although I met many wonderful people who helped me learn to soften my heart again, that doesn't alter the past. If you would judge my deeds as evil, I wouldn't blame you. Burkhart's grip on her hand loosened just a little. If you need some time to yourself, then take it, she told him, struggling to keep her voice level as she caught in the corner of her eye his golden hair and thought of Ingrid and her reaction to this same revelation. Her vision blurred and what little color could be seen from the candle light ran like watercolors. She felt his finger brush against her cheek. And leave you alone with your tears? If I did that, what kind of older brother would I be? You must still be a little drunk, she murmured, sniffling. I didn't drink that much, he said. He leaned in close to her, and she felt his whiskery cheek brush against hers as he drew her closer. He was still working on growing his beard out from the blonde chin strap he'd worn earlier to something fuller at Manuela's exhortation, and where the tawny stubble had grown thickest his skin felt like warm, bristly sandpaper. His fingers threaded themselves through her hair and curled around the nape of her neck as he embraced her. I'm sorry you had to suffer that. It must have been horrible. Do you have nightmares about it often? More often than I'd like, she admitted, curling up against him and letting her wings gently drape themselves over the both of them. With her face pressed against his chest, she could hear his heartbeat, strong and steady, through his nightshirt, incontrovertible proof that her nightmares had no relevance to this world. Her brother was alive. Otherwise, I hardly remember the details. I hardly remember anything from before I was 12, in fact, even the happy years were almost entirely stolen from me. For the longest time, I'd almost felt as though the girl I'd known as Elle had died in the dungeons and I, merely Edelgard, monstrous Edelgard, had been born from her ashes like a terrible phoenix, for all the continuity I felt between myself and her. When I saw you at Arianrod, I didn't recognize you. When I saw you at Gronder Field, or here at Garreg Mach, I didn't recognize any of you. Some subconscious part of her may have decided, she thought, that she didn't mind receiving her eldest brother's pity, because from then on every painful thought she'd ever had seemed to want to push its way out of her like a long stream of vomit. But instead of words tearing themselves from her lips, her chest heaved and her shoulders quaked as another round of sobs racked her body. She felt hot, wet tears well up behind squeezed-shut eyelids again in lieu of any further words, salty little rivers that dampened her brother's shoulder. In the arms of her eldest brother, she felt safe enough to cry as freely as possible, as though she were a child that had to cry itself to sleep. Eventually sleep did finally come back to her, this time bringing no nightmares and terrors in its wake, and she didn't remember Burkhart letting go of her for even a moment before then. His warmth was absent in the morning when Edelgard awoke, but that was only to be expected. The life of an emperor, especially in wartime, precluded sleeping much later after sunrise, and the angle of the sunbeams streaming through her window hinted that the sun had risen several hours ago. Edelgard pulled herself out of bed, groggy and bleary-eyed, and trudged to her desk and pulled open the drawer. The mysterious letter was there. Paper, envelope, and feather. The feather, somehow, had gotten jostled out of the envelope and was on the other side of the drawer, though, as though some mischievous poltergeist had played with it in the night. But more importantly, Hedwig's letter was there. Edelgard must have read it a dozen times over after receiving it, if only just to build up the strength as she'd prepared to tell the truth to her friends. Dear Elle. Hello from Gloucester. Pascal and I are still here in Leicester with Uncle Vauquhard. Even though I miss home, I am enjoying my time here. Gloucester is very flat and is not much to look at now, but I am told that in the summer the fields are green as emeralds. They must be the same shade of green as Flane's hair and eyes. Count Gloucester is a nice man and he shares interesting foods with us. Uncle Vauquhard says that Gloucester is the culinary capital of Fodlan, so of course we have been eating very well. Pascal keeps sneaking into the kitchens to watch the cooks work. I think he would rather be a chef than a prince. Count Gloucester has a stepdaughter about my age and we get along well, though she is no Flane or Petra. I have still been practicing my archery. I am going to be the best archer in Fodlan by the time I enroll in the Officers' Academy. I am so glad you are safe at Garreg Mach. I cannot believe that Ria held you hostage and that Anselm was okay with it. I don't want to speak ill of my brother, but he is not being a very good one to you, or any of us. I hope he and Heidi Marie will see reason. I hope Burkhart can work things out peacefully with him and Ria. There are rumors of what Rhea does to her prisoners and what she did to you. They are proper propaganda, right? Uncle Volkhard says it's very common for people to spread truly terrible lies about their enemies in war. Flame tells me that you, Ingrid, and Annette saved her and Mr. Seath from some Faerghus soldiers who wished to do them great harm. I am so glad that she is okay and that you are taking care of her. I do not understand why anyone would seek to take such beauty out of the world, hurt such good people. The Central Church may be doing wicked things, but Flame and Seath don't have a wicked bone in their bodies, even though they work for the Church. Everybody should understand that. If I ever see any anti-Flame propaganda, I will punch. Be sure to loudly denounce it. I miss you and hope to see you soon. I do not know when we will return to the Empire. I hope it is not 3 years. If it is, please come visit us in Gloucester. I love you. Sincerely, Hetty. Hedwig would not win any awards for her calligraphy anytime soon, but her uneven, large looping handwriting was to Edelgard one of the most beautiful things in the world. Would Hedwig still love her, she wondered, if she knew the truth of what she was? She'd planned on tackling the mystery of the letter in her handwriting first thing in the morning with Byleth, Hilda, and Voul's help. Hilda wanted to call themselves the New Time Squad, which Edelgard knew was a form of mockery but chose not to react to in any way, but instead, she and Byleth both found themselves summoned to the Cardinal's room in the monastery's main building. She'd used this room for the War Council in her world, and it seemed that both Burkhard and Dmitri had the same idea. In the morning, though, the room was empty save for the Emperor and the King, hardly much of a council. It would have been difficult, Burkhard had told Edelgard, to explain to anybody else that she had 5 years more leadership and military experience than either of them. At the very least, Byleth had been granted a rank of commander in the kingdom military and had her success working with the White Fang assault team under her belt. The four of them had hardly begun reviewing the positions of their combined military forces and the possible whereabouts and future plans of the Knights of Syros before Victor von Vestra came bearing news, with Count Bergliez, Didu, and a courier trailing behind him. "Your Majesties, Emperor Burkhard, King Dmitri," Victor said, bowing deferentially to the Emperor and then to the King. "Lady Edelgard, Lady Eisner. My apologies for disturbing you. We have just received news regarding the churches and Prince Anselm's forces." "Tell us," Dmitri said. "Where are they?" "The Knights of Syros are raising an army in southern Hevering territory," Victor said. "Soldiers from Count Hevering and Duke Girth have joined their ranks. We think they plan on heading for Inver and could depart within the next week at earliest." "Inver?" Burkhard looked worried. "They aren't going to try to retake the monastery?" Byleth wondered. "If they couldn't defend this place," Count Bergliez said with a chuckle, "then I doubt they'll have any luck with the capital, if they're planning on heading there." "Be that as it may," Burkhard said, "I am concerned. Will Rhea be alone in leading the church's forces, or will Anselm be among them?" "We don't know, sir," Victor said. "We don't have many allies in Hevering territory." Edelgard wondered if Didu's intelligence network, or rather his counterintelligence network, had anything to do with that. She wouldn't have been too surprised if with his saboteurs in place across Fodlan he could grind any operation to a halt on a whim. She looked to Didu to see if there was any sort of tell on his face that might give away what he was thinking, but of course there was not. "I wonder if there is still a sizable pro-Anselm bloc in Inver," she mused. "If Rhea and Anselm are taking the Knights of Syros there, they may be depending on that support to assist them in taking the city." "And defy their emperor?" Count Bergliez asked, his face growing redder. "Anybody who lifts a finger to help them conquer the city will be a traitor to the crown." She held her tongue rather than point out his hypocrisy. In her world, Leopold von Bergliez had come to regret his role in the insurrection of the Seven, at least enough to cast his lot in with her against his former co-conspirators, not to mention begrudgingly setting aside his rivalry with Waldemar von Hevering, but she didn't know him well enough in this world to know if he was just as rueful. "It looks like Anselm wants the crown," Byleth commented. "That's right," Edelgard said. "If his faction controls the capital, anyone in the Empire and abroad who wavers in their support of Burkhard might begin championing him as the true emperor and Burkhard as a pretender to the throne. And that will give Rhea and the Knights of Syros a much stronger base of power," Dmitri added. "Perhaps," Didu noted, "they will even establish a new southern church." "That's not all," Victor said. Count Hevering and Duke Gurtha's forces have encroached onto Oaks, Novelli, and Arundel territory. Burckhardt paled. And with Lord Arundel still absent, he murmured. Byleth looked uneasy as well, and Edelgard wondered if she was recalling the unrest that had struck the territory between pro-Burckhardt and pro-Anselm factions. He, Baron Oaks, and Viscount Novelli are the only nobles who support me west of Inver, and Anselm has been courting them intently. If Anselm can cow them into submission or convince them to switch sides, he might make the entire west coast loyal to him. Edelgard looked to Dmitri. Dmitri, do you think Count Ro can spare any men from Arianrod? Dmitri nodded. We can spare men from Arianrod. I can even send men from here through Remire. If Anselm's faction starts pushing into Arundel, Gaspard might be next. It's a severely weakened territory, ever since the loss of Lonato. But is Anselm ready to start chipping away at kingdom territory? Byleth wondered aloud. It's war, Edelgard said. Sooner or later, he'll have to. Count Bergliez cleared his throat. Ahem. Princess Edelgard, with all due respect, I think I have a little more experience fighting wars than you do. So, Burckhardt said to him, looking a little amused, Count Bergliez, as Minister of Military Affairs, what do you have to say? It's war, he replied. Sooner or later, he'll have to. But he won't have a chance if we crush him first. He and Ria won't make a move on the kingdom border until they've gained a foothold in the north. And likely, until they've taken Inver, Edelgard said. If they can take Inver. Of course, if. She couldn't help but be worried, though. Anselm was more of a risk-taker than Burckhardt, but would he and Ria really risk dividing their forces between the northern territories and the capital unless they were very confident of their ability to bring Inver to heel? What did they know that she and Burckhardt didn't? Byleth looked to the map of Fodlan. Between the shoreline and the mountains, she noted, Anselm and Ria's forces would have a very narrow strip of land to maneuver in between Hevering and Hresvelg. Good observation, my teacher, Edelgard said. Her finger traced the eastern coast of Fodlan's mouth. It isn't the easiest route to send soldiers through on foot. But Count Hevering boasts a sizable naval fleet. If they are indeed massing infantry and cavalry at the southern border, it might be a feint to distract us from a possible attack by sea. We can mobilize ships from Boromaz, Rusalka, and Agyr to defend Inver's port, Burckhardt said. And our forces can reach Arundel by way of Remire. Dmitri, if you are willing to contribute some of your men here to defending the territories in addition to that, I would be most grateful. If I may, Count Bergliez said to him with a polite bow, I will lead my forces to Arundel. I'll shut that blowhard Hevering up for good if he's foolish enough to meet me in battle. If Arundel falls, Novelli and Oaks will be completely cut off and ripe for the taking. Yes, the Bergliez soldiers will go there and push back Heverings, Burckhardt said, nodding along. We'll arrange a different escort for Lawrence and Arcturus on our way back to Fort Mercers. Count Bergliez, ready your men to depart westward immediately. Victor, write my letters to houses Rusalka, Boromaz, and Agyr instructing them to marshal their navy to defend Inver, and a letter to Marquis Vestra instructing him to take command of Inver's defenses in my stead should Anselm's forces arrive before I return. I will sign them and have them sent off by the end of the day and no later. And notify Lord Arundel in Gloucester that he needs to return here post-haste. Both men bowed. Yes, Your Majesty, they said in unison, and then they both left. General Molinaro, Dmitri said, I leave whichever battalions will accompany Count Bergliez into Arundel at your discretion. See to it at once. Dida nodded. Yes, Your Majesty, he said, and he and the courier went out after Victor and Count Bergliez. Burckhardt collapsed into the nearest chair as soon as the door had swung shut behind them. Count Hevering and Duke Gurtha's letters the other day made it clear they have no interest in peacefully acquiescing to my rule, he sighed. They say that under Anselm and Ria, they plan to found a Holy Adrestian Empire. It should come as no surprise that they wish to conquer any land that pledges itself to my rule, or that they hope to seize the capital. A Holy Adrestian Empire, Byleth repeated, as though tasting the name of Anselm's proposed new state. We took Faerghus away from her, Dmitri mused darkly, so Ria wishes for a new vassal state. I worry she won't be content to simply exercise soft power from a pulpit anymore. If she becomes entrenched in this new state, she may become just the tyrant I feared she could be. We will need to break her fighting spirit before we can make peace with her. This war won't end until we have her on her knees. It's Novelli and Oaks I'm most worried about, though, Burkhardt added. The barony of Oaks isn't particularly strong, and the Viscounty of Novelli is an even weaker territory, and if Anselm and Rhea take in bear with Constance, Monica, and Althea still in the palace, they can threaten those territories into compliance without a drop of blood. He trailed off. Constance, Monica, and Althea, Byleth mused. Aren't those? He shot up to his feet, eyes bulging, his palms slamming down on the table with a thunderous crack. My consorts. I must send a letter to Ludwig and have him take them to Fort Mercer's post-haste. He looked to Edelgard with pleading eyes. Ellie, should I do that? Houses Oaks, Novelli, and Essa have put their faith in you to look after their daughters, and if you want their continued loyalty, you will need to reward that faith, she told him. So yes, getting them out of Inver is a prudent decision. However, I'd entrust them to Marquise Vestra before I entrust them to Duke Aegir, and I wouldn't particularly entrust them to him, either. Marquise Vestra? He will have his hands full commanding Inver's army, Burkhardt replied. After what Rhea did to Hubert, I am certain he would fight against any force in her name to his last breath. As for Duke Aegir, he has become one of my staunchest allies. I know he spearheaded the insurrection of the Seven, but that was a long time ago. There is plenty of water under that bridge now. He and father had shared power quite amicably since then. After what he did to me in my world, I can't trust him as far as I can throw him, she retorted, crossing her arms over her chest. Perhaps this world's Ludwig von Aegir is a better man, or perhaps he simply hasn't had a chance to exercise the horrific depravity I knew him for. Either way, expect him to go to any length to enrich himself, no matter at whose expense it comes. Burkhardt looked equally crestfallen and horrified. I am sorry, Elle. I didn't know, he sighed again. The last time I ignored your input in making a decision, I ended up only further alienating Hevering and Girth from me, just as you'd predicted. Well, then, what about Ladislava? Do you trust her? I trust her with my life, Edelgard said, much to his clearly visible relief. In my world and in yours, I trust her completely. Even with an arm missing, she is still a natural-born leader, he agreed, and she is well liked by her men. I will have her command an escort team for the girls. That would be for the best. Thank you, El. I'm happy to help, she said. Does this mean you won't be returning to Fort Mercer's? I suppose I should stay here, where I can more easily remain informed, he admitted, rubbing his brow. Gerland, Justine, and Joachim can do as they please, though, I'm sure they'd be happy to take you along, if you would like. Goddess, I am certainly glad that our departure was delayed a few more days. I might have gotten this news nearly a week late otherwise. Well, if you are staying here, then I am, Edelgard said. At least for the time being. Then we'll be able to rely on your advice for just a little longer, Dmitri said, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Burkhardt, I have a proposal. If Anselm and Rhea take Inver and your consorts become their prisoners, you would need valuable prisoners of your own to trade them for. If I return Seath and Flayn to your custody, they could make a good bargaining chip in the worst case. Burkhardt raised his eyebrows bemusedly. You made it clear 2 weeks ago how much you wanted custody of them. Yes, but this would be a more strategic option, he replied. Isn't that right, Edelgard? I can't say it's a bad idea, Edelgard said. I do think they would be safer under Imperial custody. Yes. I heard about what happened the night they were transferred, Burkhardt noted. The men involved were harshly disciplined, Dmitri snapped curtly, as though far too eager to impress on Burkhardt that he did not condone such behavior, anymore. I won't tolerate bigotry in my army or my kingdom. Burkhardt stroked his beard. It seems like Flayn would miss General Molinaro, though. If Count Bergli's invitation to Fort Mercer's still stands, he and I would be happy to visit, Dmitri said. The four of them, Edelgard, Byleth, Dmitri, and Burkhardt, worked through the morning to plan their reactions to the Holy Adrestian Empire's recent movements. Edelgard was struck by how nostalgic it felt to be projecting the movements of full battalions across potential battlefields at Byleth's side. Planning war was a serious affair, and whenever a token used to represent human lives slid across the map's surface, she swore, though she was not a superstitious person, that she could feel the weight of all those lives in it. Each token represented hundreds of men, not all of whom would return from the battlefield. When Byleth had returned late in the war, the weight had become so much easier to bear. Edelgard had begun to wonder after 5 years if it was becoming too much for her shoulders to carry, just as her head bowed under the weight of her crown, only for her beloved former teacher to return and offer a shoulder to help carry that weight. There was nothing fun or easy about war, but Byleth had at least made it a less miserable experience. Edelgard often caught sight of Dimitri's eyes roving to Byleth and the relief that came to his face, and felt a sudden sense of kinship every time. His feelings for Byleth may not have been as romantic as hers, but she was just an important part of his life all the same, and he hers. He also relied on Byleth to share his burden. After a long morning, they left the cardinal's room and went their separate ways, Burkhard to his duties and Dimitri to his. Edelgard and Byleth stuck together, though. They had another item on their agenda, one that took priority, for the moment, over warfare, the mysterious letter. As they exited the building into the courtyard, Edelgard spied Dida speaking with Nader over bowls of what looked like rice drenched in a thick, dark, and no doubt incredibly hot sauce. And though Dida spoke quietly, and often with a forced neutral tone to soften his hard, deep voice, Nader reveled in his bombast. "Tell me, General Molinaro," Nader all but roared in between inhalations of the meal, "how is it that the food of your people is so intensely spiced, when you live among these Fodlaners with their simple tastes and weak tongues? The winters are very cold in Duskur, so our food is very hot," Didu answered. "Ha! And the summers in Almira are very hot, so our food is very hot. It must be this temperate climate that makes the people here so." Nader's speech came to a halt as he looked up from his bowl and caught sight of Edelgard. "Oh, no," Byleth said, taking Edelgard firmly by the arm as though worried Nader would try to wrench her away from her. "Lady Edelgard von Hresvelg," he boomed, advancing on her with the speed and force of a galloping horse. He loomed over her in an instant, a broad and toothy smile spread across his scarred and weathered face from one hairy cheek to another. In another instant, he had both of his hands on her shoulders, grasping them as tightly as Monocles around a prisoner's wrists. "The little wyvern princess of Fodlan, how wonderful to see you up and about. I am told you flew yesterday, but had some trouble with landing. What do you say you get some lessons from Nader, undefeated of the East?" "You'll have to clear it with my physician," Edelgard said, grateful she could defer to Manuela. "I don't mean to interrupt your meal, but Byleth and I were wondering if we could have a moment with Didu." "General Nader, collect your men," Didu said, standing up from the bench. "I will take care of this." Nader begrudgingly let go of Edelgard. "Mark my words, I will see you in the sky yet, Lady Edelgard," he said, giving her a mighty pat on the back before leaving. "Professor." "Lady Edelgard. Is there something you need my help with?" Didu asked. "I'd like to borrow your Enigma machine for a day," Byleth said. He raised his silver eyebrows. "You have a message to encode? Or to decode?" "Decode," Edelgard said. "Didu, you wouldn't happen to know anything about a letter that arrived yesterday in my handwriting, bearing my seal?" "Do you think I would? I wouldn't be surprised if Claude can forge my handwriting, given that it's a skill he seems to have refined quite a while ago. And if anybody in Fodlan knows how to forge a noble's signet ring, it would be you." "I am flattered, but I know nothing of it." "And the letter is encoded?" "Only a portion of it." Dida thought for a moment. "I will help you decode it," he decided. "Thank you," Edelgard said. "Professor, go on ahead and tell the rest of, the new time squad that we're sorry for making them wait. I'll be along shortly. We'll take one of the offices upstairs." Byleth nodded and left Edelgard behind, allowing her and Dida to speak alone. "Do you have something further to discuss with me, Lady Edelgard?" he asked. "Yes, I do," she said. "I know you have saboteurs all across Fodlan. You could stymie either Buckhart's or Anselm's forces on a whim. So, tell me, as Anselm and Rhea prepare to march upon Inver, which side of the scale are you putting your finger on? I have a feeling it isn't Buckhart's. You may be overstating my abilities. But yes. There might have been a flash of a smirk on his face. Does that bother you? The thought that you might use your network of mycelium to hand half of Adrestia over to the enemy to prolong this war and spread more chaos across Fodlan ought to incense me beyond reason, she said. But I must admit, knowing your original plan softens the blow considerably. Explain to me what you mean by original plan. I do not recall telling you. You and Destinova had wanted to take advantage of Operation Antediluvian to give yourselves a technological advantage over the rest of Fodlan and tear down its social order. So I must ask myself, is handing off Inbear to Anselm and Rhea a better alternative than risking terrible damage to time itself? Are you so confident that if you sabotage Inbear's defenses and allow Anselm to create his holy Adrestian empire, you will no longer need to rely on Agartha to see your dreams come to fruition? You know something about dealing with devils, Dida noted, his expression softening. You and I aren't so different, Edelgard said. All the while I'd acted as the puppet for Thales and those who slither in the dark. I'd been planning on strangling them with my own strings and using them to wipe away the old world and build a new one on its ashes. It's been the same with you and your men in black. And so I understand the difficult decisions one must make in the service of such a lofty goal. I hold no grudge against you for what might become of my home due to your influence. I just want to know that Byleth, Vul, and the rest of your friends can depend on your help to stop Operation Antediluvian, even if it brings you into conflict with Destinova. Dida nodded. Lady Edelgard, we are too alike to spend any further time as enemies. Do you truly not know what Destinova is doing with Thales, or where he is? She asked. No, he said. Operational security. The right hand cannot know everything the left is doing, in case one hand is compromised. The same philosophy is writ large in my organization. No one is afforded the full scope of events, not even myself. Not even yourself. Edelgard furrowed her brow. When she had spoken about the nebulous network of mycelium Didu had cultivated with Emmanuel, the only name he'd known had been Destinova's. What if he, not Didu, was the mastermind behind it? You must trust Destinova quite a lot to afford him such latitude. Trust is part of it, Didu explained. Lady Edelgard, as the Flame Emperor, you commanded a rigid hierarchy of soldiers. What I command is in every way its opposite. It is a loose network of mostly independent cells. Occasionally my cells find themselves working at cross purposes or stepping on each other's toes, but that is only to be expected. It is a necessary disadvantage. Why is it necessary? She asked. An army can be eliminated if its leader is killed. A snake cannot live without a head. But a worm that is cut in two can become two worms, and a fungus can never truly die even if you rip every one of its protrusions from the soil. If Anselm were to die, his holy empire dies with him. If I were to die, or Destinova, my people would still continue on in our goal. You say that an inability to work in harmony is a consequence of operational immortality of a sort. Edelgard smirked. She shouldn't have been surprised that Didu, who sowed chaos, preferred it infinitely to regimented order. He nodded. You learn quickly. That is why I do not know everything about Destinova or his motives. I do not need to. Nor do I want to. Right. If you were to be captured and pressed for information, you wouldn't endanger him, she added. Or most of your other cells. You probably don't even know how many of them there actually are, or how many people are in each cell. And the Agarthans taught you how to organize such a thing. Their records were extensive. Such tactics in the antediluvian era were used frequently to destroy superior enemies. They may take years. Decades. But they work. The two of us could have learned a lot from each other, Edelgard said. Didu raised his eyebrows as though to silently ask, what could I have learned from you? We could have, he said. Perhaps you can tell me over lunch someday what you are doing to reform your world. I would enjoy that, she said. But going back to my point, I can tell you that despite whatever you may intend, Operation Antediluvian is still ongoing, and that suggests that either Thales has escaped from Destinova's grasp, or that the two of them have formed an alliance behind your back. I think that goes far beyond stepping on your toes. Agreed. Before they could exchange more words between them, the courier from earlier that morning returned, clutching a new letter in his hands. General Molinaro, he said, sharply saluting. A letter for His Majesty King Dimitri has arrived from Margrave Montague von Edmund. For once, Dida looked bemused. It seemed this was one thing he hadn't expected in the least bit. Could it have been a response, at long last, to the proposal Dimitri had sent Margrave Edmund months ago asking for his daughter's hand in marriage? "I will take it to him," he said, taking the letter from the courier. "Thank you, Lady Edelgard, I will see to it you have my assistance later this afternoon." With that, he left Edelgard behind in the courtyard, and she was left with nothing but more questions in his wake. Who was Destinova? Who was future Claude, and what was his relationship not only with Dida but with his own so-called past self? What connection did he have to the time travel plot that had brought her, Hilda, and Thales to this world? There were so many mysteries yet to solve, and she could only wonder how many would be solved over the course of her journey home. She laid out the letter, the envelope with its seal visible, her signet ring, and the single feather atop the desk in one of the Academy's unused offices, allowing Geralt, Hilda, Byleth, Happy, and Voul to take a better look at them. The four of them looked closely and intently at the objects, crowding the desk over Edelgard's shoulder. "It's your handwriting, all right," Geralt pronounced. "But Claude can mimic other people's handwriting," Hilda pointed out. "That's what he did to trick us into finding out about each other." "But if Claude wrote this, why would he give away Destinova's location?" Byleth wondered. "Unless he's trying to lead us into a trap." "Oh, it's definitely a trap," Geralt said. "And this thing about knowing a better way home?" Happy asked. "Yup, that's a trap." "I know, it reeks of bait," Edelgard said. "All the same, though, we haven't conceived of a single way home outside of trekking all the way into the Almiran Desert to find this world's equivalent of that device Hilda played with in our world." "And even then?" "Played with?" Hilda asked, incensed. "I swear, I just bumped it with my elbow. Besides, like I said, that thing was already set up to send us here when we found it." "That's impossible," Voul said. "That consciousness transference device would have had to have been set up before Research Facility Epsilon was abandoned." "Well, that's what happened," Hilda said. "I'm telling you, no one had been inside it for 1,000 years or two. I didn't fiddle with any levers or pedals or anything like that. Unless," he interrupted, "somebody traveled back in time and set up the machine so that it would seize 2 people. 3. And send their consciousnesses into this world before the facility was abandoned, during the Fell Star Wars." "Wait, wasn't that over 2,000 years ago?" Geralt asked. "Isn't that exactly what Operation Antediluvian is intended for?" Edelgard pointed out. The room went quiet. A chill ran up her spine as she anticipated what Voul would say next. "Yes," Voul said, softly now, a frown curling his lips. "Yes, the system had to have been set up in the past by somebody with knowledge of the future. Only a successful run of Operation Antediluvian, which would carry a time traveler back to before the end of the war against the false god, could do that. But how could someone time traveling to this world's past affect our world?" Hilda asked. "It depends on when Fodlan Alpha and Fodlan Beta diverged. We don't know, it could have been whenever Thales transferred himself into this world from the other one, or even further back than that, when Ash and I were sent to the past to take Pan's place. Or, 2,000 years ago, when an interloper from the future set the events in motion that would make all of this happen." "But why the hell would they do that?" Geralt asked him, his brow furrowing under the weight of Voul's heady concepts. "Whatever in blazes they're even doing?" "Because it happened in the interloper's past, they had to ensure its occurrence in the past's future," he explained, "so that the future of the past would be the past of the future interloper's present." This explanation did not help Geralt understand in the slightest, and judging from how many brows were currently furrowing in confusion, it didn't help anyone else either. Hilda groaned. "I hate time travel." Edelgard suppressed the groan she'd wanted to let out. "I hate agreeing with Hilda, but I share her sentiments," she told Voul. "You're saying that time travel makes people nothing but the playthings of fate. And you're saying that Operation Antediluvian needs to succeed in order to ensure that Hilda and I were brought here, or even possibly that this world exists at all. Then what choice do we have but to fail to stop it?" The more she spoke, the angrier she felt. That couldn't possibly be how the world worked. People's decisions and destinies couldn't possibly be that set in stone. Time travel and free will are quarrelsome roommates, Vul said, but they coexist, albeit not always peacefully. You're saying the whole world might be a time loop, Byleth said to him. Like Ash being inspired by the legend of Pan the Tactician, then becoming Pan in the past. You catch on quickly, for a surface dweller, Vul told her with a wry little smirk. We're getting off topic, Edelgard said. This particular train of thought was rankling her fiercely. Even the dragon inside her was writhing and squirming as though contemplating possible time loops had caused it physical pain. We need to know how to react to this letter. The handwriting is mine, but it can be forged. The signet ring is mine, but Agarthan technology could have created a reasonable facsimile. Why would it tell us where Destinova will be, unless it's trying to lure us there? Why would it dangle a way home just out of reach, if not to entice us, just in case that isn't enough to draw us in? Perhaps, Vul mused with a sardonic bite to his voice, seemingly hurt that the conversation was shifting away from his pet subject. This letter was written by your future self, Edelgard, who has traveled backward in time and is trying to set up the conditions for her own future. I don't want to go on any further tangents, Vul, Edelgard said. Well, it explains the handwriting and the signet ring, Gerald said. Sounds reasonable to me, Hilda said. I didn't write this letter, Edelgard insisted, tapping her finger angrily upon the paper. I wouldn't, I will not. I refuse to be the puppet of some nebulous order of the universe. Edelgard, Byleth said softly. You know what happens when you break time loops. Edelgard opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Byleth was right. When she'd erased Dimitri's dagger from history, she had torn a hole in the fabric of time, and that disruption had been exactly what had made the machine under Riemeyer go haywire. Let's focus on the letter, she finally said. We have quite some time before the date. Do we send somebody to investigate Destinova's whereabouts in lieu of going ourselves, or do we risk meeting him in person? You know, Destinova might be legit, Gerald said. Claude, not future Claude, not Destinova, but normal student time squad Claude said he cared about getting you and Hilda back to your own time. And if he's plotting something wicked, giving you an easier way to go home would get you both out of his hair. What is the relationship between Claude and Destinova, anyway? Happy wondered aloud. Apparently, Claude took orders from him, Hilda muttered, but the two of them had never met. Claude only got notes. Which future Claude wrote in my handwriting to cover his tracks. If future Claude really is from the future, that makes perfect sense, Vul said. No object can cross its own timeline without the two of them annihilating each other. Gerald was lost. Excuse me. Let's say, for example, that you are the proud owner of an antique coin. And you travel back in time to the era in which that coin was minted, while possessing that coin. Eventually, you might run into the same coin. The two coins abhor existing in different places, because after all, you can't be in two places at once, but when they come into contact, they erase themselves from history. Along with whatever might be near them, Edelgard added, recalling the desk she'd lost, or rather the desk she'd never had. I see you have some experience with that, Vul said. Did Ash? Byleth asked. Oh, yes, he did. And if I hadn't been there with him, you all would have been asking, Ash who? Anyway, the point is that if you travel back in time, you have to avoid your past self or the past version of any object in your possession, down to even the clothes off your back. Byleth stared down at the desk's contents. Why a feather, she mumbled to herself. Maybe the writer wants us to know he knows Edelgard's part dragon, Happy said. But Destinova knows that, Hilda said. And we know he knows that. This ciphertext here, Vul said, tapping on the paper. I think this is the key to knowing who wrote this letter. Whoever wrote it knew that we would need Enigma to decode it, and might have been aware that Didu is the only person here in Garag Mach with such a machine. They're trying to make sure we bring him into the fold, but why? But why seemed to be the most common words of the day, they were on everybody's lips. I thought earlier today that Destinova might have an entirely different agenda behind his back, but then it wouldn't make sense to pique his curiosity like this, Edelgard said. Unless the information on Destinova's location is completely wrong and meant to draw us away from where he really is, which I think might be the most sensible interpretation. So it's bait, Vul muttered, and ought to be completely disregarded, and this has all been a waste of time. Let's wait until we know what the ciphertext is, Byleth said. It might change everything. No sooner had they all stopped to stew in their directionless musings than a knock sounded on the door, heralding Didu's arrival. He came in with the Enigma device in hand, laying it upon the desk and opening the wooden case to reveal the complex system of pedals and dials. Didu took the letter, looked it over carefully, and without a single word he began setting up the machine, consulting his code book every step of the way while everybody else waited with bated breath. With each press of one of the little letter-marked dials, one of the little beads of glass on the machine lit up, and Didu scrawled onto the envelope the resulting letter. One letter by another, a message began to take shape. Edelgard watched the decryption process like a hawk, reading the letters upside down. Y. O. U. R. L. A. S. T. Every press of the keys made a little clicking sound, and in the utter silence of the room Didu seemed to be the only one bold enough to do so much as breathe. Each click sounded akin to a door slamming shut. Y. O. U. R. L. A. S. T. W. O. R. D. S. Through the entire process, his eyes and Edelgard's never met once. Y. O. U. R. L. A. S. T. W. O. R. D. S. T. O. H. E. R. When Didu finished, he turned the envelope around and slid it across the desk toward Edelgard. "It is done," he said, breaking the silence. Edelgard looked down at the envelope and felt her breath freeze in her lungs. "Your last words to her at the Goddess Tower. I cannot keep you all to myself after all." Geralt was the first to speak up. "So, Edelgard, kiddo, that mean anything to you?" It meant everything to her. The night of the winter ball, a much happier winter ball than the one in this world, had been cold, and yet on that night when Edelgard had withdrawn from the party and left the reception hall alone, she had felt her cold heart grow warmer and warmer as she drew closer to the Goddess Tower which loomed over the monastery's cathedral. She had not been superstitious, but she had been a budding romantic, even despite all of the pain she had suffered that had numbed her through her adolescence, and to go to that place had been to remind her of the love between her father and her mother, or rather, what she had believed as faithfully as one might believe in the goddess was love. It had been a silly story to cling to, although it had made Byleth smile. That night, she had found Byleth waiting under the shadow of the Goddess Tower, where her father and her mother had met, standing right where she'd always imagined her mother had stood when her father had first laid eyes on her. The two of them had spoken, and by all means it had been an almost painfully awkward conversation, but Edelgard had cherished every second of it. She had already known at that point that she was deeply, and perhaps even madly in love with her professor, although she'd also known that nothing between them could have possibly lasted. That had been why she had insisted on cutting the conversation short in spite of herself, encouraging Byleth to return to the ball. She couldn't have kept Byleth all to herself, as much as she might have wanted to. "I cannot keep you all to myself, after all." There they were. Those exact words, sprung out of the cipher as though summoned by magic. Her exact words. Edelgard swallowed a lump in her throat. This was something only she could know about herself. "I think it speaks for itself," she said. "Thank you for your help, Didu." "So, I think that makes it much clearer," Vul said. "You wrote this letter, Edelgard. Your future self wrote this letter to close a time loop." She shook her head. "No," she said. "No. This doesn't prove anything. It's clear the phrase is significant to you. I said it spoke for itself. In other words, it's significant. Like it or not, Edelgard, it all leads to one conclusion. Everyone in this room knows that the phrase here is significant now, even if they don't know why. Anybody could have written this letter. Anybody, who came from the future, Byleth said, and remembers this conversation. So someone from the future wrote this letter, Gerald said. And it could have been any of us. But still, the handwriting, Hilda said, the wax seal, doesn't it make the most sense that you wrote the letter? She asked Edelgard, needling her. The explanation that requires the least amount of assumptions, Voul noted, is usually the correct one. The law of parsimony. If you hear hoofbeats, you're more likely to be correct in assuming that a horse is making them than assuming a man is banging two coconuts together. I wouldn't write this, Edelgard said. If I had written this, then why would I have written such an untrustworthy message? Wouldn't I have been less cryptic? Wouldn't I have gone into more detail? You wouldn't have, Voul said, because you didn't. Your future self will write the letter exactly as your past self read it, because that's the letter your future self will need to write to galvanize your past self into action, and your future self and present self both know that now. That's absurd. That's time travel. Then time travel is absurd. Congratulations, you're halfway to earning your very own temporal engineering certification. I wouldn't have written such an unhelpful letter to myself, she insisted. And if I knew another, better way home, I would have mentioned it. It doesn't make sense that I wouldn't take advantage of time travel, if I had written the letter, to be as beneficial to my past self as possible. That's a good point, Byleth said. Is it? Hilda asked. You usually don't do things that make your life easier. Edelgard rolled her eyes. You know I'm right, she added. She's right, Brain, Happy said. She is right, Didu agreed. Well, perhaps it is a future me, Edelgard conceded, but I refuse to believe that it is my very own self from the future. Perhaps future Claude comes from a third world, and this letter was written by a future Edelgard from the same world. But matter can't be transported from one timeline to another, Voul said. Only consciousness. Energy is mass, and it takes a lot of energy to make a little mass. I've gone to mass plenty of times, Geralt said, and it never felt very energetic in there. What I mean, Voul said, glaring at him, is that, oh, forget it. The point is that bringing a person bodily from one universe to another would practically require divine intervention. It's beyond any human technology. He took up the black feather that had been included in the envelope, pinching it by his forefinger and thumb. Why, he wondered, a feather. A black feather, just like the ones on, he trailed off, his lips moving silently for a few more seconds before coming to a stop. What is it, Voul? Byleth asked. He stood up and stood back. Edelgard, he said, stand up and bring out your wings. Edelgard stood up from her chair and backed away. You think that feather belongs to me? I think there's a good chance that it might be on one of your wings right now, he said. Don't worry, I've got a very good grip on this. It won't fly out of my hands. That feather could be from anything, she said. Well, let's test it, then. Science lives and breathes in the realm of testable hypotheses, not uninvestigated claims. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. You can keep your extraordinary claims to yourself. Like you said, hoofbeats are most likely made by horses. That could be a feather from an eagle, or a crow, or a raven, or even a black Pegasus. All of those are more likely assumptions than that I would engage in this convoluted, absurd time travel chicanery. Well, then, he said, you have no reason not to bring out your wings. Go ahead, Lady Edelgard, and falsify my theory. She took a deep breath and let her wings sprout from her shoulders, keeping them furled and pinned to her back so that they would fit in the room without knocking anything over. The feather in Voul's hand reacted immediately and jerked forward toward her, pulling the rest of his arm with it. He hastily clapped both hands over it, and Geralt and Byleth were both instantly at his sides to press his hands more tightly against it. Hilda all but leaped into Happy's arms out of surprise and fright. Terror seized Edelgard's body, just as it had when she had nearly brought the two daggers together. It was a screaming, keening wail in her head, a sense of wrongness in the very air that stilled it in her lungs and throat and made it seem as thick and solid as stone, a fear as deep-seated, as strong, as primal as her fear of rats racing through every vein and artery in her body. Her pulse racing, Edelgard immediately tried to withdraw her wings, but the dragon inside her, terrified in the mindless way of an animal, desperately squirmed and writhed and tried to force its way out of herself out of some instinctual desire to protect her. She had to struggle not just to force her wings back, but to keep herself from transforming any further. Eventually, her willpower won out against instinct and she withdrew the wings. Vool's arms went slack as soon as the wings and feathers had sunk entirely beneath her shoulder blades. Didn't he expect it to move with such force, he muttered sheepishly, looking down at the floor as she and everybody else in the room glared at him. Happy hissed at him. Vool, if you'd erased Edelgard from history, Byleth told him, a dark look in her bright emerald eyes, I would have made you wish you weren't even history. If I had erased Edelgard from history, the world would look so different that you or I might not even be around to quarrel, he said. Edelgard finally caught her breath. She'd had her wings out last night, with that feather waiting in her desk. How hard had it struggled to free itself from the desk drawer? If it had been able to escape and draw itself toward its past counterpart, it would have erased her from existence, present, past, and future and possibly Burkhart as well. As that realization fully struck her, she felt her legs give out beneath her, and she was lucky that Happy was close enough to catch her as she fell. Edelgard, are you all right? Byleth asked her. I'm fine, she mumbled between shallow breaths. I think the evidence is mounting, Vool said, that you yourself, the very you who stands before us right now, wrote and sent this letter, Edelgard, whether you like it or not. He opened his hands to reveal the single black feather, which was once again inert and motionless. I'd burn this to ash if I were you, to prevent an accident. Byleth took it from him and without a moment's hesitation conjured a tongue of flame in her hand and immolated it, leaving nothing but ashy black smudges on her fingertip and thumb. I couldn't have, Edelgard muttered, but the words felt empty and tasted ashen against her tongue. She suddenly felt hollow inside. The irritation and anger of this situation had long since drained out of her. Instead, now all she felt was dread. If her future self was running around in the present, then it meant she was doomed to meet the same fate as Ash. Either way, it's a moot point, Vool concluded. All that really matters is that somebody traveled from the future to give us this letter. That means wherever Operation Antediluvian is being conducted, whoever is running it, sooner or later, they're going to successfully open a stable, sustained gateway through time. As a result, someone who wants us to be in Derdriu on a very specific date is going to be sent to the past, where they can send us this letter. Do we trust them, or not? Byleth thought for a moment. Well, Edelgard, she said, you made a good point earlier. The only people who know the significance of that coded part are in this room. So it had to be one of us. The question is, do we trust us? Didu had been silent all the while since the code had been broken, but now he finally spoke up. Derdriu, on the 5th of the harp-string moon, he mused. Dimitri will meet with Margrave Edmund there at the beginning of the month. You may travel there with us. The first meeting of the new time squad came to an end after that. Didu took the Enigma machine and went back to his own business, Vool went back to his, and Edelgard pulled herself away from Hilda and slowly slunk back to the desk and sank into the chair, staring down at the note as though it were her own grave. For a moment, the words became incoherent, the letters became alien characters. Her mind was too overburdened in that moment to make sense of them. Darkness crept in from the edges of her field of vision, forming a tunnel around the world in front of her. It's okay now, Byleth told her. Her voice reached her ears muffled, as though she were behind a door or a wall. Edelgard felt her hand curl around hers, but the warmth from it and the tactile sense felt just as far away as her voice. You're safe. Try to breathe. She began to slowly and gently squeeze her hand and release it in a steady ebb and flow of pressure. Try to match this rhythm. I think you need to lie down, kiddo, Gerald said. Edelgard knew exactly what Byleth was telling her to do, and with gradual steps she managed to slow her breathing to a steady rhythm. Her vision cleared, the fog in her head began to dissipate, and the letters written on the paper in front of her stared out like the engravings on a tombstone. The one thing Edelgard couldn't ever quite get used to was being on the periphery of world-shaking events instead of right in the thick of it, and in the span of a day Gareg Mach became the very edge of that periphery. The next morning, Count Bergli's battalion set out west for Arundel, not east as they had been intending before the news had come. Caspar volunteered to fight in the battalion and encouraged his fellow Black Eagles to join him. He'd nearly managed to drag Linhard along with him, but Ferdinand had managed to convince him that it would be bad for Burkhart's faction of the Empire if Linhard was captured by Hevering soldiers. Petra, now Count Burghley's ward, was not given the luxury of volunteering. She would go where he went and fight where he fought, and Dorothea would go with her no matter what misgivings she might have had. Felix would be leading the Frildarius battalion through Arundel with the White Fang assault team minus Dimitri and Didu, who remained at Garreg Mach to monitor the situation as it developed to bolster the defences of the aggrieved territories, especially Novelli, alongside the Burghley's battalion. Edelgard hadn't spent much time with her classmates since she'd told them the truth about her, though Annette cornered her before White Fang set out and made her promise that she wouldn't go back to her own world, if she found a way, until after they all came back. Ferdinand volunteered to lead a portion of the Aguirre cavalry battalion to escort Lawrence and Arcturus back to Gloucester and Ordelia, respectively, in a round-trip journey expected to take about a week. He brought Hubert with him, insisting that he needed a change of scenery for the sake of his good health and constitution. He would have insisted on dragging Edelgard along as well if Burkhard and Dimitri both hadn't impressed upon him how important of a resource she was to the two of them, and Edelgard had been all too happy to hasten his departure. Nader agreed to take his Wyvern Corps to spy on Hevering's southern border. Joachim and Gerland remained in Garreg Mach, but Justine went ahead with Count Burghley's. She had a career ladder to climb and a nobleman to impress without saying so much as a word to Edelgard. Edelgard couldn't quite say she missed her, but had to wonder, in the absence of any communication, how she felt about her now. Thus, the monastery became a quieter and lonelier place overnight. The next few days, perhaps the next week as long as it took to receive news from the front lines, would be spent waiting in quiet dread. Edelgard was used to this. Although she'd made a name for herself as quite a unique emperor during the war for fighting on the front lines with her Black Eagles instead of remaining in the safety of Inver or Fort Mercers to assess the war from a distance, there had been plenty of times when she'd had to do just that in spite of herself. It was never pleasant to place the well-being of her friends out of her hands. But she was still recovering and had an obligation not to involve herself on the battlefield, for Ellie's sake and Hubert's, and neither Burkhard nor Dimitri wished to miss news simply due to traveling. Edelgard often found herself envying the Agarthans and their radio. Edelgard's mornings were typically spent with Burkhard and Gerland discussing Inver's defenses. She had an advantage over him in that, while the fighting had never penetrated so deeply into Adrestia, though the war had, of course, permeated everything, she'd always been aware of the possibility of things going terribly wrong and had made sure to know the city's defenses inside and out and make multiple plans for defending it from land, sea, and air. Garreg Mach's library, fortunately, had a detailed map of Inver that was only a few decades out of date, which the three of them could analyze with their own innate knowledge of the city's military strength. Once they'd settled on a defensive strategy, they would send it to Marquis Vestra to have him act as interim commander in the Emperor's stead, just in case Anselm arrived sooner than expected. Edelgard couldn't say she particularly trusted Hubert's father, but it wasn't like he had any reason to side with Anselm. The work was tiring, but it kept her mind off the fighting in Arundel. The days of waiting with bated breath for updates from the battlefield were torturous. As well, it kept her mind off the letter. Vuel's theory, which fit the evidence too well, found its way into her mind with every moment of time she didn't spend strategizing, focusing on her artwork or some other idle diversion, or tending to her eggs. She knew what it was like to labor under the hanging blade of an inevitable fate. That had been her life for nearly a year at Garreg Mach, knowing with absolute certainty the outcome of her coming betrayal. She had felt a slave to a certain future in spite of her lofty rhetoric, and though she had resented it, she had believed it to be completely and utterly true. Was everything she did now unconsciously in service of a future as inflexible and immutable as steel? Was there a fate all people were bound to? She couldn't accept it. She had spent the past 7 years working with all her being to prove that wrong, but neither could she fully deny it. Perhaps the truth would come out in Deirdre. Perhaps everything would come to make sense then. Until then, she could only keep her mind occupied one way or another, and perhaps Dimitri understood that. She had a feeling that, as much as he wished to fight alongside the rest of his friends, he wanted more to keep her company, since he seemed to find conspicuous amounts of free time to spend with her. It was a welcome distraction from Gerland and Linhard, who kept pestering her about the future no matter how many times she reminded them that her world's past and future had been so different that it was pointless to try and use her for any sort of augury, she had no ability to divine the future, no matter who was sending her messages. She thought, often, that if she really had written that letter, she surely would have included some more useful information about future events. On one fine, quiet afternoon, Edelgard had just finished a sketch of Dimitri and Marianne in the courtyard, taking advantage of the recent spate of good weather to capture their likenesses in front of one of the hedges, when Dimitri was called away to greet some kingdom nobles who had arrived at Garreg Mach to meet with him, leaving Edelgard and Marianne alone to finish up. Lady Edelgard, Marianne said as Edelgard packed away her charcoals and cleaned off her hands, I have something I would like to ask you if you wouldn't mind. Her voice was as soft as ever, as soft and quiet as the sound of a doe's hooves on damp grass, and she kneaded her hands together worryingly in her lap. If you'd like to keep my sketch, that would be fine, Edelgard said. That is nice of you. But actually, I wanted to ask you about where you came from. She nodded. Go ahead. She finally felt ready to speak more freely about it, as though her mind had been working up the strength to answer just as Marianne's had worked up the strength to ask. Well, just the other day, before White Fang set out for Arundel, Bernadetta and I were talking to each other about what you told us, and, Marianne's doe-brown eyes kept trying to meet Edelgard's gaze and failing, sliding off her face to glance into the distance. We both just noticed how comfortable we'd felt around you and I, wanted to ask for both of us if you know us in your world. I do, Edelgard told her. You and Bernadetta both. You're both good friends of mine. Oh. Marianne's face broke out into a little smile, and the blush that she had worn all the while Dimitri had been sitting next to her, which had just begun to fade away, returned in full force. Oh. It makes so much sense. You always seemed to know just what to say or do around us. For a while, Bernadetta had thought you could read minds. Sometimes, I almost wish I could, Edelgard answered. And one more thing and please, forgive me if I misspeak. But, did you avoid the rest of White Fang that day because, you were afraid of what they might think of you? She thought to herself if she had, perhaps, done so unconsciously, without fully realizing it. Of course, the meeting with the New Time Squad and the feeling of dread it had left her withdrawn and broody all the rest of the day, but perhaps that had not been the only cause. I understand if you did, Marianne hastily added. Please, don't hold that question against me. I just, I think you're brave for telling them all the truth about yourself. Thank you, Edelgard said. If anyone understood hiding shameful truths from the world and feeling guilty of deception for it, it was Marianne, and it was a relief to have somebody to speak to about it. What am I like in your world? Marianne asked her. Well, in the 7 years I've known you, I've always cherished your kindness and compassion, she answered. The duties of an emperor, especially a conqueror, encourage a hardened heart. But you, like Bernadetta, have done so much to keep me from becoming detached from my humanity. And I've watched you over 7 years grow stronger, stand taller, hold your head higher, and come to live your life with a quiet inner strength. She was dreading what question Marianne might ask next, though what about Dimitri? That might have been the most pertinent reason she'd avoided White Fang before they'd set out for Arundel. Sylvain and Felix were whip-smart, and the former had an insatiable prying curiosity second only to Claude's. She hadn't wanted to end up explaining to them why she hadn't known them, or Dimitri and Didou, as well as she'd known Annette and Mercedes. It's hard to imagine that, Marianne said. I know it is, Edelgard said. But I think, thanks to Dimitri, you're already well on your way there. Oh. Am I? Marianne's smile widened just a bit more, and her cheeks grew redder, before she gasped and clasped a hand to her mouth. Oh. Lady Edelgard, she said, her hushed tone nearly a whimper, we're not. No, Edelgard assured her. Good, Marianne said, relaxing and letting her hands fall to her lap. I mean I don't mean to offend, but I would feel terrible for you if all this time, you looked at the two of us and felt slighted or jealous. Edelgard couldn't help but smile. You don't have to worry about my love life, Marianne. Okay, Marianne said. But I suppose, she added, I should thank you for caring about mine. Do you really want to go to Deirdre with us? I wouldn't have volunteered if I didn't. If your father needs any convincing that Dimitri is worthy of you, I think I can put in a few good words for him. This time, Marianne's blush crept nearly to the tips of her ears, and she tucked her face into her hands. Oh. You're too kind, Edelgard. It isn't him I'm worried about, though. Father must think that surely he could do better than me. Edelgard set aside the basket of eggs she'd been keeping on her lap, stood up, and closed the distance between herself and Marianne to lay a clean hand on her shoulder. Marianne, you know there is nothing more cursed about your bloodline than any other nobles, she assured her. Yes, but father, she sighed. I can only be grateful to him for everything he has done for me. He took me in after my parents were lost, and treated me with such kindness despite that curse. Oh, but we must have talked endlessly about this in your world. You know me backwards and forwards. Yes, Edelgard said. I do. It's okay to have complicated feelings about your father. For all the kindness he showed you, he was powerless to protect you from the pernicious rumors about your crest, and that has hurt you all the same. Yes. And anybody who learns of my crest will believe that I carry tainted blood as well. Marianne's smile turned to a frown, and the rossiness of her cheeks faded away. I would very much like to spend the rest of my life with Dee, but if the people of Faerghus were to believe that I could carry a curse into the Bladdid bloodline, I'm worried for him. The people will learn the truth of crests, Edelgard assured her. They will learn that your blood is no different from Dimitri's, or Felix's, or Hilda's. They will know that they have nothing to fear from you. You can rest assured of that, Marianne. Because out of this war, out of the ashes of the old order, we're going to create a society that atones for the sins of its founding, where nobody is considered inferior solely because of the circumstances of their birth. You've given this speech to me before, Marianne noted, allowing herself the faintest hint of a smile. Perhaps I have, Edelgard admitted. I make a lot of speeches, it's hard to keep them all straight. But I am always willing to make another for the sake of a friend. She held out the sketch she'd made in front of Marianne. So, what do you think? She only then realized, holding out the charcoal sketch in front of Marianne, that over the past 8 months she'd gotten much better at her artwork, just from having more time to practice it. The proportions were more true to life, the strokes were steadier and more even, and she'd honed her eye for capturing smaller details. At that moment, while Marianne studied her work and the charcoal portrait she had made of her and Dimitri, Edelgard felt her heart grow lighter. It's wonderful, Marianne said. Thank you so much, Edelgard. She took the sketch in her hands, holding it so gently and lightly it was as though she worried a firmer touch might cause it to turn to dust in her grasp. And, do you still want me to have it? If you would prefer to keep it for yourself. Of course, you can have it. Edelgard smiled. Someday, the best artist in Faerghus will paint a proper portrait of you and Dimitri, this will have to do until then. Returning her smile, Marianne set the sketch aside. Okay. I'll take very good care of it. Edelgard went and collected her eggs, holding the basket's wicker handle by the crook of her elbow, and laid a hand upon the blanket to make sure it was still warm enough. Satisfied, she lifted a corner of the blanket, exposing the little brown and white eggs to the open air, and briefly looked them over for cracks. Edelgard, do you know if those things will hatch? Marianne inquired, watching her at work from a distance. I doubt they're fertilized, Edelgard answered, but it's calming to check on them anyway, like fishing or painting. Marianne tucked the sketch into the satchel at her side and drew closer. I can check, if you'd like, she said. Even after 7 years, you still surprise me, Edelgard said. I'll admit I don't know much about animal husbandry, outside of the occasional chores in the stables, but I didn't know you knew how to tell if an egg would hatch. Oh, it's not too difficult, Marianne said, gingerly removing one of the brown eggs. In her other hand she conjured a little spark of gleaming white light that rested in her palm like a diamond, then brought it closer to the egg. The light bled through the egg's shell, lighting up its interior a bright yellow-orange, like sunlight bleeding through one's eyelids on a hot summer day. I can see veins inside the shell, she exclaimed in an excited half-whisper. Edelgard looked closer. There were veins spreading under the surface of the illuminated shell, orange-red against the background, protruding from a large faint mass in the center. And that means it'll hatch. Mary Ann excitedly nodded and set the egg aside, trading it for another one to show the same spiderweb of veins. It didn't take long to test all 6 eggs. Her face fell on the last egg. "Oh," she said, her enthusiasm dying. Edelgard studied the egg as the spark of white magic lit it up from the inside. A dark, ragged reddish ring circled underneath the shell. "It's a blood ring," Mary Ann explained. It means, I'm sorry, but the chick has already died in the egg." "I'm sorry." "Well, 5 out of 6 isn't bad," Edelgard reasoned, though part of her felt a little disappointed. She told herself it was because of the wasted effort, taking care of an egg that was already non-viable compared to its healthy brethren. We should get rid of this one," Mary Ann said, "so it doesn't affect the others. The rest are very far along, though. They must have been over a week old, or maybe 2, before Happy gave them to you." Edelgard decided she didn't want to know how Happy had procured 2-week-old viable eggs without mishandling some poor chicken, since it was very likely she had mishandled some poor chicken within an inch of its life or more. Otherwise, the egg's mysterious origin notwithstanding, she found that the news Mary Ann had shared with her made her feel an inordinate sense of pride in herself, pride in a job well done, though she knew there would be no end to the teasing if anybody found out. Later that week, Voul decided to continue his salvage operation of the golems Rhea had left behind, confident that their contents could be explored more easily and with less risk of collateral damage now that everybody had learned their lesson from the first operation. Gerald had learned his lesson. He kept the shield of Siros, a spoil of battle from the siege of Gareg Mach, strapped to its arm. A rippling aura of blue light glistened across its ornate steel and brass face. Joachim had learned his lesson, too. He and Edelgard stayed very, very, very far back and well out of the way, just in case something went wrong. Linhard stood on standby near them, just in case something happened. "I'm not sure," Edelgard mused as she stood at Joachim's side and watched Alois, Balthus, and Shamir help Leonie pry the lion's head breastplate off of one of the golems. "Why you want to be here again, Joachim?" "I'm not sure, either," he admitted. "Have you ever been so disgusted by something that you just can't help but look away? Anyway, don't worry about it. How's your surgery scar, by the way, El?" "It feels better every day," Edelgard replied, hoping she wouldn't have to turn into a dragon today. She might lose the eggs if that happened. She'd carefully set down the basket on the lawn at her side and hoped it wouldn't end up trampled. Across the lawn, Leonie gingerly dragged a mummified corpse just like the one from the other day out of the golem and neatly severed its artificial umbilical cable. Even from a distance, Edelgard could faintly make out that it was dressed nearly exactly the same as the first one. "The golems must be staying quiet because we're standing so far back," Joachim thought aloud. "You think all these things had some connection to Wilhelm?" "Whatever connection they have, I can't fathom what it could be," Linhard said. Edelgard watched the others move on to the next golem and begin the hard work of prying it open. She knew that Rhea had been fond of Wilhelm in some way back when she had been Siros. Perhaps these golems were meant as some kind of grotesque tribute to him, an immortal army that would protect her in his stead for all eternity. Siros was quite fond of him. "What, Wilhelm I?" Joachim furrowed his brow. "You don't mean fond as in are you fucking serious, El?" They watched a second mummified corpse exit the second golem, and the salvage team moved on almost by rote to the third. The third golem revealed a similar corpse, and like the first two, it was dressed like ancient Adrestian royalty. "Wilhelm died before Siros could end the war, didn't he?" Linhard asked. "Maybe Siros made these golems. I dunno," to assure him that she'd always have something of his to protect her. He shrugged. "It's almost romantic, in a creepy way." "Are romantic?" Joachim sputtered. "After what Cornelia almost did to us, I don't even want to joke about that." Linhard raised an eyebrow. "Who was joking?" he asked innocently. "Is this the safe distance to watch the golems from?" There was a dulled, muffled tapping of a cane against grass as Seath hobbled his way toward them. Flane was helping him along, and the two of them were being escorted by Gerland. They'd been given back to the Imperial Army as prisoners as part of a new agreement between Dmitri and Burkhardt, ostensibly in exchange for assistance from the White Fang assault team, and Jurland had assumed responsibility over the two of them. When the Hresvelgs returned to Fort Mercers, those two would go with them, trading one cage for another, safer cage. Seath, Joachim noted. Maybe you can tell us more about these things. And Lindy, you sure you want to be here with us? Too many Hresvelgs might set the golems off. I wish I could say more about them, Seath said, casting an impassive glance at the scene of the salvage operation. After all, it is not as though Flane and I were around when they were created. I suspect that when they were made, though, the people inside them might have been alive. Edelgard wondered if Seath was just being cagey out of paranoia. These golems, like so many other strange things Rhea controlled, such as the moving platform that led into the Holy Tomb, the Phantom Army, and the Chalice of Beginnings, were works of some sort of Nabatean science not quite unlike the Agarthans and their arcane technology. Perhaps he found such works and such technologies too dangerous for humans to risk understanding, fearing the idea of humans making golems of their own out of their own dead not unlike the weapons they had made from the bones and hearts of his kin. Edelgard would not be the last person to admit that such grotesque technology that could make weapons from the dead might be better off in nobody's hands at all. You think they were entombed in these things? Joachim asked. Jurland looked to Flane, who stared wide-eyed at the sight. Flane, darling, maybe you'd like to be somewhere else. Flane shook her head. No. I want to see what Rhea has been doing. I want to understand what kind of a person she is. So did they wear these golems as some sort of giant armor? Joachim wondered. I wonder how long it took for someone to find out that they still moved around and did as they were told after the people inside died. Eventually, all 6 of the half-dozen gathered golems had been opened and their innards emptied, and 6 blackened corpses with leathery skin drawn tight over bones and the faded and tattered remnants of royal regalia, laid out in a line. Edelgard and the others crept closer once it was clear that the danger had passed and that the golems would remain inert. The corpses, though preserved, stared up with yawning jaws and gaping eye sockets, holes where their noses and ears should have been, and flesh as thin as parchment paper tracing the contours of every rib and every nobile segment of their spines. Well, Seath, Voul said, can you tell us anything about these things? Seath regarded the corpses as they stared up at him with invisible eyes. Only that they deserve a proper burial. Well, I could have told you that, Geralt said. You can't act ignorant of all the things Siros was capable of, Voul said, crossing his arms. Joachim, allergic to conflict, clutched his stomach. You guys can hash this stuff out in private, can't you? We'll set to work burying them, Leonie said. Come with me, Shamir. I'll get the shovels. Alois shuddered as he eyed the corpses laid out before him. Why, you said, the first one you found, moved? While it was dead. I'm not convinced these things were completely dead until we severed the umbilical cables, Voul said. Just only mostly dead? Sethleen's tits, I hope not, Geralt said, prompting a furious glare from Seath's single eye. If I'd been mummified like that, I'd rather just be all the way dead. Either way, I don't think I ever want to see one of these things again, Joachim said. Neither do I, Jurland said, linking an arm around Edelgard's, either to comfort her or to comfort herself, or likely to pretend to do the former while doing the latter. These things are vile. Golem, more like go away Lem, Alois muttered half-heartedly. It was both the worst and the least enthusiastic pun he'd ever made. Linhard crouched down and lifted up a length of severed umbilical cable trailing from the nape of one of the mummy's necks. I'm less interested in these corpses, he said, and more in these weird cables here. They look like metal wires, coated in some sort of smooth, lacquerish material. I wonder what would happen if I attached one to my own skin. No, you don't, Geralt said, grabbing him by the scruff of his neck and yanking him away. Well, unless you folks want to help us dig, I don't think there's anything more to see here. Would hate to have your highnesses get dirt under your nails. Or, not dirt. Jurland worriedly tended to her fingernails while Joachim's complexion turned a little sickly. No, I think you are entirely right, Captain Geralt, she said. We should go. Linhard picked up Edelgard's eggs for her and handed her the basket. "Here you go, Your Highness," he said, not bothering to stifle a yawn. He lifted a corner of the blanket covering the eggs. "Oh. One of them's broken." Seized by a sudden flood of panic, Edelgard snatched the basket away from him. "What?" She pulled aside the heated blanket, revealing 3 brown eggs and 2 white eggs. One of the eggs had a tiny crack in its pale brown shell. Her heart sank. Had someone handled it too roughly? Had she? "I'm sorry. We might be able to salvage it if we get it to the kitchen in time." Leonie pushed her way past Linhard and took a look at the eggs for herself. "Linhard, you idiot. I can tell you've never worked on a farm a day in your life." "No, of course not. Why would I?" "That egg isn't cracked," she announced, "it's pipping. That means it's about to hatch." Edelgard was taken aback. "My eggs are hatching." Flane's eyes lit up. Her eggs are hatching. Before Edelgard knew it, she and the eggs had been swept up in a human whirlwind and whisked away Manuela's temporary infirmary to observe the hatching. The heated blanket was spread across Manuela's desk, much to her initial displeasure, and the eggs set down atop it to keep them all warm. As the hatching egg continued to crack, little puncture marks curving across its shell, news of the event spread quickly and Happy, Marianne, Burkhardt, and Dimitri were quick to arrive and crowd the room. It took perhaps an hour for the first chick to emerge from the egg, and by then, 2 more had begun to pip. Edelgard's first instinct had been to help break the shell, but Leonie, Marianne, and Eloise were all quick to dissuade her. It didn't make much sense to her, but they had been adamant that she'd risk hurting or killing the chick if she tried to hurry it along, and it would have been a waste of good effort to risk its life after caring for it for so long. The first chick came out of its egg, finally, a curled-up ball of damp black, gold, and ruddy auburn feathers. Edelgard had seen baby birds before, but never baby chickens. She'd expected them to be naked as well. Everybody watched with rapt attention as the chick slept and its siblings' eggs began to crack. The other 2 chicks were taking much longer. It was nearly time for dinner when their shells began to open, and in the meantime the remaining 2 eggs began pipping and, like their oldest sibling, the chicks were much quicker to break themselves free. While the 2 stragglers took their time, the chicks alternated between sleeping and taking their first wobbling steps, bumping comically into each other and their unborn brethren's eggs as they strolled drunkenly atop the warm blanket. The sun had begun to set by the time the youngest chick had hatched, leaving the blanket littered with fragments of eggshell. "Oh, they are adorable," Flane cooed, staring wide-eyed at the 5 chicks strewn about the desk. Her hand gripped Edelgard's shoulder so tightly that her muscles felt sore. "Edelgard, what shall you name them?" Happy licked her lips. "Well, that one can be dinner, and that one can be lunch, and that one can be breakfast." "Happy, no. They're her babies." "Well, Flane," Mercedes added, her voice cheerily sinister, "some say there is nothing more delicious than fresh babies." "Noo." Eloise patted Edelgard on the back. "Congratulations, Lady Egelgard." "I have to admit, I didn't think they would hatch at all," Dimitri said. "But I am glad they did. I do not think I've ever seen a chicken hatch." "I think they'll be much nicer pets than your mice," Gerland said. "They'll live longer, for sure," Joachim said. Sis, I love you, but you've had 8 pet mice since you were 12. I'm tired of making tiny coffins for them." Edelgard had no way to know if he was joking, and that was probably exactly why he found what he'd just said so inordinately amusing. Burkhardt gave him a dirty, exasperated look, though. "Do not mind him, Ellie," he assured her, patting her gently on the shoulder. "He thinks he's funny." "We need to set up a brooder for them," Leonie said. "We'll need a wooden box and some straw to line it with. I spent a lot of time looking after chicks when I was raising money from my village to enroll here, so I know all this backwards and forwards." Everybody went their separate ways after that, though Edelgard remained with her chicks in the infirmary with Manuela and Mercedes. For the most part, the chicks simply slept as their feathers dried, occasionally waking and ambling with unsteady gaits to more comfortable places to sleep. Edelgard found it relaxing just to watch them. She thought about what she might name them: the fluffy black, red, and gold plumage, by some quirk of fate, as though the universe were playing a cosmic joke on her, reminded her of the black eagles and wished that Ellie could be with her to suggest something, since sometime in the future these chickens would be her pets. She wanted to name one of them Ferdinand, but wasn't sure which one. She couldn't discern what gender any of the chicks were, anyway. They were certainly more agreeable pets than mice and rats, Edelgard thought, though she wondered if Ellie would feel the same way. If the cosmos were playing a joke on them both, perhaps it would be fitting for Ellie to have a crippling fear of chickens. She was distracted from her musings when Manuela set down a glass on the desk in front of her and poured a generous splash of sweet sherry wine into it. A toast to the new mother, the physician suggested, moving on to fill a second glass. Thank you, but they're chickens, Professor, Edelgard said, though she couldn't help but recall how her world's Manuela had once referred to her jokingly as a mother hen for how much care she showed for her fellow black eagles. And they're your chickens, and you hatched them all by yourself, Manuela said, setting the bottle aside and raising the glass to her lips to take a little sip. Oh, Mercedes? Would you care to join us? There was no response. Mercedes had returned to her bed, and a cursory glance showed that she had fallen asleep. Manuela took another sip. The poor girl, she's so tired. Hanneman was raving all morning that he thinks he knows how to take away her crests, but even if he figures it out, I worry she might not be strong enough to survive something like that. Go ahead, Edelgard, have a drink. I appreciate the gesture, but you know what happens to me when I drink. Edelgard supposed she should be grateful she could still get drunk at all. From what Seath has said, it seemed pure-blooded Nabateans were nearly immune to alcohol, so her low tolerance was proof that at least half of her was still very much human. Even just half a glass? Come on. You've had a long day and a long week. You've earned it. She relented and took a sip of the sweet wine. A toast, she said, to the new mother. If she'd had a sicker sense of humor, she thought as the rim of her glass clinked against Manuela's, she might have more strongly considered naming one of the chicks after Rhea. The two of them had one drink, and then another, and in what felt like no time at all they'd each had half a bottle between themselves. Manuela could outdrink a fish and the sailor who caught it, and so, to prevent her from drinking almost the entire thing herself, Edelgard had bravely volunteered to have more glasses, knowing that every drop of sherry she drank was one less for her. Then, of course, Manuela had brought out a second bottle of sherry, and Edelgard, already reeling, wisely gave up on trying to starve the beast. Oh, Edelgard, Manuela moaned, having taken a maudlin, self-pitying tone in her drunkenness, those chicks of yours are so adorable. What a good mother hen, she hiccuped. What a good mother hen you'll be. And kids. Someday you'll have kids, actual kids. You've got a man all ready for you. She gulped down another glass. But what does Manuela have ready for her, eh? What have I got? I'm 37 years old, Edelgard. Yes, I know, everybody knows now. Voul shouted it out for the whole world to hear when Mercy went all spidery. No point in keeping it a secret anymore. Sure, he says that's not old, but he's a man, and he's also 400 years old at that. He could never understand. He doesn't understand. And Edie, can I call you Edie, too? That's what Dorothea calls you. Can I? I don't think I could stop you if I could, Edelgard said, concentrating on keeping one of the chicks who had briefly woken up from stumbling its way off the edge of the desk while also trying to keep her wings and tail from sprouting out behind her. Edie, I'm old. I'm old, and soon it'll be too late for me. Look at my hair. It didn't used to be mousy like this. It used to be just as brown as yours. It's going gray, Edie. It isn't that gray, Manuela. My looks are fading. The divine songstress is fading away. I'll probably be too old to have children within the next 10 years. And I don't care about children, but men do, Edie, and what man will want me when I can't even give him that? No one will even take pity on poor Manuela. Manuela filled another glass with trembling hands. I was talking with Dorothea before she went out to Arundel with Petra. Poor Dorothea, and she's getting along so well with your brother Prince Joachim, but we're both in the same boat. Who's going to take care of us when we're old? Nobody wants to have you as a mistress when your good looks and voice have all passed you by, and a prince or an emperor would never marry a commoner. Even your brother Burkhard, he just clams up and starts sputtering about his consorts whenever never mind. The point is, Edie, the point is Dorothea and I are in the same boat, and it's sinking, and what are we going to do? Once Manuela had finished her glass, Edelgard tried to reach out and pry the bottle from her hands to keep her from drinking straight out of it, though it was difficult with her talons as thick and ungainly as they were. Professor Manuela, trust me. I think there's still plenty of time for you and Dorothea to find someone, preferably two different people. Oh, Edie, do you want another glass? I'll pour you one. No, Professor, I'm trying to stop you from drinking anymore. You've had enough, and I don't want you to hurt yourself or leave a mess. Anyway, you and Dorothea don't have to give in to despair. There's more you both can do in this world to enrich yourselves and your lives without tethering yourself to wealthy men. Like what? Like tethering yourself to wealthy women. The two of them burst out laughing, giving Edelgard the opportunity to wrest away the sherry and set it aside. In all seriousness, Edelgard continued, you are a talented woman, Manuela, and an incredible physician. And you're here at Garreg Mach at the epicenter of the most earth-shaking moment in Fodlan's history since the time of Kiffon and Lug, possibly since the time of Wilhelm and Siros. You can stake your claim on the new world. You can make history as a physician to emperors, and win fame and fortune that will carry you well into your twilight years, not as a songstress, but as a woman of knowledge. Oh, Edie. When did you start speaking with such confidence? It's sweet, you know you're a very sweet girl. You're a good egg. A good egg, Elgard. Manuela snickered. Egg, Elgard. You talk like you know the future. God is still giving you those visions, huh? It occurred to Edelgard, even in her drunken haze, that Manuela was one of the few people she hadn't yet told about herself. I wouldn't say I know the future, she said. I just know a future. Oh. Manuela leaned in toward her. What's the future like? Is there a good man in it? There's a man, Edelgard mumbled, thinking briefly of Hanneman, which would surely upset Manuela to no end, before finding herself distracted by Manuela's ample cleavage. No, it's more that I am. I suppose I could say. I am aware of other people's potential. Spill the beans, Edie. What's my future like? It isn't your future, really. I mean, you're in it. But it's mine. Oh, of all the egos. You really are something else, Edie. Can't you provide a moment of succor to your dear professor's bitter rival? You and Byleth aren't rivals. Hanneman. You know what I mean. Tell me more about my potential. I can, but it'll sound crazy. You've got a tail and horns. You already look crazy. Edelgard then, with only the slightest encouragement, found herself telling Manuela the same story she'd told Hanneman, her family, and her classmates, except that now she found herself faced with the unique challenge of telling it while drunk as a skunk, which made it easy to speak but hard to be coherent. Manuela stared at her the entire time. I'm personal physician to the Emperor, she asked, when Edelgard had finished. Yes, Edelgard said. And a very good friend. She rubbed her head and felt horns encroaching on her aching brow. You once taught me to see strength where once I'd only seen weakness. You've been an incredible teacher to me, and as long as I draw breath, you will have a place in my life. Manuela sniffled, her lips trembling and eyes glistening. Take me with you, she whispered. I can't. There's already a Manuela in my world. You'll have to find your own way in this one. Before Edelgard could react, Manuela had thrown her arms around her and pressed her to her bosom. Please, take me with you. I don't know how. I don't even know how to get home in the first place yet, and I certainly don't know how to take anybody with me. Edelgard sighed and tried to rest her head as best as she could atop Manuela's warm, inviting breast without her horns getting in the way. When I go back to my own world, I'll be leaving a lot of wonderful people behind who just don't exist in my world. Dimitri. Ingrid, my brothers and sisters, all my brothers and sisters. Manuela patted her on the back. There, she said. I don't want to leave them, she admitted, aware that she sounded as though she were whining but powerless to stop herself. I don't want to go back to a world where they're all dead, even though I need to, even though I have a wife waiting for me back home and an empire, and how am I going to bury my family twice over? There. I don't want to go. If I could stay here, I would, but I can't. I'm going to have to leave them all again and it's going to break my heart. There. You'll be fine. You're tough enough to weather a broken heart, and did you say wife? Uh-huh. Aye, is it me? The door to the office swung open and Leonie stepped through with Eloise, the two of them holding a hastily nailed together wooden box with a bottom lined with straw between them. We've got the brooding box already, she announced. We took apart some broken chairs for some of the wood, waste not, want and Professor Manuela? Are you all right? Edelgard felt herself slither out of Manuela's embrace like a snake and slink to the floor with a heavy thump that she, in her drink-numbed stupor, heard more than felt. It was about a week after the Burgleys and Frildarius battalions had set out to Arundel and the aggrieved territories that news came back to Garreg Mach. The Heavering forces that had initially crossed into Arundel had been beaten back across the border, at least for now, and the joint Empire/Kingdom expedition, led by White Fang, was pressing forward to lend aid to Oaks and Novelli. It had been a small contingent of Count Heavering's and Duke Gertha's forces which had attacked those three territories, from what had been seen either out of overconfidence that their defenses could be easily overcome, or, Edelgard worried, as a way to distract them from their plan to march southward toward Inver. Edelgard had recommended to Dimitri that White Fang be directed to travel silently and swiftly through Heavering southward to surprise them from behind, while more of Buckhart's forces at Garreg Mach headed out to reach Inver themselves via Fort Mercers, and Dimitri prepared to travel with Marianne to Derdrieu. It was about a week after Ferdinand and Hubert had departed the monastery to bring Lawrence and Arcturus back to their respective homes that they returned, arriving at Garreg Mach early in the evening, and with them came a familiar face, Lord Volkhard von Arundel, and with him Edelgard's two youngest siblings, Pascal and Hedwig von Hresvelg. Pascal and Hedwig, of course, hadn't changed a bit since they'd left, and they had both enjoyed their impromptu vacation in the county of Gloucester if Hedwig's letter was any indication. She could only feel intensely guilty, though, imagining how both of their faces must have fallen at the sight of the damage to the monastery, knowing she'd had something of a hand in some of the devastation that had racked it. Volkhard breathed, standing before her in the main hall with his bags at his sides, his lilac eyes wide at the sight of her. Oh, thank the goddess, there's not a scratch on you. Edelgard, glad that her clothes covered the healing surgical scar over her breast, which, though nearly invisible, was still only nearly so, couldn't bring herself to tell him otherwise. Uncle Volkhard, she said, glad that she could look at his face for once and not feel her insides squirm at the thought that it might be Thales wearing it instead. It's so good to see you safe. And Hetty and Pask. Hedwig was quick to wrap her arms around her in a crushing embrace. Why Yuri OKKK. I heard that there was a rumor, that something horrible had. And I hadn't believed the rumors, or the PP propaganda, but they said. Pascal looked up and around at the interior of the great hall, a frown playing across his round face. This part of the monastery had seen the least damage, but it was still evident. Why did this have to happen, he wondered. It looked so beautiful before. There have been a lot of rumors about you, Volkhard said. I'll have to leave for home in the morning, but until then, I hope you can spare some time to dispel them. Well, I don't know what rumors have been spreading, Edelgard said, holding Hedwig close, but I hope most of them are false. They said Ria TT turned you into a monster. Hedwig wailed into her shoulder. Now, Hetty, Volkhard cautioned her, patting her gently atop her head. That is the one I am least concerned is true. Edelgard hated to disappoint him. She really did. We need to talk, she said. I know it's late, but why don't we meet up for tea once you've settled in? I hope there is a place for us to settle, Volkhard said, and in his disappointed tone it was difficult to read anything other than Thales' sneering contempt. The nearer we came, the more I could see the extent of the damage. I could hardly believe my eyes. Goddess, I cannot believe this place deserves such a fate. But I am glad you are safe and sound here, How I've worried about you. Edelgard had hardly extricated herself from Hedwig's embrace before she was swept up in Volkhard's. Any lingering doubt she might have had that Volkhard was indeed Volkhard was dispelled by the warmth of his embrace. Uncle Volkhard. Joachim called out as he and Gerland entered the hall. Joachim. Gerland. Is it just you two? Volkard asked, beckoning them forward. What about Justine? Or Burke His Majesty? Oh, don't worry, he'll always be Berkey to us, Joachim said. Well, he shouldn't be in public, Volkard chided him. He's shut up in his study, like he always is, Gerland said. You wouldn't believe how hard he works, uncle. And Justine went out with Count Berglis to defend Arundel. Good, I will try to see His Majesty before I leave for Castle Arundel tomorrow. Goodness, I feel ashamed for how long I've been away. Well, I hope that Count Gloucester was a good host, Edelgard said. He was indeed. As long as he sits on the Alliance Round Table, Emperor Burkhard has a very good and very powerful friend in Leicester. The county is quite scenic as well, though rather flat. Is FF Flane still here? Hedwig asked, fumbling nervously with her glasses. Is SCSSS safe? She said she was SS safe in her L letter, B but. Yes, Hetty, Edelgard said. She's here. And I think she'll be overjoyed to see you. You ought to have seen her face when she received your letter. We're meant to bring her and Seath to Fort Mercers, but we were holding off at least until you arrived, Joachim said. You aren't intending to bring Hetty and Paisky along with you, are you, uncle? Of course not. They'll be much safer in Berglis. But we have plenty of time to discuss all this before I leave. Are you sure? We've got a lot to discuss, Joachim said. Like how Ellie's a dragon now. Volkhard's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. I beg your pardon, he sputtered. L. Pascal asked. What's wrong with your ears? Edelgard realized she'd forgotten to wear her hair up to hide the points to her ears, and now that Pascal had noticed, the other two had as well and were staring. Volkhard cleared his throat and tried to regain his composure. I would also like to know why are your ears pointed, Edelgard? It'll take a while to explain, she said, supposing that between Pascal and Joachim she was at least tearing the bandage away swiftly, so to speak. You can start now. What in blazes is wrong with them? Settle in. I'll explain it all over tea. Edelgard insisted to him while subtly motioning to Joachim and Gerland to help her out. If you insist, L. Volkhard sighed. I'll. FF Flane's ears are PPP pointed, T2, Hedwig blurted out. As soon as she realized she probably wasn't supposed to know that, her cheeks began to turn crimson. IINN noticed during the, D during th the NNN never mind, she mumbled, trying very hard to hide behind a bag that was much shorter than her. Good observation. I promise, I'll explain it all later tonight, Edelgard said as Joachim and Gerland ushered a bewildered Volkhard off with Hedwig and Pascal, leaving Edelgard behind with Ferdinand and Hubert. Ferdinand approached her with slow steps as ginger as his hair. It seems you stayed well out of trouble this time, dear. It is so good to see you safe and sound. I hope things have not been dreadfully boring. They've been exciting enough in their own way, Edelgard said, noting by how stiltedly he was speaking that he obviously had the truth weighing heavily on his mind. The eggs Happy gave me hatched. Good. I hope you understand now that there is plenty of fun to be had without endangering oneself, he said, struggling to meet her gaze. Hubert and I have had a very nice tour of Leicester, though unfortunately, we had little time for sightseeing. Hubert, why don't I take your bag and bring it to your quarters for you? Do you want to ask me anything, Ferdinand? Edelgard asked him. I know we didn't have much of a chance to talk about what I'd told everyone. Oh, it is nothing to be concerned about, Edelgard, darling, he sighed. I suppose I am not sure how to speak to you at all. It is like speaking to a stranger. I understand. I suppose when you replaced the real Edelgard, that is to say, the one I knew, he wrung his hands as he tried to think of the right words today. Not that you are not real, just, well, pardon my odd choice of words, this is just such a bizarre situation, frankly. Edelgard didn't envy him. Not only was it difficult for her to see him as much more than a pale imitation of the Ferdinand she knew, who had risen so far above the limited mindset of Adrestian nobility, but Ellie had grown comfortable with a different, bolder, braver, humbler Ferdinand whom she clearly fancied much more than the pompous boy she'd been betrothed to so many years ago. I suppose, Ferdinand finally said once he'd figured out what he wanted to say, that the Edelgard I knew was so frigid toward me already that I did not see much of a difference between the two of you at first, aside from your sudden dramatic increase in motivation. I cannot quite explain why, but I feel humbled in your presence, and if I could, I would like to apologize to this world's Edelgard. You'll have that opportunity soon, Edelgard assured him. I have every intention of returning to my home and bringing her back to hers. It's just a matter of figuring out how. Ferdinand nodded. I am glad to hear it. A true gentleman must face his faults and settle his debts. And one more thing, Hubert and I spoke a bit about your situation, since you had confided in him so much earlier. I hope you understand that I didn't mean anything by keeping the truth from you, Edelgard said. To be frank, I only risked confiding in him because he held a dagger to my throat. Hubert glanced away. Please do not remind me of that. You were well within your rights to do so. I was behaving suspiciously, I would have been disappointed in you if you hadn't. Oh, I do understand, Ferdinand said. I can still scarcely believe it. But I digress. I am not angry that you did not tell me. I suppose I am curious. Hubert told me what you have told him about his counterpart in your world, and I must wonder, is there another Ferdinand von Aegir? What is he like? Do you dislike him as much as this world's Edelgard seems to dislike me? Answering that question seemed almost as painful to Edelgard as the prospect of telling Felix or Sylvain that she had slain them in battle. But the look in Ferdinand's eyes, like a kicked puppy, begged for an answer. Ferdinand, Hubert said, we should not keep Lady Edelgard. She has quite a lot to explain to her uncle and younger siblings. No, it's fine, Hubert, Edelgard said. Ferdinand. I explained that I was a very different person in my world. In fact, I was crown princess of the empire, and you were always trying to measure up to me. At first, I found you to be an annoyance, but you proved otherwise. If I was frigid to you, it was because I spent 7 years watching you grow, and then, one morning, I woke up and you were so small. Ferdinand's face fell, but only for a moment. Oh, he said. So. I must compete against myself. Well, then, perhaps you can tell me all about him, and I can devote myself to becoming his superior. Edelgard laughed. Ferdinand, that is the Ferdinand I knew. I ought to have told you sooner. It was a little late for tea. Lord Arundel had arrived when the sun was low in the sky, and it was well into the evening when he and Edelgard's little siblings had settled in, so Edelgard chose to brew a chamomile lavender blend, something calming and soothing that encouraged a restful and peaceful mind, rather than her favorite bergamot. So, Edelgard said, pouring a cup of the fragrant amber tea for Hedwig, then Pascal, then Volkhard before pouring her own, you've noticed the ears by now. And Joachim told you that. HHEEXPP playing the DD Dragon thing while we were UUUNPP packing, Hedwig said. She was a bundle of nervous energy. Oh, Edelgard said, feeling the wind leave her sails. That, Volkhard said, is the one rumor I desperately hoped was not true. I am so sorry, El. I never could have fathomed that was the reason Ria was so intent on keeping you here at Garreg Mach, even when I wished to bring you back home. Could anyone have? Edelgard asked. I just don't understand, Pascal said, blowing gently on his tea before taking a sip. Why would she do that? Why would Archbishop Ria turn people into monsters? She seemed so nice. She wouldn't call them monsters, Edelgard told him. I wouldn't, either. Not all people in this world are human. Hedwig rocked back and forth in her seat. I is. Is F Flane a DD Dragon, TT2? You'll have to ask her. Anseeth. You'll have to ask him. But I don't think he'd like that. What DD do you look like? Is a dragon. I don't know, I haven't seen myself in a mirror. D do you, W wings. Hetty, I think that is enough, Volkhard said. I do wings, Edelgard said. They have black feathers. See, can I see? Hedwig looked so adorable asking that Edelgard almost wanted to show her. It's late, she said. Maybe tomorrow. Gerland and Joachim told us you escaped from Ria and helped rescue His Majesty from Cornelia, Volkhard said, trying to change the topic. How did you end up all the way back here at Gareg Mach? Edelgard took a sip of her tea, letting the soothing floral aroma nestle itself in her nostrils. I wanted Dmitri and my friends in the Blue Lions to know I was okay. You did not arrive during the battle, did you? No, Edelgard said, speaking completely truthfully. She had, in fact, arrived just before it. There's something else I have to tell the three of you, though, and I hope it doesn't upset you. If you've thought that over these past few months I'd been acting oddly, that has been because. She took a deep breath. The same words again. For starters, I'm not quite the Edelgard you all know. It felt as though she'd said it 100 times already. Hedwig and Pascal looked up at her with innocent eyes, innocent, yet piercing in their own way. Above all, these two, the youngest Hresvelgs, were the ones Edelgard had failed, the ones who had looked up to her, almost 7 and 9 years old, and had expected her to protect them, not knowing just how powerless she had been in the hands of their captors, because with everybody else gone, she had been the eldest, and that had made her responsible. She took another deep breath and it caught in her throat. Volkhard wore a concerned expression, lit by the lamplight in ebbs and flows of shadow. She wasn't used to seeing that concern. The light bounced off of Hedwig's glasses. There are other worlds than this, she said. And I come from one of them. Somehow, I, a version of Edelgard from another world, took the place of the one in this world and vice versa. I wish I'd known how to tell you sooner. Pascal's brow furrowed. You're not Edelgard. I am, she said. Just not the one you know. I've told Burkhard, Gerland, Justine, and Joachim already, and now it's time for you three to know the truth as well. I come from a world where, she couldn't put it bluntly, not with Hedwig and Pascal staring at her like that with such big, round eyes. A world where none of you have been around, for a very long time. And I've missed you so much. She'd missed the Volkhard she had once known, who'd had such kind eyes and such a warm smile, the man who had taken her to see the divine songstress herself, Manuela Casagrande, the night before she'd had to flee the Empire just to give her one last good memory. Now she could see him as he should have been if only his life had not been cut short and his identity not stolen. Now she could see Hedwig as the homely, gangling little girl she had become, the anxious little ball of energy and excitement with dreams as big as her heart and whose mouth could never keep up with her mind. Now she could see Pascal as the gentle, bookish young man he was growing into. I hope you can forgive me, she told them. It's been so wonderful, seeing the people you could have been for the first time. She took a deep breath to quell her racing nerves and fortify the dam holding back her emotions, but it was becoming more difficult by the second. Rest assured that I have every intention of bringing your own Edelgard back to you. I'm telling you this because you deserve to know, and because I don't want to burden your Edelgard with untangling the lies I've told in her stead to the people she loves. She bowed her head and awaited their judgment, closing her eyes and setting down her teacup on the table. Her heart felt as though it were caught in a vice. I suppose that explains your sudden change in demeanor, Volkhard said. I'm not sure what to make of it all, but I am thankful that you told us. Pascal was quiet for a little bit. I'm sorry, Elle, he murmured. I'm sorry that we weren't there for you, for whatever reason we weren't. His voice wavered. Edelgard felt regretful that she'd used such a patronizing euphemism. He was smart enough that he must have seen through it immediately. He was 15 years old, he was already the minimum age to enroll in the officers' academy and learn to kill, and there had been no need to sugarcoat things for him and Hedwig. Thank you, Pask, Edelgard said. Her voice came out hoarse. As they all finished their tea, nobody made much of an effort to speak, but Hedwig was the quietest one, no longer stammering out questions that came to her lips faster than her tongue could manage them, as though her racing mind had come to a stop. When they were finished, Volkhard stood up, thanked Edelgard for the tea, and offered Edelgard a hug that felt just a little less warm, though it could very well have been her imagination. Pascal embraced her, though, as tightly as ever, or perhaps more so. Hedwig, though, who usually gave such crushing and enthusiastic hugs with so little acknowledgement of her own size or strength, embraced her the tenderest of the three of them, handling her almost as though she were a fragile vase. El, Hedwig stammered, loosely resting her hands over Edelgard's shoulder blades right where her wings would sprout from. and hearing that nickname fall so softly from her lips reminded Edelgard who had coined it in the first place she had. Why you might not be B, why you re not th the L we all can know, but, her voice came out as a halting whisper. She rested her head against Edelgard's cheek. As young as she was just about as tall as her and would probably be nearly as tall as Hubert by the time she was all grown up. Why you re ss still? Why you vebb are really g great sss sister to me. Her voice cracked and broke, and the dam in Edelgard's heart broke at the same time. Though Hedwig seemed afraid to hold her too tightly, Edelgard had no compunctions about wrapping her up in the tightest, firmest embrace she could muster. Hedwig trembled and shivered and squeezed her tighter as the both of them shed their tears into each other's shoulders. Edelgard was exhausted again that night and, when she finally returned to her room, wondered how quickly sleep would take her tonight and how fitful of a sleep it might be. Before she could fall onto her bed and make some attempt at resting, perfunctory as it might have ended up being, she went to tend to the brooding box that was now placed on her desk. The 5 chicks were only 2 days old now, but had learned to walk on their own feet without bumping into each other too frequently and had begun eating millet, and though there were only 5 of them, the chorus of peeps they made whenever their mother came near them could be almost deafening. She scooped one of the chicks up and held it in her hand, letting it explore her palm as its fluffy, downy feathers tickled her skin. This one didn't have a name yet. She'd figured she would wait a few days for them to start exhibiting more distinct personalities before deciding on a name, though that would probably be quite soon before she had to set out with Dimitri and Marianne to Deirdre. They would have to leave about a week before the end of the month, which was very soon. There was a knock on her door. "Come in," she called out, trying not to sound too hoarse or choked up. She set down the chick, which due to its majority of black feathers she was thinking of naming Hubert. The door opened and speak of the devil Hubert walked in. "Lady Edelgard," he said. Excuse me, are those?" "Yes, I did say the eggs had hatched," Edelgard said, and she couldn't help but sound a little proud. "Well, 5 of them. I doubted any would, so that was much better than I'd expected. Ellie, this world's Edelgard doesn't have a problem with chickens, does she? Because these chicks will belong to her when I go back to my world." "Well," Hubert said, shifting his balance uncomfortably, "there was an incident when she was 13 in which she tried to pluck a feather from a chicken and it tried to peck at her. I valiantly shielded her and had a divot on my forearm for 3 years. I suppose I dislike them more than she does. But does she have a problem with chickens?" "Not that I know of, Lady Edelgard. I hope she won't mind having these as pets. They live much longer than mice and rats." "You do not approve of her choice of pets?" "I have a mild phobia of them," she confessed. "That is inconvenient," Hubert said, managing a faint smile. Thank the goddess she was not permitted to bring her mice to Garreg Mach. But I digress. "Lady Edelgard, I must apologize, yet again, for losing my temper at you before Ferdinand and I left." "You have nothing to apologize for," she told him. "Your candor is actually quite refreshing. And it was the alarm I needed to get my priorities straight. I shouldn't be concerning myself with this world's affairs to my detriment. It's more important that I find a way back to my own world and give this world's Edelgard her own life back. At the same time, finding the way back home might be fraught with peril. I have no idea what dangers might assail me along the way, and the thought that I might not be able to keep my promise both to Ellie and to you fills me with dread. I can do my best to keep myself safe from here on out and take fewer risks, and I promise I will, though." The letter once again arose to haunt her mind. A vision of, if Voul was correct, an unavoidable and immutable future. Since that critical moment in the Holy Tomb all those years ago, Edelgard had lived with the knowledge that no future was set in stone and there was no fate but one made for themselves, but the world now seemed to spit in her eye. Was she careening toward an unavoidable fate? "I understand," Hubert said. "While Ferdinand and I were in Gloucester, I thought about my own shortcomings and failures and realized that, hand or not, I am still capable of defending you. I cannot allow my spirit to be broken and my duties to be shirked. After my imprisonment, my mind had gone to a dark place, and I had felt so utterly worthless, but leaving the monastery made me feel as though a spell had been broken. If there are privateers who can make themselves terrors of the Imperial Navy with but one arm and one leg and one eye, then what excuse do I have? Set a path back home, Lady Edelgard, and Ferdinand and I will cut your way through it, no matter what. We will help you keep your promise. That is my duty to you. It's funny that you mention that, Edelgard told him. Hubert, what Ferdinand said made me think about your counterpart. The other Hubert, my Hubert. I know you wouldn't approve of his demeanor and actions. He believes in staining himself with blood for my sake and doing on my behalf whatever he thinks would unduly sully my soul. He walks ahead of my path to clear it unquestioningly, free of complaints. I have often wondered how he might have turned out if his life had been easier, if his service to me had not demanded so much of his conscience. He always assured me that if not for the hard journey I had led him on, he would have ended up inconsequential and spoiled rotten. I hope that soon I can return to him and tell him about you, so that he will know he was wrong. Thank you, Lady Edelgard, he said. While you remain here, however long that may be, I will try to express my frustration with you more constructively. That reminds me I've gotten a lead about returning to my world. I'm heading to Leicester with Dimitri, Marianne, Happy, Hilda, Vul, and Gerald to investigate it. And if you and Ferdinand feel up to the challenge, I cordially invite you to join us. How kind of you to tell me that, Hubert said with a sardonic smile but a brightness in his pale green eyes, only after I had pledged anew to defend you. Well, of course, Edelgard said, giving him a smile of her own. I wouldn't want to put any undue pressure on you. Even if her course could only lead her to an immutable future, she would travel it with people who were committed to defending her. Whatever the future held, wherever her path led, she would rely on her friends to help her protect the life she had taken from her counterpart, and she would hope that would be enough. Check the description for the links to the author.